It's like electromagnetism and sound energy, vibrational energy, are all going to be sort of encoded somehow within this, and well, anyway, that's how I kind of think of it. So for that reason, I like old musical instruments more than new ones that just come out of a factory. I like ones that have like had a life or had an owner, you know. Uh, so my saxophones are like 100 years old, and
Yeah,
you can sort of feel the other dude's hands sometimes.
I would rather have like a classic car than a brand new car.
Yeah, I mean, there's advantages to having a new car. There's advantages in having new horns, but
What's the advantage? Like, if you really think about it, it's like you go and buy the latest electronic car and you compare it to the feeling you're going to get by driving a Dodge Charger.
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, we talking about electronic saxophone versus a real saxophone. No, there's no contest with that. But just with like a newer, I don't know, like brass, like I don't know, even like I just think that there's probably micro variations between metal runs from almost like any industry, like from year to year, based on what the raw materials that they make from the ore and all that stuff, Maybe a change of process, how they make it, but like this brass that's like it's like pre-war brass. I think it's very resonant, and it's had like 100 years to settle, So like it has a
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know.
got these elements they have it's kind of like oxidization. It's deeper than that. They've definitely matured, right? They've acquired a palate for the ether, which is affecting them every second of the day. And as they've aged, they've matured like cheese. Like cheese matures, so does brass.
Yeah, there's something different to it, to where like if you wanted to try and replicate it, you would need to like dip the like a new brass instrument in like liquid nitrogen, and basically do like a kind of a cold annealing process that like
Wow.
condenses the I guess it's because all metals like sort of have these like little barrier structures sort of around them, like forming like a grain, you know.
Do you think they've actually like made the saxophone out of the correct material? Do you think there would be a better material to make one out of?
Um, it's interesting too that plating has a very subtle effect. After that brass, like if I threw the difference between like silver and gold plating is like something I can notice. Isn't that weird?
Yeah,
Like I
I,
know
I
that
bet you,
silver is
I
like
bet you
more.
can. I just like that. That's the difference between like a hardcore Coca-Cola can drinker and a fresh up fruit juice solid tin can drinker. You're gonna know the difference. Like when you hold that can in your hand and you're having a party and you're screaming, well, that can's
Yeah,
gonna vibrate at a different frequency. I mean,
yeah.
that is just like the most rudimentary
You
sort
know,
of way to explain
effectively,
it,
like
but
it's just amazing. Like it's not like where that sound begins is something so humble. It sounds like a duck call, like the front end of a saxophone, which is just like a little piece of wood and some whittled out rubber or plastic, or whatever,
wow.
And
Wow.
you know what I mean. Think
So
about
you
how like it's just being transformed through lengthening the tube of that, and then just like placing holes in it. So it's an adjustable tube length, basically with like a flare to it. So it's like it's
wow,
sort of like a
so
straight trumpet almost, you know what I mean, with a
like
reed.
a didgeridoo.
Uh, um, but
I bet
just
you
like
could pick up the didgeridoo and just play it.
no, that's like that requires a different sort of technique, and it's like so much more air volume moving through.
Yeah, but for someone that's never played any of these things, like they're all just as difficult. But for you, because you know about how to control your breath and the formation of your mouth and your lips and it's like everything else that goes into it,
I think a
I think that
didgeridoo is better if like you were a tuba player. You'd probably have a more natural translation over. Um, I don't know.
have you ever tried a didgeridoo?
Yeah, yeah. Hmm. Hmm.
It's a big hole. It's a fucking big hole to try and manipulate.
Yeah. Um,
I've, I've
One thing
tried.
I'd like to try and mess around with is like something like a traffic cone or something like a little bit larger than that, possibly, because it just like it super lengthens the it turns like one saxophone register into like another, so you can turn something that's like small, you just like you hit like low notes like it was a baritone saxophone. And some fun stuff to try.
What we should do is have Thursday night snacks jazz
Mm.
every Thursday night, half an hour snacks jazz. That's what we should do on this channel. Is we should have, you know how we have the Christian mornings, or for me it's morning, but it's probably evening for you. Like every time I listen to
I want
the
to do just like
Christian, I mean, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I really do. Sometimes I'm really against it, but like I do appreciate like all sorts of philosophy. But like for this channel, I think it would be pretty cool to have sometimes we have like a particular theme, and to start it off, it would be pretty cool to have musician coming in for just half an hour. It's a half an hour, that's all, and do something. And it's like everyone's looking forward to Friday because Snacks is coming on, man. Don't you think there would be like besides? It's kind of like letting the hair loose, like once a week, and then that could turn into Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. I mean, that would definitely increase the numbers. That would definitely because we're here spreading the truth. I don't know if anyone's even fucking listening, but it's like we're here spreading the truth. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
But there needs to be some form of entertainment to draw the audience in, and it sounds like a really cheesy marketing idea, but in reality, we're living in a world where that actually serves a purpose. This way of, uh,
I'm not
you
going to be your
know,
marketing draw. I'm nobody's marketing draw. But the oh man,
Snacks Friday. Yeah, half an hour of snacks. That'd be awesome.
and karaoke saxophone. I just want to get. I just want to play like super
Snacksaphone Friday.
pasty.
Snacksaphone Friday.
So, just want to play super pasty soft jazz. So fun.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, it's something to let your hair loose. There are a few
This
channels
is
that do that. Like Martin
this is.
Liedke,
Oh,
he's formed his
I
channel
feel
in
that.
such a way that he has like a structure to it, and every week
This
he
is
has like open mic, and then he has like all these different the way that he has his schedule set out that you know people actually are notified and they're lining up and they're waiting for it. Do you think, I mean, I guess the question is, do you think this channel is important? That's the first question.
you want me to go to Martin Leakey channel, play a saxophone, and
No, I'm
advertise?
talking about this channel we're on right now,
Oh, okay.
Earth Awakenings. I mean, if you think it's important, that's the first question. We have to get over that answer first. You don't have to answer, but I'm just thinking like, wow, you know, this channel has played an integral part of I mean, I could have been anywhere else. I could have been anywhere else, like literally anywhere else. But I chose to listen to everybody's different opinions here. Why did I choose here? I mean, I've got the freedom to do whatever I want, but I chose here. Out of any place in the universe, I chose here right now.
Man.
Gio's got something. He's got something special here, and I think that with the right format, it could become something even greater.
Three cheers for Geo.
Because there are a lot of good people I've heard on here. It's like I haven't heard anywhere else. Literally, like I've heard a lot of really good stories, a lot of good debates, and a lot of good ideas, and a lot of interesting information that has made me stop and think. Like I wouldn't hear that unless I was here. Cheers, Gio. The lady that was on before, whereabouts are you located in America somewhere?
If you are referring to me, yes, I'm in the United States. I'm in Texas.
Sorry, I'm not even looking at my phone. It's like all black, so I can't even see who. Like, what's your name?
My name is Okay, I serve too, but my actual name is Kelly. I have a little dog as my icon of whatever. It's my
Did you
dog.
say? Did you say Texas?
I did. I said Texas.
Oh, okay, so you're not far from Kosho.
I don't know. Where's Kosho?
He's in Texas.
Well, Texas is quite large. I could drive 6 hours and still be in Texas, so. You could drive 8 hours, yeah.
Are you joking? That's that big.
No, I'm not joking. It is, yeah.
That's like I stayed in Taiwan, and it's from one side, from the top of Taiwan to the bottom of Taiwan, I can drive that in 6 hours. The whole country.
No way, dude. I used to live in Taiwan. Taipei.
Me too. Yeah. And I stayed in a place called Nankan, which is like not far from the airport.
Okay. I forgot what district I lived in.
Taoyuan.
It was.
Taoyuan.
It was. What?
I lived in
That
Taoyuan
sounded
district.
familiar.
Yeah,
Okay. Do you know Taipei American School? TAS. It's pretty big.
I do. I've been there, yeah.
Really? Okay. I went to school there. I lived very close to TAS.
Oh my God. You must have been like you must have been like 10 years old.
No, I was like 5 years old when I went there.
Oh, wow. Even younger. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So you must be up to read and write Chinese pretty good.
No, I wish, man. My parents didn't put me in Mandarin until I was about 7 or 8, and I was picking it up very quickly, but then we moved. And then I had to start learning a different type of language. So, yeah. But I do know 一点点, you know, 你好, 你好吗? That's about it.
Okay. So did that affect your the way that you feel that others think about you? I mean, do you think that you think different than the people around you now that you're in America?
Yes,
Absolutely.
yes. She thinks traveling over the pond is like a normal thing, not a privileged
No
thing.
big
Totally
deal.
normal thing.
Someone, you've got a really, really fucked up echo.
Yeah, that's because she didn't mute while I was talking.
It sounds like you're eating a steak sandwich.
No, I'm
No, he's sitting right next to me. That's my husband.
You must
Oh,
feed him back
okay.
because you guys are in the same place. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
wow. That's interesting. So, does your husband have anything to do with Chinese or Taiwanese or anything?
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at that one. No, I married someone that does not necessarily like to travel. He grew up in the same town, knew everybody in his small little town. I mean, has never been overseas. Oh man, yeah.
before.
Oh
I
my
think I
God.
married my
I, I
opposite.
thought China had horrible food. I didn't
Have
know
you
that
been to China?
Chinese has
And
really good food though. Because all I knew
have
was
you
like
been to,
Chinese buffet.
have you been to China, husband?
Heck no, I don't even like getting out of Texas. Only time I've ever been out of the
Oh my
United
God.
States was when I was like 7 and I went to Mexico with my parents. I hardly ever get more than 300 miles from where I was born.
Are you black?
No.
He is.
Are
I've
you
seen Chris on camera. He's absolutely as black.
Are
No
you
lie.
African American? Like, sorry, I'm
Is that
sure the wrong one.
Flatty?
That is so
Is that
hilarious.
Flatty?
It is, hey, dude.
Anyway, it's
No,
like,
he's a redneck.
oh, he's a redneck. Okay, so like, you really need to drag his ass like overseas, like anywhere. Just choose a place. But it'd be cool if you went to Taiwan. Yeah.
Dude, that would be such a dream come true. It's not gonna happen though, because he doesn't even have a up to date government ID.
Well, I was looking at the tickets from here to Thailand just yesterday, and it's only like $650. I can go to Taiwan, Thailand. So like, come on, man.
Nice.
Take a weekend off. Like, sell your unwanted shit that you've got stored up in your shed. Sell one item, and you can have a plane ticket, and just go and just have fun and just open your mind.
Dude, I love that. That's the kind of stuff I would do. So for my, I think it was my 19th birthday, I decided, okay, I'm gonna scroll on the where you buy airplane tickets online. I'm just gonna scroll, and wherever it lands, I'm gonna go to. And so I did. I closed my eyes and I like scrolled through all throughout the places, and I ended up on Aruba, and I was like, all right, I'm going to Aruba, and I did. My parents were so freaked out. They were like, you have to go with somebody. So my mom bought a ticket, and I met my mom there.
Wow.
It was so fun. I love traveling. Yeah, I love the world is such a beautiful place. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Just leave it. And I have traveled quite a bit of it. Uh, but now I'm doing, I think, like the biggest adventure is motherhood. And so I'm doing that. I'm focusing on that now.
Yeah, as long as you don't feel like you're doing time, man.
Hey guys, I have a question. If you don't see something as a whole, can you make a shape claim?
Not without
I
first
don't
making
think so.
assumptions. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to tell my friend Callie over here. That how can you make a shape claim if you haven't seen the object as a whole, right? How can you make a shape claim? You can maybe theorize, well, I saw this shadow and maybe this it means that and I measured this and maybe and but can you actually make a positive shape claim if you haven't seen the object as a whole? I say no.
As long as consensus agrees and science agrees, I guess you can, according to these guys.
Yeah, they have a funny way of doing things, yeah. But any logical human being, you know that that is a true statement, right? How can you make a shape claim if you haven't viewed the object in its entirety? I mean, I think that's pretty logical. And that goes for flat earthers and ballers, right? I'm not discriminating here. That's a general statement.
Yeah, like maybe like that's a good point. Like what shape is a cloud? I guess it depends on where you're viewing it from, right? Like the shapes are just infinite.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like they could be measuring drop over distance and think they live on a sphere when actually they live on a football shaped earth. American football.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, this is a big one, you know, and they get upset when I tell them that, but it's the truth. It is the God's honest truth.
Well, you know what I have a problem with, SC, like in regards to shapes, right? So they'll use like a circle, right? As a proof, right? Like they'll say, well, look, like if we start at this point and we measure from this point in equal distance from this point, it creates this circle. Therefore, it's a globe. But if you're going to measure something from a point and you want everything within, from there to 200 feet to be equal of amount of water or equal amount of equal amount of anything. A circle is you only have one option, so you're getting forced into a circle. You can't do it with a square or a triangle. Circle is your only option. So they say, well, look how I proved something by measuring from a point in equal distance away with whether it be having a certain electrical charge, a ratio of sight, etc. And they put you in this in this corner of shapes, and there's nowhere else to go. You're forced to be in a circle. So it's kind of like almost deceptive in a way, but that's not the right word.
Yeah, here's Stark Otter with a riveting comment. He's quoting me, but I never said that. A bowling ball cannot be claimed to be a ball because you can't see the backside. And he quotes me, SC 2023. Yeah. How do you know the bowling ball that you're looking at, right? How do you know it's not cut and you're just seeing half of it? How do you know what's on the other side? That's a good point. You can't make that claim. You can't until you see the object as a whole, Stark Otter. Correct. You're looking at one side of a wall, right? You assume the other side is the same, right? But how do you know? It could be a different shape on the other side of the wall. Maybe it's a triangle on the other side. Maybe it's a box. Who knows? Maybe it's irregular. How do you know? So
Yeah,
just
we make
making.
these shapes. Yeah. Good.
Go on. What were you saying?
No, I was going to point out, like, we're making these shapes. These shapes don't show themselves in nature. You know, we're making a shape, we overlay it onto something, and then we say that thing is a shape, but it's not.
Yeah, like they say, right? 24 people have went up high enough, supposedly, to see the whole of whatever this is were stood upon, right, or sat upon. 24 people, if indeed they went up high enough. So we're supposed to take the word of these 24 people that are military men and sworn to secrecy for good reason, of course. Absolutely not. I'm not prepared to do that.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it in
Government
any other
agencies that we
situation.
know lied to us in the past, right? Well, too bad Callie can't speak because this is a thing I wanted to go through with him. There'll be another time.
Who, Otter?
Callie. Callie is a newly turned baller, and he was swayed because of Polaris. And yeah, I know, Callie. We'll do it another time, bro. Don't worry.
Because of Polaris, what the heck? Polaris proves the Earth ain't going anywhere, dude.
Well, he
He's
says,
not
he
a
claims
new
that he doesn't see
baller.
how 1 degree 69 1 degree every 69 miles is possible other than a curved surface. That's his argument.
Okay, well, when you get
1 degree
below
of
the
what?
equator, how do you even measure that to Polaris? What is he talking about?
Well, he's talking about, the angle. They say every 69 miles, the angle to Polaris changes by 1 degree.
In the
That's what he's
northern
talking about.
hemisphere, right? Like,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
so, like, what about the southern hemisphere? I mean, that's what's in contention in the flat Earth. I feel like a lot of people are forgetting that. Like, the north, I get it, it works, but the south is where the problems are, and no one wants to address that. They just want to keep on going with evidence in the north.
Yeah, that's another example of just you're forcing yourself in a corner using a protractor. You're forcing yourself into using a circle again. I mean, use a square protractor, and then how many degrees is it?
They've cornered themselves in a circle somehow.
Always. Yeah. So if I take this circle and if I overlay it using a vertex of 2 straight lines and the horizon as a plane, then it's a circle. Must be a circle. But Jesse's not Jesse was just he's not converted towards the globe. He just in my opinion, I don't know, was like betrayed or got his feelings hurt or something. I'm not sure. And now I just like everybody else, we just don't know the answers. We just don't know. So maybe it is something we don't know. Maybe it is a globe. I don't know. Who knows?
All right. Well, okay.
How can I know?
Let's not bring emotions into it. Let's keep it as what we can observe and speak on what it is. And Gio made a really good point about observing Polaris when you hit the equator. When you hit the equator, Polaris disappears, which is an interesting observation. Polaris effectively sets if you're observing it as you approach the equator from the northern hemisphere. Now, when you're in the southern hemisphere, you can't even see Polaris, which again, the equator would be basically blocking the view of Polaris from that point. So I don't know, man. Falling back to observing a globe because Polaris has failed you seems to be a faulty move, but that's just me.
Polaris. Well, I debunked it by getting on a mountain at the equator, and it didn't disappear. Therefore, it's now a triangle. Earth is a triangle now. So. Yeah, I mean the logic where it comes from, I don't know. Like what I can't see something. The thing something else must be a shape. Yeah, and the sky must be flat. I don't know.
It's
What
important
other
also not to ridicule people for their ideas, right? It's important to talk rationally, talk fairly, right?
Sure. Sorry about that.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying in general. Like just
Exactly.
because somebody switches sides, you don't got to barbecue him. You don't got to ridicule him, right?
Again,
I don't know.
so
I'm
it
just
comes
I'm just
down
not
to
confident
what
in
is
these.
the person
Yeah.
standing on, right? What is the observation that they're proceeding upon in order to go where they go to? And we don't exactly need to, as you said, make it personal. It's just like, okay, well, why do you believe this? Let's unpack this model that you understand, steel man it, let me explain it further, and then pick it apart if it doesn't work. In fact, we know we pick apart the globe, it doesn't work.
Yeah, it's fascinating to me. Like, how can you see something and then go back, right? It's fascinating to me, and I want to know what's going on in his mind and stuff.
Well, that's taking it to the personal level, not that in a bad way, but that's kind of what I was addressing. Is in my opinion, again, is you come to everybody comes to a crossroad of do I feel comfortable not knowing, and when you don't know, it's scary and
You
it's
just hit
safer.
up on a very important thing, bro. This is, I think, the most important point right now. It's the inability. There's a word called epohe. It's a Greek word. It means to reserve judgment, right? It's my personal opinion, with all due respect to the ballers and some flat earthers, this ability to reserve judgment is lacking in a lot of people. In other words, you need to know the answer. You have to know the answer, right? But there's some things that you'll never know the answer to. So that's very important. The ability to say, okay, I'm going to call epohe on this one. I'm going to reserve judgment. That's a very important thing. And I think a lot of people lack that, including myself in the past. But I've learned to cope with that.
Well, I would say it's the ability, as they say in scripture, to be patient and listen. I don't know what is how does it, I want to pervert it. Be quick to listen, slow to respond, which is the idea of taking on whatever's being talked about and seeing if you can understand what's being talked about, unpack it, and pick it apart. Or if you align with it, you take it on as something that you can reside with. But understanding what's being presented is the time that you take to actually take it on versus, oh, a flat earther is saying this, so I'm just going to go against them for the sake of going against them.
Yeah, auto denial. And the best thing is you were given 2 ears and 1 mouth, right? So listen twice as much as you talk. Yeah.
Yeah, I was listening to Witsit and Kai because I wanted to see the dynamic duo, right, come back. And Witsit said something. He said, but that it seemed like he took offense to, was the Dunning Kruger effect in this debate that he was on, right? And he pointed out, I haven't checked this, right? I haven't fact checked it, but he said, well, the Dunning Kruger effect goes both ways, right? And he was saying this, I haven't checked it, but he says that it's also it's more of a psychological effect, right? Where you feel confident, etc. There's also the opposite effect that people who are extremely knowledgeable in a certain field, they are less likely to speak on a point because the more knowledgeable they are. This is just my induction from that statement, that studies have shown that if the more knowledgeable you are, the less you say, and you kind of wonder. It just kind of, and to me, it interprets as the more you know, the less you know. So it shows that the experts in a field, the more they know, the less they feel confident because the less they know. It's a strange effect, if true.
Let me ask you this: the more you know, and the more you're being spoken about, is it your ego checking in, being afraid, almost holding you back to not speak on the subject because you're afraid of being embarrassed, perhaps?
Maybe embarrassed, or just like where it might lead to the next. I don't know. I didn't look too deep into it, but it just makes sense in that context that SE brought up. And which it's telling the truth, that this Dunning Kruger is not just the way we commonly use it as, oh, overconfidence. It's really a study of all sorts of effects of confidence based on knowledge input, right? Having the opposite, result is interesting. That showing that the best brains get like baffled or almost like, I can't tell you. All I know is what this paper says. I don't even want to speculate because I know I don't know. It's just a strange result.
Yeah, there is a certain problem with the very educated, right? And it's not their fault because they went to school, right? They've learned certain things, and to them, that's it. It's decided. It's been talked about. It's been peer reviewed, and these are the facts. They're convinced that they know. It's not like some of them. They come off as they think they're smarter than you, right? But they're convinced that they're right. You understand? And they're fighting. They're fighting an untruth. Like they're selling an untruth, but to them it's fact because that's what they learned in school. It's fact that the
Exactly.
sun burns helium and fuses. It's fact that it's 93 million. It's fact that the big. You understand? So they think we're dumb because we're questioning facts, but meanwhile they haven't been taught facts.
Exactly. So I was in my a very similar situation. I was in my office yesterday. I was actually showing 3 of my coworkers the observation that I posted with the sun in the eastern sky and the moon in the western sky, and then I go ahead and I show the moon and how it correlates to the map and how it unpacks and our location and everything. And these folks, I specifically at the intro, at the beginning of everything, I said to them, guys, I need you to just forget what you've been told, right? Take this in for what I'm showing, an objective observation. We have an object being a picture, right? And see if you can actually make any connections in your mind's eye. And they could not release the idea of a ball, no matter how hard they tried. It was actually pretty interesting to watch their fuses literally pop one by one. So this is just it. You set somebody who thinks they have the truth onto a path of trying to release that paradigm truth that they hold so clear to them. And in that journey of getting to that point, seeing how the cognitus sets in and how that fuse blows is the interesting thing to me, because the truth is the truth at the end of the day.
Yeah, it comes to a
But
point where you've done
was
this
there a
for so long.
storyline? Was there a storyline to what you were saying, or what? I mean, like people that have watched back in 2015 the Flat Earth Clues and Eric Dubay and the 200 Proofs, and that's a lot of info. But if you're just showing a sunset, like I don't know, do you have a storyline? Because like I don't know if that would be enough.
So it was strictly, right? And again, it's the idea of presenting how is it possible that you can see the sun in one side of the sky and the moon in the other side of the sky, right? If in fact we're on a ball and the ball should be in fact blocking one of those celestial bodies, right? It's just a question. I'm not by any stretch of the imagination speaking down anything with any kind of an authority. All I'm doing is putting in a little splinter, asking a question, saying, how come? And that's all it is, right? I'm not trying to project my truth or belief onto anybody. I'm just inserting a splinter into their story to try to get them to think a little bit deeper. Does that make sense?
Did any of them ask? Sorry, SE, I'll just one more question. Did any of them ask you if the moon was a full moon or a half moon or a quarter moon?
They saw it was a full moon, September 1st. So we had a full moon sighted.
Oh, right. Okay, they saw it. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and
Wow, that's interesting.
And that's what it was.
That's
And what I
interesting.
knew I had one of them hook, line, and sinker is because he instantly went to the why question and he started asking me, well, why would they lie to us? And I said to them, how many people are on this earth? And he said approximately 8 billion. And I said, there's your point. 8 billion possible whys, subjective viewpoints as to why they would have lied. I don't care about the subjective viewpoint on it. I'm strictly looking at it from an objective viewpoint, which is this picture that I have taken that is an object that you can't speak down. And that's the point of the whole thing. And he instantaneously understood my point from the standpoint of I'm not appealing to a subjective viewpoint. I have an object that I'm basing my viewpoint on.
I've yet to meet a flat earther that has claimed to have made someone transition to the same thinking. It's like, have you ever done it yourself? Have you successfully transformed someone's thinking to become a flat earther when they weren't before? I want to meet someone that's
Okay.
done that.
All right, and again, I'm just making it clear. I'm not saying that I projected that, right? My whole goal is to just insert a splinter to change the way that they think and allow them to start changing their minds. Because again, if I have to convince you of a truth, then I have to convince you and all your friends of the same truth, right? If I can show you something that piques your interest, that may garner you to start seeking out your own truth and change your paradigm and how you think. That's my point in talking about this stuff.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's interesting to hear how you said how you replied, but that wasn't my intention. Was to rebut like whatever you were saying, or to oppose you, or to have some competition or debate, or like challenge. My thought, my sentence was really sort of based on what you were saying, and it gave me an idea. And that idea was like, because myself, I've talked to many people and I haven't been able to convince anybody to become a flat earther, but it's obviously happening everywhere all the time. So I don't know if anyone's had any direct experience of being able to like spill the beans and then have that reap any rewards, because I haven't had that yet. But like it's obviously happening because flat earthers are becoming more and more and more. So like, do you have any direct experience with that? Anybody?
I have not personally, but I wish there was like a prerequisite to even join some of these servers, like to learn psychology and how to talk to people, right?
Wow. Yeah, it's like blow
That'd be cool.
Toastmasters, like totally, like Toastmasters would become like the 101, you know, the first class, and then you move on to Earth Awakenings.
Right. Yeah, I just uploaded well, not upload, but I just shared a link to this video that talks about how to talk to people, which is basically psychology. And it completely changed like how I approach people, right? Because what he talks about is like one-on-one in person. That like when you throw more people in the mix, it complicates things. And the main takeaway is not to hurl facts at people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah, and I still,
It's more of along the lines of ask questions,
yes.
and it's not a belief, but really an idea. We're just throwing ideas out there, like throwing spaghetti against the wall. You know, it didn't stick. It didn't stick to the wall. Let's cook it a little more. Okay, that stuck.
Yeah, Blue,
You know,
touching on that real quick is like what you said, it said it exactly at the beginning, is how to talk to people, right? The method that I try to implore whenever, like if I'm going with an observation, I'm going to show it to you, right? Show the observation, like the picture that I took. However, if I'm engaging just in a conversation with somebody, I'll implore the Socratic method, which is you start to find out what that person understands it to know based on questions you ask them. So you're not talking to them, you're asking them to extract information from them so that you can take that information and start asking questions back to them to say, okay, well, if you believe this is the case, well, why is it this way? Does that make sense?
right?
exactly,
Exactly.
and that's what I was doing with Snacks earlier on. He's on our side, man. But you know, I was giving him it, and I was giving him an interview, and I just wanted to know more because, like, it's been a while, right? And I wanted to know more about this person, this entity on the other side of the internet that I think we all deserve to sort of have some more color displayed. And it's good when people open up, because it shines a totally different light on your perspective of, you know, what you're dealing with, you know. And this needs to be, I think, the one of the virtues, obviously. And sometimes I break the rules, but like, it's patience, you know. Patience is a virtue.
Yeah. What I found interesting was how like in that video that I was mentioning, he was talking about how people can become aggressive and they'll just be like, "Oh, that doesn't make any sense. You're just like a conspiracy theorist," and just they're very dismissive. And he was actually saying, "Well, that's actually a good thing, and that at that point in time, we should just walk away, just let it do its thing, let them do their thing, go separate ways." But the main takeaway is it's like a jigsaw puzzle, right? You got two pieces and they don't match. Well, you got to throw one of them out, right? You can't keep both of them. So whether or not they choose to think of their idea or think of your idea, well, that's ultimately up to them. And
But I don't know if Snacks knows or understands that I was actually interviewing him. Maybe he thought we were just having a plain old conversation. But in fact, I was extracting information from him to sort of get down a little bit deeper and into the field, into the residents that I'm dealing with. You know.
yeah, but like I was saying, like when someone starts to get aggressive and dismissive like that and in that state of mind, it's best to just let it go. Just let them, part ways. Let that set in. Whether they want to believe, whether or here I said believe again. Here, if they want to think about your idea or keep thinking about theirs, right? Like that's up to them. That's their decision. Right.
Yeah,
So
but
whether it takes
how do
one
you
day, a week, a month, year, or years,
how do you
eventually,
feel like if you were talking to a family member or someone else, like that someone else could be anybody else, like a friend, the public, your boss,
right,
anybody, or your own family. You'd think that your
especially
own
family
family,
members, right? Because
yeah,
then,
well,
you really care about your family because that's your family. It's not like just
yeah,
a friend.
you,
I
you
know
don't
that
want
sounds
to.
horrible, but family is family. There's no replacing that, right? So let's say you have a family member that has diabetes or some pretty bad health condition and you have a means to help them, to cure them or whatever. It can be a lot easier to get emotionally involved in that because you really care about them, so like it can come off as aggressive, right? Because it's you know what I mean.
Yeah, but sometimes you get so emotionally involved that when you're dealing with a family member, it ends up being like uh, more of a conflict, more of a
Right.
conflict than somebody that has no invested sort of family member level, because when you're on a family member level, you can make mistakes, you can break the rules, but you're always forgiven. But at the same time, when you're dealing with someone who's not family, um, I guess it's all only about the information. There's no real emotional attachment.
Right, to an extent, yeah, I hear you saying.
Because I've tried with family, and it's so difficult. It's like even if they think you're insane, like they'll forgive you, but they still won't think about the words that you were trying to let them understand. It's just okay, this guy's fucking insane, but he's my family member. Okay. But if it's someone from the public, they either take the information or they think you're insane and never talk to you ever again. It's like it's a hard ending. It's not
Yeah,
a soft
the way I look
forgiveness.
at it is, even if it isn't political, like if you really think about it, everything is political. Like even just talking about health, like you think, oh, politics doesn't get involved in that, but at the same time, it kind of does. Like for instance,
Fuck yeah! Like if you think
like
about it,
someone who has
any
diabetes and he goes to the white coat doctor, your mainstream doctor, and he keeps telling them, oh well, just keep taking these insulin shots that they have to give themselves 4 times a day. You know, we're talking type 2 diabetes. This is no walk in the park, you know, like a blood disease. You know, that's pretty damn serious. And people die from that all the time. And then you try to bring up, oh, well, maybe there's some alternative method that maybe we can get you off insulin. Maybe, you know, you won't have to take insulin for the rest of your life. Right. But then they turn around and say, oh, well, my doctor said that my numbers are improving, you know, whatever that means. Because it's been years. Oh,
So
my
are you
doctor's
from?
saying that my numbers are getting better, and you know, as if there's hope and like he'll ever get off insulin. But what he doesn't realize is that their very lifestyle is the cause. That is the root cause of the condition. Right? You got the root cause, the direct cause, and you have the indirect cause.
Are you from Alabama?
I am not.
Are you from South America? Are you from the South?
Yes.
Are you from Florida?
You're close, but you gotta go a little further west.
You see, I've never been to America, but I wouldn't know definitively, but I can. People from different areas also have slightly different thinking as well. It's like, do you think that like the people from upper state New York have a slightly different perspective on life compared to someone from Florida?
I don't
Like,
think I've ever been asked that before. That's a good question.
Yes, absolutely.
Hey, Carlos, what you need to know, though, about Florida is there's more New Yorkers in Florida than in New York.
what?
Yeah,
Hmm.
What's
Florida
the
is like the place where all Northerners go to live. Like
Well, that's like the
retire,
opposite
become
side
snowbird.
of the freaking continent. What the heck?
what's the population of New York then?
Well, New
Oh,
York is in, man, they're in bad shape over there.
oh, you're talking about generationally, like, so like New York's made up of immigrants, is it? Mostly now. I mean, not necessarily from outside of the US, but New York's like a metropolis, and then the original New Yorkers, when they retire, they go to somewhere sunny, somewhere like hot and tropical.
Yes, exactly. That's what goes on. Like once these New Yorkers retire, they come to Florida, and Florida doesn't have like many like native Floridians.
Wow, what's a native Floridian? Is that kind of like what's the greatest state like? What would be the main influence on Florida then if it's not a Floridian?
A New Yorker.
Fuck, going around in circles. Like, what's the main influence on Florida? Like directly, like the main. What's the? It must be the surrounding states, right? Or is there an ethnicity involved?
No, Florida's a peninsula. There's nothing around us.
But it's got a history, right? It's got a long history.
It does. Florida has a super long history. It's one of the oldest states in America because the Spanish founded us long time ago. We have tons of mounds, which people would call pyramids. So there's evidence that ancients were here as well. But in the 1920s is when the big, like everyone from the north started moving down to Florida because the railroads were built at that point.
Where did the Does anyone know when where did the railroads start? Like where did they stem from? Like what location? Because like it must have bled from like one particular area, and then like they had some target like where they wanted to do trade with. You'd think that it would start like, what's the point of having a railroad unless you wanted to move something hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles, right? So I think it would be the furthest from the coast possible towards the coast, because you'd got to move your freight to where you can put it on a boat, right? That's my way of thinking. From North America straight down to Florida.
Hey, quick Google research. It says this: the first North American, quote, gravity road, end quote, as it was called, was erected in 1764 for military purposes at the Niagara Portage in Lewiston, New York. That is crazy that they called it Gravity Road. What in the world?
Yeah, but it did start from the north, right? And then it went towards the coast where they're going to put their stuff on the boat. Like California, Florida, anywhere on the coast there. Especially like what's the most what's the commodity the most precious back in the day was timber, right, from the forests.
Probably that and, well, food. Yeah, it did. It went to
Food,
California.
hang on, food from North America, are you sure? It's like I thought all the food was like predominant in the warmer climate.
I must have misunderstood your question. I was thinking that you would want, if you're like going out to the west, if you're building a railroad out to the west and taking commodities, it's like if you didn't have a farm or whatever, you would rely on, well, there probably were farmers, a lot more farmers.
Well,
So
it,
maybe
it
I was wrong.
depends on your premise. Like, was the objective to have self-sufficiency and supply to within your own country, or was the objective to do trade with the outside world? And if you're doing trade with the outside world, you'd want to start with the heart of America and bleed out to the world. But if you wanted to do self-sufficiency, it would be the opposite way around, where you'd take from the lucrative and most fertile areas of the United States and you'd go inwards. That's like the opposite thinking. It's like, but we all know that international trade, we all know that international trade is number one. Yeah.
I wanted to make a comment on that. Imagine that there's some good, some resource that isn't local. The value of it increases the further away you are from that source.
Yeah, wouldn't it depend on, like, it's also seasonal as well. A lot of things rely on the cyclical nature of our seasons, and it would be balanced in a way that it would be quite even. Like, there's no loser, there's no winner, there's everybody gains. But as soon as you start dealing with the outside world, um, you know, like, we could be self-sufficient here where I live, but as soon as we involve the outside world, then, we export all of our crayfish and our lobster and our fish overseas. So now the local price It doesn't matter where you are.
Stop eating
There's-
fish. I mean, it's self-sufficient. I just want to add in also. I mean, it's up to what your satisfaction level is. So what your need, like what you say you need versus what you actually need.
I imagine some monarch king that really liked saffron from Afghanistan, and he said, "Man, I'm sick of only getting a little bit here and there. I want 100 people to be served saffron." And then, it started becoming like bulk. They started bulking the amount that they were transporting.
Are we weighing between the two options of what makes something valuable, its abundance versus its rarity? Like if I only had
Yeah.
one child, would it be more valuable or less valuable than if
Dude.
I had 100 children? Then they would all be.
I imagine,
Yeah.
isn't
Yeah.
a bottle of water at Disney World like $10? It's because that's the only water you could get when you're in Disney World.
Yeah, and when you go to the movies, you have to buy the popcorn from them. You can't bring your own popcorn, right?
Wow, unless you have a good backpack or like a nice hoodie.
If you want to break the rules, yeah, everybody likes to be a pirate.
Yeah.
A
I'm in the
pirate
back.
or
Yeah.
one of those dudes. Like I went to Laos, north of Thailand there, and man, there's pirates hiding in the trees. There's pirates everywhere. You've got to be careful, man. It's like, and that's the way that they live. That's the way that they deal with life every day. They're planning strategically to
A lot of
either
work.
legitimate. Eh?
It's a lot of work. I mean, they should reap the reward of planning and strategizing.
Yeah, it's like the Moody Blues song where the guy's singing the song. No, it's like the song by Atomic Rooster. And the dude's eating like a peanut butter sandwich while he's doing a main introduction to his music on the first TV ever appearance of Atomic Rooster, and he eats a fucking peanut butter sandwich while he's singing it. Have you seen that one?
No.
It's called Black. I think it's called. Maybe it's called Black Snake by Atomic Rooster. But can you imagine, like, the first ever TV appearance, television appearance of the Beatles, and the main singer pulls out from his pocket of his jacket a peanut butter sandwich, and while he's singing, he's chewing on it, and he's so relaxed. I don't
It's
know.
a funny scene. I lost the relevance, but I mean, it's a weird thing to think about. I don't know why he's eating a peanut butter jelly sandwich.
Yeah, I don't know why I was talking about that. But kind of popped into my head.
Like how rare, like how much could he sell the sandwich for now? I don't know. But yeah, I don't know what makes something more valuable. I mean, value is a weird thing. Value is a weird thing. It is strange.
I think the only way to understand what the fuck I just said is you actually need to look up that song and watch that video. It's fucking
I did.
blow your mind.
I already did.
It's blowing your mind.
And you were correct. It is Black Snake. You're correct. Yeah, it's live. As soon as I looked it up, it's a live performance, and he's eating a peanut butter sandwich. First scene. Yeah.
And he's got such a moon face. He's got an interesting face.
Yeah, he's ugly.
And he's got freckles and orange hair.
Oh, there's something that's rare, right? Like red hair, freckles, right? That's rare, right? But nobody really thinks of the redhead as like valuable. It's really the opposite. So this value thing of rarity goes both ways.
That was my father's favorite band, by the way. Was Atomic Rooster.
I've heard. I honestly don't even know who they are, but I've heard it before. Maybe I know a song that and I don't know it.
Yeah, that's kind of like not ever hearing of Led Zeppelin. Come on, like Atomic Rooster is up there with Led Zeppelin, but
Are they? Oh.
Yeah, it's like I'm serious. Like Jimi Hendrix, Atomic Rooster, Led Zeppelin, The Doors, Pink Floyd. Like Atomic
Yeah.
Rooster is actually there, but it's not in a lot of people's consciousness. I don't know why.
Strange.
And the Moody Blues.
Dude, Atomic Rooster must be some kind of Mandela thing, because I've never heard of them.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
It's
I heard
like you
that
haven't
CERN
heard
is I heard CERN is operating within the fourth dimension to manipulate the Mandela effect upon us all.
Yeah, which one? There's 30,000 of these colliders apparently in the world. So you're
So
talking
it was
about
just like a headline.
the CERN, the CERN, the one.
I think they've got part of that place is called the scope. They've got to have a kaleidoscope in there.
Is that a joke or is that a real thing?
So that was a shit one. The Large Hadron Kaleidoscope.
Let me just say one thing, if I may, to these guys in the text, because I'm tired of typing. You can say whatever you want about spectroscopy, right? There is no possible way that you know what is inside something just by viewing what light it emits. Absolutely zero way. In other words, I can take a wheelbarrow, right? Put a light on it, right? Have you look at it, put something inside, and you will never, ever, ever, ever tell me what's inside of that barrel using spectroscopy. Ever,
Yeah,
ever, ever.
Yeah, but I can tell you, if I saw multispectral flames coming from it, it would be the latest tabloid magazine made of print, because you'd see lots of greens and you'd know that it's burning a certain type of paper.
Sure. No, you can know, you might know that. But if you don't go inside of it, you will never, ever know what's in there. It'll be just speculation.
Montreal.
My
It's
understanding
not
of that
just
is,
speculation, though.
yo, my understanding of
Okay.
that is that you could test in a lab different materials and elements, observe what colors they emit, and then you can consider what we see in the sky. That would be the best. That would be the best presumption, right?
Well, you
The
can
problem is,
presume. You can
the
presume.
problem is like what Essie was saying. It's like when you burn something, you can get a whole spectrum of colors from burning something, but you can also get another variety of colors from another form, which is not burning, maybe from the reflection of light from water. I mean, does the blue from the reflection of light from water have any correlation to the blue from burning some trash? Not at all. Zero. There's nothing in common except for it's the same color. Right, you see?
Yeah, that's a good point. Like Callie, how many colors are there? So how many options of it? So how many colors are there?
My point is, you don't have a better way to presume what could be the content.
Well, why presume in the first place, bro? Why must you presume? Why can't you say, I don't know this? Why must you presume?
Yeah.
Essie Montreal. Just because.
Whoever's in the chat, like, tell them to come on. Whoever's in the
I'm
chat.
sorry. Can I answer SC or no? No, I can't answer.
Let Jesse
Yeah,
go,
I'll
and then
go
let
on mute.
AK go.
Let him go. Go
AK's
ahead, Paul.
part of it.
Let him go.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
Thank you.
I think that a lot of
My
Texans.
fucking God.
Okay, never mind.
Let AK go first, Jesse. He's been in the chat talking.
It's okay.
I've been
I'm
trying to
traffic right
talk
now
for
anyway.
10 minutes now. And
Go
I'm
ahead, guys.
trying to
One at a time.
respectfully
You'll all get a chance. We have all day. Come on.
So, Essie Montreal, the thing is, you don't have only the spectrum of light from the sun, right? You can also model, you can also measure the energy output. You can also the energy that you're perceiving. You can also measure its angular size, and you can put all that into a model, knowing what you know about, for example, fusion, about how much energy is left over there, and then you can put all that into a model of how you think the sun might work, and if that coincidentally works out to the energy output that we're measuring, the size that we're thinking it should be, and the spectrum that we're measuring, then that would be a whole lot of coincidences. Given that the only thing that we did was look at the spectrum, right? So prediction is the most powerful confirmation for theory.
Right.
So
That's
are
what
you
we're
telling
having.
Given all that, even if you have all that, what you just said, right? You still have speculation. Why? Because you haven't been there to actually check for yourself, right?
Yeah.
You can make an educated guess, agreed, based on the data you have, but there's no way to be certain.
Yeah,
There's
but
no way.
again, that essentially, again, experimentally, you can never be 100% certain about anything. That's obvious, and that's not a reasonable That's not a valid thing to say in response to what is accepted as known. Because in the same sense, we don't know that what we're perceiving right now is real in the sense that we're all thinking about existence. There's no
Agreed.
way
Well, look,
of
I
knowing.
go.
There's no, and within the scope of conversation about what do we know about the place that we seem to exist in, that we perceive as existence, is like it's all speculation, because you can't know for certain. Is entirely useless, because you can never know anything for certain.
I got a quick
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. That's what you've been
No.
taught. That's how they brainwash people, like telling them you
What can you know
not
for
know
certain?
anything for certain.
I got a
What do you
question
know for
about
certain?
spectroscopy. Are they presuming what's there, like what element is there, based on the color output? Is that kind of the gist?
Yeah, that's what they're
because like
saying. They're saying because of the
yeah.
color spectrum, they know
Okay.
what
So
the star is made
No,
of.
no,
Yeah.
no,
so,
no,
so
no, no. You
with
see,
that
like
being
if
said,
we're talking about stars, this dude that just came on before and he's talking about we analyze all of these different areas. Hang on. Wait a minute. He's talking about a star. Besides
oh,
the light that comes off the star, how the hell can you get any other measurement rather besides the light itself?
well, we're presuming what it is, not necessarily anything else. But my point that I was trying to make was that if we can create elements, right, and not all these elements can exist terrestrially, then who's to say it's not some other unforeseen element that we've never encountered before, creating this certain hue or whatever of light.
It is
Right on,
speculation.
man.
Let me answer
Yeah.
LK for one thing, because he thinks we cannot be certain of some things. I'll tell you something I'm certain of. Ready? If you
Sure.
take a plant, let's say a tomato plant, and you deprive it of sunlight, any kind of light or water, it will die every single time. Of this, LK, I am certain.
That's presuming a lot of things.
Not at all. I'm not presuming
Yes,
anything.
it
I
is.
guarantee you this. I guarantee
It's
you.
presuming a difference between
Aren't there
life and death in the first place. Can you
aren't there types of
even know the difference, Symmetrical, between living and not living?
Yes, the
Hey,
Because you're
plant
man.
will
presuming
wither.
that.
Yes,
You're
listen,
speculating on that.
listen. That I'll tell you. The tomato plant will wither, and die. It will no longer produce anything. It will die,
And
shrivel,
die. No
shrink,
longer
and
produce
die.
anything. I contest that. If it withers, then it produces a soil again. So you're wrong. And
Hang
what's the
on.
difference between living and dying again? You're presuming that. You're speculating on that.
I proved you something
No,
with
you did not prove
100%
anything. You made a
certainty.
statement and you
Hold on. Why are you
pursued a whole
talking
lot of
over me?
things about them.
Why are you
It's all
talking over me?
speculation.
This is the first sign of triggering when you don't let a person finish the sentence. That's the first sign that you're losing the argument. So, absolutely certain, can prove every time if I take a plant that is in the sun, in the soil, and I deprive it of any light or any water, that plant will die. It will stop producing tomatoes. That is a 100% certainty.
Presuming a whole lot of things. For example, knowing what the difference between living and not living is. It's all speculation.
I explained to you in this case, it would be.
It's all speculation in the same sense that the things that conclude to the contents of the sun are speculation. Actually, the things
Negative.
The example that you're using uses terms that are much less clearly defined and clearly differentiated. For example, a virus, is it alive or not?
We're not talking about viruses. We're talking about a tomato plant.
You're talking
Most
about a
people
plant
grow,
that's dying, supposedly
and most
dying
people
when you
know
don't give it that's supposedly dying according to what's happening to it when you deprive it of water and sun. But the term that you're using is not at all clearly defined. At least you can't. You can't know it. And therefore you can't know what exactly is happening to the plant in the process of depriving it from sun or water.
Can I ask one question? Can I just ask one question? And it's for the audience. It's like you guys were having a off VC chat. You were like on text chat, and you were having some debate about spectroscopy, and like Essie's got his opinion, you've got yours. Like, but like, what is the contention? Like, that's what we all want to like get to the bottom of, without any debate. Like a civilized like answer back and forth. Like, what are we actually talking about?
I'll break it down for you. I'll break it down for you. They say that by looking at the light coming from a certain star, the spectra, right, that they can determine what that star is made of. And my argument is you cannot, because there's no way to see what is inside the star. You just see the light emanating.
Stop right there. Like, both of you need to like give your definition of what a star is, and let us all know like the tangible aspects of the star, the manipulative aspects of the star.
Carlos,
Please
just let him carry on with it. Carlos, just let him carry on with it.
No. But Essie and the other guy, like, what are your manipulative aspects of the star? Your variables.
Dude, what the fuck, Carlos? Carlos, please, man. You're trying to get down to the spectroscopy thing. Let him do it.
Yeah, but we know the audience doesn't know what the fuck.
Just let him do it, bro, please.
Jeremy, like, they don't know what the audience, like, the audience don't know what the fuck, like, the object.
I was following. I just got in and I was following.
And why would you be asking? Why would you be asking Essie what he thinks the star is when he's saying that he doesn't agree with them claiming to know what the star is?
It's like one guy says you can measure use spectroscopy to understand how, like, what it's made of, using this method. But like, what is the point, man?
Well, the other guy says that you can't do that. That's it. That's all there. So. Essie doesn't
point, and they're going to debate it out.
Just let them talk about it.
So go ahead, LK. Any other things that's on your mind?
I was not the one with something on my mind. You were the one that came in and said you were tired of typing.
Yeah, because we were discussing the star thing. And my point is that even though you see the light emanating from it, and you can do spectroscopy on the light coming from it, right? There really is no way to know what's in the interior. There really is no way. There's no way around that statement.
Yeah, sure, buddy. Good for you.
Okay, tell me how you're certain, bro. I mean, come on.
Sure, buddy.
You can't just say pure buddy.
I already explained to you, buddy, how that's not a reasonable thing to say, or how that's not a reasonable rebuttal to the information that is given by the so-called scientific community. You're refusing to engage that thought, so never mind.
Buddy, this is what the Globers didn't tell you, okay?
I did not talk with you, Witzit.
It's well known that spectroscopy has all kinds of errors. There are tons of anomalies in our spectral line data coming from the sky. I guess they forgot to tell you that it's just a model that actually has a lot of errors.
Good for you. That's it. I was
Good
not
for
talking
me?
to you. Yeah, good for you. I was not talking to you, by the way, and I was not addressing you as buddy.
Why are you so feisty, man?
Is it okay?
I'm
We
just
invite,
pointing some simple things out
can-
to you.
You need a hug,
Bro.
bro. I love you, bro. Hey, AK, I love you, bro.
No, you
No.
don't. You don't know me.
I love you,
Hey,
brother.
we
Just
don't.
don't. Yeah. Good for you.
We don't need any of that. It's like, can we invite Witsit into the conversation, please? Because I want his input.
Well, like well, SE has a good point here. SE brings up a very good rebuttal. So, like, if you look at a barrel across like a football field, could you tell me what's inside the barrel by using spectroscopy? No, you can't do it on a football field with the barrel of elements, but you can do it from allegedly light years away. But what they'll never tell you, because they just kind of learn the concept of spectroscopy, and we do it on the Earth and stuff. They'll never tell you that it's well known when they look into the sky, there are a ton of anomalies. There's a ton of spectroscopic data that doesn't match. They have to come up with all kinds of, ideas and theories to try to make the anomalies work. They always leave that part out. They omit that part. So,
I mean,
How
I
do you
thought
find
that
that information
AK was
if they leave that out?
AK. I thought you were
no,
going to
you
kind of.
guys leave that out. The actual papers
Us
don't leave
guys
it out.
leave that.
That's my point. I
Okay.
went and researched it.
Okay. And the actual papers that point out anomalies, they are also concluding that therefore the entire method is invalid.
No,
AK,
This is
do you have
replacing.
like a claim like do you have a claim that you believe like, hey, I definitely believe that when I look through a telescope that the star is hydrogen because of colors? Is that all your claim is?
I did not make a claim.
Well, okay,
I mean,
what
yeah,
do you think about this,
Why
bro? What if
do I
you
have
look
to
at the
be
star?
the one making a claim now?
Okay, let me
I
help
was
you out here.
responding
Think about this.
originally.
What about when you're looking at the star? What if you're looking through plasma and it's ionized hydrogen? How would you know it's the star and not the medium you're looking through?
Yeah, I didn't even touch that. What's between you and the star? Millions and millions and miles. There's gas that's invisible. There's dust. There's all kinds of things. I didn't even get to what affects spectroscopy.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
it's
not even
clearly
in the
plasma.
combo. Yeah,
That's what it's actually plasma. Like all the evidence
clearly.
shows it's
Yeah.
plasma. Yeah. So it's like you're looking through plasma and then telling me that it's nothing so that you can tell me what the star is made of. But you're looking
Well,
through plasma.
AK, maybe you have some like papers on different altitudes and how the colors changed or didn't change, or
What are you talking about?
do you have? I mean, do you have any? Like, is it just a word that you like, or is there anything to it? The word spectroscopy. Just like the
I
word,
did
or
not use the word.
oh.
So
AK,
how did you come
do you
to
know
the
the difference
conclusion
in
I like that word?
Sorry. Do you know the difference in
I mean-
spectral and emission lines, AK? It's all good if you don't, but I'm just saying, like, is it fair to say that you're not particularly familiar with this subject and you're just kind of you
I'm certainly
trust
more
that the
familiar with
scientists
it than the average person.
you just trust that the scientists that do it know, right?
No.
Well, you know the difference in spectral and emission lines, so I mean it's not a big deal, bro, but that's kind of like
I
the
don't have
basics.
that difference on my mind right now. No, but that might also be because this English is not my native language, so I might have learned it under different names, or I don't have a context of why of the specific setups that you were asking about. Because I know that the same thing can have multiple different names in different setups, and I know that the different things can be conflated to have the same name in different setups. So.
What he's talking about is the line. You know the spectral line that you said before when you saw that picture? There's some parts that are dark lines, and there's other parts where it shows color. That's what Witsit is asking you. Do you know what that is? And it's
Yes, I have
okay,
an
bro.
idea.
Like, you have to look into this stuff. It's a bit complicated, but yeah, what they say is very speculative, bro. Very sus if you look
So
into
you
it.
say. Good for you.
Well, yeah,
Good
just
for
look
you.
into emission
Mhm.
spectral lines. Just look into it.
Isn't it a positive claim saying that you know what it isn't, when actually the results of these tests is they're hoping that they're being as accurate as they can be, considering what these materials might be depending on the color of them when doing these spectroscopy things, right? So what we're
Well, you
assuming that
got to
they're not
understand
making
what I
that
said,
assumption.
right?
I'm just what I wanted to say
No,
before
you got to
SC was that
understand what I
I
said.
use the
It's
but dude, I use the word presumption because I agree with what you're saying. You can't know, but they're doing their best. I don't think they're intentionally lying, right? So they're doing their best. They don't have
okay. Yeah, I'll give
100%.
you
Yeah,
that. Yeah.
there you go.
We're not
Thanks.
saying they're lying, bro.
Yeah, I
Bro,
can
we're
agree
not
with
saying they're
Jesse.
lying. I'm just telling you they're analyzing what they see. Now, what they see is coming from the exterior of the said object. And what I'm telling you is there's no way to know through spectra analysis what's on the inside. There's just no way.
Exactly. We're not talking about the innocence of their thinking. We're not talking about they're talking honestly or dishonestly or any of that. We're just talking about the reality of the science itself. Yeah.
Yeah, like I agree with Jesse. Like I would do the same thing. I would look at it also, and I would speculate. But what do we really know? That's the question.
I
You
don't
can
think we
speculate
know.
all you want.
Yeah,
That's fine. That's fine. But as long as you say I'm speculating, you can't make a positive claim. There's just no way.
Exactly. Yeah,
that's true.
because it's not tangible. There's nothing tangible there.
Exactly. I mean, it's not rocket science, right? You have a box, you see what's out on the outside, you can do a spectral analysis. Oh, yeah, it's blue paper, cardboard, whatever. But you don't know what's inside. There's no way the light can look inside and see what's inside. It can't be done. I mean, how simple is that?
What's
It
in the
cannot be
box?
done.
What's in the box?
What's in the box? Yeah, they don't know. They just tell you what's in the box, and other people believe it.
Who
Thermonuclear
said
reaction. Yeah, sure.
that's funny? Who said what's in the box?
It's from Seven. Brad Pitt says it at the end. His wife's head's spoiler. His wife's head's in the box. Spoiler alert.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
that is. Yeah, that's a terrible. Yeah, what's in the? Yeah, he's all shaky. What's in the box? No. Yeah, that's fucked up, man. Why would you say that? I can't remember. Does he kill the guy?
Think of it like this, right? You want to buy a house. Oh, sorry. Somebody roboted?
Sorry, he said, did he end up killing the guy? Yeah, he does. Kevin Spacey gets it in the end.
So think
Go
of it
ahead.
like this: you want to buy a house, right? You hire an inspector, right? So he comes outside, he brings a spectrometer, right? And he points it at the house, and he starts telling, "Yeah, your foundation looks good. Yeah, your water, yeah, your electrical wiring is all good. Your roof looks good. Yeah, foundation. Yeah." What are you gonna tell him? You're gonna think he's insane, right? You're gonna say, "Dude, you didn't even go inside my house. You didn't check if my insulation, had the harmful material. You didn't check my plumbing. You didn't check my How the hell do you expect me to buy this house?"
Yeah.
That's what they're selling you.
But what you can
An
tell him, I
inspector
see.
that hasn't inspected the house.
What you can tell him.
That's a dishonest analogy. I've already explained how so, but you
It's really not.
insisting
Like-
on on acting like the only information that's taken
Yeah,
into account
but
is the spectral lines that we see in sunlight, and that's just plain incorrect.
Yeah, but your
Really not.
spectrum,
He can tell you.
your
He can tell
analysis
you.
is
Look,
based,
I
his
see
analysis
mortar.
is based purely on gases. Like it's all about gas. Like, have you gone there to test the gas?
Sure. It's guessing.
Yeah,
Just
it's
the
all about
way.
gas.
Yeah.
GAS.
So
gas.
your incredulity tells you.
I mean, that's how
Bro, you
That's how it works,
absorption
right?
and emission spectra. You're calling somebody else incredulity? I mean, seriously. You don't know the first thing about
in
emission
science,
absorption.
a hypothesis or an idea is tested, and then predictions are made based on that idea upon things that were not included into the in the considerations to get to the idea. So things that are like have actual predictive power considering what the idea is based on or derived from. And then if those things turn out to be true, then that would be a really massive coincidence. So we would say that there is something to that idea, and then it becomes a theory. Or in more colloquial terms, it becomes quote unquote known. And
No,
that
not
can
really,
still have
dude.
flaws. For example, the Newton's laws of motion, they turn out to be not quite right, but we still apply them in everyday life. We still apply them for any civil engineering and so on, because they're still valid. Like, we observed them, they're still a good enough idea. It's not how it actually works. How it turns out that when we have really high speeds, they stop working. And when we plug in how the better idea of how it works into the low speeds, then we see, okay, the difference is so small, it's negligible. We can't really tell the difference between how it actually works and Newton's laws of motion. So we use them. But yeah, that's how
That's
it
a
actually
non sequitur, bro.
Yeah,
That's a non
but no,
sequitur.
What is
dude.
a
So
non
like
sequitur?
with Essie's example with the whole inspector thing, right? Dude, what they've told you with the globe, as far as like what's in the ground and stuff, dude, it's equivalent to them knocking on the front door and telling you everything that's inside that freaking house, bro. Because that's what they've done with this model. By telling you
With
they've
the
barely
globe.
even scratched the surface and telling you what's 4,000 feet down, man.
Indeed, yes, that's what they're doing. But they're also honest about that, as far as I know, because you've come across that information.
They're
I've come
honest
across the
about their
information
lives.
that this is that this is based on just the density it seems to has, the total density. So
It's
you
just
can be
based on
well
a
aware
guess,
that
but we
this.
teach it. So
Well,
it's admittedly based on a guess, but we teach it.
guess, yeah. Well, how it's taught
Or
in school
hypothesis,
can be
whatever you want to
debated, yes, but
semantics, okay? Hypothesis is a guess. It's an educated guess, but it's still a guess.
Occam's razor is applied to it. So you're just taking this what seems like the simplest possible explanation for the observation that
No,
you're
dude, telling
having,
people
and
that
you
there's
expand it
4
when
different
necessary. But
layers.
that's not.
Telling people
No,
that there's
that's
4
not
different
strictly true.
layers that are at different temperatures, that are at different length, distances in the ground. That's not Occam's razor, bro. That's like
That's obvious. That's
that's
obviously a quite
not the
simplified version
easiest
of
answer
what.
when you think of what's
That's
under you.
actually that's obviously a quite simplified version of what is happening. No,
Guys, we gotta go one at a time. All right,
That's-
AK.
It's a lot of guesswork, man. And I think Essie's example of the inspection is actually kind of spot on, dude.
Yeah, sure.
And what was the conclusion? That if there's nothing tangible, you cannot get like a proper, conclusive, result.
Like, I mean, how do you measure
Can't get-
something you
Exactly.
can't see?
Exactly.
You can inspect it in
This is
a
not
number of
hard,
ways.
guys.
Like, optical is not the only way you can inspect something, is it?
Dude, so when you look it up, they tell you that they do it by the ground shaking. That's no different than knocking on the door and telling you what's in the bathroom, man.
No.
Yes. Either way, you
No.
haven't seen it.
No, but you're misunderstanding. You not understanding the
No,
process
I'm
does
not,
not is
dude.
not a valid argument against it. But never mind.
Because you also say that we don't understand the whole idea of spectroscopy, right? Wait, which one is the one with
I'm
the
not
light?
saying that.
Not
not
you
saying
personally, but your whole group of people.
My whole group, I don't assign myself to any whole group.
Do you believe that we live on a ball?
But I
Do you
also
believe we
don't
live on a
think
ball?
My beliefs are irrelevant.
Then that's your group, dude.
What's my group? My beliefs are irrelevant. Yeah, yes, well, but you're claiming you're like a lot of the truth seeker community or the flat earth community is claiming to belong to the same group. But when I asked them for the reasoning for making certain conclusions, they never willing to explain themselves for some reason. But never mind.
Even though you just had it explained to you.
What did I have explained to me?
Did you not hear what SE was saying to you? Did you not hear what SE was saying to you?
I had a lot of inaccurate analogies and parabolas thrown at me, and I had my point, the point that I was making, rejected or plain ignored multiple times. That's what was happening. I was not actually asking for reasoning or for an explanation in this particular conversation, so I'm not really sure what you're referring to.
Even that Professor Parks, who was been in here, seems to know his stuff. Seems like a nice guy. Even he'll tell you it's just an educated guess.
Yeah, because I'll tell you one thing. Like, my brother that's talking about spectroscopy and thinks that it's like the end all be all, is like, even in your own paradigm, in the heliocentric model, they've only sent probes to anywhere within our own solar system to analyze the planets. You know, the moving stars. You know, the Saturn, the Venus, the Neptune,
Moving stars, yes.
yeah, all of these. But yeah. Have you sent like any of these probes to a star, like the fixed stars? Have you sent one of these probes to a star to tell us how it is, like tangibly?
Tangibly, well, none of the probes that are sent or claimed to be sent to planets are tangible to you, are they?
So spectroscopy can like analyze the local solar system, but do you think it can, like, since we haven't sent a probe to any of these distant stars, do you really think that it's possible to use this method?
Possible. Well, according to the numbers they give us, it's going to be very hard to use that method because they are supposedly very far away, our stars. As for the possibility of the rules of existence arbitrarily changing between the places that we supposedly already sent probes to and the places that we didn't, that would be a very wild speculation that you do not really have any reason for to make. So we're gonna just assume a continuity of the rules of existence, of how existence works, and we're not gonna assume anything in between it. And that's what the current papers and claims are based on.
What the fuck was your answer?
Basically, Occam's razor again. You're not making up more complicated systems to explain something without having reason without having like a tangible observer reason to do so.
AK, I already ended this, dude. If there's plasma between you and what you're looking through elements. Okay? So all you're seeing is some type of electromagnetic source inside of plasma, which excites those elements the closer it is to the source. To assume the star is made up of what is in between you and the star is an assumption. If you're wrong about what is in between you and the star, then you can be wrong about your spectroscopic interpretation.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, cool.
Because you have to agree that the local solar system, like the ones that we commonly like talk about, like Neptune and Saturn and all of these, Jupiter, like outside of these, like you could number them on your hands, on your fingers, right? There's not many of them, but outside of that, there's the trillions of stars, and you know nothing about them. Is that a correct statement?
That was for you, bro.
I mean, does he really think? Does he really think that he knows anything about the stars? I
No,
think you're
he admitted he kind of just trusts the scientists. I mean, he didn't actually admit it, but that is the case. So
I think
Thank you for
it
making
was
statements about my personal
well, you
belief.
told me you didn't know the difference. You didn't know the basics about spectroscopy. You told me that yourself, bro.
I since looked up the two terms that you wanted to differentiate, and the difference doesn't seem to be a big deal if you would actually substantiate what you were saying and how that is so very fundamental to the understanding of spectroscopy itself that you now know that I don't know anything about it. Go ahead, but
well, AK,
Okay,
how
when
long?
we're
Like, how many?
looking at spectroscopy, the first step is to know if you're looking at spectral or emission lines. That's literally the first step. So what do you
no,
mean? Yes. Yeah, let me give you an example.
no.
There's some yes.
No, it's because by the setup itself, you already know if you're looking if you're gonna have spectral lines or emission lines, because the spectral lines are basically when you have an even spectrum of light and you're having dips in different parts of that spectrum. Those are spectral lines. If you have emission lines, then you're not having an even background of light. Basically, you're picking up certain wavelengths. By the setup itself, you already know what the line you're looking at is, whether the line you're looking at is a dip or spike. By the very nature of your setup, so you don't really know or need to differentiate those terms specifically.
Listen, dude. You have
As I was
absorption in a
your question was nonsensical in the context of what we're talking about.
You have absorption
Your
in a
conclusion
mission
from
line.
that I don't know anything about that is entirely uncalled for.
All right,
you
stop
don't know anything
pausing
about
and
my
then talking
education
back.
whatsoever. You don't know anything about my.
They're just annoying, dude. Okay, we have absorption and emission lines. They are different. It's very important to know which is which. For example, in your own paradigm, for many years, they were wrong about the sun. They assumed the wrong type of spectral lines looking at the sun. This is a well known part of the history of your own paradigm. They were wrong about the type of spectral lines when they looked at the sun. So, yes, you need to know the difference in absorption, right, and emission. So, yes, that is a fundamental concept in spectroscopy. And no, you can't just know automatically.
AK seems pretty knowledgeable. Can I
the
ask him a
difference between
question?
absorption and emission is not inherently called spectral lines or emission lines. No.
Oh, it's
AK,
absorption.
you seem pretty knowledgeable. Can I just ask you a basic, like, it's probably too basic. I just curious, like that, if you have the answer, because with the emission line, it's pretty basic, right? Like, even though you're looking at it like as 1 inch, right? It's, like in your right on through a telescope or whatever, it's like a 1 inch line. How long is that emission line actually? Like 1,000,000 miles long, 2,000,000, 100,000,000, a light? Like, how long is that line? 1 inch or
1 inch line?
Is it just 1 inch?
What do you mean with a 1 inch line?
Like, in reality, how long is that emission line? The line that they're looking at on through the telescope microscope. How long is it?
The line that they're looking at.
Just how long is it?
What are you talking about?
How big is it?
What do you mean how long? Which direction long?
I thought it was basic. I don't. Maybe
That does not have any meaning.
Oh,
Yeah, because the only way that you can analyze it is with pixels.
Huh? No, you can also do it analog, and then you don't have any pixels. That's also stupid.
Yeah, but hang on. How do you break down what's the method of measurement if you're not dealing with pixels?
You do it analog.
Yeah, what's
not having pixels when you do it analog. That's literally the difference between digitizing and analog.
One person at a time. It's like I'm asking you, how do you measure analog?
Using mechanical devices in the end, basically. Okay, you're using.
So how do you make a measurement? How do you make a measurement analog? Tangible, right? Analog is
Yes, with
tangible.
haptic objects, not
Hang on.
necessarily.
You've
Not
got to
necessarily.
differentiate
You
the
can also
difference.
do analog measurements without having them be tangible. For example, with with an analog oscilloscope. That gives you an analog output, so one that's not dependent on pixels, but it's also not tangible. So it doesn't make you perceive electrons. Okay, so.
So it's still not
Okay,
tangible.
man. I just understand that there's some very basic presuppositions required. There's a lot of anomalies. That's what SC was trying to tell you, right? And the simple
No.
example is you can't even tell me what's inside of a barrel across a football field on the earth. If you think you can tell me what is supposedly light years away through a medium that you don't know what is, you are incorrect. If you look into the history of spectroscopy regarding the sun within your own model, it has changed drastically throughout the years. And now the current belief is that there's both absorption and emission, but that because the absorption is so much stronger, there's so much more absorption that whenever the spectral information is re-emitted via black body radiation, it's less than the absorption line, so it just decreases the absorption line. So they actually have to assume that there are re-emitted emission lines, but that it just drops the final product of absorption lines because there's so much more of that. And that's just the current interpretation. And that's the sun, and that's what you consider the closest star. So in reality, there's a whole bunch of theoretical speculation required to even interpret the spectroscopy. That's not even including you have to assume the medium, and that if there is some type of elemental composition in the medium between you and the star, it's going to change your spectroscopy. Not to also include that you actually do this on the Earth in a lab with a closed, controlled setting, not through an immense, expansive vacuum of assumed nothingness. You can't even tell me what's in a barrel across the football field. There are four very fundamental points,
Nobody
dude.
claims that you can tell what's inside the barrel across the football field by just looking at it, right? If the barrel is closed, obviously.
No, what if the barrel's
Nobody's
open?
claiming that. If the barrel is open, and it depends. I'm not sure if you have resolution big enough to. If you can see inside the barrel, then you can see what is inside of it. I would say.
So if we can't figure out exactly what's in the barrel, how in the world are we gonna know what's in space, dude? So I mean, it's a model. It's cool, whatever. It's a model, but what you have to think about this, okay? I don't know if you've ever heard of like the electric sun theory, but for example, it says that there's plasma around the sun. It absorbs its electric energy from its environment as opposed to the energy coming from inside of it itself. The point is that in a plasma environment, the actual electromagnetic energy will excite the elements, and so that will change the spectral lines. Okay, but then you're assuming that means that's the elements that the star is made of, when in fact you're looking through the medium in an excited, localized observation. Does that make sense to you?
Somewhat, though. I have a lot of questions about that plasma. Is that all present, evenly distributed, or is it for some reason clumping up at different places? And if yes, what would provide containment for that? Why would it distribute this way? And why? What are the consequences of that? There should be consequences of this plasma that you're presuming here, and
Like what?
that are measurable.
Like a toroidal
Okay,
field,
so
at least.
I
you
have
can't
consequences.
say stuff like consequences. You have to get specific because, in fact, like
Well,
plasma.
you also just threw away the term plasma and saying that this excites stuff. So why do you not have to be more specific and provide more detail to your theory?
I didn't say it excites stuff. What I said is if there's plasma, if the medium is plasma, the actual lights that you're seeing, okay, are causing electromagnetic excitation of that plasma. So when you look through all of space and you get to the light, you're going to see different spectral lines looking at the stars because they're exciting the elements, or what we consider to be elements, with our spectroscopy on the Earth, assuming it's the same in the space, which is a major assumption anyway. It changes when you look at the star because that area is excited because of the electromagnetic excitation of the star. Therefore, when people go, what they do is they go and they look and they see
That's
the
already
spectral
a
lines. I'm almost done,
pretty
dude. I'm almost done, dude. They go and look at the star
developing.
and they go to the star and they see the spectral lines are different. So they assume, okay, the elements are just there because if I look to the left of the star, the same spectral lines aren't there. But of course they're not because that is exciting the medium where the star is. That's
So
one
a medium
very simple thing that would refute the entire current understanding.
elements exciting a plasma is already a concept that you need to substantiate because plasmas as commonly defined are just a matter of high energy level. It's unstable and has a very good electric conductivity and it's very reactive chemically. So
that's my point. That's my point is that it's very reactive chemically. Plasma's ionized gas. Okay, so it's like a transitional state from a gas to a liquid. Plasma, and you have different densities of plasma. You have different conductivity, permeability, permittivity. If you have an electromagnetic excitation, which is pretty clearly what a star is, it's going to excite that plasma. So when you're looking through the spectral lines, both absorption and emission, they're going to be altered. The medium's spectral data will be altered based on the electromagnetic excitation. This is very easily proven in a lab. We know this for a fact.
Yeah, but that this fits any of the phenomena we observe outside is already a leap, right? When I said, well, about this plasma, you would have to provide more information why it's present, how it affects stuff, and if there's any way to differentiate what's currently claimed and your explanation of the plasma you're giving. Then you were saying, I need to be more specific. For some reason, you're allowed to make all these leaps without substantiating any of it. By just saying, like, yeah, well, the plasma, when it reacts with something else, alters the spectral lines that we perceive from it. Yeah, obviously, but that doesn't substantiate that any of what you're claiming fits with what we're observing.
Oh, it does. Let me explain why. So first of all, I'm not making the claim. I don't claim to know exactly what stars are made of. This is actually a rebuttal to your idea that you do know what they're made of. Secondly, I don't know if you know this, but they claim that
a rebuttal, you're giving an alternative. That's the difference.
Just to show that there's a viable, plausible alternative that would immediately refute your assumptive interpretation. It's a rebuttal to your claim that you know what the stars are made of. But I don't know if you know this. They claim stars are like 98% hydrogen and helium. Okay, so these are these elements turn to plasma. Okay? So what a coincidence. They claim it's 98% hydrogen and helium. Did you know that?
You've not shown that your alternative is viable and plausible. That's the thing. You made a lot of leaps that you have not substantiated.
There's only 4 states
You
of
have not
matter,
shown
right,
that they are
AK?
any more plausible or viable than what's already known.
So
and
it can
presented.
only be solid, liquid, gas, or plasma, right, AK?
Nor did you present any rebuttal, any reason why the current understanding is insufficient. That would be an actual rebuttal.
But buddy, listen carefully. You're claiming that we know what stars are made of.
By the way.
You're claiming we know what stars are made of.
No, I did not claim that.
Okay, so we can't.
Okay, please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt him.
The claim is that they know what stars are made of using spectroscopy. As a rebuttal, I'm saying no. Their interpretation is highly assumptive. One easy example of what would prove that wrong is if it's a hypothetical preface to rebut your claim to interpretation. If there was plasma between you and the star, and then the star excites that plasma where that light is, you would be assuming the star itself is made of the elements that you're actually seeing through the medium. I'm not claiming to know what it is. I'm saying your claim is not actually proven in any way.
Okay, you are aware that the emission and absorption spectra is directly related to gas, right? They're calling it plasma, but more, it's like a gas, right? Are you aware of that?
I can understand what you're referring to, yes.
Okay, so this is very important. If you understand the emission and absorption spectra are directly related to gas, warm and cold to be specific, you can't possibly think that billions and billions of miles between you and that said light that you're looking at, you can't possibly believe that there's nothing between you and that, right? Like, I mean, that's, you understand what, there could be hot gas between you, there could be cold gas in between you, right?
Why
Different
would you
states of
assume?
excitation, which will
Why
give you
would you?
difference among, which will give you different spectral readings. Well, you can't be certain it's coming from that object.
Why would you assume that there is something in between, and how much would you assume is there, if there would be? Because that's also presumption, right? I mean, supposedly we have already sent probes around those places that we're talking about, and supposedly they did not find any media in between, any medium in between. But you want to assume that there is an undefined, unknown amount of things between what we observe and where we are at. So
it's not an assumption.
How much and why?
Okay, it's. I'm telling you, you're. Sorry, go. I thought you were done. Are you done? Okay, it's not an assumption. I'm telling you, your model. Your model claims, for example, the Oort cloud. It claims gaseous places where stars are born. This is your model, bro. I mean, I'm not claiming stuff. First of all, I don't believe any of it, but I'm just reciting your model. Your model claims these things are out there.
I did
Dust,
not take ownership
gas,
of that at
all kinds of things.
Just, you know, when
Sorry?
you say your model, you're misassigning that to me, just to be clear. Okay?
Oh, so you don't believe in the cosmological model, the Big Bang and all that stuff? And
My beliefs
you were saying there's thermonuclear reaction in the sun.
I see, Mancho, my beliefs are irrelevant, and I never took ownership of that, no. You just assumed that based on the conversation that we were having.
Okay, so you're not claiming that you can use spectroscopy to know what stars are made of?
Solely spectroscopy, no, not at all. I don't think that was the claim at all.
And you're not claiming
I don't
to
think
know,
literature claims that solely on spectroscopy either.
You know what's crazy, AK? What you do is you say something, then you pause for like 3 seconds, and then someone goes to respond, and you talk to them. Can you please chill, bro? We're gonna let you get your point out as well.
I'm not pausing 3 seconds. If so, then you also paused 3 seconds just now.
Okay. So you're also agreeing that you don't know what the medium is in quote unquote space?
Not just you, we all don't know.
Me personally, I don't.
Okay, cool. So with these two things combined here, what exactly is the point then? What is your point?
The point, I did not make a point. Originally, SE Montreal made a point. I refuted it. We took it from chat to a bunch of people actually refuted it. We took it from chat to voice because SE Montreal was tired of typing, and then you started talking.
That's fine. I jumped in, so let me SE. So I can try to facilitate this to some type of conclusion. I wanted to jump in to maybe edify for some edification because people usually don't think about what I brought up, but SE does. So SE, what were your guys' conversations so we can put it back on the rails and kind of get to a conclusion here? Where you were basically bringing up to him that you think that spectroscopy is a flawed assumption in their model. I'm guessing.
Yeah, it's a flawed assumption, and I even gave him as a present the spectroscopy emissions, right, that they claim, right. I even told him, okay, even if these are true, right, how do you know what's inside? And I used the barrel, you know, of
Oh,
you
thank
you
you.
might look
It's the
at
only
it, you might
present I
see what's
got.
on the outside, but there's no way of knowing what's inside. That's basically it.
It's so nice
Right.
of you to give me a present.
So you agree with that, AK? There's no way to actually know what the star is made of by using spectroscopy. It requires some pretty basic assumptions that could be wrong.
No, I don't agree with that.
Look
And
at
I've
Oh
given
my
my
God.
reasoning for that already, but it's been completely ignored so far. So I don't see a reason to it.
It hasn't been ignored. We've given you very
Actually, it
specific
has.
rebuttals. You have to assume
No,
the
you
medium.
didn't.
Dude, if they're okay, they claim stars are 98% hydrogen and helium. Okay, we know that hydrogen and helium have a propensity to turn into plasma. Plasma is ionized gas. All you need is electricity. The ionization of gas turned it into plasma, the transitional state from gas to more of a liquid state. Plasma. It's highly conductive. We have a lot of observations that we see in the sky, which none of this is science, it's observational theoretic, that is are consistent with plasma cosmology. A lot. Okay? A lot. So we're saying built on a ton of evidence, it's actually very plausible that there is plasma in between you and the star. Okay? If that's the case, do you agree? If there is plasma between us and the star, do you agree that the current mainstream interpretation of spectroscopy would be wrong?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, perfect. So that's all we're saying is like you guys have a model. You guys make like your model, right? It claims some pretty crazy stuff. It claims to know exactly what stars are made of
Not my model.
billions of miles away. He's
Okay, what
saying
gives
that
you?
isn't legit.
And
AK, what gives you pause? If I
no,
could ask you
literature. I don't
specifically your
think literature
opinion.
actually claims to know exactly what the
Right.
star, how
What?
stars are caused, and what exactly what and how much of what is in a star.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
do. Yes, they do.
So I think you're kind of being dishonest about that, but okay.
No,
AK, I
they
want to
definitely
hear
do.
your
No,
honest
they
opinion.
do.
What's your contention with it? Like, where do you find doubt? Like, what makes you personally doubt it? Like you just said, hey, I just don't know if I can trust this.
Because
What is it that
Before
you
we
doubt?
go there, no thanks, which is legitimate. They do claim that they know what stars is, LK. That's the problem. That's the beef we have. They claim it's a certain amount of hydrogen, it fuses, helium, blah, blah, blah. They give you a whole rundown. They even tell you light takes 1,000,000 years to travel from the center. They have all kinds of explanations. Yeah, that's our beef. Okay.
yeah, but if you actually look into literature, then you will know that there is differentiation between what parts they do know and how much potential there is for
Now,
unknowns. Because they do also, as Witzit has pointed out before, they do also see, observe, and acknowledge anomalies which point towards things. Anomaly just means that okay, we observed this, we haven't expected this to observe, so there must be some gap in between what we presume, what we know about it, or how we understand it, and how it actually works. And then they try to accommodate for those anomalies. That's an iterative process of science, actually.
yeah, but you have to understand that when they do that in this situation, they don't ever like re-examine the basic understanding of spectroscopy and consider that it could be wrong. They think, oh, there must be something else around this specific star that we don't know about yet. Okay, they do for astronomy 100% claims to know the elemental composition of stars. Okay, there's only a
Not
slight
100%.
no, that's right. There's a slight window, like for example, with the sun, right? They recently came out and claimed, oh, we were wrong about the composition of the sun. We were off by like 0.1% iron. So like when they claim that it's could be different, it's not much. They claim that they're pretty much accurate and that we can know what stars are made of. And they teach children this, and they teach this in astronomy in university. I already explained it, that stars are 98% hydrogen and helium, and that there are some heavy metals inside of it.
So the method of spectroscopy, non-invasive analysis of the composition of things, is actually tried and tested on Earth, right? And what the base assumption, or you calling it assumption, I just call it interpolation. Actually, is that if you don't detect anything else on the way between where you're at and where you're what you're observing, then there is nothing else, and then you're also assuming that, well, spectroscopy works on Earth for things that we can haptically interact with and can analyze physically or invasively, so it should also work for lights that come from not on Earth. So that's the gist of it. And yes, that doesn't get re-examined without reason to re-examine it.
Okay, but
Can
I
I
just
say
gave you a
something
reason.
really
rebut
quick?
that.
I just
Let me
gave
rebut
you
that.
a reason. I just gave a reason to re-examine it. I want to read this for the room. Okay.
No, you get
Atomic
atomic
emission. Please stop, dude. Please stop, dude. Atomic emission spectroscopy is the study of the electromagnetic radiation emitted from matter, elements, compounds, molecules, etc., when matter is excited by an excitation source. Atomic emission spectroscopy had its origin in the flame test, in that a burning flame was one of the first excitation sources used to generate the emission of light from matter. Okay, if you have an electromagnetic excitation, a source of electromagnetic excitation inside of plasma, the spectral lines will change when you look at that source of excitation, although you're actually seeing the excitation of the medium itself. Do you understand that? This is basic spectroscopy. It's just a fact. So I dropped 2 papers. So look at them, don't look at them, whatever. I dropped plasma physics paper from a university, and then I just dropped this atomic emission spectroscopy paper from a university.
So you're saying we don't detect anything that's closer. We can't differentiate between the target that we're looking at and something on the way between us and the target that we're looking at, but we gotta assume that there is something in between.
No, we don't have to assume it. We're saying you're assuming there isn't anything there. Okay, but like when we do it on the Earth, the reason
because you can't differentiate it. We can, as long as you can't differentiate it, as long as you can't find reason to say like, okay, there is something in between, there is not, and then you're treating it as such. And when you find out there is something in between because you can differentiate it, then you do.
When we do this on the Earth, okay, it's pretty reliable because it's in a closed, controlled environment, meaning we know exactly what the medium is. We actually manipulate the medium directly. That's why we can control the variable of the medium so that we can interpret the spectral lines. Okay? When it comes to looking into the sky, we cannot do that. So the model assumes that there's effectively nothing there. And when they have anomalies, they claim, oh, there must be something there in this one scenario. We're saying if that assumption's incorrect, that there's effectively nothing in between you and the star, then your spectroscopic interpretation would also be incorrect. When you're making a claim to know what the stars are made of with spectroscopy, all we have to do is point out base assumptions that are baked in that could be wrong to show that your claim is incorrect. We're going even further than that. We're actually showing you supportive evidence of the things that undermine your assumption. That's how debate works.
So, first of all, as far as we've haptically interacted or supposedly haptically interacted with probes, it has been shown that there's nothing in between. We have not found another medium in between yet. Secondly, it's pretty darn big coincidence that we can use that method that we can control tightly on Earth, atomic emission spectroscopy, and point at 2 lights in the sky and come up with sensible answers that seem to work out with regards to a bunch of other metrics as well, like energy output, of what we would expect from reactions and from atom models, which are also entirely unrelated to the observation in the sky, and match that all together to form a cohesive understanding of how all of it works together with the same ground rules. It's a pretty big coincidence, and that makes kind of diminishes the reason to look or assume an all-present medium in between everything that we're observing that we can't access, and our location versus just saying like, okay, as long as it works, we're just gonna interpolate. Like as long as we don't detect anything else, as long as we can't differentiate between between the target that we try to observe and something that's in the way of it. On the way to us, we're not assuming that there's anything on the way, and you just for no reason whatsoever other than to be contrarian and to say like we've debunked it, you're assuming a medium on the way. It's just
Okay,
it's just
okay. I'm just
grasping
gonna
for
read this
straws.
one more thing. So when you said that I'm just making it up or we don't have any evidence or whatever, I tried to explain to you that this is like an extensively studied field. So here it says plasma spectroscopy is one of the most established and oldest diagnostic tools in astrophysics and plasma physics. Okay, so it's pretty simple.
The distinction
Spectroscopy.
has to be
Let's read
made
what this other.
between.
Go ahead, sorry.
No, I'm just gonna say a distinction has to be made with Earth-based control spectroscopy in a machine where every variable is controlled, as opposed to just looking out in there millions of miles away where there's no way to know what's in between. I mean, it's very simple.
Let's read this guy's screenshot. He says he's been trying to get it in for 10 minutes. Spectroscopy doesn't generate any results. It's simply the theoretical approach to science. On the other hand, spectrometry is the method used to acquire a quantitative measurement of the spectrum. So can we come to an agreement that like this is a theoretical assumptive framework of interpretation within your model, but that it could be incorrect because of things such as what's in between you and the star?
From the intro into plasma spectroscopy that you were providing, it seems like we can actually analyze and detect the plasmas with this. But you're
Yes.
saying there's some undetected or not recognized plasma on the way from what we're trying to observe. Like in this case, a star, not a plasma on the way, and that falsifies our thinking of what we are looking at.
No, dude. They assume there's nothing there. If there's ionized gas in between you and there, then their interpretation would be wrong.
There is so, but you're just speculating that it's present, and you're not substantiating with any reasoning whatsoever. Only to be contrarian, as I said already.
No, I already told you. You want me to start listing off all the evidence for plasma in the sky? Is that what we're doing now?
I'm not saying there's plasma no evidence for plasma in the sky whatsoever. But when you're gonna list that evidence, you're gonna list all the instances where plasma has been detected, and then you're gonna reason that in all the other places there's also plasma, but they have falsely not detected it or disclosed it, or make false assumption by assuming it's not there when it's actually there.
Actually, if Witsit, could you please tell us about some evidence of plasma in the sky? Because you opened my mind a bit when you said plasma is the composition of gas and electricity. It's really interesting because we look at the potential of this being a closed electromagnetic field system.
Yeah. There's all kinds of evidence, even just like the bending of light, or like we can look like the sun is the best evidence. The sun clearly shows us all characteristics of plasma, including like the electrical conductivity that we see, the actual coherence of the field around the sun, and that's why they've updated their model to say, oh yeah, the sun does have a plasma around it. And so when we see even just the way that the light moves, or when we see the actual formation of the currents in the sky, right? What appears to be currents in the sky when it touches like the galaxy formations and all that, it all requires immense electric conductivity. And so we have a whole bunch of evidence in the sky that electricity perfectly explains the phenomena. But in order to have the amount of electricity that would explain it, you need some type of conductive medium of exchange, and that would be plasma. That's like the basic of it, is that electricity can explain so much of what we see in the sky. They cannot invoke electricity. They claim there is no medium. But with an ionized medium, you would, of course, have the ability to have like electric conductivity in the sky.
Should be able to
So,
detect it
right quick, if I
nowadays.
may, hold on a second, catapult off what you just said. In scripture, when we talk about the creation of the firmament, the waters above, so on and so forth, the footage that we've seen of rockets being launched and interacting with some kind of surface or ceiling in the sky, would that be an idea of where electricity meets gas and forms some kind of a barrier?
Yes, yeah, I would say that there's plasma layers that increase in density and frequency as you get higher, and that's actually what they're dipping off into with the rocket. And eventually, you would get to the point you couldn't actually get through it if you were material.
So,
And
like,
we know that plasma can be molded and shaped by a magnetic field.
or how it's charged, right? An example being hydrogen, H3, tritium, charging a gas and it taking some kind of a form or structure. Thanks for the edification on that.
Yeah, I mean that's what my opinion is, speculatively, is that there is a torus field, like a magnetic field in the Earth. This molds the plasma. It basically above us is like the ocean flipped upside down. It gets more and more dense as you get higher. So there's a higher frequency required to penetrate it, because I think that density is proportionate to frequency. So basically, the higher the frequency, as you go higher, you can get up further and further through the plasma layer, and it's molded by a
Frequency. What
magnetic field.
frequency?
Would it be fair, Witsit, to call that your theoretical assumptive model?
Isn't that why I said? Isn't that literally why I said it's speculative?
Right.
Yeah, but what's crazy is you and I were throwing the ball back and forth. So Matthew, to address that, it's fair to say that him and I were actually theory crafting, and this is why this forum goes really far, is because we take intellectually honest observations, and we build on them with further intellectually honest observations, so that we can go forward instead of being sticks in the mud and not allowing the conversation to progress. Thank you.
Really, what has come out of this forum?
No, whatever your name is, you've just been providing, and I've been listening to you for the last little while. You provide what's called knee-jerk answers and responses to things, which are just the same as nuh-uhs and hand waves. If you're actually effectively onboarding what's being presented within the confines of this conversation, you would actually be taking on the time to, again, effectively onboard what's being presented, so that you could progress the conversation instead of being, exactly as I said, a stick in the mud.
Matthew, let me address kind of what you Matthew. This is what I don't understand, right? My whole point was that they're claiming to know these things, right? And I'm like, no, you have a bunch of assumptions baked in. And then I say I have my own speculation, and then you jump in to say, what is it fair to say that that would be your theoretic assumption? I'm not really assuming it, but it is speculation. So sure, there's assumptions within the speculation. Do you see the clear distinction? Is that I prefaced it by saying that it's actual theoretical speculation, as opposed to the side that pretends to know definitively what it is?
No, I take your point that both sides are assuming certain things, and that's well said. So yeah,
cool.
I was just pointing out that there are.
No,
Can I ask a question?
Let me say one more thing, just so for anyone that wants to know. One of the biggest evidence for plasma cosmology, if you want to call it that, is actually like the spiral nature of the galaxies. Okay, so electrodynamics gives you an explanation for the rotation curves of spiral galaxies, and then all of a sudden you don't need dark matter, right? You don't need these like supermassive black holes that cause like all these like cosmological anomalies, like the quasars and stuff like that. You don't like if you have Birkeland currents, right? So if you apply Birkeland currents and electrodynamics to things like the rotation curves of spiral galaxies, you can actually explain the phenomena, as opposed to the current model, which cannot do that. So
yeah, I'm open to cosmology being wrong in that regard, especially with the spiral nature of galaxies and dark matter. It seems like if you can't describe 96% of matter, that maybe a different description would be in order.
Yeah, there you go. Nice, Matt. does learn.
Yeah, I mean, all you need is like
Now
what
you're
people call
talking, Matthew.
charged particles is what they call it. I don't believe in particles as a matter, right? I mean, if there's just electricity ionization, that's going to give you plasma, and then this is going to give you the ability for electric conductivity. So now you can apply electrodynamics to the motion in the sky, and now all of a sudden we can explain pretty much everything. So it's pretty wild that it's not even entertained. It's frankly like religious dogma.
Oh, that was a great point that Matthew
And with
made. He
the
made
5 sigma discovery there, Matthew, I mean, it's pretty much dead in the water. The
I've never heard of put that
cosmological
way.
dark matter, yeah, it's pretty much dead.
Big Matthew made a great point. He said if 96% of it is wrong, like it's probably time for a new theory. That's such like a clear, concise way to put it.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, to be fair, I'd say unexplained, not wrong. And you sort of need to come up with a better theory that explains things better before the original one gets replaced. So even if we know that there are problems with the current theory, I think people aren't going to change their minds until they find something that they think explains everything better. And I'm like the farthest thing from a cosmologist, so I have no idea what would fit that bill. I'm just saying that I recognize that science changes over time.
Yeah, and you see that people need
Most
that replacement.
cosmologists are in panic right now, Matthew. They realize this is a problem, right? Most of them are in panic right now because they know they can't. How are they gonna there's no way around this, right? They have 5 sigma proof of cold dark matter not existing. They also have of the dark energy not existing. So that's like you said yourself. I was impressed when you said that. That's 96% conclusive. One of them is 5 sigma strength. So I mean, it's gone. I mean, they're saying it themselves. It has to be changed. They have to come up with a new model. There's no way around it.
Right. That's what I would say. It might take 100 years or 1,000 years or 2 years. Who knows?
I got NASA here saying
that's
this is so
all we're
funny.
saying. Yeah.
1999 NASA article called Plasma Everywhere. It says 99% of the universe is made up of plasma, says Dr. Dennis Gallagher, a plasma physicist at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center. Oh man.
How about the other guy that doubled the size and the age of the universe to explain this 5 sigma? You heard about that one, Matthew? They're going crazy to explain this. To explain the early galaxy formation. Like it's unexplainable. I mean, it's 5 sigma. That's really bad, bro. Really bad.
Right. Then I would say it's unexplained, not unexplainable.
Dude, truth hidden in plain
No, it's
sight.
wrong. Yeah.
Did you guys know they claim that the Earth is encompassed with the plasmasphere? Oh, you don't say. Oh, maybe with it's not so crazy, huh?
Well, so yeah, as far as like the big picture cosmology, I freely admit that I don't think that current cosmologists have everything figured out. So yeah, I'm open to new ideas and things being like explained in a different way, and I'm excited to see what people come up with in the next years and decades.
But you see, like, as he's kind of bringing up a point that, like, the current model requires dark matter, but we kind of know beyond all doubt at this point that dark matter actually does not exist. So it's like, what do we do? What do we do now? Probably need to wait another 100 years before we even address the problem.
Well, this is a first good step. We have some people actually understanding it and saying, yeah, it's a problem. So even the scientists are now saying, wait a minute, we're wrong. We definitely have to come up with a new cosmological model. So that's a first step. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, and then this is the reason that not many do, That guy is like a well-respected physicist, but then they just like, I don't want to cuss, but yeah, they just treat him like a quack, and they just immediately like gaslight and berate that dude with insults. You know what I'm saying? And they don't ever respond to it. We're talking about intellectuals, supposedly. They don't even respond to his argument. They just gaslight him. He's like, no, dark matter halos. They don't slow down like they should. In fact, they speed up at times when the galaxies are actually combining, when they're interacting, due to the dark matter presence required to gravitationally explain the galaxies. They should be slowing down as they come into contact for the immense amount of dark matter, but they don't do that. Instead of responding directly, they're just like, that guy's a quack. Not everyone agrees with him. It's kind of sad. That's why people don't come out and speak about it, bro, because they just, they have to put their whole reputation on the line just to get like gaslit. And now all of a sudden, the people that appeal to authority, they have authority over the authorities that they appeal to because they step out of the mold.
People who study the change in scientific theories and the history of science sometimes say that if there is a truly new revolutionary idea, typically it just takes a generation for that idea to take hold. Whereas the new scientists coming up see the wisdom in the new paradigm, and you basically just have to wait for the old guys to die off.
Exactly. You got to wait for them to die.
Dude, that's so sad. That like just shows you that humans are super flawed. Can't teach an old dog new tricks, especially when it comes to something fundamentally like this.
Yeah, it's
Isn't
so
that
not
what-
scientific. Like to be like, oh well, we have to wait for the people to die because they're not going to look at the actual evidence. Like, it's even worse now though because the indoctrination systems are so more egregious now that even the people growing up, they're really being like set into concrete beliefs that aren't true.
Like you there?
Isn't that a form of gatekeeping, waiting for the guard to be changed?
I just think it's weird that people acknowledge that shows a major problem.
So
like
the history of science is a story of history and sociology and psychology, and those things are what matter more to how people believe than. So when Whitsitt said it's not a very scientific way of thinking, he's right. It's more, but it has more to do with sociology and psychology of why people believe what they believe and that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's called pride.
Yeah,
I was gonna say
that's the one word
Beyonce
summary,
said it.
right?
He's got a big ego.
Right. I was taught it to make it this way all my life, and now you're telling me to make it differently?
Yeah, I think the best example, if you guys have seen the principle where they're asking Michio Kaku, well, what if this evidence is actually what it's showing us, and the Earth's in the center? He said, I'd probably lose sleep. I'd stay up all night for many weeks, just wondering, wow, has everything that I've done my whole life been a waste of time? Wow, has my whole life been meaningless? All my work doesn't mean anything? But then eventually I'd come to and I'd be like, of course. And that kind of showed, like, that is actually how people look at it. They'd be like, bro, my whole life would be over. You know what I'm saying?
So, if it turns out the Earth is actually a globe, despite all that has been discovered within this community and with what that you guys know.
All right, let me ask you this. What is
would
your
that
one
feel
base
like-
axiom for that? I'm going to cut you off and ask you, what's your one base
Killian,
axiom for
we
making
might
it?
want to hear his whole question first.
But I thought he said it's a globe, and I'm asking, what is his base axiom for saying that it's a globe?
No,
I did not say it's a globe.
He said if it's a globe. He's asking a theoretical question. Let's.
I
hear the
apologize
second
for
half.
missing you if. I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
I was asking, so on the contrary, within this community, you have made discoveries, you've accumulated knowledge and realized that there's something massively wrong with the systems of education around the world, and there's like some amount of indoctrination and self-perpetuating indoctrination going on that perpetuates this idea for the vast majority of everyone on Earth that we live on a globe. you've come to know that you've come to find out through facts, through things that it is a lie, that is not actually correct. So what if you come across more information that actually negates everything that you've accumulated to that point, and you find out, oh, it turns out it actually, even though we thought it would be not a globe, it actually turns out it is a globe. Would
I
that
would come
feel
out on my
like all the
channel and tell
hardship that we went through with family, friends, all the groundbreaking changes in perspective that the discovery that it's not a globe has caused you have been erased or have been somewhat... would that feel like that would taint that? Finding out that you've been fundamentally wrong about that discovery?
I would come out and tell everyone that I was wrong.
Interesting.
They would have to
That's how
change the radius
life
on
works.
it for that.
But that's how life works. Like when you're wrong about something and you realize that you're wrong, you just man up and admit you were wrong. You don't just like ignore it because of pride and pretend you don't know it or try to convince yourself that it isn't true. One thing I can tell you, like, I don't foresee any scenario where all of a sudden the radius value that's been falsified becomes verified. But in that scenario, I would be the first one to come out. People would get super mad at me, but I would. But you know, I can't foresee any situation that or geocentrism actually gets refuted. Like there's such an abundance of evidence, and what I found out in the 4 years I've been online or whatever, no one can even rebut the argument. No one even rebuts like the geocentric argument. So until that happens, I mean, I don't even know how that would be possible.
How has the radius been falsified? Just
oh man,
get in. Maybe I've
well, it has a basic geometric claim that there should be consistent physical, tangible obstruction based on the R value of a sphere. We don't actually observe that to be the case, though. Okay, so I don't actually even need to falsify something that hasn't been established, but the
You
claim has
claimed
been
it's falsified, though.
Well, I'm explaining. But the claim has in fact been falsified once we go out on the earth and observe that physical, tangible obstruction, geometrically necessitated, is actually not present. So people have just moved the goalpost to say, oh, well, you can never see this obstruction. But trust me,
become
it's
a little bit
there.
more specific. You putting this all in very general terms that are very abstract. Can you be a little
I
more...
went out on the earth and I tried to find this supposed curve. I don't know how I'm being vague if I say the physical,
How
tangible,
did you try to
geometric
find this
obstruction of a
curve?
sphere.
How did you try to find this curve?
Yeah, I
With
went
the
out
obstruction.
and I went out and made observations in the distance in both electro-optical spectrum and infrared, and I found out that this alleged curve that obstructs things in the distance is nowhere to be found.
So you have not observed a moon rise and set, for example.
Oh boy.
Okay,
let's
try to stick on the point. Supposedly, things in the distance, even on the ground, are going to be blocked by the Earth's curvature. I went out to test that claim, and it isn't true. And then I watched an entire group of people completely change their claim to where they now say you can never, ever actually see it.
So you're saying the horizon does not occur as a clear-cut line where things can go beyond it and appear obstructed from the bottom up. That does not happen. Can never ever observe that.
Well, no. You always observe things go beyond the vanishing point that is the horizon, and that location. Wait, if you're claiming it's physical, it doesn't really jive with the fact that it constantly changes.
No, well, it does, actually. If you think about the fact that, what you're observing is through receiving light from the target that you're observing, and when the path of light between you and the target changes, then even if there is something obstructing in between path from you to the target, the obstruction can change, even if the
Yeah.
apparent obstruction can change, even if the obstruction doesn't
Do you
change.
think
if the
you
path
could
changes.
replicate?
It's akin to. Yeah, I can replicate that. It's
I didn't
akin
ask my
to
question.
looking around a corner with a mirror.
Okay, so do you think
Path
you
of
could take
light
like a
changes
sphere?
from the direct line between you and the target to from the target to the mirror, from the mirror to your eye, and therefore you can see it
Okay.
suddenly.
Okay, seeing around a corner isn't what we're talking about. So I'm talking about the actual corner changing. So can you please
No,
can you
that's not
replicate and
claimed.
show me? Can you please stop? Can you
Actual
replicate
corner
and
does
show
not
me?
change. It's not
Oh
claimed
my
to
god!
change.
Oh my god, dude!
You're
Actually,
just plain incorrect about that.
that's why you have to incessantly censor me, because you know I'm so incorrect. So again,
No, I
what we
just
actually
want to
see is that
shorten
the
the conversation.
what we actually see is that the horizon itself changes location. So
Yes.
it would be the corner changing. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's not the corner changing.
No, can you show me a demonstration, please, where you take a sphere and then you look over the sphere and it blocks things in the distance, and then the actual sphere, like the basketball itself, the edge of the basketball, goes up and down and forward and backwards. Can you please demonstrate that?
Does not do that. No.
That is literally what we see.
I
I have
can
time
show you
lapse
how
and
the
I take it
obstruction
myself.
changes around a gas tank, though. There's demonstration of that.
No, I have a time lapse of the horizon itself going up and down throughout the day.
Horizon itself is not a fixed location that you can go to on Earth, though, right? It's always dependent on the observer that you have, right?
Okay, but if
And
I take a time,
the horizon itself is for each individual observer is a result of the obstruction, claimed to be a result of the obstruction that's caused by the curvature of Earth, right? Now that obstruction does not change in itself, but if the light path changes between the target and the observer, then where that obstruction appears or how that obstruction appears can change. Akin to looking through a mirror around a corner, you can suddenly see a target even if the straight line between the target and the observer is obstructed by a corner.
okay,
The
please try
path
not
of
to.
light between the target and
Oh
the
my
observer
god,
changed.
dude. Why do
Therefore,
you do this?
even the obstruction, the corner stayed the same. Even when you use a mirror to look around the corner.
Okay.
Same thing for the horizon.
Okay. So again, the globe claims that the horizon is a physical leading edge of a sphere that blocks things in the distance. Okay.
Spheres don't have edges.
Bro.
No.
Okay. Do you have
That's
to
a
be
nonsensical.
muted?
That's
Like
not a
it's like.
nonsensical phrase.
I'll come in here if AK, if you don't mind waiting your turn. I'm resisting the urge to just mute and unmute while while Witz is talking. I'll mute you, and then when he's done talking, I'll unmute you. But I don't think you need me to do that. So just give it a try. Yeah, just give it a try. Thank you.
Okay. So they claim that the horizon is the physical leading edge of a sphere and it blocks things in the distance. So when we talk about, the light bends around it and lifts things up in the distance, that's a non sequitur. Can someone demonstrate for me them looking over a sphere, like a basketball, and then actually causing the edge of that basketball to go up and down and forward and backwards, please?
Edge is not going anywhere. The spheres don't have edges. But, you're right. It's the horizon is supposedly caused by the Earth obstructing the view, and where it starts to obstruct the view is where the light path between the target and the observer, or between the observer and far places, is tangential to that surface. And when the light path changes, the point or the point and where that point appears to be of where that happens changes. It's as simple as that. And that actually is demonstrated. Refraction is actually demonstrated. And also a downward refraction causing you to see something around a curvature that is otherwise obstructed when there is no strong refraction. It's also demonstrated in short clips. You can find that on YouTube. That's not a problem at all.
Okay, so I guess the answer is no, right? So
No, the answer is yes. I've just pointed it out to you.
No, you did. I asked for a demonstration of a sphere, right? The actual physical obstruction of the sphere going up and down. That's what I'm asking for. Because when I go
The
out and just like
obstruction of
Matthew,
a sphere
just like,
going up and down is
why
not what's
do
going to be
you
happening.
keep, bro? Stop interrupting me. Just like the GIF that Matthew dropped, okay, we see the horizon, which is supposedly the curve of a sphere. It goes up and down. I've seen it myself.
No, you don't see the horizon there necessarily at all there.
Do we ever see the actual geometric horizon?
You see the shoreline rising and dropping. Here.
Hey, do we ever see the actual geometric horizon?
The actual geometric horizon you see when there is no refraction present. And the light path and the tangent from the tangent that goes through the observer are the same, but usually you don't. Because we have air, and typically air refracts.
So we never see the actual curve of the Earth. So when you asked me why I don't believe the Earth, the globe, and I said that the radius value has been falsified,
I asked you how it's falsified and what
you can't do it. You literally can't do it.
When you claim that it's falsified, then you try to weasel out of it, saying you don't actually need to falsify anything. And
you
then
need
I said,
to go do
well,
some
you said it's falsified anyway, so please substantiate.
Can you guys hear me? Hey, yo, can you guys hear me?
Jeremy, I got it. For the sake of the YouTube live stream, we're just going to try and keep the audio clean. AK, this is just like a verbal warning. Is there like a particular way that Whitson is interacting with you that's making it difficult for you to wait your turn?
Yes, he starts out his sentences with something that's massively false and then goes on to ramble for 15 minutes at a time.
You're talking.
I don't want to wait that long to check the very
Oh.
first word that he says is
Yo,
wrong.
yo. Bosun tiny man yelling. Bro, just fucking chill. It's all good. Look, if you've got an issue with how long he's taking, I'd be happy to put on a timer, and you can each get your 30 seconds apiece, or something like that. Would that make this easier for you?
I guess.
Witsit, do you agree to those terms? Are you interested in doing that? Are you even interested? I mean, I understand if you don't want to continue the conversation. I don't want to force anyone to do something they don't want to do. All right. Well, he's probably busy. It's no big deal. Yeah, dude. We're just we can have this conversation without interrupting each other, I believe.
So yeah, he claimed that the radius of the Earth was falsified, even though he doesn't have to falsify it. And then he said he tried to see the curvature by observing the obstruction it should be causing. And then he claimed he never found any such thing. So the only thing that you need to find in order to find such a thing is things going beyond the horizon, like Matthew dropped in the image from Imgur with the wind farm of the windmills. That clearly looks like the horizon. There's a clear line between sky and water, and like the windmills are getting obstructed bottom up. Like there's like clearly stems of the.
Is this is this like the photo or the GIF of Skunk Bay?
No, it's a few messages above that, above the chicken GIF from Quad.
So like in that skunk. You ever seen this? The one from Skunk Bay where the it hides the entire peninsula and then it brings it back.
It doesn't really seem to hide it necessarily. It seems like it gets more like squashed.
Yeah.
If you look closely.
Is that with
and then stretch.
when you see variants use windmills?
What I'm talking about is with those windmills. It clearly appears as though they get cut off at different heights of their stem by the horizon. Like that's what you need to observe in order to observe the consequence of what you would expect to happen.
Yeah.
How you would expect the horizon to behave.
Yeah, that's what we would expect on a globe. Yeah, but I mean, what happens is that like all the time. I mean, all the time we'll take a video, right? And I don't know, like in that Skunk Bay or even in that one, is that the maximum? That's like where the least refraction is, maybe, right? Like, who knows, right? That's the furthest. But that's well beyond, in a lot of these photographs, that's well beyond where the geometric horizon would be, right? Is that point?
Yeah, but we also have to understand that we would expect that to the distance that we expect the horizon to be to appear at to change massively with the ambient conditions, which we actually do observe, and we also would expect those variations with the ambient conditions, right? So all this is showing is that, well, observing, seeing if there is what the distance to the horizon is a very poor way of understanding if there's a radius, if it's falsified, and what that radius is. It's just not a very good method to use. It's
that's the number one. I mean, it's the number one method, but like the radius of a straight line,
it's
and where
not the number
something
one method. No thanks. It's absolutely wrong. It's absolutely it's not. It's, as I just said, it's not a good method to use. It's proven not to be a good method to use. As per that view that you see from Skunk Bay.
Yeah. So I mean, all that shows Skunk Bay and all observations, right? If you show it in a video, is that however far we can see changes due to atmospheric conditions, not due to a geometric curvature of the straight line. Like all you're doing is looking at a straight line.
It changes due to the curvature.
Yeah.
Nobody's
It's a
claiming
straight
that
line.
Dude, what is so
curvature,
difficult for you
the curvature
to not
may
interrupt
be underlying all of that nonetheless.
Yo, listen, AK, can you guys hear me? Hello.
There
Can
is
you guys hear me?
observations that you can make
AK, hold on. AK, if you interrupt one more time, I'm giving you a warning. That's it, just straight up. You've been warned several times. Stop interrupting, or you're getting a warning.
It's no big deal, AK. I mean, it's just that, not taking the globe into consideration, just being a person in the world. This proof that we're told to see, right, is obstruction, but we watch it on video just change its distance, right, all the time, right? And I'm not watching curvature change. I'm looking in a straight as I can line, and things are disappearing in a straight line. There's no curvature involved in this disappearance. It's just things are being obstructed in a straight line.
You cannot change how straight you look by willingness. Right, how straight the light path is. You cannot change that by your willingness. For one. For the other, it's never claimed that the curvature is changing. That's also not correct. That's not a correct representation of the claims or the expectations. And thirdly, you do make the observations that things appear to be cut off bottom up by the horizon when they go further away, when they go beyond the horizon. Those observations undeniably do exist. And therefore, Witzit was lying when he said he's going out, he tried to find them, and he did not find them. Because those observations are common, and if he truly tried to find them, he would have found observations where he could see the top of something, details at the top of something, but the bottom appears to be cut off by the horizon. Those observations undeniably do exist, and if you put effort into finding them, you will find them.
No, I have found those observations, okay?
Yeah.
And then what I did was go back the next day and the next day and the next day, and I see different amounts of the building, okay? So what I now know for a fact is that what's blocking those buildings is not some actual physical location.
What you now know is what's actually blocking those what's actually blocking those buildings, or what results what the amount of everything that results in those buildings being blocked changes.
That's right.
And that's expected. That's also claimed, because what's being claimed or what's known is that the light path changes based on ambient conditions. And if the light path changes, the curvature stays the same, and the curvature is obstructing the light path from the bottom of the target that you cannot see, to the observer, then when the light path changes, that obstruction should change, even though the curvature does not change.
Okay, now listen. So what I did was I thought about, there's two things on the table. The Earth's a plane, the Earth's a globe, okay? And so I'm like, on a plane, when we're looking out, we have a limit of perspective, right? And we have atmospheric conditions. And then on the globe, we have atmospheric conditions and a physical curve that's blocking things in distance. So I went out and I realized that when it's the clearest outside, I could see the furthest. So when it was really clear, I could see many miles past what the globe model predicts. What they then tried to tell me was that when it's the clearest outside, that's when there's the most refraction. I'm like, no, the plane Earth predicts that when it's clearer, you can just see further because there's less obstructing your view. So it changes the vanishing point's location. It extends it because there's less obstruction in the atmos, right? So it matched the plane Earth prediction. I went out and saw that the horizon is not an actual physical place. It constantly changes, and when it's clear outside, I can see further. Then the globe
None
model
of this addresses
proponent.
the
I'm almost
obstruction we
done.
see
I'm
bottom
almost
up.
done. I'm almost done. Then the globe proponent model proponent all changed their argument to say, well, you never can see the actual curve of the Earth, and when it's clearer outside, you have the most refraction. So that's where I'm like, okay, you guys are just making stuff up. So clearly, the Earth's not the globe they claimed it is.
That's a non sequitur. So first of all, nothing you addressed the obstruction that you see bottom up as things go further beyond the horizon. Then you did not actually substantiate how you predicted how far the horizon should be away on a globe, because we already substantiated it's dependent on both the size of the Earth and the ambient conditions. The ambient condition changing changing the distance that you expect the horizon to be at. You have to consider that in your prediction. You most likely did not. Thirdly, you probably did not do a proper analysis of how far you. Even if you did consider, you probably did not do it properly, because that would require a 3D grid or a grid of measurements of the ambient conditions along the observation sites, which is a very budget intensive and therefore not really done.
Oh, it's never done. See,
So,
this is what I also found
yes.
out, is that all the globe
Well,
argument.
never is.
Stop interrupting.
You interrupted me, actually. You interrupted me right now.
I actually noticed he interrupted. Yeah, okay.
Oh my god.
So,
and you're going to defend this guy who's interrupted for the last 2 hours straight.
So, now you might lose the... Where was I? Yeah, right. And then thirdly, the vanishing point does not change depending on clarity. The vanishing point changes with the resolution of the observer. So actually what you would expect to happen is you see further when you have a more powerful optic, which is not what's observed to happen with the horizon. Sure, there is some details that you can bring back into view, but if you have a suitable observation point where you will have already a suitable optic, increasing your magnification by 100 times does not make the horizon 100 times further away. So that actually does not match with the flat Earth, the planar explanation. It's very wishy-washy of you to say, like, well, this observation matches better, because if we actually dig into it, it does not match better.
Dude, you've literally been talking for 95% of the last 3 hours, dude. Can you please let me respond this time? Okay. So first of all, when you do have have stronger optics, you can see further. That's a fact. When it's clear outside, you can see further. That's a fact. The horizon constantly changes location because it's just an apparent location. It's not an actual physical location. That's a fact. And what I discovered was, what has happened is the globe argument has evolved over the years to where now every single thing that the globe model proponents claim is unfalsifiable. Oh, well, you can never actually... Okay, well, I'm still going to finish my point. You can never actually measure the ambient conditions all the way through the visual corridor. You can never actually measure it, so you can never actually test and predict it. Oh, we can't give you an equation that specifically predicts it. Oh, you can never get the data. Oh, well, we never see the actual curve of the Earth. You can never truly see it. So it's all become unfalsifiable and changed over the years, where the plain Earth has stayed the same. We have a limit of perspective. The horizon is the vanishing point. It changes based on observer height and atmospheric conditions. When it's clear outside, you can see further. When it's colder and clearer, you can see really far. That's what we actually observe, is that we're watching an apparent location fluctuate based on conditions. So therefore, the globe model has been refuted. The fact that they updated it to something that's unfalsifiable doesn't mean anything. Okay. I wonder if these people have ever actually gone and made the observations, though. There's only a handful of globers that even actually go into the world and look at it. Just go into the world, dude. When it's clear outside, you see way further. It's so simple.
What's it? You know Jesse, right?
Yes.
He's one of the globers that has like done measurements. What do you think about his information?
Well, that's a very big question. His information, but
one of the things he sent me was, a couple months ago, he sent me data from using a theodolite on the top of mountain peaks, looking to a known mountain peak and measuring the angle of inclination, and he essentially has all this done, for all over the world by himself and different people, and he calculated a curvature of the Earth, which is like 7.2 inches per mile squared.
Yeah. Yeah, which is funny because then when I start pressing him about it, he says that he assumes standard refraction.
Right.
So he assumed standard refraction and then got 7.2 inches per mile squared. So that doesn't even compute.
I don't think.
Just ask him how he established level. How did he establish level with his theodolite?
That's I've talked to him about this, but there's no calculation of refraction or assumption of refraction involved in any of this.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a simple formula. It has nothing to do with anything complex.
Right. Well, then that's even worse. Even though he has multiple different observations and arguments, he's 100% claimed standard refraction with me before. But the globe model claims that on the average, you're going to see the globe look like it's 15% bigger than it actually is. That's the standard. Yet he claims to go out multiple different days and measure a smaller globe without accounting for refraction. And so how did he establish his level? It's that simple. So when all these people want to bring up looking at things in the distance with theodolite and act like it proves the Earth's a globe, to the extent that Bob will say, oh, there were 2 inches of drop over the lake, right? How did you establish level with that type of precision? It's well known you cannot look that far with theodolites. They're not even designed to do that. And then his data actually contradicts the globe model. It literally says that as a standard, it will look 15% bigger. So then how come without refraction, he's getting a smaller globe? How does that even work?
How does it work that, let's say you're viewing a mountain, right? That's 5,000 meters or 5,000 feet taller than the mountain that you're on, right? On a flat plane, right? How does it work that it appears as if that mountain peak is lower than the plane of level that you could say?
Well, yeah. How do you establish level? But there's also just
hold on. No, if it were
thinking-
flat, right? If it were flat, it would always be above the horizon line of your viewing, right?
Would it?
Yeah, I don't think perspective actually shrinks something down to where it's below your eye level.
Okay, so we don't see imperfect Euclidean straight lines, and there's something called sinking. Just a second.
These are some of the simple arguments that I've heard, and I also agree that I don't do this, so I'm a hypocrite. But I like to see people do this on the globe side or the flat Earth side. Actually go out and take measurements.
His measurements debunk the mainstream globe model, though.
Well, hold on. One of the simple arguments,
Hold on. What are you taking measurements of?
Well, you're taking measurements of the light that's actually reaching you, right?
The light?
The light that's reaching you, your eyes.
How do you measure the light that reaches your eyes?
That's what you perceive, right? In the distance.
But how are you measuring that?
You're measuring it by point and shoot type of techniques, right? With the theodolite, whatever, you're squaring up an optic on something that's visual in the optic or in your eyes. And that light, that's wherever it's coming from, however refracted it is, right? You can kind of describe it as like a little bit of an illusion because, you know.
So you're measuring an illusion.
Well, hold on. I'm not trying to
How
get
do you
into
do
like
that?
semantics about all of it, but really, like, the only thing that you see is light that hits your eyes, and sometimes that light is distorted. In fact, all the time it's distorted by.
So you
by
still haven't
media.
said what you're measuring or how you're measuring it yet.
Sorry,
you haven't said how and what you're measuring.
I have.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I did. I answered it in the first place.
You can't measure light.
Visually, you do. That's what
your eyes.
That's called seeing. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that your eyes are instruments of measurement?
Well, no. I mean, yes, you could call them that if you want.
They are.
Sure.
So okay. So I want you to measure something for me right now with your eyes.
It's actually the first measuring device that we have is our senses.
Really? No, your eyes.
Yeah, your eyes. Yeah.
Okay. So what are you measuring right now?
No, I'm not trying to get into a big argument about this. I can hear you're being combative, and we can talk about it some other time. But
well, it's okay if you don't have answers. See, the thing is you need to admit that.
No, I answered you, but I don't want to argue with you about this right now.
You haven't.
All right, it's not my
Well,
point.
No one else in here can repeat your answer. Can anyone else tell me how we're measuring light?
With our eyes through perception.
Okay, so you're just looking at it.
Yeah, you can make estimations of sizes and distances.
That's not measuring. Can you imagine if someone went to a work site, they were building a house, and they just used their eyes? And they're
look.
There it is right there. Just what I said right there. I'm measuring with my eyes.
No, you're measuring an angle. You're measuring an angle.
And someone else with what? Your eyes?
No, with the device, with the sextant, with the theodolite,
okay.
Right.
And what device are we using to measure the light?
In this circumstance, we're talking about a theodolite, or you could just generally measure it with your eyes, right? You can just guesstimate. But a precise measurement, you would need some type of.
This is like nonsense.
Okay, that's why I don't want to talk to you because
it's nonsensical.
You're not interested in having a conversation.
No, because you're saying we can measure things with our eyes.
It's nonsensical, and that's the whole conversation.
I'm interested in getting answers to questions that I have. Okay, so
what questions do you have? Let's go with that.
Right. So if there's a mountain, right, say Mount Everest, and you're on a mountain that's miles and miles away, 100 miles away, right? But you can see.
So instead of hold on, let me stop you because you start with if. So instead of doing if, have you ever just thought to go out and look with your own eyes?
Okay.
Clearly not. So we can move on from you, right? I mean, so you live in if land, basically.
I mean, he was trying to, like he said, he was trying to get to the bottom of his question.
But his question starts with something he can go use his eyes to go figure out. What?
Have you ever
clearly.
It's okay. You guys can continue. What? I'm not going to do this.
Have you ever thought of going out and watching with your eyes, Mr. BB?
I mean, I've done that quite a bit.
Okay, so I think the bus stops.
Beat your wife for some minutes instead of taking out on him. Just fucking Santiago, come back, man, and fucking talk.
No, I mean, I asked Witsit, right, which is something that perplexes me, right? I have an open mind, right, but I'm not trying to just like have a nonsense conversation. I have a specific question, which is like when something's taller than your eye level, right, 5,000 feet taller, another mountain. How does it, when you actually look with your eyes, how does it appear below your eye level?
Yeah, but you know what's really crazy is that I instantly answered it. So I'll just do it again.
Yeah.
So for one, you have to actually be able to establish your level reliably, not just some dude with the theodolite looking over maybe even hundreds of miles, just kind of guesses what he thinks level is. Okay. So, and secondly, there's a thing in the Atmos that causes sinking, and effectively it happens like every day. And in addition, we do not see in Euclidean geometry. So as you look into the distance, everything curves and converges into a singular point. So the change of angular size, the curved visual space, and the effect of sinking over distances would cause that to happen. And almost every observation where people claim this happens, we're just supposed to grant them their assumed level.
Okay, we can the assumed level thing, right? Maybe we can put that to the side. Questionable.
I mean, it's pretty massive.
But what is this? What is this sinking?
Atmospheric conditions can cause things to sink in the distance.
And that would be called refraction, essentially, is what you're saying?
Sure.
Okay. Typically, don't things refract up? Based
Says
on the
who?
nature of like the atmosphere.
Says who?
Well, I mean, says like the density of the medium, right?
Does it though? Because I can show an object going into a denser medium and it actually refracts down. So it's actually not just a blanket statement of it goes up or down. It's based on the angle of incident, the angle from the observer viewing the angle of incident, the observer height, and a variance of conditions. And you can make things go up or down with a more dense medium below it. So this is just another one of those things that we're just supposed to grant the theatrics of the globe model. But I don't do that. I know for a fact it's not just it goes up or down. It's based on the angle of incident and the angle of view from the observer relative to that angle of incident.
And so the angle of incident, you mean by what exactly? Describe that for me a little bit.
The angle at which the light interacts with the next medium. In this case, it's actually not another medium, which is even worse. But if you use a differential equation for like Snell's law, you have an angle of incident.
So
where
light
the
goes
light
out
enters the
in
next
all
medium.
directions from an object, right? It's radial, right?
Yes, but as it's going down, it's supposedly entering into a more dense medium, even though it's the same medium. And so that angle of incident, the angle at which that light interacts with that more dense area, is going to determine the outcome, the effect of the light.
Would you agree that light being like an approximate flat plane, the light can only go straight outwards or upwards? It can't go downwards and reach your eyes.
You said being a plane?
Being a plane, yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
the light. I don't believe light travels, but for intents and purposes, the light goes in all directions, and then we see it, and so the bottom of it gets blocked in both scenarios.
Okay. All right. So I'm just trying to like with consider this. So on a tall mountain peak, right? The light would be going out in all different directions. Some of that light might be going in a downwards direction, right? If something was really close to the ground, you really wouldn't find a situation where the light going downwards would be refracted to meet your eyes at all, right? So typically, since that light going downwards doesn't meet your eyes, you're never going to see that form of refraction, okay? But if it's a tall mountain peak, 20,000 feet tall or whatever, some of the light that's going downwards could have the potentiality to be refracted upwards, right, to your eyes. And that curvature of that light ray, your eyes would have a straight line and see the tangent of that curve, right, which may make that mountain peak appear lower. Is that what you're saying, essentially?
I'm saying that there's something called sinking, and in order to apply either looming or sinking, you actually have to use parallel planes. So the medium has to be like horizontal planes that are parallel. So we're supposed to just also grant that to the globe assumption that over 100, 200, 300 miles, that we can actually utilize a method that has horizontal planes, which gives you your angle of incident. So that's their problem with refraction that no one even ever talks about. But there is, in fact, sinking. So what they do is they assume that there's a curved atmos, but then they treat it like it's horizontal. And then they pretend to know that objects only get loomed up in the distance. But in reality, things compress due to angular size change with distance. That visual space itself is actually curved and has been tested in many different scenarios. This is where your boy, Jesse, just says, not with the theodolite, though. With all tests, it shows that it's curved, but somehow when you use the theodolite, it changes. And then you're looking through all these layers of the Atmos, and so you would get a sinking effect. So you get a sinking effect, you have curved visual space, and you have angular size change with distance. So it's entirely possible things to look slightly below your horizontal on a plane. In addition, every time someone claims to have evidence of this, they just expect us to grant them their arbitrary level.
Sure, sure. And you know, I pressed Jesse about that. I don't like just accept what he says, but you know, so you're saying there are two different pictures going on here. One is that the Earth is flat and there's both looming and sinking in refraction taking place. And the other picture is the Earth is curved, and because it's curved, most of the refraction coming to meet your eye is depicting that this taller mountain in the distance is actually lower in your field of view. But that could take place also on a flat plane, is what you're saying, right? And
yeah, certainly when you account for the curved visual space that we have proven exists.
So what is this curved visual space? And in what sense does that mean up and down?
Okay, let's finish sinking first though. So when the air density decreases as it goes up at a lower rate than normal. So it can increase, it's just a lower rate than quote unquote normal, then it will make things in the distance look like it sinks below our horizontal with sinking. I mean, I can give you some like references for this, right? But so if there is a specific rate of change,
sure,
it can cause sinking. Well, what if it just happens every day? What if that's the standard?
Well, the sinking,
who determined what? Wait, real fast.
Sure.
Who determined what normal is?
Exactly.
Right, because that's what I'm saying. So the globe just gets to make 50,000 presuppositions, assume there's a real physical actual location there, and we're supposed to grant it. I don't. There is, in fact, curved visual space and atmospheric conditions that can cause sinking, and I think that's actually the standard. The standard is that based on the actual rate of change of density as it goes up, it can cause slight sinking, and as you increase distance, you get a little bit more sinking. It never actually matches the globe prediction, though. So that's a globe problem. Like like if the quote unquote, this is what's so funny because I always ask guys, Xanax, guys, Jesse, everyone, like, oh, but why is it below level? Why is it below level? I'm like, how do you establish level? And then they don't ever really answer, right? Or you just do, I promise. And then I ask, okay, well, is it the predicted amount below horizontal of the globe? And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It shouldn't be below eye level at all. And they say that because it doesn't match the globe prediction. It doesn't actually match the globe prediction. And so it obviously does matter if you're claiming that it somehow verifies a globe. So basically the argument is just that this is impossible on a plane. It's a claim of exclusivity. And I have just directly refuted that. It's easily verified that there is an effect called sinking.
Yeah, but you're talking about sinking compared to a normal, right? And that normal is looming.
No, okay. It's whenever you look, if you look up the definition, it will say like if the density decreases or changes at a rate less than normal. What is normal?
So the density that's less dense above, right, more dense below is going to loom, right, the light.
No, I'm saying you can show that sinking occurs even when there's a more dense medium at the bottom.
Right, but that sinking, like you said, is compared to a normal, which is already looming because of the nature of the medium. If you change the medium just a little bit less dense on the bottom, then what light you shine through is going to lower, but it's still going to be essentially looming. But compared to the regular conditions, it's going to look lower.
No, so you have no evidence to back up this claim. The subject matter expert in this topic will even tell you that standard atmospheric refraction and sinking refraction are much closer to one another than your idea of looming.
Yep.
I just posted the graphs from the subject matter expert with visualizations of what's taking place. If you want to look it up,
let's see it, man. Sure.
Yeah, it's in the voice text. If you want to look it up, it's San Diego State University. I think we all know his name. So just look at what Andrew Thomas Young has to say on the topic, can you tell me visually in what I put there, right? The graphs and then what the visual representation would be. Can you tell me which is closer to standard atmospheric refraction? Is it sinking or looming?
So all of those bent light rays that in the graph, they're going up and curving downwards, correct?
So I'm more concerned with the visualization of what takes place.
Right, right.
There's no such thing as light rays. So his idea or conception of what's taking place in that orthographic view has nothing to do with what you visually see over the distance.
Okay, well, let's just establish one thing. There's in a medium that's more dense on the bottom than it is above, you're going to see light bend downwards no matter what, correct?
Not necessarily.
Why?
Because it depends on the distance you're viewing. So you can have an overall more dense layer lower, and you can have effects that take place that act as a lensing at a specified distance. So you could have a 1 foot column of hot air that can affect your visualization over many miles.
A 1 foot column, just like right in front of your eyes or something, or what?
It could be 100 feet out from you. And it's going to affect visually what you see in the distance. Even though between you and that object, 99.9999% of what's taking place is a denser atmospheric level at the bottom. And you can have one small column that is slightly different from that, and your overall view of what's taking place in that distance will be distorted.
Yeah, but that distortion is just some waveringness. It's not. It just shows you that the picture isn't like crisp and clear, right?
No, it's not just that it's not crisp and clear. When we do time lapses, we see that the horizon will rise and sink based on atmospheric conditions. So there's no way to make any determination as to what is your baseline. And if we want to go with the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young from San Diego State University, even his visual representations will show you that what we see on average is closer to what's considered sinking refraction than looming. Looming is what you guys claim all the time.
And that it's not that big of an effect, which perfectly matches what we see, because when we see things below horizontal, it isn't much below horizontal, and it doesn't match the globe prediction.
Okay, interesting. I mean, if this guy from San Diego State has a in-depth understanding of this, right, and you're telling me that he's saying that actually his conclusion is that what we visually see is more akin to sinking rather than looming refraction. Point me in a direction to read about that.
I just dropped the article.
Hang on. You should keep reading Andrew Thomas Young, where he says all of his measurements were done on a flat plane, but the Earth's not flat.
No, to even apply refraction at all, they have to use parallel horizontal layers. No matter the distance. That's the funniest part of this whole thing, I gotta say.
Correct. And most of the standardization of refraction in air comes based on very small scale laser experiments, which we know that the light from the sun is not a columnated laser. So there's no real baseline in order to make a lot of the assumptions that are made to begin with.
And there could be other effects happening in the atmosphere that's, something that happens over a long distance where it's not happening in the fish tank. I mean, does anyone think this refraction in the atmosphere thing has actually been measured?
No. This is all theoretics, assuming horizontal parallel layers, plane layers. What's so funny is, as if they actually want to invoke Andrew Thomas Young, we immediately refute the globe, because he makes a very specific quantitative claim. He claims that a temperature inversion of 0.1 degrees per meter will make the refraction match the curve of the Earth. So if we measure the temperature inversion rate and it doesn't match that, then immediately your entire claim, which they build upon Andrew Thomas Young, of standard refraction somehow saving the globe, is immediately refuted. That's why when I ask the Globers for the equation, they won't give me that equation. They won't give me the actual math. And they say it's impossible to actually measure it in real life because they need it to be unfalsifiable. So we're supposed to just yield like parallel horizontal layers up to hundreds of miles, which would in no way be parallel or horizontal on a globe. We're supposed to just give you that concept and then ignore the fact that sinking is much more akin to the typical conditions and that sinking isn't as great of an effect. And then when we see the effect of sinking, which is a typical effect, that it's barely much at all and it never matches the amount below horizontal the globe predicts. So I guess they're sinking and looming at the same time, and it's just a joke.
Can I just point out that no person here can show two horizontals not being parallel?
That's a very good point, Rob.
What if they're perpendicular? I'm just kidding, though. Like, my point is that they have to assume that for their actual claim of refraction. They assume that they just have horizontal parallel layers, and they can extend that all the way to whatever you're observing, including, I don't know, Canada from 255 miles away.
I got a question. You know, sometimes people do these laser experiments over water, and it seems like over a certain amount of distance, I would say, once you start going over 6, 8, 10 miles, 40 miles, that these lasers seem to refract upwards or downwards, right? Like you'd expect a level measurement, right, over extended periods or over extended distances, but what you see is there is anomalies, bro. You agree with that, right? It doesn't mean that the Earth is curved, but that sometimes these laser experiments do show a deviation in elevation.
Yeah, but when we actually did the test, the light went up. When the light didn't go straight, it went up. It veered up. So what typically happens to the light if the laser is affected by atmospheric conditions is it bends up.
And I mean, really quick too, just on a note, like the reason the lasers need to be reflected back is specifically because of how difficult it is to establish the level baseline. Like that's part of the reason why. Like, what is? I know this, I don't mean to change subject too much, but like, what is the mechanism by which level is established in that let's say in Jesse's experiment or measurement?
Let's best describe that as horizontal, not necessarily level, because then they'll play the semantic game of level is just the consistent distance above the surface, which could be curved. So if we were to establish a horizontal line from a specified point, so say you want to drop a plumb and then establish a horizontal based on that plumb, you would want to do that at very short distances.
Could I? Yeah, I agree. That's what level is. But I just took a look at this paper that you guys are talking about and referencing. Okay, the point still is that all of these.
I really wasn't finished explaining to him how to establish a horizontal.
Yeah, go on.
If I could finish that, that'd be great.
Sure.
Yeah. So, Toby, I think what we would need to do is like Raki has described in here many times, establishing a horizontal the way that a surveyor would, where you're doing short distances, no more than 200 feet at a time, where you're leapfrogging. So you're establishing it with a theodolite, or technically an auto level is probably what you would use, right? And you would do that no more than 200 feet at a time. And as you're doing that, you're measuring it to a story pole, right?
So
and then
you would adjust retroactively to make sure that the previous point of plumb was horizontal with your next point. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I would actually do it at 100 feet so that you're doing it 200 feet increments when you're leapfrogging back and forth, right?
I mean, because that seems really, really, really pertinent in measurement and important when you're measuring something or taking observations of something that's hundreds of miles away. Like the tiniest deviation from horizontal or level or whatever you want to call it is going to be massive.
Yeah, think of it this way. If anybody's ever used a high zoom camera, something like a P900 or a P1000, and you're fully zoomed in and you make the slightest movement, let's say you're trying to observe, I don't know, a boat on the horizon or something, and you make the slightest movement left, right, or up or down, you immediately lose that object, and it becomes very difficult to get that object back at that zoom level because the slightest deviation is going to throw you off considerably at those distances. So we would never want to make the assumption that our crosshairs in something like a theodolite would be giving us an accurate depiction of where horizontal would be at something like even a mile. Because if you're thinking about doing 100 feet, 200 max, and leapfrogging that, meaning you're measuring down to the surface each increment, right? So you're establishing that horizontal and then measuring down to the surface to see if there was any type of deviation from that horizontal within the surface. If you're trying to do that every 100 to 200 feet, a mile is 5,280 feet. Think about how big of a difference that is between 200 feet and 5,280 feet. So you could be wildly inaccurate even at a mile.
Cool. Thank you for the breakdown. That makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, sure. No worries. Sorry, Santiago. Go ahead, man.
It's all good, man. I just wanted to that point that I wanted to establish, which was that all of these light rays that are being refracted, they're bending downwards, right? There's no rays that are actually curving up, correct?
What the fuck is a light ray?
It's what hits your eyes, but we don't need to argue about
like a UFC fighter.
Well, if we were using a laser, it would be more analogous to a light ray.
I just want exactly.
Can we agree on that?
I mean, so hold on. So what you're saying is that I turn on the light switch, and then what? Something hits my eyes.
Light beams are shot out at you from the light bulb.
Yes, you get hit with little paintballs, bro. Little white paintballs.
Might have to take
This
cover.
is really confusing. Like really, light
You need to
rays.
get some sunglasses, dude. Protect yourself.
And this is why it's so important that we pre-qualify the things that we're going to introduce into the chat to basically state that if you believe that light actually travels like a laser, like it gets projected, shot at you like a gun or something, that's one thing. But if we're talking about how light naturally propagates within the system, light just seems to illuminate based off of the gases that are within the system. What a crazy concept. It's like the light's traveling on the medium or the...
But hear me out. Let's say that light can bend, right? And we do see light through different densities act erratic. It can bend, right? Like when it goes through a glass. What do they call that law?
Snell's law.
Snell's law, right? Well, let's pretend that there's a crystallized structure that's part of the atmos up there, right? And that light travels through that. We don't know what light's doing in the firmament or even in the atmosphere. If the atmosphere acts like a lens, let's say this lensing effect is legitimate, then we don't know how light might react.
All right, real fast.
It's been proven that light can diffract, reflect, all
What's
that.
light?
Bro. Go ahead.
Wait, real fast before we change subject. I want to say this to Santiago. Okay, so you say like all the rays are bending down, right? Okay, then think about this. He described, now this is a hostile witness. He obviously assumes the globe and all of this to explain his entire mind. Right, okay, that's my point. Wait, let me finish. Think about this. If it's all, say the rays are all bending down because it's more dense below, right? And he's sitting here describing an effect called sinking, okay?
Yes.
So, so then even though the light's bending down, it causes the object to go down. So when Globers claim that objects are lifted because light always bends down, which always lifts objects, they're going against their own subject matter expert.
No, that's okay. That's fine. But I mean, it's still, you're using their word, their terminology as sinking, right, to try to prove something that's flat, and I don't think that's fair.
But no. The point is, it's actually based on angle of incident and then a variance of characteristics of the atmos. My point is that all the globers run around repeating a script that light bends down to the more dense layers of the atmos, which lifts objects up. But in reality, the very subject matter expert that they've since invoked for standard refraction to explain away all the refutations of the globe states that it can actually cause the object to go down.
And he says when you set the temperature 1 kilometer above the surface, 10 degrees less, right, than the surface temperature, you will get a sinking effect.
Yeah, that's what he says in his
Right.
in his model, in his program here.
But that sinking effect is completely dependent on the globe being a globe.
No. The effect itself can't exist if the Earth's not a globe, dude.
Take that line, right? Take because all of this is set on a curve. All of his diagrams, all of his modeling. Take it, make it flat, and then do the same thing with temperature, and you'll find that the sinking effect is not the same. It's still looming.
All of his established modeling was done on a planar surface.
Correct. Like it's actually his explanations of it that invoke the globe. He uses horizontal plane parallel layers. It's a plane, and then there are horizontal parallel layers up from that plane. That's literally how he modeled it. He then tries to explain an interpretation applied to an assumed globe. The model itself requires a plane, which is, again, the funniest part. The only Band-Aid that the globe has now is to say everything is refraction. And to even invoke that, they have to use a plane Earth with horizontal plane layers going up from it, no matter how far out the observation is,
Right.
which
And
obviously
that's
doesn't work.
I would agree with you, because I don't think that there's any mathematical model of refraction that assumes a globe. In
That's
the
right.
mathematics of it, yeah, 100%.
So it's funny.
That would be
It's
too
just kind of
complicated. Yeah.
So there's two primary points here. One is it wouldn't be too complicated. It would be accurate if there's a globe.
No,
So there's two primary takeaways here.
No,
One
the
is
mathematics just wouldn't. The equation would be too difficult to solve. I mean, the only refraction is also already too difficult to comprehend because of all the variables involved. So you have to use these approximation methods, like you said, picturing the atmosphere to be planes of different densities, things like that.
But if you extend a plane all the way out to an observation like 255 miles away, now you're dealing with like a discrepancy of miles, vertical miles. But the two takeaway, which means it doesn't work for the globe. The two major takeaways is A, when they invoke refraction, they have to use a plane Earth with horizontal parallel layers. And two, which is the funniest part, probably, that they have to use a plane. But two is all the globers say light always bends to the more dense medium, and that causes objects to be lifted up. And that if the light bends down, it can only cause objects to lift up, and we know this for a fact.
Right.
And then they ridicule anyone that challenges them. Their own subject matter expert that they all invoke explains very clearly that there's an effect called sinking, and you don't need this guy to know about that effect either, which means you can have the light supposedly bending down to the more dense medium, and the object actually goes down. So it isn't as simple as saying, oh, light bends down, objects lift up. That isn't true. Every single glober says it, though.
No, I'm satisfied with this explanation, because I haven't looked at his model, right? But you guys you're asserting that he's picturing the Earth to be a plane, doing some mathematics, and then sort of transferring it onto a curved surface. But
for interpretation,
for interpretation. But even the mathematics is trying to interpret something that it's what we see, but it also, when it has any meaning, right, it has to be a distance over a curve, right? So
well, yeah, you also have to understand this, bro. So like if you're assuming assuming a globe with your interpretation, right? So then that's how this is a computer model that he made. So he's
Right,
like, okay,
right.
sometimes we see objects higher, sometimes we see objects lower. He's like, okay, how would we explain that with a globe? So
Right.
if we see it lower, then that must mean that it's lower, even though it's already being obstructed by a globe. So we have to account for that. And that's where he gets his temperature predictions, his vertical density gradient predictions, all this. So all of
Right.
the actual application has to assume the globe to then interpret the observations. And so that's why there's this huge disconnect, right? I mean, there would be a totally different interpretation of that.
It's not so much of a disconnect. It's just that you can't definitively say that proves a globe, right? Because you have to go a little bit further into it to actually disprove a flat plane, right? Because it doesn't disprove a flat plane. It just says this can work under these hypothetical circumstances on a plane or a globe.
If we assume a plane for the map. But this is the primary takeaway. In 2016, we all started seeing observations that were too far away. So then we went and made them. And we started saying, oh, the boat's always going to disappear at 3 miles around. We're like, no, I see this boat from 10 miles. So then they said, oh, well, you never see the actual curve of the Earth. They changed their argument. So now the argument is that you can never see the actual curve of the Earth, the actual geometric horizon. You only see the apparent location, but I promise there's a real physical one there. Trust me. And then they all started saying it's because of refraction, and that refraction always exists. And then they all started repeating MC Toon, saying, with his little Batman graphic, that when light bends down, objects lift up. And that's just a scientific fact, and no one can dispute it. So every single one of them who've been saying this for years are just objectively wrong, which means the globe has nothing. Let's go back and understand what this is. This is an answer from the globe to try to explain away the observations that directly contradict the globe model. And then when we look into the answer is objectively wrong. So what are we left with? The globe is refuted. If the evidence and observations refute the globe claim, then they came up with an excuse to try to make it unfalsifiable and claim it doesn't refute the globe claim. But their excuse is provably and objectively wrong. Therefore, we're back to step one, which is the observations directly contradict the globe claim. So even though it's 2023 and they've been at it for 7-8 years, they don't even have an answer yet.
So
literally, they all repeat this information.
That's like you're doing the work for them essentially, right? By saying, look, you're wrong about everything always looming. Take a look at this guy, right? He shows conditions where this sinking effect takes place. And then they'll immediately say, just like it was my impulse as well to say, like, well, that can only take place if you assume a globe. But then you say no, incorrect, right? The mathematical model does not assume a globe. You can model it without the globe, but this person is just attributing it to real life, quote unquote, and implementing it for a globe model. But the sinking effect works mathematically clearly in the model, which does not assume a globe.
No, it actually requires a plane specifically.
Right,
So,
right.
Yeah. So that's the big takeaway, though, which is, and you're not going to hear any Globers speak up right now because this is their script. They claim that light bends down and it lifts objects up. That's provably not true. Just because there's a more dense layer of the atmosphere below you does not mean objects only get lifted up. They can also go down. And they can't concede that. Because if they concede that, now they don't have anything. Now, all of a sudden, the globe's in serious trouble. So this is one of those. I've been bringing this up for about 6 months now, that the claim, because you can prove it with a simple test. You can go put something in a more dense medium, and it will refract down based on your angle of incident and the angle of view to that angle of incident. So as I bring this up, everyone they're like, what's it so stupid? He doesn't know, blah, 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 blah. They haven't addressed it in 6 months. So where I'm at right now is you guys, or the globe model, doesn't even have a potentially theoretically viable explanation for the observations we see that are way too far away. They don't even have it. Requires just being blatantly wrong, making a claim that's provably wrong. So that's a pretty bad situation for the globe, where the flat Earth over here is like, okay, the horizon's just apparent. Well, it constantly moves around, so that's proven. Now the globe's conceded, yes, the horizon that we see is just apparent. And we say that when it's clearer outside, you can see further. That's what the observations show. That's what flat Earth predict. With infrared, you can see even further because it cuts through the obstruction, which is actually what is preventing you from seeing forever. The physical obstruction of the atmos combined with the perspective. That's what we see. When we pull out infrared, we see way further. Every single observation matches the flat Earth prediction, and none of them match the globe prediction. None of them match the globe prediction, even with them constantly invoking a malleable explanation and prediction, because they have to say something that's provably wrong. So that's a lot, but that's like a summation of the situation here.
I'd really like to get into the mathematics of it. I mean, even just like a year ago or months ago when I first started getting into this, like refraction was just, sounding off in my head. Like I need to go actually take a deep dive into, how people who focus in this field actually model it. And I haven't even done that yet, but yeah, man, I think that you have very good points in all this, and you're doing the work for the globe side as well. Just pointing these things out, and they treat the argument really stupidly. They move really slowly. They're not actually trying to target, like the get to the bottom of like the solution to the problem. They're actually just trying to continue dumb conversations to have their viewers, laugh or whatever.
I mean, frankly, all the evidence shows us that the Earth's a stationary plane, dude. So, like, the claim to the contrary has to be legitimately verified. But people approach the conversation as if the inverse is true, that all the observations somehow match the globe, and that you must grant any presupposition required to say that. Like, just applying basic logic, the pursuit should be, okay, default stationary plane based on observations. Claim that's an illusion. It's actually a globe that spins. Now we need to prove that. And that's why flat earthers exist. They went to prove the globe, dude. When you actually are intellectually honest and apply logic, you become a flat earther. There isn't evidence for the globe. It just doesn't match reality.
So I mean, personally, and I get caught up every once in a while with an argument that sort of convinces me on more leaning towards the globe side. Things like this, right? That I'm not taking the time to look into, but they're questions on my mind, and I can ask somebody like you, right, or the other person, Napalm, in the chat, right? You guys know about this topic pretty well, more so than other flat earthers that I hear, speak, and it's a good argument. That's all, right? And so it dissolves that kind of roadblock, right? But it keeps it there. You get stuck along the way, right? And there are so many questions and not enough time or not enough interest for certain people to actually unravel all these things, But I find it amazing, right, that every step of the way, right, it's very surprising how there is an answer, right? And in fact, like typically, you think it's going to stump the flat Earth, right? But it somehow miraculously doesn't, and I find that endearing, And I honestly, like, I said this before. I don't care whether the Earth is flat or round, and I kind of root for the flat Earth. It's like it'd be awesome, if all this was wrong or in some way, just a fiction of measurement, but yeah, man, I'm gunning. I gun for the flat Earth, but I still have to like have a rational mind and try to like take things one step at a time, at least like whenever I get into this. But yeah.
But perspective is a very like not like how we see, but how you look at this conversation is very important. Like the way that it's portrayed is that as if somehow the flat Earth has to like account for refraction. They have to acknowledge it as if it's globe evidence. So the way that the conversation has progressed is globers act like refraction is actually globe evidence. No, it's not. It's actually a rebuttal from the globe position to the evidence that refuted the globe. It's actually a rebuttal. It's the globe rebuttal. It isn't globe evidence. It's globe rebuttal. And they can't even agree on what it is, how it works, how to even model it, how to test it. No one can give us an actual. The debate would have already
Right.
been over if the glober said, here's an equation, go measure these conditions, and I can tell you exactly what you're going to see at a certain distance. Because we
Right.
would immediately take that equation, go into the real world, and prove that doesn't happen. They know that. That's why they don't say the equation. So if you don't say the equation and you just stick to saying the word over and over, you can keep this conversation going in perpetuity, however you say that word, because there's no way to stop it.
Well,
There's no way to
I think
actually test it.
the equation and the variables involved with it are a little bit difficult to measure. Like what the temperature is a kilometer off of the ground, right? That's you have to sort of assume that you can't actually take that measurement on any given day.
Well, that's kind of my point, though. What has happened over the last 7 years is the globe model has constantly had to update its arguments, although this was supposedly proven hundreds of years ago. And now we're to the point in 2023 where when you get to the end of the road of every single topic, the globe's answer is something that can't be tested. Every single time. It's an unfalsifiable claim from the globe. Every single time. So, I mean, you know.
Well, there are a few ways to definitively prove a flat Earth. You know,
Test it, but you can't observe it happening in nature without a man-made object.
No, I mean like that you fly around the equator, right? With you know, whatever. No one's going to get a plane and actually try to fly directly on the equator and see, you know, what happens to a measuring device, you know, whatever. But no one's going to go to Antarctica and take a boat and see how many miles they travel and how, you know, around the ice wall, right? And how it's actually larger than it should be. But there's so many interesting things about it, right? Like I heard Jeranism talking about the speed race, like in a boat, right? And in the South, near Antarctica, their speed is like 200 knots per second, like I don't know, just some crazy number, like the actual I forget what it was, but some type of like boat race of like how fast a boat can travel over a certain distance. Like versus the North, it's like an incredibly higher number. It doesn't make any sense why some boat in the South would actually have to travel slower unless the distances that they're actually crossing are greater.
Yeah, Santiago, can I go back to something you said when we were talking about the visualizations and refraction over distance? Everything, you know, you're talking about, it's really difficult to measure like temperature and pressure, you know, at whatever height above the surface.
Right.
Yeah, the thing that, like I had brought up previously, when you're making an observation over distance, something as simple as a 1 foot column of either extremely heated or cooled air can affect your visualization of something over a long distance. Right. So there is no
It depends on how
actual,
zoomed in you are, I would imagine, but
just even with your eyes, right? So if you're looking over a distance at an object that's 20 miles away, a fire in front of you is going to affect that. Right.
Right. But
That's a very easy way to see that something in the distance can be affected by a change in temperature or pressure. But something throughout that whole entire 20 miles could be doing that effectively and affecting how you visually are seeing something. So there is no good silver bullet definitive proof as to what you are seeing and where you are seeing it being something that you can measure too, which is why I have a problem with people that take a theodolite, point it at something miles away and claim that they've established a horizontal with their crosshairs to an optical apparent location miles away.
Well, the idea is, can you make sense out of what you're seeing, right? Being refracted. I mean, if you're saying that you can't because anything can ruin it, right? Just like a 1 foot column of hot air could completely distort your vision in such a way where it's not just a distortion on what you're seeing, but it's actually changing the nature of what you're seeing. So much
Yeah, because just a slight distortion. So let's say we're doing improper measurements and we're trying to say, okay, I've leveled my theodolite and I'm looking at something 17 miles away, and that something happens to be what I call the horizon. My crosshairs are above that horizon. Therefore, what I'm measuring is a actual drop over distance based on where we think something should be.
That's right.
At that distance.
That's all we're doing is pointing it at where we think it is, right? And that thinking is what we see, right? Which is not where it actually is. It's where the light is, it's curving, and we're seeing the top of that curve from where it actually is.
Correct. And even a slight deviation gets exponentially incorrect the further you go out. But the problem is, certain people want to claim that the further you measure with things like the theodolites and stuff like that, the more accurate they become, which is a ridiculous claim. Do you think something would be more accurate at distance?
No, of course not.
Right. So we would say
I'm trying to recall like another sort of experiment that some Globers had done, but I have to go find it or look it up again. I forget the gist of it, but it had a different. It was the nature of it was different than just like pointing and measuring the angle of inclination on something.
Well, most of the times you're going to get, things like, I don't know, B-Ball or Earth is Life, whatever he calls himself, is going to post the same picture of a theodolite being pointed, I don't know, 11 miles away across the bay that has tons of waves. Like you can see tons of waves and an alleged obstruction of the bottom of a building based on where his crosshairs of his theodolite are hitting on that building, and claiming that there's no way that those crosshairs could hit that height at that distance, just solely based on his feelings. No actual measurements that are taking place.
Well, I mean, we're observing reality, right? We're observing whatever the world is doing, right? Whatever the conditions are, the atmosphere, whatever light is. If you want to say it's not traveling, or if it's always there, the medium's always there. But that we're observing that, we're trying to describe it, right? And in certain circumstances, it can be, prescribed. What we're seeing can be explained using a flat Earth and using a globe. I mean, what we're trying to figure out is whether there are any circumstances where the one can't be explained, but the other can.
Sure. The only way to get a definitive answer would be an establishment, like I said, of a horizontal and a measurement down from that horizontal to the surface itself, whether that be, water, anything like that, over a very long distance of establishing this horizontal and measuring down to it, because we would want to see from our initial point of the establishment of that horizontal that we get a progressive drop over distance, but that's never been shown to be the case.
or you just you fly a plane over the equator with the gyroscope, oriented horizontally, and if that gyroscope, changes directions, then you're on a sphere, right?
All of your instrumentation, typically within an airplane, is going to.
Or sorry, rather, you're on a flat plane.
Well, I don't know what you're saying. Are you saying just keeping a straight heading, irregardless of your compass? I'm sorry.
Well, on a flat plane,
Regardless.
you would have to be curving, right? You'd have to be doing a circle. But I'm talking about the equator. So on a globe, you would be going in a straight line, and the gyroscope wouldn't change whatever, right? You would experience no difference. But if it were actually a plane, then you would be going in a large circle, and after a long plane ride, given a few thousand miles, right, you would see a noticeable difference in the gyroscope.
The problem with that is your idea of straight and your heading,
right,
is only going to be based off of typically the
GPS,
instrumentation within your airplane, which is going to be most of all your compass.
Well, yeah, I don't know what kind of guidance systems you would have, or how you could even set this experiment up, but theoretically you could do it.
I mean, it would be very difficult because you would have to prove a straight line flight path. And you can't do that just by putting a chain around the yoke and saying, okay, this plane is flying straight, because we haven't deviated from, the yoke has been stationary this whole entire time, because you deal with crosswinds and stuff like that can blow you off course.
I mean, we've seen globe Earth documentaries, but we could see a flat Earth documentary too, where some money is put towards this concept, right? And it's all filmed in a professional way. And
but how would you do this plane thing if really the only way that you can determine whether or not you're flying straight is based off of a compass heading? Because the compass is what you're going to use to navigate.
Depending on, so how would you trust it, right?
How would you know? So let's put it this way. If you're on the equator and you're making this flight, how would you know if over 24,901 miles,
right,
you deviated from straight, meaning you made a complete circle, or if you just flew in a straight line with no deviation? How would you know whether you did or did not do that?
I'm not an expert in planes and their navigational systems, to be honest, but I imagine there must be some way to do that.
Could you use a gyroscope on its side or something? I don't know, maybe I'm dumb.
No, that's what we're saying, right? You orient a gyroscope horizontally so that it measures, any movement to the left or right. But
so you're saying to have a 90-degree difference of orientation from horizontal.
Instead
so having
of oriented
vertical,
down towards the bottom, the ground, it would be oriented, straight.
So like a vertical orientation of a compass.
A horizontal orientation, but yeah.
Napalm, wouldn't the artificial horizon show that?
The artificial horizon would show what, that's pitching y'all, right?
Well,
Up
that's
and
what I'm
down.
saying, right? The attitude of the plane, the nose and tail adjustment. Like a plane can't turn unless it banks. It has to bank. Therefore, the actual level, so to speak, of the plane, it's how it addresses the horizon. That plane has to take an angle approach to the horizon in order for it to turn. It can't just turn level like a car.
Yeah, but
it's different. We're not even saying just going straight. We're saying actually following a line that is the equator, right? And so in order, you would have to follow, if it were flat, you would actually have to follow a circle.
What?
A large circle.
What? No, if you were actually addressing model with a 3959 claim radius, you would constantly, if you were traveling anywhere on that ball, you would constantly have to adjust the attitude of the plane. The nose and tail adjustment would have to constantly be in a down position. The yoke, as Napalm was referring to earlier, would have to be tilted down or pushed down in order for you to constantly address that drop. Right. What we know for a fact is how a plane works, how it turns and engages with its flight path. Is that if a plane has to turn, it's a banking procedure, not just a simple turn on a dime. So
yeah, but Killian, you're going to have a bunch of micro adjustments across this whole entire route, right? So if you have crosswinds, crosswinds start blowing you sideways. There's not going to be any indication of a banking, but it could be pushing you off your path.
The only way that you could really do this is if there was some GPS system that actually, allowed the plane to follow the line of the equator, because that's the defining factor. Is like on the equator, if it's a globe, you are moving in a straight line. But if you're following that equator consistently, if it's a plane, your plane will actually have to turn left or inwards.
What would be so if we orientated a gyroscope 90 degrees from the typical orientation of the gyroscope, that would give you that that horizon indicator, right? So that orientation is going to be, the spin of the gyro is going to be horizontal to the surface, right? So if we tilted that 90 and started to fly, right, you take off from a runway that is orientated east-west. So any deviation left or right, so north or south, would be indicated within that compass.
Yeah.
Within that gyroscope. What would we expect that turning radius to be in degrees based on
that would be easily
miles
calculable.
traveled?
Yeah.
Would it be 1 degree of deviation in that based on every 69 miles?
What's the circumference of the equator?
24,901 miles. Would that be 69 miles per degree?
Every 69, arc miles of curvature, there would be 1 degree change in the gyroscope.
So that might be a possible test there. Orientating, I mean, you wouldn't even necessarily have to be on the equator if you wanted to make the adjustment for a reduction in the size of the circle that you're making. You wouldn't even necessarily have to be on the equator. You know what I'm saying? The closer you would be to, if the north is the central point, the closer you are to it, the more of a reduction of a circle you're going to have.
No, because every other place on the sphere is a circle, right? Except for the equator. So you're going east-west, and it's only on the equator that's a straight line on the globe.
Okay. I would be curious as to what the prediction would be for this scenario off of the equator on the globe model, right? So on the globe model, the prediction would be our compass that's orientated horizontally, right? Our gyroscope that's orientated horizontally would have no deviation if we're flying east to west on the equator. But would it have a deviation if we were flying east to west at any location above or below? And I say above or below, either north or south of the equator. Would there be an expected deviation of that gyroscope?
That's a good question.
You could
I would
also
imagine that there would be an expected deviation under both circumstances, whether it's globe or a flat plane. But I would imagine that they would be different expected deviations. I could be wrong about that, though. I think I am wrong. I think it would be. You could call them the same deviation, same expected deviation, except when it's on the equator.
Couldn't you use this method then, like fly straight in two directions opposite to each other, like east to west, where you should never be hitting anything close to ice, and if you actually hit ice on opposite directions, that would also debunk the globe.
It would, but you would have to stop for gas, and that you would never be able to make it to the edge. I don't know. It's one of those things that even like just simplistically, geometrically, it can be done, and it can,
Could you just
it can be decisive.
You could just refuel, right? I mean, if they obviously they wouldn't let this happen, but I mean, really, what justification? Because you'd be proving that you're flying east on their model, and that's not going anywhere supposedly near Antarctica, as per their treaty. But they'd have to stop you based on.
Well, I mean, you could even find a way, just even in the ocean, not even near Antarctica, because in the south on a flat plane, the distances have to be greater, right? So, like they say, from Santiago to Chile, or whatever they say, those plane flights, they have to actually be longer on a flat plane. So the planes have to be traveling faster. And the way that they describe this in the flat Earth description of this is that there's actually jet streams around the outside of the globe towards Antarctica, towards the south, or on the outside of the flat plane model, that are like 120 miles per hour. So they're saying that essentially planes use those jet streams to speed up or slow down, or there's some other type of technology involved or whatever, But it's funny even that exists as like some kind of explanation.
I'm just asking. I'm just saying, if you went in a direction where, according to the globe, there's not supposed to be any ice, you refueled if you run out of fuel, whatever, and you hit ice.
Then you hit ice and you're essentially dead because no one's gonna know about it, right? I mean, you're gonna land on the ice. There's gonna be no food, no gas to get back.
No way. I'm just you're refueling. You set up refuel centers, fucking refuel buoys or whatever the fuck you want. I mean, it can't be some insurmountable feat to fly a certain distance. Come on.
Yeah, we just need really rich flat earthers. It's the only problem. Send some balloons up, fly across the equator, take a trip to Antarctica on your own.
I'm saying, theoretically, if that happened, that would debunk the globe. If you went in a direction where you should never be seeing any sort of ice.
That would if it would be feasible if people actually wanted to do that, like governments.
So why wouldn't the government just from an abductive perspective, I know this is not, I don't usually go for these kind of, but I am curious. From your perspective, like, why hasn't anyone done that from the heliocentric perspective? Just like put it to bed definitively.
They did, though. They did that in the early 1900s. They put it to bed,
No, like with planes documented, like the whole way, with the gyroscope on 90 degrees, making sure it's going straight, and maybe even like have a service that one could pay for. It's not too costly, like maybe
Well,
10,000.
they essentially, quote unquote, did put it to bed, right? When they tried to circumnavigate the globe north to south instead of east and west. And
No, it's
apparently,
got to be documented in
apparently
modern.
some people have done that, but they're all like the Queen of England's cousin,
But
things
it's got
like
to be
that.
documented in modern times. It would be trivial to do so in modern times for them. I mean, they're sending things to the moon apparently. The humble old Earth shouldn't pose much of a challenge.
No, I mean there are things that you can do with like a small amount of money, 5 figures.
I'm saying, like, from the perspective of the people who say that this is the model of reality, they should have like easily accessible ways to prove this for everyone. They should have these flights offered for, like, let's say 3 times the price of a normal flight. I think that's a decent margin. A bunch of people would take it. I mean, just from an abductor perspective, it's just ridiculous that doesn't exist.
There are things that are very ridiculous that do exist.
No. What I'm saying is, it's ridiculous that these things don't exist that could easily, trivially prove the globe if it were true.
I know, but I don't think like they exist. It's all one contained system, right? It's like they exist because they don't exist because it's not meant to just be proven to everybody that they live on a flat Earth because some guy just decided to fly to Antarctica.
What?
Apparently, that's not how
You know,
the truth is.
this proof, if they had these flights available, it would prove that the Earth is a globe. If they had like footage of like rockets leaving the Earth doing this slingshot procedure, like continuous footage, that would also be more evidence towards it. There would be all this mountain of evidence and documentation that they could have to trivially prove the globe if it were true. Instead, there's nothing. There's grainy footage.
Well,
I've got a question.
recently, India just went to the moon, right?
Oh yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Because I'm an Indian, that's the one true moon landing. But honestly, no, that's ridiculous. It literally looks like claymation. It looks like Wallace and Gromit. If you've seen Wallace and Gromit, when whatever the lander gets on, like what the
I know. I find it hilarious that every time something like this happens, the footage of it is just absolutely terrible. But that's again, that's not their motive. Their motive is not. They didn't put time into actually creating a device to
that's your assumption.
Pictures.
Like, I'm telling you, dude. I mean, it's just like it's.
They have very specific missions. Okay, a rule.
It's shocking, bro.
That's what their funding is going to.
It's shocking that there isn't any realistic footage, any like decent evidence which doesn't go into like some sort of mathematical abstractions which are unprovable. Like, they could just have trivial footage to prove this. They don't have anything. Why?
No, real quick.
They could
I
have
found
a few more angles. Do something, like anything.
Do I sound okay?
Yeah.
Yes, Jeremy, you sound great.
Do I sound better than normal or worse than normal?
You sound saucier than normal. What do you want?
On a scale of 1 to 10, how sexy is my voice?
Stop it.
Just checking. I got no headphones.
You're an 11 on the sexy. I can't even say it. Sexy scale, Jeremy. How's that?
Carry on. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Carry on.
Now the thing that I find interesting with like, because we're talking about planes traveling, is like the captain will put on the sign when he's taking off and landing. Now, when he's cruising in the air, though, if I have like a cup sitting on my table and I pour some water, I can literally sit there and observe level the entire time I'm on that flight, unless we engage some kind of turbulence or whatever. He has to make some banking type of procedures. Like, even when the plane banks, I would see that water change its level aspect, if you will, within that cup, within that containment unit. So I'm curious to know, like, a plane that's flying at 35,000 feet above the surface, Santiago, do you think that inputs of that from the pilot into the plane for it to constantly be seeking this downward curve, if you will, the drop over distance. Do you think that's something that the people inside of the fuselage would experience?
Probably not.
Okay. Thank you.
No, I think it's just gradual. It's like turning like in a bit very like slow, large circle.
Why is there no footage that actually like convincingly, exclusively matches the globe? Why? Why is there nothing?
Yo, how you guys doing? Is my mic okay?
Yep.
I just want to come in and say I agree with you guys, man. I hear y'all talking about like, you know, real undeniable measures to map out the whole area, and that's really awesome to hear people talking like this. Thank you.
Like
From any side.
Oh yeah, dude, nice.
The flat Earth has a bunch of footage that like exclusively matches it. For example, the sun fade outs. I mean, those are ridiculous. Like, there's no till date, I've not seen a good globe mental gymnastics explanation for that one. Have you seen the sun fade outs?
The sun fade outs. Yeah, I've only seen that from David Weiss's one video.
No, he's got a bunch of videos. I think he's got 7, and there's a bunch of other ones online. I probably a bunch of those.
There were some that have been removed off YouTube, but maybe that's because they were lying. I don't know.
Imagine
There definitely used to be some that are gone.
Imagine if the globe had something footage as like continuous and realistic and authentic as that, which exclusively matched them. Literally, that would be in my face all the time. The moment I brought this up, it would literally be in my face all the time. Yet now you have this thing which exclusively matches the flat Earth, and you got to get them. I've literally not even seen anyone muster any good mental gymnastics to explain that one. It's just one of those things where they just like throw some words in, and then everyone, including flat earthers, move on to the next thing. I mean, that thing, the star rotation thing that Odysee brought up the other day, that, I mean, also from David Weiss, I saw him do that as well. That no one discusses that. That's also not being refuted, even with mental gymnastics. Like, how much like actual footage?
Yeah,
exclusively.
I gotta agree with you again. And the key word you said there was good. You know what I mean? You're like good stuff. Like why isn't there any good stuff that's in your face all day? Why is it all little pieces of fucking bullshit? They have a ad on I think it's on YouTube for, discover space. I'll post a thumbnail here in a minute, and it's got the girls like mouth like wide open. They're like, join space expedition and exploration with enthusiastic and all this. And you're like, what is enthusiastic about this expedition when the stuff is not good? It does not compare to expeditions that we see here in oceans or in other remote areas. It's just not good footage. How is it thrilling?
I just don't get it. It's just like, how can people keep believing this? I mean, really, just from I'm usually all about objective evidence, but today I'm just feeling it. I don't know. I just don't get it. I honestly don't get it. People should the default position for everyone right now, including all of their consensus following, including all of their authority following, should be just bewilderment at the stunning lack of actual footage.
Well, that's not exactly the case, right? Because there are astronauts in the ISS that film outside of the window, right? And they show the Earth from space, quote unquote, in like a 30-minute video, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, and so what the flat earther says about that is it must be filmed in 30-second time intervals based in some, falling plane.
That's one. I don't want to cut you off, but like, what if I meet you in the middle? What if I say it just must be filmed from low Earth orbit always? Isn't that a good compromise? Like, they're not really showing you space, are they?
What is an orbit?
It's look. Let's just say they're showing you from a zone that's not really that far away. How about we just?
I want, when they go and do their space box, put some fucking 20 cameras on that fucking astronaut, and then make him do a little jig outside, and I'll be, oh, that's convincing footage. Make him turn around, make him like do some bob and weave on the moon. each time they're sending one of these rovers, do like a few spins, a little bit of organic footage, send it back.
Yep, definitely. It's so to the real people, it's so obvious to see.
Well, one of the things that I had a question about when I was looking at the India landing was the light source. Did they have the light source mounted to the actual rover itself, or was the light source some way further off in the distance?
Was they actually tweaked some settings on their 3D program and they actually just moved the light source like whatever they want.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Because again, if you look at the length of the length of the shadow that the thing is casting, it seems to be a light source that's further away versus close to the object, right? Because long shadows need a light source that's farther away from them. Last time I thought or checked, based on perspective.
So wait, the 30-minute video of an astronaut maneuvering his way, floating through the ISS, right? And ends it with showing outside of the window the Earth from space. How do you discredit that? What's the explanation?
Can you link the video? Or can I Google it? You can just give me some search terms. I'll find it.
I'll find it for you. I'll link it. I think it's in my DM somewhere.
Send me DMs.
Yeah, here it is.
You putting it in the chat?
Yeah, just a second.
All right.
All right, I put the YouTube link in there at 9:47. So, I mean, I used to kind of have this perception that if they are up there in the ISS, why are they always doing these magic tricks? Why don't they just show us outside of the window something beautiful? But at the end of this video, this astronaut dude who I've seen before, he does point the camera outside of the window. And I mean, I've heard all the normal arguments about what goes on in NASA. David Weiss talking about like, oh, here's the cut, 45 seconds, 35 seconds. This is all filmed inside of like a free falling plane, right? Now this one, I don't believe there are any cuts, and I think that you would have. I don't know what the explanation is for it, but
what if the explanation just have like a fucking video of like normal horizon?
There's other ways that footage can be quote unquote faked other than being in a 0G plane.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Sure. And I'm willing to entertain those if you have them. But for me, looking at this, this isn't the same thing that I'm normally used to
in movies
like
all the time.
The flat Earth. If you skip to 28 minutes in, this is where he goes down.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be fake. You could be actually taking this from some balloon up there. Like, what's the big deal?
You could drop someone in a capsule. That would do it. You could have augmented reality with harnesses and shit. That would do it. I mean, dude, there's so many ways to fake it.
Oh, you mean the fact that he's like floating around? Yeah, okay.
Sure. Yeah. All of it.
Yeah, I mean that's like what's hard to fake about this? Sorry, I mean I'm not trying to be dismissive. But
I'm gonna post the propaganda that irritates me. Funny, I'll note this in the thing too, that it's when I search for Jim's channel, Humans of Earth, this is the top ad that comes up on YouTube.
How come I can see like weird stars through them at 2742?
it just looks.
Yeah. On the screen, you mean?
Yeah, he's got like him specifically. You can see like little dots of light coming through him.
So what about this would necessarily only be possible if this was globe footage?
And there's always weird artifacting around the elbows, it seems like. Actually, quite a bit at like 26, 27 minutes.
I've scrutinized his videos too, especially when they're doing like the dumbass kind of like magic tricks for kids, you know, with like blown up balls that are in the that are Earth-like, passing it around and stuff like that. But and weird dangly necklaces around their neck and playing with them in zero gravity. But this just seems pretty straightforward, you know, in my opinion.
So you mean it seems convincing to you? Okay, fair enough.
Well, I mean, straightforward, right? It's not. It doesn't seem like it. In fact, like yes, that would be the most convincing, right?
Okay, so you got one video which is somewhat.
It's not so theatrical, you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Because yeah, the theatrics make me just like even aside from everything else, it's like the theatrics alone make me suspicious, you know.
I mean, there is the question of if someone actually was able to map out the curvature that's being depicted there and see if that maps onto where the ISS supposedly is. That would be something for the geometry and math nerds out there. Because I think there'd be a little bit of a clunker there. Because that's some radical curvature that they're seeing out the window, supposedly. Don't know if that would match the.
True.
So
I mean, I could come from the position of looking at this and assuming or quote unquote knowing that this is false or fake, and I could scrutinize it on that basis as well. Like, you know, even it doesn't seem like this ISS is traveling very fast over the face of the Earth. How fast does it circumnavigate the Earth?
In like 90 minutes, I think it's traveling like 17,000 miles an hour, or roughly.
Okay, 90 minutes. Okay, now I can kind of at like 30 minutes and 20 seconds, I can kind of see its movement. I see that it is moving. Okay, well, you know, and 90 minutes doesn't seem like a bad estimation, I guess, maybe.
Let's see. How long does the ISS take to orbit Earth? Let me just double check. Yeah, 90 minutes. Yep. Yep.
I mean, when they put out so many of these videos and they've been, you know, like scrutinized and debunked like over and over and over again. I mean, like obviously, like you said, you've seen the footage showing where there's problems. I mean, obviously, they would improve their process, right? And they would learn. They would, as people went through and showed flaws, like part by part, they would go through and find ways to address those issues piece by
But
piece.
this was 7 years ago. This was uploaded.
I mean, even so, I like, for me, like having scrutinized the footage a lot, like I don't know. To me, I'm not very like. I don't know. To me, it looks weird. Like I think, like the claim of what this place is extremely extraordinary, and I don't know. Like we've already kind of demonstrated that they will go through pretty extreme. They'll create pretty extreme situations just to make the appearance that they're actually there. So like I don't know. To me, it seems like a bad place to look for truth. That's just me.
This was 7 years ago, though. This was like almost like way before Flat Earth.
I'll tell you what. Just
not
without,
really. I mean,
without scrutinizing it, this looks. If I was like before, I was skeptical. I would have looked at this and been like, okay, it's whatever. It looks kind of real. Whatever. I'll give you that. I mean, on further scrutiny, obviously there are issues. Like, would that curvature map onto the Earth's circumference that he's portraying out the window? I doubt it, but whatever. Also, you could the cut issues and all of that. I mean, notwithstanding, but whatever. Just at first glance, since I was the one who's making this abductive, not like rigorous, it should. At first glance, I would have said this is somewhat convincing.
Yeah, but it is.
But it's just one video which is somewhat like realistic looking. Not that it's like Like you're gonna need videos which are like only possible on a globe, and I'm not even like any sort of camera smith or cameraman genius, but I could think of a ton of different angles that if this were a globe that you could only be able to take on a globe. Yeah, none of those are presented.
Well, this is largely uncut. In fact, I'm not really sure if there is a cut in this. And if there is a lot of theatrics involved, I mean, there are a lot of theatrics. In fact, like this person is floating through this environment. And, you know, he's playing with objects that are also floating smoothly throughout the whole thing. You know, it's something that I find myself, you know, having a hard time comparing to like the standard, you know, flat Earth, NASA, this is space is fake type of videos.
Well, I mean, so this video is not even from NASA, right? This is up into space, which is some other channel, and it has 8.5 million views. So if there was a production put on, it seems they got their return on their investment, right?
What?
I mean, it looks okay. It looks okay, but then compare that to the ton of other footage, like videos which look retarded.
Well, I'm just saying, if this was a production, then clearly, you know, even though it's like 7 years old, no one's talking about it. It's had millions and millions of views. So if NASA's going through effort to fake this sort of footage, it would have a benefit to them because it's getting viewed millions of times, not even from them.
Okay.
That's my only point.
That's a minor point. In fact, like you may even be able to make the point that them not showing footage this convincing has a benefit for them as well, because they're fueling, you know, this ridiculous division of flat Earth versus globe Earth without actually, you know, quelling it, right?
That's weird. I don't think there's some PR agency which is trying to like all press is good press.
I think division is a good thing for them.
You're saying NASA is functioning. Sorry, all publicity is good publicity for NASA. Is that what you're saying?
No. Like when Obama started talking about the flat Earth and how ridiculous it is, right? I mean, it was there at the time to sort of discredit conspiracies, correct? That's what it was used for. See, look, you have to have an open mind in like all the steps that you take. You know, it's like you can't just say like, I know this is definitively true, or else no matter what you say, or what you do, you're gonna be blocking yourself from seeing something new.
There was no one who was like, I mean, maybe these days going forward, there'll be some kids who are raised flat earthers. No one was raised a flat earther. Everyone who came here either.
I know. I'm not talking about like, I'm talking about a nuanced view of this. But for example, you know, there are conspiracies in the world that the government definitely doesn't want people looking into. Correct or incorrect?
Well, clearly.
Okay, and so if they can encapsulate conspiracies and wrap it up in the same boat as flat Earth nonsense, that's what they did in 2016.
But that's based on the fact that flat Earth. I mean, based on the assumption that flat Earth is nonsense.
Sure, and no, I'm not assuming that it's nonsense. I'm not assuming that it's true, right? I'm just saying, look at the perspective of people, and you know, they don't know any better, but they do have a general opinion that flat Earth is nonsense.
I understand they're using it like to tarnish.
Sure.
The theory here would be they use.
Yeah, and that's what they did. Matter of fact, right? And so there is a reasonable, you know, direction that you could say that they're not actually they're not in any hurry to disprove the flat Earth because they can utilize it for various different reasons.
Well, that's a theory.
I know it's an old one, right? Like I remember back in the day, like all the people that I knew that were interested in conspiracies looked at flat Earth as like muddying the water, right? It's not like that today because they've sort of co-opted every conspiracy into it, you know, and it's become like the opposite of.
Because it was it was never really on the radar. It was
become a fun way to actually look into conspiracies, right? Because it's almost like, you know, you can joke about the flat Earth and then you can talk about something that's conspiratorial, right? Like,
but thing is, it was never to like when I was like, because I was never ever like a fully mainstream kind of guy since I was a kid. But I never really came across flat Earth in any serious way before, so I don't really see them as having used it as some, you know, laughing stock, like tar.
It has had that effect on largely, but I'm also saying that in the years past that, it has backfired in a sense as well. But, you know, I'm also at this point, I'm not too, I don't think that like your knowledge of conspiracies and the depth of your understanding of them is going to like solve any problems whatsoever.
I agree.
Yeah.
So exactly. So that's another point. Honestly, until people stop thinking, I mean, there's a more esoteric point I bring up a lot, which is not even that esoteric. It's pretty straightforward, but no one really cares about it. Is that the fact that no one is taught logic in school? I mean, that just tells you everything about the world we live in. People learn all these fields which are downstream from logic, like math and programming and whatnot. But they never actually sit, and no one actually sits and teaches them logic at a young age. In fact, they've actually reframed the laws of logic as now the laws of thought. Slowly, insidiously over time.
Interesting.
Completely destroying the epistemology of people.
No, see, I took it's funny that you bring this up because I took a class in epistemology, philosophy of epistemology in college, and the professor, okay, I mean, this dude, I don't want to say like talk about like a wasted life, but like he's there talking about, you know, the philosophy of epistemology of like how we can know anything, and he's so like, oh man, like I don't know if I can accurately describe this person, but it was so useless, like everything that he was saying, right? It was so mechanical, so logical, down to a point where you really can't know anything. I mean, even like your fundamental like, or like the deepest you can go into like the philosophy of knowing or epistemology, that like the farthest you can go is like tearing you away from any connection to like reality, even because you're so deep into like, can we know this? Can we not know this?
That's a separate thing. So
and logic, right? It like dominates your mind into the sense where it becomes, you know, you're living like almost like a machine, like a mechanism.
Machines actually, the funny thing is machines actually can't grasp logic. That's the funny thing. AIs don't work on logic. I mean the underlying circuitry and everything is premised on logical gates or whatever.
That's right.
But a machine doesn't grasp. In fact, only conscious beings can understand logic.
Well, you're saying a machine is logical.
A machine functions on logic that was
right,
basically emanated onto it by a conscious mind, but actually only conscious minds can grasp logic.
So what do you mean by grasping logic?
Grasping logic means actually seeing that these are the boundaries of modality, meaning possibility.
How would you logically determine what's possible and what's impossible?
Well, what's possible? So you have modality, and there are different layers of modality. Physical modality, which would just be that which is not possible as per the known laws of physics, which are contingent. And then there's metaphysical modality, logical modality, where basically things can either be true or false, possible or not possible, based on whether they're even true in any possible, possible in any possible world. So like,
how would you know though? I mean, really, it's based on your knowledge, right? You're based on your like small limited set of information.
It grounds out in like some self-evident truths, basically, that like a true contradiction cannot exist.
Well, something can appear that's completely illogical, completely impossible, right?
No, but people use illogical colloquially. So there are things that, for example, there are things that may seem physically impossible, and people will say that's logically impossible. No, that's a misnomer, including flat earthers. A lot of them really need to brush
Well, they're
up.
both the same thing, right? Logic is a body of knowledge.
No, logically, when something is logically impossible, it simply means that exists. That
Knowledge requires a knower.
if something's logically impossible, it's just a contradiction, and true contradictions cannot exist. If something is physically impossible, it just means that it's defying the known laws of physics. Like, I don't know, like a heavy object floating up or something. Someone would say that's logically impossible, or even like
It's physically impossible, right? But it still can happen.
It's still
because our understanding of the laws of physics, even though you can base all your logic upon them, our understanding of it is limited.
You base physics on logic, not vice versa. So I would agree with you. Even flat earthers use the argument of the gas container, right? I would agree that that's physically impossible. I wouldn't say it's logically impossible that a gas could exist without,
I think that there are things that are not necessarily logical, right? And like it depends on how deep you want to go with like what's logical or not.
Logic just means that when we're talking about logical possibility, we're just talking about the three laws of logic: the law of identity, the law of excluded middle, and the law of non-contradiction.
What is the law of non-contradiction? What is that?
Mm-hmm. Something. So when of a proposition about reality, existence at large, something cannot be both A and not A. And
you can't have a married bachelor. Married bachelors.
How do you know?
Because if you're married, you're not a bachelor, and if you're a bachelor, you can't be married. So if you said, "Oh, he's a married bachelor," that'd be you'd be violating the law of non-contradiction.
Bullshit. Jeremy, it's reference frame dependent. Also, there's what's known as like the duality. Like he can be married, right? In let's say North Carolina, everybody knows him. He's married, but then he goes to South Carolina, and nobody knows him, and he's got a different life, and he's a bachelor. He is both.
No,
he is both.
No, he's still married.
He is a married bachelor. Well, he's also a bachelor, so he's presenting this whole bachelor status to everybody else.
Don, this is fucking stupid, bro. Listen to me. He got married. He's married. Until he gets divorced or his wife dies or something, he's married. So he's never going to be a bachelor while he's married because you can't. Yeah. Just because nobody knows he's married.
A bachelor, a guy that's available.
Just because nobody knows he's married.
He is available to take
one. Just because nobody knows he's married doesn't mean.
Definition of bachelor.
And just because nobody knows he's married doesn't mean that he's not married. He's still married.
Okay, but how about this though? How about this? What if he exists in like multiple states? You know what I'm saying? Like he's in sort of like a quantum kind of state kind of thing. You know, where he's like in one state he's married and in one state he's a bachelor.
You mean non-reality?
Can we not get down these retarded fucking things? All the teachings some of there pretty good.
Jeremy, your mic sounds terrible.
That's not Jeremy.
Probably mine.
That wasn't me.
Yeah,
does my mic sound bad?
Jeremy just got a brand new mic.
Yes.
No, his mic is all right. Well, the reason why. Well, hold on.
No. I was next. Even if you were married and now divorced, you still can't be a bachelor. Definition of a bachelor is a man who is not and has never been married.
Okay.
Right.
Impossible.
And you're just not married. If you're acting like a bachelor and you're married, like you're not really married, that was a fake marriage.
Yeah, can we just stop focusing on this and just get past it, please?
Well,
yeah, we can move
hold on. Can I at least defend myself? Okay, so
hold on, Armbar. You don't care about your quantum nonsense. Hold on. Does my mic sound okay?
Yeah, it's good.
No, but there's a reason why. Okay, I brought it up though because it wasn't originally. It was about like logic, right? I was just saying like, how do we know the limits of logic? Logic, we just know logic in this world, in this reality or whatever. But maybe logic extends past it, right? And I'm just saying, what you could have that where he's bachelor but also married and
sure.
Not,
you ever married?
You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, we were talking about the law of non-contradiction. Arul was explaining it to us, but there are circumstances that whether you believe them or not, I would say that they break that law of non-contradiction, that logical law.
If you think the law of non-contradiction is being broken physically, then you're just not.
Yeah. In fact, like I don't know how much you delve into like the world of like Hindu mysticism or whatever, right?
Not very deep.
Okay. Well, I could cite a few examples, right? Even in circumstances that are way beyond being a non-married bachelor or married bachelor or whatever, right? It's like literally, somebody being in two places at once. It would be impossible.
Okay, so here's the thing. When it comes down to something quote physically breaking the law of non-contradiction, here we're getting down to an epistemic issue and an issue of definitions. For example, if imagine in a video game, I had an avatar which I could control in two different places, like of a map. So it would be the same avatar emanating in two different places, instantiating in two different places. Well, and someone would say, "Oh wow!" Someone in that world of the video game would say, "Wow, he's breaking the law of non-contradiction." No, he's not. It's just a different instance. The law of non-contradiction ultimately, no one really gives the definition this way, but it comes down to something can either be defined or undefined. So all of the laws of logic really come down to that. You can either define something or not define it, and that's it. And if you've defined it, it can't be undefined. If it's undefined, then it's just undefined. So there are things which are undefined, like if you could do this in program, you could do this in your mind. God could do it. You could say tomorrow is going to be there, but it's undefined. What's going to happen? The exact shape of tomorrow is undefined. It exists as a placeholder, but we don't know what we don't. It doesn't. It lacks resolution. It's not defined yet. Same thing you could do in a computer game.
It is defined, right?
And some of the parameters are defined, but the exact shape is undefined. The parameter that it's going to continue, it's going to be a progression from the
present moment.
Right? Yeah, exactly. So
and the tomorrow will always be defined as a conception, an idea.
Sure.
Right? Okay, good.
So certain parameters can be defined. So again, this comes down to what parameters are being defined, what parameters are being left undefined, and basically that's all it is. You can't define a parameter but also have it be some other way. Well, then you've just changed it or moved it into the category of undefined. That's it. That's all that it is. So in reality, if someone says, "Oh man, quantum physics is breaking the law of non-contradiction," no, because if the particle physically exists in two places, then it's two different instances of the particle. If this was a video game, this would just mean that this thing now is being treated in the math or the logic behind the strap as
right.
being.
And so you're the background for the logical inference would have to be that's changing. The logic can apply to any background.
Yeah, but to say something is physically in two different places, well, then we're just talking about two different things now. We've said that two things have split off. To say that something, that's also
you're accepting different views of what's possible, impossible, different views of what's physically, the laws of physics are, right? And logic can still apply.
Logic will always apply. It's just impossible for it to not apply.
Sure.
No matter what.
I think that I have sort of like I kind of look down on logic in a sense where most people use it to try to understand something or try to create order in something, which is a good thing. But a lot of the time, like what they're creating order in is very limited, and so they're wasting their time, right, with that endeavor.
It's not something by which you can learn that many things. Logic and the true scientific method, these things are very limited for probing reality. But like logic itself is just a bound. It's like one of the few absolute boundary conditions for reality, necessary boundary conditions. There are, like in our reality, there are lots of boundary conditions, and we call them laws of physics, but those are contingent. If you believe in God or whatever you want to believe, multiverse.
So there are boundary conditions, right? Like I don't like the term natural law, right? Or you could just even call it like a law itself, right? But I do think that there is an order to our actions, right? And that the order to our actions is, you can call it natural law or whatever you want to call it, but it's not necessarily the order of logic, right? And that's my point, which is like the order of logic can be applied to anything, right? I can talk about the logic of something completely ridiculous and spend my whole life doing that, but I'm no better for it.
I'm
picking apart something that's like, just a trash pile on the ground. It's like, the logic of how this trash pile interacts with itself. I mean, it's not going to gain anything from it. And in fact, there's so much more to understand about life that logic is not like the tool that is used to explore that.
Again, I'm not talking. I think you're again defaulting to a colloquial definition of logic. You're talking about rationality or something. I'm talking purely about the three laws of logic. So like a boundary condition on reality. That's it. And another concept, which is again, this might refrain, not so much on this server, but like in real life and other places, is for people to distinguish between the concept of a necessary truth versus a contingent truth. But those literally are my only like refrains. I think more than flat Earth. I think if people learned that, I mean, flat Earth would just kind of fall out of that. But if people just learned that distinction, a necessary truth versus a contingent truth, literally, like also a lot of the arguments people have on here and other places regarding flat Earth or other topics would completely disappear.
Well, do you think that there's objective truth?
Yes, but actually, you know what? The phrase the terminology of objective and subjective truth, there's a bit of a problem there. Epistemically, but I'm not going to get into it. I'll colloquially accept, yeah. I don't think that reality is some woozy subjective made up, but there is still a problem with terminology. But I just contingent.
But necessary and contingent, those are almost similar.
Can I just finish the contingent and necessary just like one last time, and then I'll shut up. I'll just do this periodically because it's like my little religious doctrine that I'm proclaiming.
No, I'm interested.
Yeah, so contingent, a truth which is true in this world but not true in all possible worlds. So laws of physics, boiling point of water, all this kind of stuff. True in this world is not necessarily true in all possible worlds. If you believe in God, it's easy to think of this. He could have just tweaked around all the constants, made the boiling point of water something else, and changed all those things which are so constant in this world in a bunch of other worlds. He could have tweaked them and had set them differently.
Right.
If he had a mixer, module, or console or something. But then there are necessary truths which even God could not have changed, like the laws of logic, like the self-evident truths of mathematics, like 1 + 1 = 2, all this other shit. Even God couldn't have changed them. He could have tweaked any law of physics, but he couldn't have changed any rules or self-evident truths of mathematics or logic. That distinction, and it's not just the laws of logic and mathematics, but those are the most easily accessible ones. There are other self-evident truths, necessary truths as well.
Sure. I would say those are objective truths.
Those are if we're going to use the word objective, those necessary truths truly are the objective ones.
Right.
The other laws of physics that even flat earthers and globe earthers all proclaim, those are ultimately all subject to revision. Any contingent truth which we discover, a contingent truth, another way of thinking about it is a discovered truth. A mathematical truth is I guess you could colloquially say it's discovered, but it's really just like perceived. Oh shit, yeah. It's like ultimately all of mathematics is like a tautology. It's like
it's created based on completely logical steps, right? It's total order.
Right? Yeah, we call it deductive. It deductively follows. It's deductive reasoning.
You can't break that order. Right? You can't formulate a different type of order.
Exactly.
Right.
This has to be this basically. When it comes to math.
Then
necessarily this.
So if logic is what guides you to whittle down, what can be the necessary truth versus a contingent truth, I think it's a good tool, right?
Yeah.
But consider the difference, right? When conceptualizing about something, like somebody taking it out of the world of like 0 and 1 and numbers, just in semantics, even somebody could say, can you try to be humble? And logically, objectively, do you think there's a world where you can try to be humble?
Again, now we've entered the world of subjectivity, which I'm not saying doesn't exist, but yeah.
Well, we're using words, right? Humility, right? Which is a concept. It's a feeling. It's a virtue, right? Yeah.
Mode of orientation. We can say a bunch of things, like whatever.
Sure. But a person trying to be that concept, right? That's the essence of vanity.
What? Sorry, I'm losing you.
If you are trying to be humble, right?
Yeah.
that's vanity.
Okay, I guess I don't know.
No, because like it's almost a similar way of saying, like, if you're trying to be good, right? That's a less good. It's in fact, you might even be able to say that's not good if you're using good as an ideal, right?
I'll roll with this, but like, where are you leading with this? I'll roll with it.
Well, look, it leads back to sort of natural law, right? And something that maybe logic can get you towards, but really like only in a conceptual way, right? Only in like a conceptual way, as if like as mathematics is the measurement for, how you determine, how far a cannonball will fall. I mean, it's basically it doesn't. It's a descriptive nature, right? It's a mechanical thing. It doesn't really go deep enough, but there is a truth to it. And bringing out like objective truth is good, but objective truth is not logic. Objective truth is something that logic discovers.
I don't know I don't know if I agree with that phrasing.
Well,
again,
consider the real life example, right? Which is like, humility. So if you're a humble person, right, just take that as like a concept, right? And somebody says to you, you're not listening, right? And your immediate response is, what are you talking about? Yes, I am listening, right? I am a good listener. I listen all the time. How dare you tell me that I'm not listening? Okay. All of that is objectively, truthfully not listening. So the humility in response to that question, which is like devoid of conflict, right? Once in response to somebody saying you're not listening, really it's only listening, right? And the only thing that it does listen to is that the person saying you're not listening, and they can respond in whatever way. They can say, quite right, I'm not listening, or but like the only fact is like you either are or you're not. So it's not necessarily like a logical picture, right? It's just it's an action, and it either is or it isn't. And logic can kind of shed light on that fact, but the actual action of it doesn't have to take place because logic, determines something conceptually. So
you used an example which is completely in the realm of subjectivity. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I understand kind of what you're talking about.
Okay, but I'm saying like there's a impossibility, right, going on logically, right? And logic can find this like this contradiction, you could say, right? And it can use the law of like non-contradiction to explain it, but that's all it can do. It can't actually listen.
Let me give you another example and see if this is what you're talking about. If I would agree that using logic, just so someone understands logic, you're not going to be able to learn certain things. If I want to learn how to do a backflip right now, I'm not going to be able to laws of logic my way into knowing how to do a backflip. It's going to be all kinds of
that's fair enough.
Subjective things that I need to do I would agree. I'm saying all of reality and the scientific method, actually, the true scientific method, not the bastardized version that they use, can only unearth certain facts about reality. You can't probe into many layers of reality, even stuff which is not subjective. For example, I don't think the scientific method can be used, the rigorous scientific method, the true one, can be used for many parts of biology. It can't. It's simply, biology is it's highly impervious to the scientific method in many ways.
Right. And
so I'm well aware of the limits of like what the use, how practically you can use logic or the scientific method. However,
so therefore, right, there's a different if there are different levels to that, right? The level of logic and the level of actual action, right? And what you can learn through logic and what you can learn through the actual doing a backflip, right, are very, very different worlds. You would agree?
Yeah.
Good.
But it doesn't change the fact that where we're talking about, when we need to discover truth, we need something, we need bedrock, solid thing, something which never budges, absolute boundary condition, and those are the laws of logic.
Yes. In its own world, right? It never budges in its own world, you know.
In the real world as well, it never budges.
No, but we agree that there is a region where it can't actually explore, and there's no budging to be had at all.
Okay, so there are things that it can't describe. For example, you can't use ones and zeros to describe an emotion, or capture an emotion.
Right.
Something.
And you can't use logic really either.
But those things, those phenomena, still don't defy logic.
No, if you use logic to describe an emotion, right, it's not the correct exploration, right? It's stepping out of its bounds.
You can't use logic to describe in any totalizing fashion,
right?
An emotion or quality.
An emotion is meant to be felt, right? Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that those things are violating the laws of logic. They're not violating the laws of logic. They are simply
outside of it.
But they're still bound by it in the sense of they still don't.
Conceptually, yes.
So, for example, pain is never going to be pleasure.
I disagree.
I know what you're going to say. But what about a
to a masochist?
What about a king?
No, I think pain and pleasure are connected inherently.
I agree with that. I would agree with that. It's
so why would, in fact, like your pain, you know, your pleasure becomes your pain. Your pain dictates your pleasure dictates your pain. Why are they different?
This comes down to the fact that spectrums don't mean that things have no distinction. So if you have red and blue, those are two distinct things. Just because we can't in any quantitative, absolute fashion distinguish where exactly red transitions into being blue in some spectrum, doesn't mean that those two things don't exist. They're still not violating the laws of logic. That's because a lot of people are still not understanding that in order for the laws of logic to be existing, you don't have to have clear-cut boundaries. Whether or not you can draw the clear-cut, and that this ultimately gets down to why I don't fully subscribe to this subjective objective delineation, because ultimately if you follow
you would agree that it's logical to assume, right, if you understand the world through a barrier of logic, right, or you understand the world through logical translation of things, right, then logically you're not going to see anything new.
What?
Sorry. If you make everything logical, you're not going to see anything illogical, or anything not illogical, but anything not logical or illogical, completely outside of it, because by the nature of the fact of what you're doing logically is you are translating things into logical and illogical. When that translation, that coloring of that depiction of reality, right, that layer that you're putting onto it, does not necessarily represent the truth whatsoever.
I'm not putting anything on it. I'm saying that's the boundary of reality. It comes down. I mean, it gets down to an argument in philosophy known as the transcendental argument. I don't know if you've heard of it. I'm not trying to be like snobby or anything. It's just kind of useful. It basically says that ultimately everything in reality has to be grounded in. It's probably the most definitive proofs of God, actual proofs, logical proofs. And it just ultimately boils down to everything in reality must be necessarily grounded in a mind, not a human mind, but a mind. And therefore, if you start looking at things through that lens, if you really go through the argument and see the necessity of it, then you'll see that what I'm calling the laws of logic are not something I'm imposing on reality as a framework, like you're saying, through which now everything will necessarily be logical because I'm looking at it through rose-tinted logical glasses. No, it just comes that at that point you're just seeing that reality is ultimately grounded in a mind, and even that mind has limitations. It can do whatever the fuck it wants. Let's say it's an ultimate mind, it's literally the arbiter of reality. But it's still, if it's going to start defining things, it's not going to be able to also leave them undefined. So it's either going to define or not define. It's got a choice. Okay, maybe I'll define this parameter. Maybe I'll leave that undefined. That's basically what I'm saying. It can conjure up all kinds of metaphysics like emotions and qualia and color and this and that. It may come up with a 20th color, 15th color, 7th color, 8th color. It can do all that stuff. but it's never going to be able to both define something and also leave it undefined. It's ultimately the mind which would ground all of reality would ultimately be bound by that.
Can you define a tree?
By define, I'm not talking about a human verbal semantic definition. When I'm saying define, I mean literally define into reality. You know what they say in the Bible? God spoke this shit into reality or whatever. I'm not a Christian.
Right. Well, you just said something can't be defined and undefined, right? Can you define a tree? If it's definable, then tell me that a tree is definable. If it's undefined, tell me that it's undefined. Which one is it?
When I'm saying defined, I'm talking about actually like bringing into existence. I'm not talking about defining it in words.
You're talking about measuring.
No, I'm talking about like, so when I'm saying define, what I'm talking about is in your mind, right? Imagine you're not God. You actually don't even know about in your mind, conjure up some new entity, whatever the fuck you want. Have you conjured it up? Some new entity. And say what it is. It could be an animal, could be a thing, could be an object, could be a whatever the fuck. Could be a law of physics. Conjure it up. As you're doing that, you got two choices. Am I going to define this or am I going to not define it?
I would say you've already defined it by conjuring it up. It's an
Yeah,
idea. It's an
exactly.
imagination, right?
That's the definition. Now you could come up with a class of these objects. Now someone may not be able to come with some linguistic, syllogistic definition of those things, but in your mind, in the pure realm of metaphysics, in your mind, you've been able to bring that into existence, even though no words can capture, even though there's no.
But we do that. We can do that all the time. We imagine whatever we want.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what I mean by define.
I would call that just imagination. It's never the truth. It's never reality. It's just you're just imagining whatever.
I'm saying what conjured up in your mind is somehow conjured up into physical existence or reality. But I'm saying that everything that exists in reality is ultimately the product of some super mind, which has conjured them into existence, basically with persistence.
How would you know that?
I mean, that's you have to go and look at the transcendental argument.
No, I mean it's the same thing, right? You're defining that in your mind, just like you imagined something else.
I mean, if we're going to say that like logical argumentation can't prove anything, then we just at an impasse philosophically. But if you look at the transcendental argument, the steps.
No, I think by describing things as defined or undefined, I mean, I don't think that you're not saying anything at all. You're just saying I haven't imagined it yet.
No, I'm saying if you anything that you want to imagine, or what I'm calling define, you have a choice. You can either give that thing definition or leave it undefined to whatever degree you want.
So your imagination isn't enough. You have to define your imagination.
No, I'm saying define. Like for example, I'm saying okay. Here's an example. I may have to go right after this because I've got to pick up a car. But imagine a fat man.
Okay, gotcha. I'm doing it.
Do you have like a did you
clearly
find the picture of the fat man, or do you just have like a general impression?
I got a picture of vague picture of a fat guy in my head.
Okay,
yeah.
no, add more details to that fat man. Make him Santa Claus.
So define more and more and more.
Yeah, you can just keep defining more and more. So each step along the way, which I'm not saying you can mathematically quantify that, but at each step, you can either add that definition or not add that definition. That's it. That's all I'm talking about.
Correct. That's true. That's true. But where does that leave us? You know, with the importance.
So I'm saying what the boundaries I'm saying exist in reality are so minimal that's a final boundary that exists. Imagine the most free thing that you could think of. Let me just do this colloquially. There's a very rigorous way of doing it. That's the transcendental argument. But the most free way of doing this, like colloquial way, which is like easily accessible, the most liberated thing that we have in our existence is our mind, aka our imagination, whatever the fuck you want to call it. And even that thing is limited by this one rule, which is the precursor for the laws of logic. This fact that you can either define things or not define them.
Correct. And should you define things?
I mean, I don't care. That's a normative question. But anyway, thanks for the conversation. I've got to go. Peace.
All right, man. Thank you too for the conversation. It's interesting. He calls it liberating. I'm not so sure, but I'm considering it. I would imagine that defining things is probably the cause of all of our problems, to be honest. I mean, even in our quest for truth and hope, in the future or whatever, it's like all of that we're defining, and we're limiting it.
The fuck you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, we've put like a framework on things, but it's useful. It has its uses, right? I mean, I get that it's limited. I agree with you to a certain extent,
right?
But it's all the.
I agree with you too.
It's everything that anything. The reason I'm talking to you right now, or I could take a plane, or these are because we define things.
But how useful is it actually? Right, that's my question.
It's pretty useful.
Pretty useful, but maybe the use that we get out of it is actually a detriment as well.
Fuck.
That's nice.
Well, nothing's perfect.
I take it in the opposite sense of like liberation. I actually get that we feel good every once in a while, and we can remember that and say, it's because of my defining things or imagination of things, in the context of all this nonsense, right? That feels liberating, but I don't feel like that is liberation or liberating at all, or ever can be, even though it may feel that way from time to time. I would imagine liberation as a completely different thing entirely.
Well, what do you define it?
I mean, I'm pretty sure that it's there when you're not defining things, right? Like, when you're not stuck in all of your accumulated knowledge and the pattern work of how that's going to work out for you or not work out for you.
Well, like, what do you, like? See, without defining things, you can't really construct like a stream of logic going from like point A to point B. Like,
No,
how do
but
you?
we are being logical in considering these kind of overarching ideas, right? And I think that's enough. Like, look, you can both be logical about doing a good job at work, at your job, right? That's self-contained. You fix cars, right? You know all the pieces of the car. You know how to replace them. Logic is involved. You leave that, right? Then you can be logical about the nature of thought itself, right? You can logically see that it's never the whole picture, right? It causes a lot of problems because it's fragmentary in nature. It's never the truth, and getting caught up in it is, it's contextual. It's either going to help you with something, or it's fear, right? You're conceptualizing all of the possible futures, which are not real, but have an effect on you. And this whole mechanism logically gets out of control.
To be honest, I don't know what the original point was. what was the original? Was there original argument, or was there original some kind of I don't know. I joined late.
Well, we were following a train of thought in conversation. Started off with like logic and the foundations of logic, but he was using words for truth as necessary and contingent, rather than objective and subjective. And he was using defined and undefined aspects of reality rather than measurable and immeasurable. So it was sort of semantic, argument, but we're picking up on these words and trying to see like what the value is in them, and what insight we can gain from them and how far you can take it. But
Yeah, that's what I suppose that's what my first thought was, is that it does sound like semantics in terms of like probably maybe you guys were meaning the same things, but you guys were just using different words for them.
yeah, I think I have a view on it which uses different words, and I was trying to see things through these other words or through his language, and trying to apply it to the way that I understand things. And it's interesting, but I still have a totally different view, than what he presented, which is calling sort of your ability to define things liberating.
Oh, isn't that just oxymoronic? I mean, defining things, it wouldn't be liberating. It's just, I mean, if you can define anything as a person, like instead of having a universal convention, you can define things by yourself. Yeah, sure, that's liberating because you have your own convention. But why would you have your own convention in language or axioms?
I think he does have a good point though, because if you take the opposite view and you say like your ability to not define things is liberating, I mean, yeah, that's feels good, but he made the point to say that like really our major tool we have is our capability of defining things. And that definition that we give to things, even in imagination, right? That's what we know. And in truth, that's even how we understand uh, the things that's how we pave the way for things that are undefined, right? Is by defining them. That's a fact. And I think that's really important because a lot of people want to jump to like just straight like leaving things undefined. But that's still, really I think the important thing is to see how you are defining things, right? And the nature of it. So I both agree with him and disagree with him at the same time. But he didn't stick around long enough to air this all out. But yeah.
He'll be back. We're back. Don't worry.
No, because for me, I use the word measurement, instead of define, and I really that's become a big word for me, like in the last 5 years or so, is just understanding the nature of measurement, and I bring it into like thought being a measurement as well, in reality, and I think it's really important to understand, you know, the nature of thought, the nature of a measurement, um, rather than try to go further than that, right? Because I think that's where it starts. It's what we know. That's what our tool is, right? And maybe that is the path to liberation or whatever you called it. But
I think I could just kind of try and correct that a little bit. I don't know. I'm not trying to say you're wrong, but like a thought, you could say a calculation would be a thought,
Sure.
but a measurement cannot be a thought because you're actually physically doing something. So measurements are physical. Calculations are thoughts.
Okay. I would say like calling you something, right? Like, you know, you insult me, right? And I get insulted and I call you a bad person, right? And the next time we meet, I still have that thought, that memory of you, you know, left on my mind. And so my thoughts about you are they're measuring you, right? But in a qualitative aspect. It's just there are qualitative measurements as well, you know, like in biology.
That doesn't sound right though, because a measurement is quantitative, not qualitative.
No, it doesn't have to be quantitative.
Maybe you're just using measure in like a colloquial sense. You don't actually mean to measure something.
Right. I don't mean like measure it with a ruler and write down a number.
Okay, but rulers aren't the only way to measure something.
Okay, well, I don't mean write down a number at the end of the measurement. I mean, you don't even have to use the word measurement, to be honest. There's a difference between an assertion, right, and a negation, right, or like a breaking down or a questioning something, right. Asserting something is different from questioning something, but the capability of thought is typically assertive in nature. Listening is like another word, right? Listening wouldn't be a measurement whatsoever by its very nature, right? It doesn't, you know, it can't measure without an assertion.
Are you guys speaking of something in particular? I mean, I've heard the back and forth for a while, and I was driving, but what kind of point are you guys getting at with thoughts? What's the point?
I wasn't trying to get at any point, man.
We're just trying to fill the air.
No, I mean, a couple of people have drawn the conversation on from who I was engaging with before, but even with him, you know, I was just following his line of logic and you know, just having a conversation. I'm not trying to like make a point or anything about any of these topics specifically.
Yeah, we're just shooting the shit.
I'm not just shooting the shit, but
So no conclusions, just speaking. Okay.
Conversation. Yeah, it happens around here. Yeah, because if there's one thing we hate is dead air. So if we could just keep the conversation moving, anybody could feel free to jump in. I think it's a nice thing about this server.
North, did you have anything that you wanted to chime in on or talk about?
Oh no, I was just interested in the conversation and if you guys were coming to any conclusions, because I've often said, you know,
Do you want it to go
I've,
into a
I've
conclusion?
I would just say that I've often said, you know, your thoughts don't come from your brain; they come from your mind. And as far as looking at, you know, where thoughts come from and what's transpiring, and different people's beliefs on, you know, what is the physical and
Right.
what is not physical, and you know how we get thoughts. All these things are very interesting. I was just wondering, was there any you know, any conclusion or anything that would come away from the conversation would be great.
Well, you know, you brought into it that your thoughts come from your mind instead of your brain. How do you make that? What is your belief about that? How do you make that distinction?
Yeah, where's your mind?
Typically, a mind is the immaterial aspect. The brain is physical.
Sorry, Matthew, say that. I couldn't hear you.
The mind is the immaterial aspect of our being, whereas the brain is a physical aspect. That's typically.
How do you separate the two?
One is physical, one's not.
How do you know which one is and which one isn't?
Oh, that's just the definition that most people
Wait,
use.
you would agree that they correspond to each other, right?
Of course, right.
Okay, so where's the non-physical then?
I don't know. I mean, it's something that's immaterial, so it doesn't have things like wear typically associated with it.
Well, it's associated with the physical aspect, which is the brain, correct?
Right.
You have a computer just like a brain, right? You have.
You said that it's not associated with anything physical, but then you said that it also is.
Sorry, it's not associated with. I mean, like you can't weigh it because that's sort of a physical property.
Okay.
And you're asking where it is. I guess it is. I think it is corresponding to a physical piece of matter. But
that's right.
To say that things are corresponding is not saying they're identical.
And just like saying a computer has a brain, you have to plug it in, right? There has to be a power source. So there's different ways you can look at it, but yeah, you don't make up your brain, you make up your mind, and your thoughts don't come from your brain from a physical aspect. They come from the immaterial, the non-physical.
So they can put an electrode in your brain, right? And they can cause you to remember things and to think about certain things, correct?
Right. There's
I
a
don't
physical
know. Are
correspondence.
you sure? Yeah, there's interaction.
There's a correspondence, right? You might say maybe a one-to-one connection. If in any circumstance you say there's a gap, I could entertain that idea, but I would like to know about the nature of this gap, right? And what the actual space is where something new takes place.
Decisions are a good example. You can freely decide what to do, and that is completely up to you. It's not dependent on anything physical. Now, obviously, there are physical constraints, but like for example,
Absolutely.
if I say Santiago, okay, hold out both of your hands and then raise your left hand or your right hand. I don't care which you decide. I would maintain that no scientist in the world, given perfect knowledge of the physical chemistry of your material brain, will know for sure which hand you're going to decide to raise, because that's up to you. That's up to your mind to decide.
I think that was already demonstrated to be wrong. Pretty sure there was an experiment where you'd have to pick between two buttons to press, and you tell like the person when you have decided it. You could tell which button you would press before you said you had decided which one you wanted to press. This is the exact thing you just described. There's already an experiment that shows that that's not the case.
Yeah, so there's a correspondence between the mind and the brain, but I would say that still it's ultimately you deciding, and it could be that you are.
What is you deciding?
Your immaterial aspect making.
Could you not say that that's actually just your unconscious brain?
Doesn't feel like it to me. I mean, I think therefore I am. I can make decisions. Obviously, there are things that pull me one direction or another, even physical things. But I'm saying ultimately there is such a thing as me deciding something.
There's also such a thing as randomness, right? But
yeah, of course.
But that doesn't that randomness doesn't describe something non-physical necessarily.
Does the brain leave when you die? Is your brain not present when you? Is it not present when you die? When you're dying, or when you die? When you've passed on, right? Your brain is still in your skull, right?
Right. I agree.
Okay, so
But
so
hold on.
what animated
I don't-
that body with the brain inside of it that we could talk about those things.
I don't know if I think we're trying to talk about those things, right? But we can't talk about those things if we just have an amorphous idea that something's disconnected from our body. What is disconnected and what is not disconnected? That's the question, right? So your memories, do they come with you when you die?
Oh, it's been proven. We have near-death experiences. So people leave their body.
For sure. And I also
so that
believe
means that they receive and interpret information outside of their body, so it cannot be limited to the brain.
Okay, I also believe in this. I also believe in that. But I'm trying to understand the actual picture, right? Because in the picture that is usually displayed is your memories are sort of it's your spirit, right? And after your body, leaves and goes away, your spirit withholds these memories and does something with them.
When we talk about spirit, right, and we talk about energy, we talk about light, we talk about electricity, ether is always something that comes up. When we speak of all these things, they all need energy, right? And you have a television or a computer or something that has what they call a brain in it. Do you plug it in to use it? Is there a current flowing through it?
But hold on. If you're see, this is where it gets conceptual, right? Even going on the line of the spirit leaving the body. Okay, that's not dying.
Say that again.
I feel like I pretty much summarized the whole conversation, bro. We have empirically validated near-death experiences where people left their body.
Yeah.
So there was no registered brain activity. People were believed to be dead. Wait. And they observed things outside of material confinement, meaning they were down the hall on another floor. They had all the information. They were consciously receiving information, but it wasn't limited to their brain. So there has to be. So therefore, there has to be something outside of the brain.
I agree. And this is not only is it corroborated with modern stories, but the ancient Egyptians went into this kind of thing. Every religion goes into this. But what is it? To die actually means to end, right? So if your spirit doesn't die, then, or if there's no actual ending, right, to your memories, which I guarantee that there is. It's the question of what dies and what doesn't die.
When you say if and then you give a guarantee, that's kind of weird, bro. But yeah, I think Wissett kind of summed it up, man. I mean, and the brain is not the mind, and the mind is not the brain, and we're all conceding on that fact. And yeah, so I really don't, get where you're coming from when you're speaking of death. If you're going to speak of it as far as a religious aspect, those people who are asleep are not dead as you think they are dead, but will be raised again, right? So there's many different angles you can look at and speak of. But yeah, the mind is where your decisions are made, not your brain. Your brain is just there to interact with the processes of your physical body. So there's many things to say, but I mean it's summed up in exactly what Witsett said in the scenario I give you too.
Okay, so when your spirit leaves your body, right, it can hang around for a certain period of time, depending on the strength of its personality.
Who said that?
That's how it goes, right?
I don't know. Where did you get that from? Did you just make it up, or did you read it somewhere, or did someone tell you that, or where does that come from?
I mean, this is what takes place. I mean, from my understanding of things.
Well, your understanding would come from your experience, and so what people with
Right.
these personalities are you speaking of? With a strong personality, they hang around longer.
A ghost,
Where's the evidence of that?
a ghost, a spirit, a disembodied spirit.
You taking into account every variable?
What do you mean?
Well, you're saying the person who passed, that person hangs around, and it's dependent upon what kind of personality they had as to how
Right.
long they could hang around.
Right.
And
Right.
then you said the
That's what
proof
I'm
of
saying.
that is
That's what I'm saying. That they.
yeah, I
I
just
mean,
said that's what you're bro. Shut up. So
yeah.
you just said that, and you said your proof is a ghost. Well, expound on that. What do you mean your proof is a ghost?
No, it's not. It's not proof, man. I'm not. If you say prove it, I'm not gonna try to prove it, right? But I'm posing that as an example, okay? And there have been cultures that have gone into this that understand the nature of the spirit realm. You could say, right? You can't ask them to prove it. If you do, then
There are
it's just like
cultures who understand the spiritual realm.
Sure.
Cultures, they may be similar, but they all don't have the same beliefs, right, about the spiritual realm. So
That's right.
when you use the word culture in plural and you say cultures understand, maybe they have some knowledge of something, but do they fully understand it? And is that what you're basing, what you believe
No.
on? I mean, what's going on?
I'm saying cultures have some understanding of this, some knowledge of it, right? Different cultures around the world, and you can cherry pick whatever example you want. But it seems to me, and this is my view of it, my opinion. That's not proof, but it seems to me that depending on the strength of somebody's personality, you can describe it that way, or you can say there may be a reason for this person to stick around after death. You can call it a ghost, you can call it whatever you want, but my point is that I think, in my opinion, that this is only a period of time, right? Meaning that eventually that will also end. It has to, that spirit or whatever holding on to that aspect, right, being attached to this reality, has to eventually go back into something that's more creative. It also has to die, right, or end.
Based on what? Why would it have to?
That's my opinion. If you say that it doesn't, then I don't know why you would say that.
Well, you said it has to. I didn't say it doesn't. I'm just saying based upon what? And is that for everyone, or is that for a certain amount, or where are you going with that?
Right. That's what I was saying. Like all of your peculiar attachments, right, and your particular memories in this life, they're not actually meant to be carried on and held on to with the specifics of it, right? Like beauty can only come when all of that is refreshed. That's why I say, even aesthetically, it has to. Otherwise, we would be holding grudges for, millions of years.
What, are you speaking of reincarnation now? What do you mean millions of years we'd be holding? Oh, you're saying if we live so long we'd be holding grudges. Do people let things go, or some people have a spirit to let things go and forgive and not forget, and some people have a spirit to forgive and forget, right? And there are certain things you can forgive and not forget in certain scenarios and certain time periods and ages. And there are some things that you can forget, and that's okay. But
you can do whatever you want, right? But I'm saying there's something beyond you, which no matter whether you like it or not, right, that shows you, that you will forget.
What is that?
I don't know, creation, God, life, the source, whatever. The creative capacity of intelligence in the universe that understands what love is and what it's not.
Do you know what inherited traits are and inherited memory and things of that nature? Have you been around animals very long?
Right. Yeah, I love animals. What about them?
Have you been around hunting dogs and things of that nature?
Yeah, man, I have a very, very good relationship with my dog.
Okay, so is it in the greyhound to run? Is it in a coon hog? Is it in his blood? You know, you've often probably heard that.
Yeah, but
Oh,
that dog doesn't say it's in me.
No, well, I'm relating it to being in the blood and the memory and the inherent memory and traits.
That's right. That's
So,
right.
so when you say that you have to forget these things and these things have to go away, I'm sure you've heard of deja vu and people, you know, being in places thinking they've been there before. And perhaps it could, and this is just speculation, could be an inherited memory. But I think the instance, you know, the example I'm giving you about dogs, such as a rabbit dog, a coon dog, a deer dog, they all have certain traits and they were bred to do certain things. You got pit bulls who were catch dogs. I mean, you got all these things that are, they're designed for that, and it's just in them, you know, to have those certain traits. So
right
when you're forgetting over all these millions of years and you're not holding these grudges, I would say just look around you, man. People are holding grudges for things that didn't even happen to them, right? And supposedly happened to their family members. So these things that you think go away, I would say, what is the reason they go away? Why is this? And
I
why is it?
would say that they go away from that person's individuality, but they remain in the world that they come back into.
Well, that would not be very beneficial for the person, would it?
So, like a particular dog, right? He's a particular species, and you know, dogs don't really do this, but you know, some other dog in his pack, you know, fights him and steals something from him and takes something that he thought was his, right? So this dog, for the rest of his life, holds a grudge against this other dog in the pack, and you know, carries that to his death. But dogs don't do that. You know, only really humans do, because we play with thought, right? More than dogs do. Dogs sort of dissolve all that pretty easily, but we don't. We keep it very very important in our minds, and we translate our world through it. But when the dog dies, right, having held that grudge, you know, that grudge exists as energy in the pack, right, that he's a part of, isolated in the forest somewhere. And when a new baby comes in, it's not to say that like there's reincarnation or anything, but when a new dog comes in, it's going to experience the energy of the grudge, the energy that grudge caused, right? And it's going to be brought up in the world, and it's that energy is going to affect it. So it's going to have new life in a different way. But you know, the spirit of that dog that once held that grudge, you know, I don't think that, I don't hold on to that. I don't think that like that that I think that ends. But what doesn't end is like the conflict that we leave here in actual living life.
Well, you know, just speaking of the differences between animals and people, I would refer you back to the scripture where it speaks of the spirit of the animal goes to the earth, and the spirit of man, whether it go to heaven or not, or whether it go up to the one who gave it, right? But you know, that's kind of a different topic. But I would just say that animals do most certainly hold grudges for all of their life, right? Now, as far as that affecting that animal who holds the grudge, yeah, it's going to affect him. It's going to affect the animals around him if they have a pack mentality or a family. It would affect the entire group. Now, if that dog lived through experiences or people live through experiences, these things can carry on not only in, you know, vocalized recollection of what had happened, but also inherited, you know, through memory and different things of that nature. It is possible, in my opinion, to inherit certain memories and things of that nature. And maybe it's not just inheriting this memory like a trait. Perhaps it's more of a spiritual thing. So one can become more aware, but there's many different aspects to this. But I would just say that animals do hold grudges, bro. That is a thing, bro. We had someone in here the other day speaking of an elephant who trampled this lady and then went to trample her again when she was at her funeral, when she was being buried. So, I mean, animals hold grudges, man.
Okay,
Yeah, no.
fair enough, fair enough. But I think that, well, I mean, maybe I'm wrong about that. I think that the way that humans hold grudges is like just a more extreme version of it, right? But it's
You ever heard of the warrior? You ever heard of the warrior apes?
no, I've never heard
Go
of
look at, go check out that documentary. These men went and lived with the apes, and they stayed with them a while. The apes grew in numbers. They started spreading out and hunting, other animals and monkeys and things and killing them. And things started getting really violent, right? And there was one point where there was two apes that were really good friends, right? They hung out all the time. And you'll see that in, with dogs and people and different things. But they hung out all the time, and they were separated at one point, and one was off somewhere else. And about 10 of the other apes just decided they were going to, kill this other ape. So they just pounded on him until he died. And his friend came back around, and this is all documented. He come back around, he was looking for his friend, he was looking up, and he seen the apes that had done it, right? Now, how he knew they done it, I don't know if he was watching from, beyond, or if he just knew because of looking in their eyes, but when he seen those who done it, he knew they did it. And he
Right.
walked away from the whole, ape family. And when he did that, he walked away and he left, and he would come back like every week or two, and he would still be looking for his friend. So he mourned his friend, and he accused others who did it. There's a lot of these processes and thoughts that go on in animals' mind that you have no idea and you're not aware of.
No, I mean, you say I don't have any idea of it, but that I'm not aware of it. But I'm very much
Well,
on the stance
we're
of what
all
you're
not
talking about.
we're all not aware of everything that goes on in animals' mind. I'm lumping myself in that
I'm
category with
talking
you.
about what goes on in people's minds, right? Like, imagination.
So you don't think animals imagine things? Animals dream, right? Do they dream?
Imagination about the mind, right? Imagination about God.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it in here just a few days ago. We're definitely on a higher level.
Why do you think that's higher?
But to say they don't think and form thoughts and dream and have emotions, that's just ridiculous in my opinion. I mean, of course we're on a higher level, but because that's what we were designed to be. But we're all alike in the sense we all have a spirit, we all breathe, we're all sustained by creation, and we all have a creator. And we all have thoughts and we all dream and all of these different things. So
Yeah, but you think about it and analyze it and conceptualize it.
you never seen an animal think? Have you ever seen a dog turn his head and try to figure something
I've seen
out?
a dog dream, man. I've had, I understand, like, the nature of memory and things like that.
Well, they do try to process information.
Do they believe things?
Oh yeah, they definitely believe things.
What? How?
Well, if you have a pack, right? And you have an alpha in the pack, then you have some other dogs who are always going to test that alpha. They believe if they test the alpha, there's going to be a ruckus, right?
I don't think
So
they believe that. I think that that's a part of intelligent awareness.
Well, to believe, it depends on what definition you give believe.
Imagine.
When you believe something,
because for a reason.
No, when you believe something, you act upon it. Believe is not just a thought you have, like an idea. If you believe something, if you believe on something, like I believe the stove's hot because it's red and it's glowing, and I can feel the heat coming off of it. So I believe if I
That's not a
touch
belief.
it,
Again, it's not a belief.
What do you think of believe? What do you think
Look,
believe
if you
means?
see something clearly, right? There's somebody on the street, they're crying. right? And you perceive that clearly. You see the emotion in their face, right? You're witnessing somebody, distressed. There is an action that comes from that. And that the correct action for that is, it's passion, right? And it's compassion. It's for that person, right? You go and it's innocence, right? You go and you help them. Now,
That comes off of
that's a
thinking.
direct action, right, from perception, which
That's
animals
thinking.
have. Animals have this reaction. Okay, humans instead they think and they believe and they have this conceptualization about the world, which is a barrier, right, between them and direct action.
That's the problem. Think and believe are two different things. Think and believe are not synonymous. Not it might be in the new way of defining these words, but these are not the way the words were defined, years and years ago by our forefathers and by the ancients. It's not. Believe and thinking are two different things.
Well, I think animals maybe believe, right? Like let's say you're setting up food, right, for your dog, whatever, right? And then you like you ring a bell or something, right? Or I don't know, you put the bowl down, right? And the dog runs into the room, right? But there's no food, right? And the dog's like, "What the hell?" Like I think they did believe that there was going to be food, right? I mean,
No, their brain was conditioned through patterns.
but I'm okay. That's true. I know that there is conditioning, but I mean, like, but don't. I mean, I could just be whatever. But I mean, I could have sworn I've seen videos where they look disappointed, like, "Hey, what the hell?" Like I thought there was gonna be food, or
Yeah,
something.
of course. But that's not. They're not believing in something. It's in the same way that somebody believes in something greater than themselves.
Well, all of creation groans, right? What does all of creation groan for? Do you know, or are you aware of that, information or no?
Yeah, it's from the entry into knowledge, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, man, that animals believe and animals think.
Wait, where were you
And to
going with
believe,
all of creation's wrongs? Why don't you continue with that?
I don't want to have a long, drawn-out conversation about the same thing and just reiterate the same thing over and over, right?
Well, no,
I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna
I
tell
won't
you,
speak.
I
You
just
tell
want to
me.
tell you that
You
believe
describe
and think
to me.
are two
You
different
describe to me
things.
where all of
They're not
creation's wrongs came.
synonymous. So believe and think are not synonymous. So starting out in the ideology you're putting forth,
Hold on.
these two
I don't
things
accept that. I don't accept that.
are not.
You can repeat that for yourself if you want, but where does thinking come from? It comes from memory, correct? Or reflects memory.
No, it comes from your mind. Your
And
thoughts come from your mind and not your brain, right?
if
We've
you believe
established
that,
that, right?
man, if you believe that, then
I don't think it. I believe
you're
it.
not even
Yeah.
listening to what was said in the Bible.
Well, that's okay. If you could cite a verse, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah. No, let's not.
Yeah. I don't think you want to, but
No, you already brought it up, but you skated away from
I
it.
mean, if we want to get like Kosho to come in and Jeremy and Kosho can talk about each other's private appendages and all of these things, you guys can talk about that. But if you want to talk about how the body works and what the mind is and what the spirit is and actually get to the truth, we could do it, or we could just take one book and say, nah, let's not go there. Let's not talk about the creator. Let's just talk about the creation and continue to be ever learning, but never coming to an accurate knowledge of the truth. I mean, you could do that, but it's to your detriment.
It is to your detriment, man. You are no different from any other human being out here where their creator told them what their detriment was and what is to their detriment, and you're none the wiser for it.
I don't have any idea what your point was there. Could you explain?
Mock and ridicule.
What is you know, the downfall of men? What took them out of the Garden of Eden? You know, allegorically, hypothetically.
I don't think people want to discuss that, man. And I don't want to be the one, get in trouble about speaking about things that you're asking me. When you're asking me, I would love to address it, but I don't know if it's allowed.
Well, just address it simply, and just give me your perception of it, and then I won't even argue with you. I just want to hear what you have to say, and then we can move on to another topic. But I'm curious what you think.
I would say disobedience was one of the main things.
And how does that disobedience like formulate itself?
Well, you use your mind, right? And you think these
You
thoughts
think.
that are presented to you,
Yeah,
right?
and you're on your own, right?
With your mind, right? Not your brain.
No,
So
you're on
you
your
think,
own with your knowledge, right?
I don't think you're gonna let me finish.
Hey, guy, you realize you're over talking every time he talks, right?
I'm sorry.
I didn't know if you realized.
I know. Thanks for calling me out, man. I'll stop.
I mean, I think people just like to kind of, mock and pick and make fun and just, ask you questions. I've said this before, and I'm gonna say it again. Those of you who are out there, right, that ask a man who is sharing something with you about the Creator. If you ask a man of God a question just to see what he says or just to mock him, you're gonna be cursed, man. I'm just giving you fair warning. Your life is gonna be a curse, and you will suffer, and people will suffer around you for doing such a thing. We have to be honest with each other and care enough for one another to try to share truth in something called the truther plate, right? This is where truthers come, right? And the truthers stand by when people do these kind of things. And when we're talking about creation and we're all conceding that this place is created. But if you want to talk about the one who created the place, let's not go there because we might lose numbers. Bro, what is wrong with people, man? And forgive me, for my voice being hoarse, but I've been climbing trees and cutting with a saw and, inhaling fumes and sawdust and different things. So I hope I'm coming across clear enough. And I hope those of you who are aware of these things will actually stand up a little more sometimes, and stop these things from happening. If you're an honest person and you want to be truthful with people and you want people to trust you, right?
We battle that in church. They don't want to risk their numbers, right? So they don't talk about certain things or won't bring those topics up or won't preach on those things and tell the truth. Even in the church, they can't be honest. It's weird. It's the world we live in. It's a fallen world, right? Proves that every man is not perfect. The church isn't perfect. Never was meant to be. But it happens even there. Of course it happens here also. Strange thing, though.
Well, man, I was listening to you before I interrupted you, and I didn't mean for it to like be egregious or anything. But it's because I feel compelled, I feel passionate about this subject that I want to, give my point of view, right? And like when you say disobedience, I've looked into these things, and I have a certain feeling about that word, right? It's like, and the reason why I'm speaking up is because I feel like people don't understand their disobedience, right? Like I look at just in a simplistic way, and you may disagree, versus however you feel about things or however your faith has brought you to some understanding. Okay, but I feel that thought in its very nature is disobedience. Be, your own limited experience of something, right? Your own idea of yourself, your own particular memory, right? Any action based on that is you're on your own, right? You're translating the intelligence of the universe through your limited mind. And no matter what it does, it's going to be wrong. And the more strength you put upon that view, right, the more disobedient you are. And wait, I'm not done. The foundation of that, right, the realm of that existence is in thought and memory and knowledge, and that's the realm of control. That's how people are manipulated.
So your thinking is always going to be wrong.
It's fragmentary in nature. It's never the truth.
So your thoughts are always wrong. So you don't have thoughts that tell you that's wrong or that's right. You don't have those thoughts. All of your thoughts are wrong, and you know, and you know that.
I don't call that law.
Well, if you know that all of your thoughts are going to be wrong, and all of your decisions are going to be wrong, where are you coming from, Brad?
No.
I think you're contradicting yourself like 8 times in the entire time you've been speaking, man. I really
because
don't know where
you're
you're going.
using that word wrong as if like it, against me, right? But
Well, you used it. I didn't say it. You used the word, right?
No,
you said
but it's
all
a
of those
word.
things
It's a
will be
word.
wrong.
It's a word. And by using that, I meant that like it can't ever be absolutely correct.
Where are you getting this from, man? Is this your own ideology that you're putting forth? These are your own thoughts, no one else's, or are these the cultures that you were, addressing earlier when you said all these different cultures understand these things? Is this your own culture, or is this all the cultures combined into one? What is this ideology? Where does it come from?
It comes from seeing the nature of myself, right?
So from self. Now, and you don't distinguish between self and what sustains the self you speak of to animate it to walk around. You don't have a war going on inside of your spirit and flesh where you look at something, you want to do it, and then you have this thought in your mind, that's wrong, I shouldn't do it, right? You've never had that experience?
Of course I have. All the time. But I mean, those are all contextual things, right? And it's not to say that thought ever leads you into a correct decision.
Why not?
It's preventative, right? The reason why you say I shouldn't do this is because you feel something, right? You shouldn't be doing this. It's wrong, right?
Correct by what standard? Like, what are you speaking of, bro? Do you have your own standard? I got to learn what your standard is first. You have to give me. You got to write a book, man, so I can actually see what you believe. Because I think you've kind of contradicted your own beliefs in the last 20, 25 minutes here.
I haven't contradicted anything, man. I've been saying the same thing.
As a third party observer, you came in and you wanted his answer. You said you just wanted to hear his answer to see where he stood, and you wasn't going to argue the point. 10 minutes, 15 minutes later, you're arguing the point. I kind of have to agree with him. It seems like you're using your own belief system or your own ideology to tell him that he's not correct in what he's saying.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I'm not doing that, but I did argue the point that I said. I think we're arguing the same point, but we're really not. But we're on a different topic. But yeah, I wanted to hear his description of the nature of the disobedience, right? But yeah, I furthered that conversation. I said that I wouldn't, so my apologies. We can move on to a different topic if you'd like.
Permission to bring a new topic up to the table.
Don't
All right,
even
sounds
have
good.
to,
Does
you don't
anybody
have to ask
know
permission. Go for
what
it.
Australia? Does anybody know if the sun at midday in wintertime in Australia is actually, in fact, directly overhead?
Does anyone know what the sun is?
Bro, no, North, don't.
Hey,
We're
is
not
that
gonna go
North?
there just yet. No, please, North. I'm asking a question here to see if anybody is honestly can
Well,
answer that
nobody
question. If
responded,
not,
man.
pardon
Okay,
me.
nobody responded. No,
All right.
nobody answered you, man. He was the only one to respond. I wanted to talk to North if no one wants to talk about the Australia sun. North, if you got a sec, we can pause and see.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's
It's
fine,
nothing
man.
serious, man. Yeah, it's not serious. I want to see if I can understand the guidance a little better as far as morality. Like, I hear you challenging people, like, well, where do you get that inner sense of you just know? And are we kind of saying like we wouldn't know, and the message, any message that we get like that, it is from the creator, and um, you know what I mean? Like, because I challenge the morality myself, but I want to make sure I understand people's position of, you know, the origin of the message of morality and the inspiration of it. I hear you talk about it a little bit, but I want to make sure I still man.
Yeah, so you have an inherent, kind of like we were speaking about earlier, you know, traits and different things and things you're born with. You have this consciousness about you, this spirit that animates this physical body. This information is within that, just like we speak of traits, and you inherently know right and wrong. You know the difference. And
I can
I've
agree so
given so far we agree that, you know, it's wrong for a child who has never been taught, can't speak, to pull his sister's hair and take what's out of her hand. And when he sees you do it, when you see him do it and he sees you, he knows he's caught. And he's never been punished or anything of that nature. Those are certain things you just
great
inherently have
anecdote.
those.
It is a great example. I give it to you.
Now, after that, you are taught morals, right? And you also have experience, right? And with that experience and with those things you're taught over your lifetime, no matter how long it is, 15 years, 18 years, 25, whatever, you also still have that inherent knowledge inside of you, right? To know the difference between right and wrong. So it's always there until it's not there any longer. And the
You
only
mean
time you
until they
can
like
kind of,
corrupt? I get what you're saying. Like you're saying we have it, but then it gets dirtied or something, or like it gets tainted or it gets taken away. But we have it,
it
and
can
then we
be,
get
yeah,
conditioned out of it.
yeah, it can be strengthened,
Okay.
and it can come to its full potential, or you can lose it by denying it, right?
Okay.
And so to deny the
All
very
right.
nature of those things and why they were designed to keep denying it is to be handed over to that depraved mind or useless mind,
Yes.
which with the
And I like.
mind it's not a useless brain, right? It's a useless mind.
I get that point also. And this is why I appreciate talking with people with different perspectives because even starting with that first analogy of the brother or the little boy knowing he's caught, it's like these are more examples that I think are worth discussing because I try to make, let's say, I try to take the counter position of you. Like, okay, yeah, I agreed at the beginning that we know what's right or wrong, but maybe I'll say, well, why? Maybe it's not from like a designer to be good, or say that maybe it's because there's some survival instincts subconsciously built into it. But when you come up with better examples, like, you know, the anecdote with the boy getting caught, like just knowing to be nice, it's like, are there more examples like this where just being nice inherently, he didn't have to learn that being a bad boy was shameful. He inherently, like, you're presenting that it was instinctual. And I think exploring more situations like that and applying both, you know, sides of the razor to it, we can really, yeah, pinpoint our program from the creator, because there does seem to be some sort of instinctual inherent, that word that you there's something in there, right, to be nice. But sometimes I'm scared it's bias. You know, I'm like, okay, this weakling bias. That's the way I phrase it. And thank you for
Well,
listening. Thank you for talking to me.
and think about a seed, right? Whatever seed you plant, that's what it's going to grow into. And so it starts very, very early. And when we talk about people having thoughts and people having certain ways about them, you know, you could speak about the babies as we just did. You could speak about the being in the womb. You could speak about some twins being in the womb, and how they act toward one another in the womb. And how
Are you?
early are those thoughts and those decisions made that can go right or wrong? You know, there's a lot of angles to that.
Yeah. Have you been open to? I mean, are you skeptical at all? I mean, because I, I guess, like, how confident are you that, you know, the data is going to show that the little kid knows he's caught without any training? Like, are we not going to see psychopath kids who just don't give a fuck? And, you know, like,
Yeah,
you
that
know,
was the point. That was the
I,
point. Those things can strengthen or that choosing good over evil can be very young age, just like I said, even in the womb. Um, you know,
you're
when
saying
you plant a
conditioned. Oh,
seed,
so you're saying they're conditioned from this. Do you don't think it could be an isolated situation where there's just like a standard, you
there's
know,
all kind of
gestation
variables.
period, and then they, okay, this is interesting perspective. I mean, no, I appreciate you, man. I'm sure you can see I'm a little skeptical, and that makes me want to challenge, but I do appreciate it.
Well, think about this, right? I mean, there's all kind of variables. Uh, at the point of conception, what was happening on that day? What was seen throughout that day? What entered your father and your mother's ears and their eyes? What were they thinking when they
Some deep
conceived?
shit.
So there's so many different angles, and then how are you affected or influenced by others, whether they be people or spirits or whatever, as you're born and continue to grow in your life. There's so many angles to look at. You have to look at specific instances and try to address those. What do you think about the Lisa? What's her name? Nowak, the astronaut who was arrested. She was driving down the road in diapers, and they speak about
Oh yeah, yeah,
handcuffs and
yeah.
bondage. And
Over
then what about
jealousy, right?
yeah? And then what about? I mean, these are the role models for Globers, right? And so what about what's his name? Ronald or Roland Hunkler, the engineer for NASA who built these heat panels to go on the rockets. He was the inspiration for the movie Exorcist. You remember the first movie
I
Exorcist, based on a true
this I'm
story?
not from. I'm familiar with that movie, but I'm not familiar with this whole guy and connection.
Yeah, it's based on his life. And when he died back in, I don't remember if it was 2021 or 22 or maybe 23, maybe early this year. But when he died, they released the information that it was based upon his life. And you could watch those things and find out about the possession and the different things that they said happened to him. But I just find that's funny. That's the role models, man. I mean, everybody aspires to be
I'm
an
hearing your
astronaut
point.
or an
Yeah.
engineer.
And it's like this psycho explorer, right? Where it's like, yo, think about having a beautiful piece of art on the shelf, and let's be that beautiful art for our creator on the shelf. Why not let that be our role model, right? That, I mean, seems way more of happiness for most people involved. You know, seems, except for the potential successful evil genius. You know what I mean? The cooperation plan seems, you know what I mean? Like, so much more of a win.
You find most people that deny God as the creator look at themselves as God. So are they denying themselves? Like, you understand what I'm saying? They don't believe in a God, the creator. They believe they're God, although they never created themselves. So
Right.
Until
it's
you
They're everything
fully
but
strange.
himself.
place
That's
them
all they
from.
are. They're
Yeah.
everything. They can give themselves and only them. That's it. And then yeah, it's selfishness,
until
self-centered.
until they concede that there are wrongs that go on in the world, right? And when there are things that are wrong, they want to blame God and separate themselves from God. But if the very same day
Yeah.
they'll tell you everything's God, and then they'll say no, God is the problem. That's what I'm saying, man. You let people
Or their
speak about their own
parachute don't
beliefs.
open.
Yeah.
Well, look,
Yeah,
man,
it's the
you were talking
parachute
about
fallacy. Like,
a kid, right, who knows, it can feel something that's wrong, right, until later on it's educated in a different way where it can rationalize things, and this accumulation of what's taking place between when it's a kid and when it's an adult, right, becomes a block to like this natural innate intelligence, right, this natural feeling. I mean, would you agree with me on that, North? Or any, North, you were the one saying this. Would you agree with me on that?
What was that? Say it again now.
So look, I mean, I'm following you when you said like, as a kid, you can agree that you know they know something's wrong, right? They pull their sister's hair, right? That was the example, or something along the lines. But it's an innate feeling as a human being, right? You can, it's an intelligence. You can understand when something's wrong. It's built in you, right, from birth.
Yeah.
Okay, and then later on, you learn all about different sorts of things. You learn about the universe. You
Hey,
learn
it's
about hold
Santiago.
on. You learn about religion. You learn about God. Okay, but now
Right, but he did say there's conditioning even from conception.
that's
So it's
true.
kind of
That's true,
learning.
and
Like
I'm not disputing that. And he said this. It's a complex picture, and I agree. Right, we're not actually grasping the whole picture. Okay, but I want to point out an example, right, which is like to show like how far we are from this ideal example, right? As like immediately seeing something is wrong, right? Because you see somebody crying on the street and they're homeless, and their feet are all scuffed up, and they have nowhere to go, right? And like you can witness that, you can take in that information, and with your eyes immediately, walking by it is wrong. Ignoring it is wrong. Rationalizing it is wrong. But you're used to it. But really, okay, right.
Can I get in?
Yeah.
Just to give my 2 cents on this morality thing. Human beings, not only do we differ biologically in many ways, you got exomorphs, endomorphs, and all this, right? Apparently, we also differ with our moral compass, right? We all have a different heart, and the scriptures teach us that the heart, though it has somewhat of a moral compass, that moral compass can run into some gray areas where discernment then can deviate from person to person, and everybody's discernment, everybody's wisdom is different, and we have to. Okay, so the moral compass that we're born with will only get you so far. Certain things in life are easily discernible to be evil. You instantly receive conviction, you instantly receive guilt, right? But it's not the same thing. We don't all feel the same way for all things that we all do. Even as children, some children have an inclination to lie and others don't. And that's nature. That's within their own genetic makeup with their own biology. Now you could say it's it's imprinting or it's environmental factors, right? But it's not conditioning. It doesn't have to be that way. There's also genetic dispositions too that we see, like alcoholism and other things. But beyond that, I just want to say that the heart is deceitful above all things, and it is exceedingly more deceitful who may know it, right? And the idea is that, yeah, we all might have a moral compass to an extent, but in order to really discern what is wrong and what is right, you can't rely on your own moral compass. You have to rely on an authority that is greater than you, which is the word of God. And the word of God, according to scripture, will reprove you, right? And it will give you instructions unto righteousness, because we by ourselves are not the arbiter of truth, and we don't know how to discern right from wrong entirely, right? In all things, in all.
Absolutely.
right? So we need to rely on the word to discern what is right and what is wrong ultimately. You know what I'm saying? Because the reason I say this, because there's scriptures that say that he's going to write the law in our hearts, right? But that hasn't happened yet. That doesn't happen until we receive our incorruptible bodies, where we will no longer need to teach each other. We will no longer need to rely on the word, because we will have a brand new heart, right? That will be able to discern all truth, right? Right now, we don't have that heart. We still have a heart of, of flesh, or a heart of stone, depending on how you look at it. But it gets a little complicated, because when you talk about objective morality, nobody's born with objective morality. Nobody has that power from birth. Only Messiah had that
I don't
power.
talk about
Everybody,
objective morality.
yeah.
I don't think morality is moral. I think that when there's no goodness in the world, then you have morality as an excuse.
So, for example, Proverbs 6:23, for the commandments are a lamp, and the Torah is light, and reproofs of instruction of the way of life. See, if we already intuitively know what's right and what's wrong, we wouldn't need the word to reprove us. We would already automatically be reproved, right? But some things aren't easily discerned. For example, having multiple wives, and that's just an example. That's a whole nother schism. Or like eating unclean meats, right? Some people aren't going to be feeling any type of way or any guilt from eating pork. Even after reading it, some people still don't feel guilty for eating pork. Even as babies, they're not going to feel. Babies don't feel guilty for eating pork. You know what I'm saying? But that's just one example in my worldview. But anyways, I hand over the mic.
You shouldn't feel there's nothing wrong with eating pork. What's unclean meat? Like you didn't wash it? Doesn't when you cook it, it kills all the bacteria, right? If you cook it long enough.
It's complicated, bro. I didn't really want to get into a dietary discussion. I just using that as a quick example.
You can't eat pork, by the way, Jeremy. It's okay. You're not sinning.
I wasn't worried.
No, well, it is considered a sin, though. That's what's anything that goes against the law that's what the definition of sin is.
We are not put under the law.
I'm not getting into this conversation right now.
Are you Jewish?
I'm a Hebrew.
You are a Hebrew? You're actually an Israelite?
Yeah.
You're
yeah.
part of the tribe? Like biologically?
I'm part of Israel. Israel is a mixed multitude of many peoples, many tongues.
So you're grafted in, or you are? Like you have a lineage through your father?
Everybody has to be grafted in. All the tribes, every single branch was lopped off into the wilderness. And Yahuwah cast fire, and all that was left was a burnt stump.
Yes, except we are not grafted into Israel. We're grafted into Jesus Christ.
I don't think you understand, dude.
I do, but
No, you don't.
you're misunderstanding.
You guys
Who's the
debate
bride?
it, man.
No, I'm not
You
getting
guys
into
need
it,
a one-on-one.
bro. North, come on, man. They're gonna hate us here. We can't get into this.
Let them hate. The world will hate you because they hated him first.
So, do you believe you're a Gentile believer, or are you a Gentile believer?
Yes, I am. I am a Gentile. I do not hail from Israel or the tribes. That's just the reality.
Go look up the definition of Gentile and then come back to me and tell me that you're a Gentile again. Go look it up in the Strongs.
Okay.
Both in the Greek Septuagint, right? The Greek Septuagint version, not the watered down version. You got ethnos and goyim.
Why be gentle, man?
And before you guys get into it, man, I just want to put forth, Grizz, if you would like to debate the Trinity doctrine, the co-equal Trinity doctrine,
yeah,
I'd love to do that, and also the debate you're having or the discussion you're having with Lion right now currently. I might have some different views than both of you, so
okay.
I'd love to have that one also.
Yeah, I'm all for the Trinity. They are co-equal. I agree. Or well, I don't know if I agree with you, but that's my stance: is that there are three persons and one God. They're equal.
Yeah, well, if we could set up a debate time that could be moderated, I'm against that and you're for it. So let's get that set up if we can. If there's a moderator in the room, then we can go over that. Yeah.
Who is this? North?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I like that.
All right, that's you need to tell us what time you guys agree on. We'll set it up.
You're roboting.
And your mic is bad.
You guys need to set time off.
You're still roboting.
You're hot mic roboting with a bad mic, Jeremy.
You might as well talk about it now if nobody else is talking. I mean,
I mean, yeah, like I was gonna kind of ask a little for elaboration, but I did hear a point of, like kind of there is no objective morality. It's kind of um, evolving, organic, um, shared. Uh, I mean, I seen one perspective. Maybe we're kind of understanding, like, what I mean, it's a clutch. Like morality's a clutch a little bit, but it also is right, and it's right because it says it's right. But I just keep coming back to the point of like, is there to me, it has to be some like outside reward from this realm or something. Because other than that, you could see how might makes right or whatever. A person being evil, to me, I'm saying within this realm, I could see how a person being evil, it might be a natural thing. It might be a successful natural thing.
Can I raise my hand here?
Is that a fair point? Absolutely.
That's a fair point, but I'd like to respond to that, which is like maybe the greatest reward, right, is actually doing something without trying to get anything out of it, right? Just a pure action. And that might be the greatest statement against evil in itself. There's nothing evil can do about it. There's no way to twist it. There's no selfishness involved. I mean, it is an action without a reward. And that's the most beautiful
like
thing.
no butterfly effect. Like no yeah, to you. Like no butterfly effect back to you. Unless it was like some other witness, some witness outside of this realm or something. But
It's just good. It's just goodness, and it has no relationship to evil whatsoever. And that the statement of it itself.
why does it feel good to you? Well,
No,
you've done it and it feels good, right?
What is righteousness?
Like, but I'm saying,
Who defines righteousness?
What is the goal of your body? Like, are you trying to live a long time? Are you trying to, like, for me, I support the point of like, let's be good people and be an awesome artwork for our creator. Okay, and like, that's one side, but at the other side, I have to respect somebody who wants to be a killer because it's going to make them live longer. You get my conflict, my dissident word. These are the points always. So I want to attack both sides. Any person who has either side of it, either extreme, I want to attack you. because I want to go. Well, come back. Well, what about these two things? Kind of have tension on each other. So
We talked about killer the other day, right? One who kills and one who murders is different. So you can be righteous and kill. You can be righteous and, people may look at some of the things you do
well,
as
murder
violent.
then. Let's extreme it from my point though. Then I'm the murderer. I can see a murderer being successful to them from the.
Well,
They
to
might live
them,
on
yeah.
as they murder.
Well, to them, to the self, right? Selfishness.
Yeah.
So a murderer would say to everyone, "Oh, it's good that every one of you want to be good, and
Right.
that's great because I want to murder you with no repercussions." So there's so many things you can get into these mind games
Yeah,
with,
it's
but
a simple.
No,
The
no,
simple
no.
point was back to when someone
There's
said people
spirit.
think they're God. It's like it's either it's just you or it's bigger than you, and that's that's why you do have to respect the outside creator because that's what's a bigger than you than all of the yous, all of the little us's, the yous. You have this bigger level, and I
Even
think it is
even
what
with
respect.
even with what we were talking about earlier with this innate understanding of right and wrong, right? A person who's just going to serve themselves and do anything to get ahead, right? If somebody does something without any reason for it, right, without any goal in mind, like to not for themselves, not to gain something from it, right? It's just a pure action, and somebody else is in that situation as well, and they're doing something. They're manipulating their environment. They're manipulating, somebody else. They're trying to control them for their own purposes. The two people next to each other makes the clearest example of right and wrong. And that's all you can and everybody can understand that. Every child can understand that. Every other human being, even mixed up in the middle, can see that clarity. I mean, it's essentially what Jesus did.
I don't know, man. I don't know if it's so clear. Like the psychopath angle is, I don't know, would agree with that. They'll be like, no, it's not clear cut to me. It's not bad to murder. Like I'm just doing whatever fuck I want. Fuck this person. You know what I mean? Like I want, like, you know what I mean? Like I want to explore the nature. You know what I
Right.
mean?
So explore it.
I want to see what happens when you cut somebody. And then I learned, like, you know what I mean? Like, I want to get stronger by causing the conflict and having
Right.
to survive through it.
But you find out that's not actual strength. It's actually fear. It's actually weakness.
I'm not an actual murderer. Like, I don't agree with. I'm saying I try to like, you know what I'm saying. What happens here for me personally is I lean more towards good. Like I'm like Christian, pretty much, basically. So, or whatever the good cooperative religions, like that's my spiritual stuff. So it's like I know that I'm biased in that way. That's how I was brought up. That's my preference. That's my preference as whatever, not wanting to have to be a ninja or a samurai or a dictator, world dictator to, feel like I'm the dominant, most potential of life, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Strength and all this, you know? So it's like I know I'm biased. So then I want to respect the other people that can do the things that I don't, and I want to, like they do. Oh, there's a little logic that they deserve. So that's where it's hard for me. But I know there's a creator. Like, boom, it's not even a question.
There's a utility for it, right? That it's something that you can actually utilize to get ahead, right, or to get a foot up on somebody else, or to better yourself, right? That kind of thing. In the context of a corrupt society.
Yeah, I mean, but I couldn't kill anybody. I couldn't do. I couldn't hurt people like that. I only fight to defend myself, like always. But I feel like I have an inherent skill, but I know I'm a biased person, And people tell me, well, morality is society, but then it's like, okay, But some of these anecdotes, that's why I came in at the first that I said. I said discussing some of the more anecdotes, like on the subway steps or whatever, just doing this like that. I really think is worth pressing. Is showing more situations where you can be like, look, I don't care any conditioning that this person got, most extreme one way, most extreme the other way, from birth, from conception, whatever. Look at this. Look at this anecdote. You know, it's hard for me to come up with them. Like, look here, you can consistently know, period. This one is right and this one is wrong. And I'm just like, we do these. I'm like, nah, the kid just wanted to have fun. Why is it wrong for him? And they're like, oh, he chopped his little brother's head off. It was obviously wrong. It's like, well, I don't know. Now his parents have to feed less kids, so he gets, you know what I mean? It's like, it's so fucking weird, man. It's like, who to know that he's not going to have 10 grandbabies on his own, whereas the two brothers together would only have 4. You know, it's just so weird. Dude.
Yeah,
Talk about it in absolute frame. It's so weird.
Is there a what do you think's the deciding factor? Is like scarcity, like part of that? Does it factor in like to your right and wrong? Like who's going to survive? You know, the benefit of of the survivor. Or what's the factor? Like how do you adjust that moral compass of yours according to what?
That's why I just kind of feel me, and I kind of say like I don't say anything what other people do is right or wrong. I don't feel like I have any authority on that at all. Like I think that's my actual position. I only can say what's right or wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I asked, how do you adjust your moral compass? Like, what's yours? What do you input?
I think all morality has a similar factor to it, which is that it's trying to get something out of it, whether it's immoral or moral. That's sort of the subjective nature of it. It's trying to be good or not, or be not, or not be good, right?
I got 2 axes. I tried to think about it for a little while before I responded. But yes, I agree with what you just said. And also, I think there's some random choice element, right, for options. And then you're going to have a short-term versus long-term element, like immediate for a now versus later element. So maybe there's more accesses that we can discover, but it seems like it's something like that, and whichever one grabs your attention, right? You have to decide on, okay, if there's the risk reward or the what do you say, the delayed gratification thing, right? And then you're going to have, if they're all within that same time interval, you're going to have like, now you're going to have a choice option. And okay, what are you benefiting? Like, yeah, whatever. You're hungry now, you know, whatever. Like you want to do art the other time, you want to, whatever. It's like, whatever it is, you know? Now, so maybe this is what's crazy to me is now when you think about simulation or creator or whatever, this and like quantum or wave functions and stuff, this is where it's like what do we say, free will or determination, like, but whichever one of those it can be. This is where it's like, what if this is where we're getting played with, where they're putting in, you know what I'm saying? They're select, like they're trying to render certain data, certain outcome, or there's forces above us at play, for whatever reason. You know what I'm saying? This is where it's like,
by
okay,
what?
well, that happens to put your attention on whatever the choice could be. This is going to lean you in that direction. And this is why that weird fucking magical thing just happens that looks just like, is the universe fucking with me right now? Like, what is happening?
By what mechanism? Whoever they is, I'm not gonna like gaslight you with like, oh, who's they? But
Just
by what
physics.
mechanism would they influence you?
Right. Like, imagine you. It could be so many different things. It can be just pre set some physics, some these other particles, like dimensional things, whatever, that are kind of like set in to do the rendering, the generating, or do the play out.
I'm
You know
not
what I
on
mean?
board
Like,
with like
do the Big
imaginary
Bang
stuff.
play out, but no, it's not really imaginary. Or you could have actual, like I'm saying, like actual hands-on type of thing, where it's just whatever, where it's back into this realm where we're pondering what is, a god or a creator, and or like there's also middlemen to me that would be like simulators. You know what I mean? Like, what do you call it? The middle god.
Well, I mean, imaginary meaning you'd have to imagine that you can touch it and manipulate it. Like, you can't prove that you can. So, that's what I imagine if they
Fine, then whatever. Yeah.
could somehow go into an yeah. I mean, if you can imagine they go into another dimension and somehow change physics within your dimension.
No, not changing physics. I'm saying.
I'm a little lost
It
here.
doesn't
I don't
change
know.
the physics. If you have a game playing, right, and it's the little people are doing their little thing in your little game, and then you just set a different setting for instead of everybody to be, driving down the roads, you make a setting for them to all go do their gardens.
Look, the only way that you can be manipulated and controlled
And it's just going to happen.
is in thought, and that includes like identification, right? Like if, like for example, just a simple example, if I was bullied as a kid or whatever, right? And so feeling bad about this, in my feelings, my emotions, my thinking, right, my experience, my parents came over to me and said, hey, you know what, kid, don't feel too bad. Like, you cooked dinner for us and you're a really good cook, right? And that made me feel better compared to how bad I was feeling in my experience, right? So that had an effect in my brain, on me, right? Conditional wise, in experience. So I cook a few meals and they compliment me more and they say, hey, you know what, you're a really good cook again, right? And so then I identify as being a good cook. Okay, I identified as it. Now, that's an interesting thing because then I open myself up to somebody coming along one day and saying, hey, dude, you're a shit cook. And somehow I'm emotionally affected by this and I'm liable to
That's a great point.
I'm liable to punch this person in the face. Okay. Now, look, none of this needed to happen whatsoever because I could have still cooked good food and that's the end of it. I don't have to think I'm a good cook. I don't have to identify as being a good cook. And I just cook good food. And if somebody came along and said, hey, dude, you're a shit cook, it would just breeze right over me. I wouldn't feel an effect from it whatsoever. Because I don't care if I'm a good cook. I actually cook good food, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, you're subjective of good. So now, if we could just teach people that bad is good, then everybody will feel really good and never get bullied because we just gotta just change their minds to understand that bad is actually good. And then when you
No.
get bullied, it's like, oh shit, you got bullied. That's awesome. I had to wait until I was like 13 to get bullied. I can't believe you got initiated.
No,
You're awesome.
that's
And
what
now
I'm
bad
saying.
is good.
You were saying how can you control people? How can you manipulate people? It's based on, it's in the realm of thinking, right? It's in the realm of thought, which is also identification. That's our playground. That's the devil's playground as well. That's the realm of all control. That's how you manipulate people is in that realm.
Just teach them. Yeah, I mean, give them something something good, and then and then pick on them. I got
And
you.
we're not taught this. We're not masters of we're not masters of ourselves. You know, we don't master ourselves in this sense. Like we play
Well,
with thought.
I mean, what would
We play with thought. We play with ideas. We play with all these things that we hold on to that we're attached to for various specific reasons, and we don't actually
what would you get
understand
a
ourselves.
what would you or the other guy get a better outcome on his initial, like, you know, because he was saying, well, I don't know, then I got to think about what's the right or wrong thing to do, and somebody's head got cut off or something. What do you think the likeliness, like, is your very first reaction probably the right one, or once you think about it a lot more, then it's the right one?
I'm sorry, I'm not following. What was this?
Well, he said, I think he said something like, oh, my brother's head got cut off or something. And at first I thought it was bad, but then I was like, oh, mom and dad don't have to feed 2 mouths, so maybe it's good.
No, that's not. That's all like the stupid morality discussion type of stuff. Hypotheticals. That's it's all bad.
Yeah, right. So I mean, but I was just like, so what? Just you know, in regards to being masters, right? You think that maybe right away that you know the correct answer right away?
No, I don't.
Your
I don't like
mind maybe
I
gets
want
in
to
the
take
way.
that word "masters" back. I'm just saying. I'm using like
You said it.
Right, but I'm
can't go back.
I'm going to take it back, and I'm going to rephrase it
take backs.
With mastery of ourselves, right? Right, meaning like understanding yourself, right? Understanding the nature of thought, right? Understanding the nature of your capability of identifying with something, and the outcomes that causes, right?
Yeah, what's this need for not attack you, but I've noticed this need for like identity within, you know, in other. What's this symbiosis that we seem to have with humans, right? Where we need another person.
It's security.
Why do we need another person to tell us who we are? Like I could say over and over, right? Like it's weird, right? Like I need you to tell me what I am. Like I could every day be like, no, I'm good at football. I'm good at football. I'm good at football. It'll never really click until you say to me, you're really good at football. It's like, shit, I'm really good at football.
No, you don't. Even you saying I'm good at football yourself is just like somebody else telling you that you're good at football.
Yeah, but why do we need? I mean, I'll keep on saying it like until I'm blue in the face. Until somebody else, then I'll be satisfied. Now I'm good. Now that you think I'm good, I don't have to keep saying it.
Right, exactly. But but essentially they're the same things. You could actually listen to yourself, lie to yourself, right? Saying that you're good at football. I don't
know if I can. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I know. I kind of do.
You shouldn't.
I
shouldn't.
agree with you.
Play football.
What?
I said you should just play football. You shouldn't just say I'm good at football.
Yeah, I love football. I'm good at whatever, you know, whatever the situation is, right? But it does seem to be something to it where you need somebody else to tell you what you are. It is weird.
You telling yourself it, except that when you hear it from somebody else, it strengthens your own inner voice, right? Your inner voice and the outer voice are the same exact things. It's just like that kid saying, you know, I'm a really good cook. I'm a really good cook, instead of his parents patting him on the back and saying, hey, buddy, you're a really good cook. It's the same thing. He was.
I know you're saying it. I know you're saying it's the same thing.
And he will still open himself up to insult.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're saying it's the same thing, but and I want to believe that, right? Because I want to believe that we are masters, right, of ourselves, right, and that we can manifest our own creation, right?
At all. That's the same.
Yeah.
That's just the same way as saying like, I'm a good cook.
Well, then who's the master?
You're talking about validation, right? Your affirmation, reassurance that you're a good football player. Like females, they need a lot of validation, especially like ones who never had fathers, especially from, you know, they need likes, they need constant engagement. And if they're not receiving constant engagements and likes, then they're not receiving validation, which they drive, you know, that's what they feed on. And if they're not getting that, they're going to be depressed. Some people
I
need
see
it.
it. Yeah, I see it. That's what I'm saying. I see that more like we're being taught recently that, well, you need to forgive yourself. You can't forgive yourself. That's impossible, right? That's bullshit, right? You don't forgive yourself. That's not what happens. But you know, you need to forgive yourself, accept yourself, and identify yourself. Like this is like the new way of thinking, right? Like you know, we control who we are. Just you know, positive affirmation to yourself, make a goal, manifest your. You know, this is like the new way of thinking. But I see in every other, like over and over, like repeated testable results that really you need somebody else to tell you who you are. What's that? That just seems.
Why?
It's not validation. It's just not validation. It's not validation exactly. It's just.
It is.
What's that all about? No, I don't think it is.
Why not? Why don't you think it is?
Yeah, you can't answer that question without God.
Sure, maybe. Right. So then, why did God make it that we need each other? I need you to tell me who I am, and then I'll tell you who you are. Why can't I tell myself? What's this? Why are we stuck this way?
So I'm not going to get into the Trinity debate, but I'm just going to give you my perspective. Okay, is that okay? So the way that I see the Trinity, the Father, Son, Holy Spirit being one, they are always working together, always have been, always will work together in a relationship with each other. And I think that us being created in the image of God, we long for companionship. That's why in the Bible, Adam looked around, he saw everyone, all these beasts and creatures had mates. He didn't have a mate and he felt lonely. And so God created woman for him. And we naturally have this longing for companionship, for community. You know, these are things that it's written in our heart that we want these things. So have you, I've been alone at times where complete isolation, and I only had like a cat because I was cat sitting, and I was losing my mind, and it was only for 2 weeks. I had no human to talk to. It was just me, and I was losing my mind. And I can only imagine. I was like, wow, I can see how people can be like this, how they can lose their minds when they have no one to talk to. Like, no one treats them as equals or anything. Like, and they just lose it. Their brain is just gone.
Now
It's almost,
imagine,
yeah. It's almost like you lose
imagine,
your. It's almost like you lose yourself, and you don't know who you are. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, imagine getting into a fight in jail and getting thrown in the hole for 30 days. You know, back in Alcatraz, that hole was dark and it was rats. Apparently, there's places right now in America that it's still like that. You'll get thrown in a place where it's like a chamber and it's inhumane, but somehow there's certain counties in America where that stuff is like, I don't know, people turn a blind eye to it. And then you got people that for like just a little fight and they might have been innocent, they get thrown into the hole and then they come out even worse.
Yeah.
It's supposed to, be a punishment, but you're gonna get thrown into a hole. No human interaction, no stimulation, nothing.
So hold on,
no TV, no.
A guy gets thrown
go
into
ahead.
the hole, right, for 30
Yeah.
days, and he comes out. His name's John. When he gets thrown in there, he comes out. Everyone starts calling him Andy. Does he have to listen to these people?
No.
Okay. So another person's validation is secondary to.
I've never seen that test, but I actually think I have seen. I think he would be Andy. Pretty sure. Like,
Really?
you're my bitch now. You're Susan. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what happens in jail.
Oh, so you think he should listen to the people that call him Andy?
Well, right or wrong, I wasn't talking about right or wrong. I was just saying what would happen. I don't know if you could say what would happen.
Well, no, you're bringing in like this external relationship, which with the outside world as like a very important thing, which it is. But I'm bringing up the fact that it's not the truth.
You sure?
Yes. It shows you, right. It reveals.
But your proof was that if the entire world started calling you Andy, even though that's not your name, that somehow that you would be like, yeah, I'm not Andy for your whole life. I don't think that's true. I think you would end up becoming Andy. You'd be like, yeah, I guess I'm Andy.
It's just like if you inside your head started calling yourself Andy.
Right, then it wouldn't work. But if the whole world started calling me Andy, would it work? I think probably.
So are we talking about morality or are we talking about brainwashing?
I was talking about like identity somehow being verified through others, rather than it seems to be stronger through others than yourself.
Right.
Yeah. Our identity, I guess, would be twofold because you could see, like, do assholes know that they're assholes? Like, do people have self-awareness? Like, I mean, that is such a. I mean, that is.
Well, no, let's go. We can go back to the football argument, right? So, like, you think you're a good football player, right? No tanks.
Right.
Okay. So somebody else could come along and say, a couple of people that are friends with you, they could say, hey, you're a good football player, right? And somebody else could come along and say, dude, you're not a very good football player because all these people are better than you for these reasons. And you'll never be like that. You'll never be, an actual good football player, as in the phrasing that I call it. How do you respond to that reality?
Right. So in that in that situation, right, there's your story, there's their story, and then there's the truth still. So arguably, you either are either I am a good football player or I am not. And there are facts and there are things that you could check to say you are or you're not. Right. So,
yeah.
So it's like, it doesn't end with just, I think in my head I'm a good football player, and then someone comes up to me and says, nah, dude, you suck.
Right.
Like the conversation doesn't end.
That's their opinion, right? That's their measurement. That's their comparison,
well,
right?
It's your opinion and their
you,
opinion.
You are yourself, right? You are yourself. And you can enjoy playing football and be good at football just because there's no comparison involved whatsoever. And so if you're
there's metrics, and who decides the metrics? Not you. The others decide the metrics.
Yeah,
so
but
as soon as I'm good, according to those metrics, they just change the metrics to now I'm not good. So who's really controlling whether I'm good or not is them, not me.
If you call what their metric is reality, then you don't actually know anything about anything else.
That's what I'm saying. So if I say football, I'm good at football because I know how to do like ballerina moves on the field. Is that's reality now because I say that's what makes it good, or is what they say? No, you got to score touchdowns. I think it's up to the other people. Again, I think you failed on this one too. Okay. I mean, not as a battle, but I mean,
yeah.
Obviously,
I'm departing from the conversation. You guys have a good night.
No, it wasn't about. I didn't mean to. I'm just saying, just on that, like they're obvious. I'm not saying you lose, like but on that scenario, yeah.
Right, I get it. So you could be a ballerina out there on the field and call yourself a good football player. I get it, man. But that's not what I was talking about. Anyways, have a good night, everybody, or a good day.
Later.
Good night. That's an interesting conversation, though, because you're. Because you.
No, I just wanted to beat him and embarrass him and make him leave. So I wasn't really there.
Yeah, it was just it's interesting because then someone brought in, well, they could change the metrics, right? So then it wasn't objective in the first place. The rules and the game itself was it can change, so therefore it's unreliable. But
what you're saying is that's relativity.
What do you mean?
Metrics can change depending on your,
Right, but my
your opinion.
Yeah, so it's my opinion, or is it that if the game can just change and the rules can just change, it's relative, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah. I mean, some people believe that everything is relative, that, morality is relative. It's a social construct, that there's no such thing as good or evil. It's just constructs in the human mind.
Yeah, people, or at least people say that. They don't actually believe it, but they say it.
Yeah.
And
they say it a lot, and I think, how could they believe that? It's weird.
Yeah, they can't, because the moment you test them on it and you make things unfair for them, they're going to get butthurt. Then you're going to say, was that unfair? Yeah. Oh, I thought you didn't believe in it. And then, they're hypocrites. They're absolute hypocrites. But my point is, when we're using that example of football, but the rules can change and all this other stuff, so the objective measure can change, then it's not objective. It no longer becomes objective. It's just relative, right? But when we're talking about God, who never changes, he's always the same, and his standard never changes, then we can have a conversation about your identity and like where you are and where does your identity come from and all these other things.
But let me explain something, right? Because there are things that emotionally are traumatizing or even might affect you negatively, might lead you to believe that what you did was wrong. If you base your belief on feelings, right? Your heart, your core for your emotions is your heart, emotional core. If for example, on the 14th of Abib, you decide to slaughter a lamb, and in the process of slaughtering that lamb starts to cry out, and you're emotionally triggered, right? It pulls at your heartstrings, and you feel bad for killing that lamb, right? And you take that lamb's life. You know, somebody who's of a vegan mindset, right, or vegetarian mindset might think that what you did there was wrong, right? But the word of God tells us that it's not wrong to do that. But emotionally, you might be affected, and you might actually feel like it is a wrong thing to do. But is it a wrong thing to do? It's not. Or for example, another example, quick
Wait, hold
example.
on. But how? All right, got one more.
One more. So like, you know, a burglar breaks into your house at night, right? And you take his life. Somebody else might think, "Oh man, you should have let him live. Why'd you take his life?" And you might actually feel extremely guilty. You might actually feel guilty for taking that dude's life, and you might even think that you committed a transgression against the Creator. But have you actually committed a transgression? No, you haven't. But your feelings will tell you that you have.
Yeah.
Understand?
So I hear you. I hear that. Like I hear you, right? But the contradiction then comes with the earlier statements that your moral compass is put there by God. So why are you feeling that way then? Which would be, why is God? Why are you being allowed to have that feeling when you slaughter the lamb? Right? Like what would God put a contrary feeling within you, contrary to his rule, like to his law? Like slaughter the lamb, says the book, and I am where your moral compass comes from, and then your moral compass is like guilt written over killing the lamb, and you're having nightmares. How does that even out?
I got an interjection. Go ahead and respond, line, but I want to add my 2 cents when you're done.
What all I'm saying is that this is why we need to rely on the Word for discernment and not rely on our own understanding and our own emotional core, because there are things that aren't so clear cut. It's not cookie cutter. These things are complex, and we aren't able to completely discern all truth. This is why I'm saying, like, you can't rely on feelings, right? Or this not objective, subjective moral compass that we're all born with, because that moral compass is limited in its scope. It can only get you so far in the world, and our brains aren't intuitive enough to understand when we have done something wrong in all cases, right? Or scripturally, all cases, you'd have to know the Torah very well, to know what is right and what is wrong. And most of us are barely scratching the surface, right? Like most of us don't even keep the 7th day sanctified, and we aren't convicted, right, for working Saturday or buying things or selling things, or you know what I mean, or whatever, ordering a pizza. Like nobody's convicted for that on Saturday, but the word tells you that what you're doing is wrong. You know what I'm saying? A third example.
Yeah, I think it's that's what I was just gonna do, is try to maybe bolster buttress Lion's point with my own opinion. The heart is deceitfully wicked above all things. Who can know it? You might have referenced that earlier in the conversation, but yeah, it's so there's so many mixed up different angles that anyone could misinterpret any situation from, that you have to have some sort of standard to measure up every situation too. And like, without relying on our own understanding, relying on our own emotional state, things get really blurry. We're all kind of, in a sense, easily dissuaded. Just think about mob mentality. How many people end up getting in the thick of things because of mob mentality, and that's totally an emotionally based thing. When people think they're doing something right just because the majority is doing it.
Yeah, but do you have to make that
scriptures to
trade?
support that?
Do you have? That's what I'm saying. Like, do you have to make? Well, like for mob mentality, right? Like, that say, okay, we're angry at that business. We're gonna go smash the windows. Nobody's gonna get hurt, but we know that this is bad, but it's justifiable because they're gonna get the message. Like, or you could just stand there peacefully and hold up a sign, right? Like, so you don't have to cross that line. Like, so, all right, well, I don't feel good about killing this lamb, but the Bible says it's okay to kill this lamb, but I'm just going to eat a banana. Can we just eat a banana? And then there's no debate. I don't know why not.
Yeah, you can. Paul talks about that. Don't judge a person by what he eats.
Well, I didn't mean that. Yeah.
Like if he eats meat, you know what I mean, or if he doesn't eat meat, and they shouldn't judge us for eating meat either.
What if they eat like human though? It's a bit different.
But cannibalism?
You talking about
Yeah,
cannibalism?
exactly.
Yeah, that's strictly forbidden. That's an abomination.
Right, sure.
But that you bring up a good point. What if people started condoning or not condoning, supporting cannibalism, right?
Yeah, what if they were like
knowing
getting
how
like
crazy the world is, man, it's not far from reality right now.
what if they were
It's
like
like
getting like
environmentally friendly.
little tiny guys, right? And then like from years ago, and then jabbing them and absorbing those little tiny people into them. Like, is that eating them? Like they jab them into you to keep you, healthy.
You're like fringing on the whole like child sacrifice adrenochrome cult thing right now, man. It's like very, very similar ideology. Sounds like
I hear that it won't change your, even if you do eat them though, it won't change your DNA, says all the science. So
I'm gonna say something else. That threw me for a loop. Injecting tiny microscopic people. Oh yeah, here's what I was gonna say. Yesterday, I
yeah,
think
well, I
Whit
mean,
brought it up.
I'm trying to like hint at it because I know there's rules, but that's like a thing that we actually do. But so
10-4. Yeah,
yeah,
I get you, dude.
yeah.
Yeah, don't do that. Everybody listening on the live stream, don't do that. But what I was gonna say was, eat a banana, fine. I won't. Nobody's gonna judge you if you don't want to eat lamb and you want to eat banana. Who cares? But something that we were talking about yesterday with the whole iron and copper uptake, the best way to get the proper minerals in your body, the proper fats and the proper omega fatty acids and all the stuff we need, amino acids, is with animal proteins. Especially grass-fed animals and especially their milk. And so it's very interesting that you get this whole society that wants to go away from that and even engineer not only crises to remove that from the earth, but also engineer workarounds so that it'll be very difficult in the future to get those sources of protein and fats that are really healthy for us. Just want to drop that in the combo because there's that too. It's like we're meant to kind of have a variety of food sources that are good for us.
Yeah, I can't debate that. I can't really factually debate that, right? But I could imagine that we can get those from somewhere else because, I mean, if that creature is making that, they're out of whatever they're eating. I imagine we can make that same thing without eating them.
Always a scientific or technological solution to every technologically engineered problem. But it's like if everything's natural, like can occur naturally in nature and it's better for us, well, isn't that the simpler route to take?
Yeah. Oh, that's what I'm saying. I think there's probably a more. I don't know the science behind it, but I think maybe just eat beets. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. Like, hey, well, beets will do the same thing for you. Maybe it will. I don't know.
No, man. There's a whole growing movement with people that like mill their own grain and do their own bread, and I've tried it, and that stuff is so nutritious and so good. And I've started getting into drinking raw milk.
Yeah.
I've had health issues in the past, and I can tell you, just doing things like eating fresh milled grain and drinking raw unpasteurized milk, it makes me feel super healthy, gives me more energy. So
it's awesome.
Getting back to the natural ways is the best thing.
There's a lot of like disinformation floating around on the internet regarding, nutrition, right? And like people are saying that dairy products are bad for you and milk is bad for you. And like, yes, right? In the way that it's being processed right now, ultra pasteurized, yes. But you have to look at studies that people, about people drinking and eating nothing but grass-fed, organic, not pasteurized, cow, like all that, just going back to the old ways. And these people are living healthier than ever. Like, so even cholesterol, the idea that eggs, you eat too many eggs, you're gonna have high cholesterol. Like all these things that we were told that butter is bad for you. Everything's like the opposite, literally.
Yeah,
Like
I know, I heard
grass
that.
beef is good for you. Red meat's good for you as long as it's naturally grown. You know what I'm saying? Like these cows were free roaming, eating the grass, not eating corn and hay.
Yeah,
Anyways,
we got a guy who tells on here who will tell you to literally just eat butter and you'll be healthier. Which is
yeah.
He said just eat butter. If you want
He's
to
right.
lose some weight, just eat sticks of butter. It's like, all right, okay,
Man,
sure,
my breakfast this morning, it was a bunch of like homegrown peaches, some chia seed and oats with with cream, raw cream in there, and that stuff, man, tons of energy in that. Super good.
People are people are traveling now to like they always have, but now we have like the internet. Everybody's got an Instagram. Everybody talks. There's this new communication. It's nothing new. It's just now we're able to communicate, right? So there's people in Americans. They love to go to Europe, whatever, right? So they're going there, and a lot of them are reporting back, just on their Facebook to their family, like, oh my God, my gluten allergy is gone. Like I can eat everything over here. What's going on? So I mean, that's just something interesting that people are reporting back that they're able to eat foods in Europe that they can't eat in America, mostly grains. Yeah.
Yeah, Joe Rogan talked about that, and I've done some research on that. The kind of grains that they use, you know, and also the yeast. There's different kinds of yeast, and the yeast that bread companies use nowadays isn't the original yeast that our forefathers used. It's like a genetically engineered yeast, or like it's a parasitic yeast that's known to actually cause damage to the intestine, where the original yeast did not. So it's not just like GMOs. It's also like the pesticides and all this. And I don't like really getting into it, because then it's just like you become a germaphobe kind of, where you just like, oh, every little thing that you buy. But I've become that, I've become that
Only
germaphobe that I used to make fun of. Where
you
like I
believe
look
in
at
you
every
still,
bottle, dude.
yeah.
I look at every bottle, the ingredient list. Like I really want to know what I'm consuming. But yeah, go
I
ahead.
can't I can't believe you still believe in germs. That's all. Weird.
Yeah, just a couple of things. I think the people producing grain on a large scale, I think the Arabs were one of the last ones to replant their existing grain, and they got the genetically modified grain. But I would also say that when you're speaking of the iron and the copper, um, when you have animals such as, and different meats have different amounts of copper or iron in them. Those animal proteins the gentleman was speaking of. Now, goats will have more copper than the sheep, of course, because if you give a sheep copper, they're going to die. Now, they do have some copper in their meat and their protein and in the liver, but the goat has much more. So when you're looking for those who have more than others,
Hello.
You got a phone call or something.
I thought I got booted because I was hot micing. Thank you.
I was gonna talk about yeast real quick till he gets back. I have here in my notes. Modern yeast goes into gluten capsules when baking, and in the intestines, they are released from these capsules and damage the mucus, disrupting the normal intestinal microflora. In addition, they parasitize not only in the intestines, but live in the blood plasma and reproduce freely, mainly through budging. This can lead to various types of intoxication, fungal diseases, weakened immunity, which can lead to many chronic illnesses and tumor processes. And if we
Glad
stop
you believe that.
if we stop eating modern bread with yeast, only in 5 years, we will not find yeast cells in our blood plasma. Until the 1940s, a completely different type of yeast was used. They were also called hops. These yeasts do not resist human symbiotic microflora, do not kill the useful bacteria living in the colon, but the dough fits for about 1 day, which does not suit the bread makers. To intensify the production process, they started using yeast of a completely different variety, which are officially, and this is open information, considered conditionally pathogenic microorganisms, etc. The one that causes illness under certain conditions is what is called thermophilic yeast. Today, on such yeast, the dough fits in about an hour or fills. The thermophilic yeast, which are now used in bread baking, are antagonistic to human symbiotic microflora. And it goes on and on and on, but I'm just giving you an example.
Yeah, but you're assuming that those the worms in the ground are bad. But when we find worms in the ground, it's actually a sign of health,
No, I didn't
healthy
say that.
soil.
Earthworms? I love earthworms, dude. I used to mess with earthworm castings all the time. What you mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're saying, well, we find these parasites and these, et cetera, showing that it's bad, right? That this is bad. How come in the dirt it's
Dude,
good, but in our
have
body
you
it's
ever
bad?
have you ever caught a wild snapping turtle? Just wondering.
Yeah.
Have you looked at the parasites on it? Usually
No.
it's covered in parasitic organisms that are boring in its skin. You got worms and all kinds of stuff. They stink. Look
Yeah.
at a natural snapping turtle that's like wild in the swamp, dude, and pull it out and look at it. Just observe it, dude. You're gonna see all
Yeah.
these parasites. That's not good for the turtle.
Well, what is it from? That's what I'm saying. So is it is that the cause of its sickness, or is that an effect from its
They,
sickness, or?
so, well, sometimes, to be fair, sometimes they look like they're not even affected. To be fair, like even humans, most humans, perceivably, they live life, go to work, come home, and they probably have tapeworms in their stomach. They don't really, yeah, they might poop a little bit harder than most, but for the most part, they don't even realize that they have parasites living in their intestines. So
Yeah,
does
but
it
is a
affect them
parasite
like
do
that?
that,
Nah,
or
it
I
doesn't.
don't know. Is it bad or good?
Bad.
Is it? I don't know. Then why is it there?
Well, you're gonna keep asking me questions, philosophical questions.
Yeah, yeah, sort of,
Well,
kind of. Yeah, not
before we
really.
go there
No,
though,
yeah,
but
not really.
you don't believe in any type of germs or even parasites, bacteria, nothing.
I just think there's a reason. I just don't think they're there without reason, and whether they're attracted or created, I don't have the answer for that. If they're the byproduct of something positive or negative, I don't know. But the correlation, causation, through a microscope and or whatever, until they can look deeper and deeper and deeper, I don't have the answer for it. So in a lot of situations it'll be found to show health, right? Like a garden out back, it's like, oh, it's got mushrooms, it's got fungus, it's your vegetable garden's got mushrooms, it's bad. And then there you go talk to somebody else, and mushrooms in your garden are good. So
There's good and bad mushrooms.
right, yeah. So, I mean, but what the mushroom does, right, is it absorbs, it absorbs and filters, right? Isn't that what it does? It absorbs and filters different, and breaks things down, and then redistributes it into the garden in a healthy way. So why would these parasites, earthworms, why they all look the same, but some are good and some are bad? I don't know. And some have purpose and some have no purpose. So, I'm not sure if I'm.
When it comes to like when I say mushrooms are bad, I'm not saying that. Like even the black mold, right? Like we could say black mold is bad, but I'm not talking about like
I
I'm
don't have
not
the
talking
answer.
about I'm not talking about God's moral law. I'm talking about
No, me either.
like black mold to us is harmful, right? So there's certain parasites that to us is harmful, but they have a purpose. Usually they do have their own specific niche in nature. Like they were
Yeah.
designed for a purpose.
Yeah. So so that's what I mean. I'm not, I'm not an expert on germs, but I'm not sold on whether germs are, so where are the germs made? Like some person will say, well, some people say, well, look, we have evidence that these viruses, they evolve. You are the virus. You're making the virus within your body. So you're the disease, really, right? And then some people say, well, look, the germ, we find that you can carry it around and pass it around, but only for like a day or two, right? But apparently that was long enough for it to cross the country, right? So I just can't. I haven't been able to determine whether the germ, right, this thing that we're seeing, is what's getting us sick, or it's a byproduct of something else that's getting us sick. Like the parasite, is that getting us sick, or is the parasite there because we're eating aluminum and the parasite's attracted to poison that we're putting in our body, and it's just the effect? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean it's complicated, man. Like you have like for example, cancer can be brought on many different ways, right? You have radiation, and because of radiation leads to genetic mutations, and that leads to cancer. But you also have chemical toxicity. So chemicals, depending on what type of chemicals, if they accumulate in the body, can also lead to cancer, right? And then you also have metal toxicity. So you have elevated levels of mercury or lead or these these metals that seem to be connected to cancer, right? So that's 3 different ways that you can get the same result, which is cancer, right? But then you also have genetic predispositions because of just generational curses and just generational mutations of the genes. You have a higher risk of developing certain cancers, right? So you have different reasons why cancer is brought, it's brought forth in the body. But one does not negate the other, right? Just because you can get cancer multiple different, like just because you prove that you can get cancer this one way does not mean that that's the only way you can get cancer. So yeah, you can get sick because of nutritional deficiencies, right? Malnutrition, mineral deficiencies, whatever. You can get cancer that way. You can get cancer from not getting enough sunlight. It's basically just different ways that you can become imbalanced, right? And lead to your body going off homeostasis or whatever you want to call it. But what's like, I don't understand where you're going with this. Like, just because you can get sick, or maybe you won't get sick because your body, your immune system is just on point. You're eating all the best foods and you can be around germs and not get sick. Doesn't mean that you shouldn't wash your hands. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
I don't know. Maybe so. Like, wash your hands with water or soap and water.
Were you the one that I was talking to last time about this? Like,
No.
you think that the water alone, no, you don't need soap?
Well, that's what. Well, like, cause I was only going to point out that, like, with water, are you washing something off, or are you, like, with soap, are you absorbing something in? Which one's killing the germ? Like, I don't know. Are we killing the germ? I don't know.
Because I've heard different cases regarding alcohol too. If it's 80% proof alcohol or 80% alcohol, is that gonna actually kill germs on your skin? Like, if you have a cut and you put alcohol in it, you dab a little alcohol, is that actually killing germs? Well, apparently it is. Like, under the microscopes, they shows that these germs do die off. But some people will still debate that. The people still debate that. And then with the soap seems to be, I forget the technical name for this, but it breaks down fats, emulsifies fats, right? And most germs and cells and things like that do have a lipid membrane, and that if you break that lipid membrane down, well, guess what happens to the cell? It dies. So these theoretical germs do die. They come in contact with soap.
Right. So that. All right. So, like, if I'm sick, right, and I kill the germ, all my skin, it's in my body. Like, but did the germ enter my body, or did my body make the germ? That's the only question I have.
Anyways, somebody else can change the topic. I really didn't want to go on this route. Like, I didn't really want to go into germ theory, but I was just wondering real quick what you thought about it. I do come across people that I do have, some really extreme views on germ theory. They don't believe that any germs exist, that it's all like internally.
Oh, they think it's internal.
There's different ideas of terrain theory and germ theory.
I don't know. What I know is that, is that when I get a splinter, I want to pull it out of me, right? And then when if I eat something bad, I want to throw it up, right? I don't ever want to put something into me to get something. That doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't make sense. So that's really just like my basis for it. Is real simple. Is that anytime I get sick, it's because something is getting put into me that doesn't belong in me. Anytime I feel discomfort, it's because something is in me that I put in me that wasn't there before. So to add more, to be like, oh, I need to put some more foreign stuff inside of me, doesn't make it. It just doesn't line up in my view. So, like, where are these germs come? I mean, like you said, you don't really want to go into it. So I don't have much to put into it, but
it's a topic that I'm not like extremely informed in, but I'm a little informed on it, and I have my ideas only because, like, ritual cleansing was a thing in ancient times, bro. Like washing the hands, washing cups and plates. Like, why did the ancient Hebrews do that? It was in the Torah, right? They were supposed to, keep away from blood, or if you were, cooking or preparing a meal, you don't want any blood on your clothing. And if you do get it on your clothing, you have to wash your clothing, and you're unclean till evening. They're very specific about these things. Or even like where you prepare the meat, you have to drain out all the blood outside before you even brought the sacrifice or the animal into the temple or whatever, because they would eat it. You can't have blood like all over the place. Like if you're chopping up an animal in your kitchen, right? With one of those what are those big knives called? Those butcher knives. And you're splashing blood all over the kitchen walls. You don't see it, but microscopically, that blood is traveling, man. You hitting that butcher knife on that, on that wood on your kitchen countertop. That blood is splattering, whether you realize it or not.
You
And
are
if you
freaking out with germs, yeah. It's
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
microscopically going everywhere.
But if you're cooking up something like pork that we know is unclean and carries extremely more, like these deadly parasites compared to other animals, that stuff's then splattering all over your kitchen, dude. And then you're gonna get your 6-year-old son to come over at the kitchen table where blood just splattered on, and he might get infected. So the ancients were aware of this stuff, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
But then
yeah.
you have modern people that say that stuff's that's not true. That all that stuff is like
That's not
bullshit.
that's not a I mean, that's not a germ. You're not describing a maybe you are. I don't think you're describing a germ. But it's, putting your blood into my blood. I mean, you're putting something. Why are you putting something into you that you don't really need? I don't know. I don't know if it's a germ exactly. But these things decay. I mean, things decay. Like we have flies, and we have like a cycle of things rotting and until they're gone. But I guess if you have it rotting, I don't know the reason why they put it in there. But yeah, you don't want to throw up on people. But that's just a case of you're putting something on somebody or in, and you're digesting it by accident some way, and then your body kicks it out and says, "All right, get out." But that's not the get out part is the germ part. Like then they put under the microscope. Oh, look, your body's kicking out germs. Germs are what got you sick. But I don't know if germs are what got you sick, or if what they're looking at under the microscope is what your body just kicked out, and something else got you sick. Yeah. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, don't.
Yeah, and like it's pretty common sense that if you come in contact with like human feces, that you need to wash you need to wash up, you need to wash your hands, you need to wash up because human feces has been known to cause ailments. And come on, man, like before the invention of modern plumbing, or whatever resets we had where plumbing just kind of people forgot about it fairly recently too. People just stopped using plumbing because apparently it was a thing in ancient Rome and ancient Greece. They did have plumbing, but somewhere along the line in the Dark Ages, they just stopped using plumbing, dude. Or the plumbing, the pipe just kind of started cracking and the civilization started degrading, bro. They had like human feces was all over the streets, dude.
I don't
Like
know.
fairly recently.
These flies eat shit in like a day. It's the vultures and the flies will eat a dead deer on the side of the road in a week. I don't know how they had feces floating around for a month.
Dude, go to India, bro.
Yeah, that's gross. If they're living.
No,
in
I've
it like
never
that.
been there, but I've seen documentaries. The human feces, bro, in India is ridiculous. The human, it just listen. This stuff leads to disease, man. What
Well, I
and
mean,
how does
I'm not,
that disease come about? Right.
I'm not saying it wouldn't. I'm just saying your body already kicked it out and said it wasn't good to be in there. Why would you be putting it back in? I don't know. I don't know why they're putting it back in. Their body just kicked it out. I
Like
don't
E.
know
coli,
why they're
bro.
rolling around there.
You ever heard about E. coli? It gets in your food and you eat it, and E. coli comes from shit, dude.
Yeah. Well, they say maybe. Yeah. I think you are a germaphobe for sure.
Well, listen. If the cook took a shit, bro, and he thinks like you, oh, there's no germs. I don't even wipe my hands up. And he goes back to the kitchen. He's sweating on your burger, right? He just scratched his ass with his right hand, and he's preparing your burger. He's about to hand it to you. You gonna eat that burger?
No, but even if germs don't exist, I'm still not going
But
to
you
eat
don't
his
believe in
shit.
germs.
I'm not going to eat his
Now you're
whatever
not
his
gonna
shit is
eat it,
made of.
right?
Whatever his shit is made of, I'm not eating his shit. I don't care if it's germs or not something else. I'm not eating it. Yeah. But, nah, yeah, you put your money where your mouth is. Go ahead, eat this shit and prove it.
I wouldn't listen. I don't care. I would not.
Yeah, I think it's. I think a lot of things gross me out. Yeah, people gross food. Honestly, meat grosses me out a lot of times. It really does. I'm not a vegetarian at all. I just ate a roast beef sandwich, but I don't want to make the food. It grosses me out. It really does. I haven't cooked in like a few years, but
I seen an image on Facebook, and I don't know if this might have been a troll image, but it looked legit. It was a guy in like a food truck, bro, sitting. He must have been on break, but he was on his phone in the food truck, one hand on his phone and the other hand in his pants.
Yeah.
He's just scratching his nuts, and then Dude, that's the guy who's preparing food for possibly hundreds of people. You know what I'm saying? In one day.
No doubt about it. No, I know. I don't want to see it. I don't want to know. You know, I don't want to know because I know for sure. Like if you watch enough documentaries about making meat, you're going to become a vegetarian because it's just gross. Like intestines being like fucking chucked over shoulders, and it's just body parts. I mean, it's gross. I mean, that's I really think I could become a vegetarian one day. Just
I
not
could
out of
see-
anything else, just out of it grossing me out.
It does gross me out. I stopped eating hot dogs because of it.
Yeah.
Even
So
all
like,
beef hot dogs. I just stopped.
yeah, people make the argument. I mean, there are good arguments. It's not a bad argument. Like they do make, I've heard the arguments that they seem to know their stuff, and they say, well, we need these acids, we need this, the proteins to break down the stuff in our body that comes from meats. I mean, got to be another way. I mean, I just maybe there is or maybe there isn't, and maybe that's part of if you go back to the Bible with it, where you seem to go with it, maybe you're supposed to feel bad about it because you fucked up. I don't know. Maybe you're supposed to feel bad for killing the lamb, but still kill the lamb. This is your punishment to feel bad every day because you fucked up. I don't know. But I don't want to. I don't want to raise a pet and then kill it. And I mean, I've said the joke. I forget the joke now, right? But it's like if all you meat eaters think that meat's so great and it's so good, how come the only way you'll ever eat it is after you put a bunch of herbs and spices and vegetables on it? I got you there.
That's because we're herbivores, or we're omnivores.
Yeah, we identify as but it's true. It is true in a way. It's like, yeah, I like meat a lot. Like I'll eat it, but I really got to put like some fried onions and ketchup in that cheesesteak, and then it's good. Some vegetable oil.
Thank you. I like it just plain.
Not even salt.
Not even salt, man.
Or you can eat it raw, like Liver King, whatever his name is.
Yeah, then I'll start selling supplements and taking steroids.
I mean, steroids should probably be legal, honestly. I mean, what the hell is that all about? You're saying that I could take steroids and I could become 5 times as healthy, 10 times as fast, but it's a no-go?
Well, is it healthy?
I don't fucking know. Whatever metric you want to use. If I can grow big muscles and that's what I want, or if I don't know, whatever the metric is.
I watched a few bodybuilders who were taking steroids, and they basically said it was impossible to get off it. So if it's impossible to get off something, besides obviously water and food, is it good for you? Who knows?
I don't know, but they are bodybuilders, so I mean, they got what they wanted out of it. Maybe it's just me. I think we should be free to veil ourselves on that with this magical growth steroid and kill. You can kill infection and you can do all sorts of stuff with it, but
Yeah, steroids have some benefit. I mean, it just depends on what kind. There's so many different versions of steroids.
I would stay away from it. My boss does it. He's tried getting me to do it. I would never do it. Yeah, because once you're on it, you have to stay on it. Otherwise, you lose all your gain.
Yeah, I don't mean just like bodybuilding.
Yeah, I don't mean just like bodybuilding. I guess maybe they're all the same.
Oh, shit, what was that?
But there is testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, but even then, there's other ways that
Increase testosterone production without having to resort to injecting yourself every day or once a week, whatever it is that they do.
Just eat
cycles.
I'm getting feedback on.
Raise your testosterone levels.
What's up, Snacks? No, but let's change the topic, man. You guys were talking about some other stuff. I didn't mean to talk about this. Snacks, what's up, man?
Hey, not much, man. I got shit to talk about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We're talking about roids, dude. Like I ain't a gym
Nice.
brat.
No.
For dinner snacks, what'd you bring?
Roids.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Eat up.
Dig in.
Yeah, anything that you seem to like, we put into our body, does seem to be temporary. Like if I take an Advil or an aspirin, it doesn't stay there forever. I guess the same thing with that.
I've seen like a dude with like really huge
Did he
arms, and
say
he said,
dog or dope?
"Hey, well, yeah." But using insulin on top of steroids apparently just makes your muscles look super puffy and super swole. And I think but they're not strong, which is funny. But
No, they're
but also
fucking
I think
strong.
but it stays around too. So
Was it
you look like you got big arms.
That's a myth, right? That the bodybuilders started because they want to beat you up and show off how strong they are. That their muscles don't work. Yeah, they definitely work. They're stronger people. They're benching like 400 pounds. They're stronger.
Oh, like a bodybuilder? Yeah, I'm talking about somebody that's shooting insulin and roids to make it look like they're really big, but they're not. Like they are, like they look voluminous, but they're not actually strong.
They're not. They're really not as strong as you think they are.
There's still techniques in some things too.
Well, here's the thing. There's two different things. Like there's one for show and one for competition for actual weightlifting. So the people who do it for show, they're not that strong. The people who do it to actually like compete lifting weights and all this other crazy stuff, they are strong. It's like, what's that one dude's name? The world's strongest man.
The guy with he makes all the wood putty, and he's in all the Home
The British
Depots.
guy.
The English guy, the British guy.
Yeah, I forget his name, but I know who you're talking about.
That dude's wicked strong. Like
he's huge, though. Yeah, but he's like 7 feet, dude.
But here's the thing: he doesn't have defined muscles. So the guys who are bodybuilding, like for weights, they won't have defined muscles. What the people are doing for modeling, basically, they do a very specific workout with very specific drugs to get those definitions. That's what matters to them. It has nothing to do with strength.
Yeah, you talking about like the chubby old, like you can be chubby and still mad strong compared to like this chiseled, carved out guy.
Like that's how you can tell the difference between someone who isn't actually strong and someone who is really strong is if they have crazy definition, they're probably not that strong.
So what about so they get these cows and they shoot them up with steroids, and then you feed more people with them.
What about it?
I mean, there's more meat there.
So it's called HRT, it's hormone replacement therapy. So what they're using on cows isn't necessarily like a muscle building thing. It's a hormone that everything is growing in the cow or whatever animal they choose to put this HRT in. That's not necessarily what is being taken by bodybuilders.
Not comparable.
Yeah, basically it's non-comparable. Yeah, it's a different. Like I said before, like there's so many different types of steroids that do very vastly different things. You could take a steroid for medicinal, if you have like an infection or anything else, you could take a steroid for that. It's not going to do jack squat to your body like muscle definition or growth or anything like that because it's made for infections. And then
it's a low dose, and somehow it targets, I guess, an area of need, right? Like your body sends a signal area of need.
Yeah. So there's at least 17 different steroids that bodybuilders will choose from. And then there's like over 100 in general of just whatever kind of steroid for whatever purpose they have it for.
But the new candy out that keeps coming out, that doesn't have any steroids in it.
What was that? You're kind of low coming in. What'd you say?
Do the medicine that they provide seasonally each year to everybody, like, do those have steroids in it?
That's a good question. So every vitamin or juice container will have, like, you can ask for the insert, and it will have every detailed ingredient that's inside the juice. So it just depends. The seasonal one changes every year. It's kind of a hodgepodge put together thing. It doesn't target anything specifically. It's just like a shotgun, throw spaghetti on the wall, see what sticks type of scenario. But it changes every year. So
It seems like magic again, because I mean, earlier I stated that, like, I'll take an Advil, an aspirin, I'll eat a carrot. Nothing stays in me for longer than like a day, an hour, 3 hours, 2 days, maybe, whatever, right? But they got this one magical thing, this magical fruit juice lasts for years. Does anything else have that same ability that you know of, or like anything at all?
like, are we?
You're not on about the same thing.
Are we talking about specifically the juice that comes out every season, or are we
Yeah.
talking about?
What do you
juice
mean
in
lasts for years?
Well, you got to get every
So you
6
know,
months, year, whatever,
a carrot isn't the same thing that goes into the juice. You know, when you eat a carrot, it's not. It's got nothing to do with any cells that are similar to what's in the juice.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I were to want to go to the gym and get these fake muscles, I have to keep on doing it, keep on doing it, keep on doing it. There's no, I don't know any other, if I want to get high on heroin, I got to do it every day. If I want to stay alive, I got to eat a carrot every day. Do you know anything else besides this seasonal drink that that lasts for a year, or is this the only magical thing that does this?
No, so something like THC will last for a while in your system.
I couldn't understand what you said.
THC.
What mineral?
That will last for a while.
What? About a week though, or a month though, right? A month.
Yeah, I
It's
know,
not a
but
year.
that's what I'm saying. It's different chemicals, and especially when you're drinking very specific cells, you're not going to expect these specific cells to behave the same way a carrot that you're eating would behave.
Right. So can you give me another, not a carrot? So what else lasts for a year?
Forever
Not carrots.
chemicals.
No, I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
And it's like in the area that it's lasting too. Like some of these drug tests, like THC or whatever, they're in specific areas. So it's like it's weird, right? Like,
In the fat.
some's in the blood, some's in the fat, some's in this area. I don't know shit about this, but I know shit's in different areas, I think.
Yeah, all I know is this motherfucker took my hair follicle.
You're screwed. Let's stay away from that specific.
I can imagine it's a range. Some things everywhere.
Stay away from talking about seasonal juices. Is that what you're saying, dude?
Yeah, just don't take your seasonal juice, and you'll be safe.
Okay. So
I
we're not
think
gonna change topics.
No, let's change topics. Let's move on to snacks.
But yeah, great time for that. But we did discuss this yesterday, that essentially your body regenerates itself every 7 years. So I'm not sure what really could, supposedly, what really could remain indefinitely in you unless it's actually altering your genetic makeup, like something that can change your DNA.
No, the TV said it. Nothing. It doesn't change it. Nothing changes your DNA.
I'll tell you what. Your body does seem to regenerate every 7 years, but it still can contain heavy metals that have
No,
not
you're
been extracted. You could still regenerate all the cells, but the heavy metals still linger and remain.
I'm actually I'm in like a college residence at the moment. Someone like down the hall from me, he studies this kind of stuff. So he may be able to give me an answer, but he's stoned half the time, so it's a bit iffy.
Yeah. One way to cleanse those heavy metals is with monoatomic minerals. You can call it ormus, and a lot of times monatomic
Yeah,
silica very helpful.
that's very true.
Monatomic silica?
You get it from bentonite clay, right?
Is that
Or
good
I
for
don't know how you would say it, but yeah, you take a teaspoon and a cup of water. Even if you have stomach issues, digestive issues, it seems to solve a lot of problems, man. Just a little bit of silt from the riverbed with your cup of water, man. And the Native Americans knew this. Anytime you had any sort of ailments, you can reintroduce, minerals and things into your body that have been lacking from your nutrition, and just from getting a little teaspoon from the riverbed. Now, I don't recommend you do that in your local cities today, because how polluted our rivers are. But that's how easy of a remedy, it used to be.
I'm in Scotland. I'm in a good place to do that.
Just stay away from the sheep poop.
But
Extra
no,
flavor.
but you can't get you can't get like fulvic acid from your riverbed. But I'm just saying that if you use like bentonite clay because apparently there's areas in the Mojave Desert or areas in the Nevada desert where you can find like pretty pure clay, that because apparently these areas used to be ancient river or ancient seabeds, more like it. And even in South America, you have these long flats where they race these cars at 300 miles an hour, where it's a perfect area to test for curvature, by the way. But in these areas, you can extract from the soil itself some incredible stuff through like 89 minerals. I know you guys already know all this. I'm preaching to the choir, but yeah, it's pretty amazing how many minerals these, like, just the ancient riverbeds had, seabeds.
Yo, Lion, thanks for that. I'm adding that to the presentation for tonight. Salt flats where they race cars. Great job.
Thanks.
Yeah, those minerals make you feel great too, especially if you're sweating them out in the sauna and re-uptaking them, cycling them through.
Oh, that's the thing. Do any of you know like window restrictors? Like how they work? I am in a room
No.
and it's absolutely boiling. It's like 25 degrees Celsius. And I can't get my window open all the way.
What? Are you asking for a butter knife? Like, what are you saying?
No, I could take the window off and figure out how it works, but I don't want to drop the window, if that makes sense. So I was just wondering, it's like called it's like a tilt and open or whatever
A
you call it.
screen?
Kind of
I don't
thing.
know. You got your windows stuck.
It opens
All
like
right.
half the way, but never fully, and it's not like a regular window restrictor. I'm in like a
Did you paint your window shut? Did you paint yourself into your house or
no.
stuck in the house?
It's
Maybe hit it just a little bit.
it's been put in by the landlords before me because in Scotland you can't have windows on tall buildings that open all the way. So I was just wondering if any of you knew how that kind of stuff worked.
Send me some pictures of your window. I might be able to help you.
I know the exact model number.
You're roboting. Can you text it to me? Send me a message. I'm Grizz.
I find it interesting how they tell you when you mix bentonite clay in your water they tell you to use either a wooden or a plastic spoon, not to use a metal spoon.
Yeah, like, so
Why do you think that is?
well, because a lot of the time metals they're used as catalysts, and catalysts basically improve chemical reactions and make them happen faster, and at temperatures they wouldn't ordinarily be able to happen at. So if you use a wooden spoon or a plastic spoon, you're not getting any of this. You're not getting these reactions happening. So you're getting a more ordinary substance.
All right, I could see that. I figured that it would just weaken it somehow.
Are you on about water?
I mean, I don't know a lot about it. Like, I'm not an expert, but I just know that when I mix it up, I make sure to always use either a wooden spoon or a plastic spoon.
So if there's any like sensitive chemicals in whatever you're mixing, a metal spoon it could possibly act as like a catalyst, and generally you don't want that.
Shouldn't you use all three freaking spoons, guys? I mean, aren't we scientists? Like, come, what are we talking about? But doesn't you? Why wouldn't you use all the spoons, man?
So basically, the clay seems to be ionic, and if you use a metal spoon, it messes with the ion somehow, and it makes its efficacy worse because somehow the bentonite clay, as long as it has not come in contact with metal, it, it it works in a way that it can extract heavy metals from the body, and it can extract things out of the body, toxicities, and heal you. The mechanisms aren't entirely clear, but this extracting effect, the way it works, is through some sort of ionization.
Lion,
Go ahead.
The best person to ask about this would be J-Ace. He's an organic chemistry major, I think, and he'll know all about this kind of thing.
I mean, I haven't read up on it in a long time. You know what I'm saying? But you could have named anybody else.
J-Ace is J-Ace.
Nah, I had nothing against him. He's cool. He's cool people. I'm just messing around.
Yeah. Nah, I only do physics, so I don't know too much chemistry other than like high school.
Was that the guy who was arguing yesterday afternoon with Whitsett about geology and pseudoscience?
Probably.
I know Lion was probably there.
No, he's a good guy.
Yeah, I was there, man. But I don't really, because I do have a philosophical bias, dude. But I admit it, he doesn't. It's a difference. We admit that we have a reason why we believe the way we do, right? So I believe, that the Earth is the oldest, man, 13,000 years old.
Where do you get 13,000 from?
I see. I don't really want to get into it, but I'm just saying that's what I believe, and he's telling me dates 60,000 years, 100,000 years, and I'm over here looking at him like, dude, like he just don't get it. Like we're completely different people in our worldview, but we respect each other enough to have this conversation, and I don't think that he's any less than me. I really don't. I get frustrated when they don't see that, at least admit that what you believe in is also a religion, or it has its own paradigm that's being supported by ideas that have not been proven. Respect, in a more respectful way, but.
Like the difference between like a formal science and an empirical science. To describe maths as a formal science or statistics as a formal science, you describe something like physics or chemistry as an empirical science.
Well, how do you define the word science, and what is the etymology of the word science? Let's start there.
Science is to know something. It's a way of knowing something.
Like, before we get into the whole, the principles of science and the scientific method, right? And where it began, where it originated. Before we get into that, what is science? Before that, right? For centuries before the scientific method, what was science before that?
Ciencia, I'm pretty
La
sure
ciencia.
I'm pretty sure that's the word for knowledge. So essentially, what modern science should be a way to support knowledge. So you get, what do you call it? Like, you get beliefs and you get something else that I can't remember, and they come together to form knowledge. Truths. So you get beliefs and you get truths, and there's like a Venn diagram, and in the center there's knowledge, but in the center of that there's actual science.
You're losing me, bro. No offense.
Oh, fair enough.
Because what is knowledge? Is it arbitrary? Is it a fact?
I thought he said Venn diagram.
Yeah, Venn diagram. I can try to find it.
Well, there's an overlap in where people that know what a Venn diagram is and the people that would say a Venn diagram would be. We could draw that.
Yeah, can you make me a diagram for that?
Knowledge.
So, like, for example, I'm looking at knowledge in Hebrew, which is the word mada, right? Closest word that in the Hebrew to science. But even in the Hebrew, the word science doesn't even exist, or in the Greek. Because real knowledge, real science, is not what you're preaching. It says here science or thought is connected to consciousness itself and intelligence. But the heliocentric model is not intelligent.
What
You
science
understand?
is, if you look at the etymology, it comes from knowledge. So it means what you know is the case.
What you know is fact, right? Which
Yeah.
that's not
So
the heliocentric model is not something that you know is fact. So it can't be science. You're calling it science.
Right. Okay. So you get two branches of science. You get formal sciences and you get empirical sciences. Empirical sciences have to be tested empirically, so that you have to kind of figure them out and discover them based on the real world. But a formal science like maths, you can prove that on paper. You don't have to do any testing.
Yeah.
You don't have to do like any of that.
You'll need a Jean-Claude Van Damme diagram.
Yeah, so we know that 2 plus 2 equals 4. Yeah, it does. 2 plus 2 equals 4. But we don't necessarily know the extent of, say, physics. Physics is constantly evolving. You don't get anything that's solidified in physics that isn't solidified in maths. The maths that goes towards physics has to be already established and proven. You don't get stuff that's proven in physics because it's an empirical science. It's constantly evolving. You go with what's the most likely thing to happen. Sorry if I've kind of rambled on, but
No, you
Yeah, it's like there's this like physics that's like engineering, that you could understand,
Yeah.
like the physics of something. And then there's like this internal physics we're talking about, like molecules crunching down and we're repelling other things or bouncing. You know what I mean? So there are multiple scales. I think we can converse about physics where, I just don't think it's this universal common ground necessarily to
With
say. But a
physics,
lot of
no.
it is engineering, though, isn't it? Like just like how something works, like that it can be tested and repeated and that kind of thing. Like
That's essentially what physics is, yeah. So you have some kind of idea and you test it. And you
it's
see if it's
physics
true.
because it's like, well, I don't know. I guess you could call it that if you wanted to.
You could separate physics into theoretical and empirical.
Well, I mean, there's the physics of like, oh, well, if we have like, this kind of setup with material A, it's going to work like this. Oh no, but with material B, C, D, all the way through the alphabet, it's all going to work differently. We could have a range of things like that. But you're trying to develop something in this case. You know what I mean? You're
Theoretical. Sorry? No
I thought,
thanks.
I thought physics, the way you were speaking on it, was like the physical, and then
I'm just
and then
gonna
you
have to go
describe
quickly.
and then you described it as an idea. An idea is not physical, so an idea is not physics. I didn't really follow. Empirical, provable, physical proof of physics is physical, right? But then it was stated as an idea. I don't think that's physics.
Replicable, falsifiable, right? Reproducible.
Oh, well, I mean, there's, physics like how a horse runs or how a car works or something like that. But there's also physics how like a lock tumbler turns and like how the key goes into there and how, those metals have got to be made of certain metals in order that they don't have wear on each other. You know what I mean? There's like all types of physics, you know what I mean? If you want to get into it that way. But really, for our purposes, for coming up with things that we even need to put on lab coats for, that's to develop an answer, to develop some sort of application of this thing. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I'm roboting? I don't know.
No, he is. You good? Loud and clear.
I'm hearing some droid talk over here. I feel like I'm a work stuff. I feel like I'm a Star Wars.
Good start on Monday. The express buttons.
Let me get more back.
What's going on? I hear like a domestic dispute.
Sounds like somebody lost.
It's a domestic.
We can't put 10 squares in this box.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to get overnight shipping.
It's never two lesbians, just like hot miking.
Lesbian robots hot miking here.
Remember, like, no.
You're lucky.
There's a lesbian dispute.
It's a party line. 1-900. Hot curves. 1-900. 86.
Wow.
Come join the partyingest curve. Come join the flattest flatties.
Yeah, have a good one.
Well,
See ya.
thankfully,
Come join the flatties with the most curve.
Here you go. All right. Thankfully, I have to leave. Have a good time, guys. Enjoy the
Latest, thanks. Yeah, I'm about to be out.
Did anybody ever go over that? That there's that video with the stars. This is the final nail, debunks the globe. I mean, everything debunks the globe, but he's going both ways, north south and south north with the stars. Did anybody ever go over that, like thoroughly, and how it works, how it could work on a flat Earth?
Like today or in general, that discussion?
Yeah, just in general. Like, does anybody I mean, it definitely doesn't work on a globe, but I mean, does it make sense on the flat Earth? Even though I know the sky is not the Earth, obviously, but
There's some models I've seen, but I don't know. Like they're kind of convoluted. And I don't know if I fully believe them or not.
yeah, I don't know. But do you know the video I'm talking about, where the pilot's going north, south, south, north? The stars should rise to his to be at a right angle right above him, but they just stay out on the horizon.
No, I don't. Would you post it if you can?
Oh, it was all the rage. Like
You have to. It's all explained. You have to look at the Geo talks about it all the time. The celestial sphere and the limits to perspective. Your optical perspective.
yeah. So do you know the video I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
Man.
But I'm just saying that what seems to be debunking, because a lot of Globers, they try to use these things to debunk the flat Earth, and even flat Earthers stop being flat Earthers because they come across these videos that show the star trails, right, with 2 poles and this and that, and then they completely abandon flat Earth, and they're like, "Oh, look, like this is definitely a killer. This is a flat Earth killer," because they, in their minds, in their limited wisdom, they don't see how they could ever rationalize that, right? If they only tried a little bit, they'd realize that you'd have to put yourself in a way that you'd notice the sky spinning, and then you notice it from like a ceiling fan, and then you move around the room, right? And you go from one side of the ceiling fan to the other side, and tell me how this. Tell me if you could still keep track of the way that the stars would move, right, on a flat Earth. It's the same thing.
I don't think a ceiling fan's good, but I get the point.
No,
Yeah.
a ceiling fan would demonstrate a way that you could see it, though. You could see how it could
They try to act
lead you
like
to.
people be looking in 3 different directions all the time. They not always doing that. But I can give you an update on the thing you were talking about, buddy. Basically, here's the update. The Globers looked at it. They not on it a little bit, said it was a little bit mispresented. They tried to say, look, it really did what it was supposed to. And basically, at this point, it's going to need to be like repeated a bunch of times and shown, to really be this anomaly thing. Because
Are you doing this
That's the update.
strictly on a? Are you just guessing completely? Because if you are, it's kind
No,
of
no,
funny.
I'm talking about from listening. No, man, I'm talking about
Oh.
from listening here from the past 2 weeks, and the guy Green was fucking with a co-show. They swatted it back. I'm
Oh,
just
I don't
giving
give
you a
a
little
fuck
update.
what the. I mean, I don't. I mean, it might be interesting to hear
When
what the
you
Globers.
asked him what was the thing,
No,
that's what
but
happened.
I know, but you got me backwards. Like it might be interesting a little bit to hear what the Globers deny, right? I don't really. They're dead wrong. There's not a globe, whatever, right?
Right.
But
Well, from
it
the
doesn't.
flat earthers need to do it a bunch more. That's all. Man. They need to
No,
do
but
it.
yeah. So check this out, right? This is what I don't get, right, at the moment, right? So what we have shown with the flat Earth and the stars, even though the stars are not the Earth, right? So it's ridiculous on its premise, right? But we have shown is that if you put a bunch of lights on the ceiling, as you walk towards one and get underneath you, then you start to walk away from it, but looking at it, it will due to perspective appear to decline as you get further and further away from it until it reaches a vanishing point. Diffraction limit can no longer see that light, depending on et cetera, right? But what this video shows is no matter how much we traveled towards that star, it never got underneath of us. So it doesn't work on either model, in my opinion. Have the flat earthers.
I'll explain. I'll explain real quick. So basically, you have 2 domes, though, that you have to take into account when you're doing these calculations, trying to figure out where this star is. You have the celestial sphere, which is not a literal sphere, but there's a sphere of perspective all around you, 360 degrees, right? And then you have to understand that the stars seem to also be encrusted within a dome themselves. So not only do you have the celestial sphere, which is your limited perspective, you also have to consider now that the stars themselves are physically encrusted into a hemisphere dome, a hemispherical dome.
Due to your vision or physically?
Both visually through the
Azimuthal grid of
fictitious, right?
vision,
Or
yeah.
the It's fictitious dome. It's a spherical dome. It's just there because you're limited in perspective. You know, your optical, the way the eye is, and the retina, and the way it picks up the horizon, and the vanishing point, all that stuff. Right. I don't have to get into that. I don't want to get into the weeds, but so because of that, and your limits of your eyeball, you literally have a sphere of reference. Your field of view is a sphere, right, in all directions. And then you have the literal dome itself that's also above you, a literal one this time, that the stars seem to be encrusted in. So when you do calculations, you have to understand that you have a little dome of reference all around you, and you're traveling on the flat plane, on the plane of Earth. You're traveling around, right, around an actual dome. So not only do you have to consider your dome, but the dome above you, and then use your geographical location as reference, which the dome is going to get higher and higher as you get closer and closer to the North Pole.
Interesting.
So wait, explain to me why you think it doesn't work on a flat Earth.
I don't think it works on a flat Earth in the scenario that I put forth just now, as in, okay, imagine, explain to me then Polaris, right? Okay, sure. And then the stars above you, right? So, okay, well, the stars above me, it's rotating in its one direction, wherever it is. But if I travel to that GP, it will be directly underneath of me. As I back away from it, it'll appear to recede into the horizon more and more until it reaches a vanishing point, which is above the horizon, called the astronomical horizon and whatnot. Right, that's the one, right? But so you can compare. Sorry, are you there?
Yeah, man.
I didn't ignore it. So then you compare it to a warehouse, with lights on the ceiling, and you back away, etc. Right. So, but in that flight video that I saw, I never saw him get underneath of a single star, as if it's being projected from outside, and that only when we get closer down to the ground do it appears to be up in the sky, because he doesn't get any closer to their zenith. He travels like 3,000 miles, and they don't get any closer to being underneath of him.
Would you
like
post
it
the
would
video
happen in the
again?
warehouse. They
Okay.
never, yeah. But if you have an
Okay,
explanation,
so he's actually going south, west, northeast to southwest, and they do it back, right? So it's not directly north or south.
right?
And okay, now think of the grand scheme of things, how far you would have to go. It does slightly change its perspective. It does appear to like the stars do appear to slightly move up. They have to move up at a specific angle and a specific rate on a globe, and it does not do that. So he's actually, I
Yeah,
mean, it's
it
going to change
destroys
much
the globe.
faster if
I'm
you're
on
going.
board. Yeah.
Okay, but I'm saying it's going to change much faster if you go north or south, right? Than if you go at an angle, right? Like if you're looking at the center of rotation and you're going directly north, it's going to start to rise up. You're basically saying his zenith should eventually be the pole star, right?
So any star, any star somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, pick a star, any star. It doesn't have to be the pole star, but if he's going north, south, south, north, I get so then he went if the globe is saying, well, it canceled it out due to the rotation and your angle to it, when it should have doubled when he went the other direction. Globe debunked. Okay, that's cool. But if it's just the same thing, there's these stars up in the sky, and they're right up at some point. It's right above me, and if I travel in that northeastern direction, and there's got to be a star somewhere along that path, right? That would be at my GP. He doesn't seem in that flight in either direction to
You
ever
would have to
get
be looking
beneath.
much more up than straight out, though, right? Like if you wanted to see the star move to his zenith, you would have to have the camera looking way more up than like directly out at the horizon.
Yeah,
So
maybe.
that's
Yeah,
why you
I
don't see
mean,
that.
yeah. I'm not saying, but wouldn't one of them displace enough to get? Yeah, I just don't see him displacing even enough to fit that model of a warehouse, and it being getting above you. It seems strange on either model. I get that it debunks the globe easily because they make a claim that these are physical stars at a physical location. No problem. Done.
Yeah, so this is what I was trying to explain to Shane as well. This is very interesting from a flat Earth perspective because you have your azimuthal grid of vision, like Yah was just talking about, line of Yah. But now imagine that azimuthal grid of vision as you increase in altitude. So what happens then? So it's actually going to start to curve back down around. Right, so when you're standing on the ground, you have a hemisphere. Now lift up higher and higher. Right, like
Increase your field of view. I understand. Yeah, I can see. Yep.
yeah.
Okay.
So then the effect will be slower at higher altitudes. The perspective effect will be slower at higher altitudes than at a lower altitude.
So the issue that I see is seen by other people, like Shane. You're saying?
Well, me and Shane, right when this happened, we started just talking about how it would work on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
Like the very next day, you know. And that's what we were talking about. I was like, well, think about this. You know, like what would the azimuthal grid be like at a higher altitude? Because obviously your perspective limit is going to be relative to the observer's position.
Definitely interesting to think about, like a full rainbow in the sky rather than now you see the full rainbow instead of just half of it circle.
Yeah, you'd start to have this bigger bubble.
Yep, that's interesting.
Actually,
I don't know how it would look.
Guys, if I can touch on that right quick, part of the presentation tonight, I'm actually going to be talking about this. And one of the things I noticed when I was I took a panorama the first time when I was able to catch the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time. But then what I observed days later is when the moon started to traverse overhead closer to the sun, I actually had to change the orientation on my camera just to capture both of them. So the aspect as you were mentioning with the peak, if you will, of the celestial sphere, dome, whatever you want to call it, and its relationship of again tracking back to the sun. Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually not claiming to fully know any of the specific mathematics and the perspective model of hyperbolic visual space of a azimuthal grid of vision as you increase altitude, because that would require a lot of data points. Like you think about how
But you're
they got
simply
everyone
just
so deceived that they just they don't fully grasp the magnitude of the sky, even with them saying it's so big and stuff. They just don't people act like they know what it is so much that people don't fully think about it. So if you step back and truly think about it, like being like a little tiny person on this giant expansive plane, and there's this incredibly big sky over top of you, dude, and you can only see a little portion of it. It's like a little bubble, little half bubble. So like as you go up, we would have to get a lot of data points to kind of try to fully map out visual space relative to the stars.
Well, regardless, your point of turning the azimuthal grid that we always see on a plane being a hemisphere as you raise in altitude, then will become a full sphere is relevant and interesting.
Yeah.
So
I would say what would be interesting is to get one of the jets that fly like 10 feet above the water. You know, we have jets that can go like incredibly fast, like 2,000 miles per hour, and they'll fly like 10 feet off the water, which is laughable. People think that happens on a globe. Now, if they would kind of point their camera up just a bit and then time lapse it, it would be interesting to compare the change in the rates relative to altitudes. Right, that's when we would really start cooking and figuring out what's going on.
So talking about the azimuthal grid of vision, if you put you consider that, right, as a factor, this 360 degrees all around you, and basically your horizon is at 90 degrees in front of you, right? You agree? So like within 90 degrees is when the sun starts setting on the horizon, right? That's evening. When the sun is half eclipsed by the horizon is evening in the Hebraic understanding, and that's literally the twilight portion of the day, which happens at 90 degrees. If you consider that. So if you think about the stars might seem like they're a lot closer if they're near the horizon, but as you get closer and closer, you realize, well, like I should have been underneath the star already, but you're not, right? Because that's your limited perspective, right? And as you raise in altitude, what I would expect to see depending on where you are in the realm, right? If you're near the North Pole, you have to understand that you're looking on top of you. There's also a physical celestial dome that the stars are encrusted on. As you try to get closer and closer to the rim, right, the closer the sky is gonna be to you. So you might actually see the stars increasing in speed as you get higher in altitude. That's what I would expect. So even at the North Pole or near like let's say you're in Canada and you're raised in an altitude, I would expect you to see the stars moving quicker because you're getting closer. You know what I'm saying? I mean, on Earth, they'd look slower because you're the furthest away. But as you get closer, wouldn't you expect an increase in velocity?
Wasn't
speed?
this Aries failure or something along this line?
Sort of. But before we really go to the speed, we're talking about the rate at which the star. So if I walk down a long street, the street lights look like they're going down. As I approach them, they start to look like they're rising up, right? Sky does the same thing. That's why when we go closer towards the equator, the North Pole star goes further and further down in the sky. They took those measurements and then claimed the Earth's a ball, right? We're talking about if you get higher and higher off the ground, the reason that things drop in the distance is because it's converging towards your limit of perspective. So as you increase your altitude, you're increasing this little hemispheric bubble of vision. So you're actually going to see the rate that it goes up or down. Like the rate is going to change. It's going to go up or down slower because now the point at which it converges into that limit is further away. Do you see what I'm saying? So that plane time lapse can only work on a flat Earth. Thank me, Letterman, Cash App. I was a $, which it gets it. I'm just kidding, but I was actually doing something. I came all the way back to the phone to try to answer your question, but I'm gonna go back to doing them.
I want to hear an explanation for like the size of the sun on a flat Earth. That's one I struggle to understand. How it doesn't get smaller as it gets further away, or significantly smaller at least.
Because it's the same thing, limit of perspective. So the sun is outside of your little bubble of vision. So we don't expect it to change angular size. It's outside of the limit. So you're only picking up within that limit. You can demonstrate this by taking a little glass dome. You can take a light source from outside that dome, and if you move it like in a circle over top of, say, a plane, map of Earth, whatever, that little dome, that glass dome, the light that's perceived through that dome is going to stay the same size no matter how close or far away you get from it with the light source.
I found you build a business, the opportunity, true ownership, freedom lifestyle, and financial.
Yeah.
How does it help agents achieve this? Our remote.
Weird.
Can I add a point? A good demonstration of that is like in a clear night sky, every stars appear to be at the same distance from us, like describing a dome. It's just an appearance, but it's a literal demonstration of this grid of vision. Sorry if I'm not very clear.
Would we all agree if we were on a sphere and we went in one direction, whatever we were looking at would either rise or fall because we're going up or down on that sphere? Is that the agreement? 169 miles per 1 degree. But then there's no inference to perspective in the same instance, right? Like it's just 1 degree per 69 miles due to Earth curve, correct? Not perspective.
Correct. But then when you ask them why does the horizon rise? with you, they invoke perspective, thus conceding that their actual method of 1 degree per 69 miles without perspective is incorrect.
Not all of them do that.
Exactly. Thank you. Close book. Until you measure the Earth to be flat and to be a sphere, the water curving, and use everything we know that actually these people taught me, perspective, 69 miles per 1 degree, that sort of thing, without using perspective. You can't do it. It's not possible. It's like a deception. So I'm not sure why we let them get away with that so much.
I don't think anybody does let them get away with it here.
Well,
Just
maybe
ask them
not
immediately,
lately.
why does the horizon rise as we increase altitude? They'd be like, no, it drops altitude. Like, no, but it may be below eye level slightly, but it rises up as we rise up. Oh, well, perspective exists on a globe too. And as soon as they invoke perspective, it's over. So, pretty easy to debunk the Glovers.
Yeah, even in the pictures, I'll be quick. Even in the pictures that they post, B-Ball is the latest victim to not even post his own pictures, but to use someone else's for whatever reason. But in his pictures and everyone else's, the horizon rises towards eye level and then appears to go back down, given the appearance of an arc or a sphere or whatever you want to call it, a hump. And they invoke this as Earth curve. So when you ask them is it Earth curve, the next question is, I thought you were always on top of the ball. Like, and if you are, why is the horizon rising up? And when they do say perspective, because they have to, they're the ones that actually taught me, and they're preach it all the time. Then, like Whitsitt said, it's over with. It's not a measurement of Earth curve.
Some of them will say that looking straight is actually looking down, so perspective is not at play.
Can perspective not be in play in seeing into the distance?
Yeah,
That
it is.
is
Right.
exactly how we see.
And did they know? They concede, bro. As if you show them the videos where the horizon moves up, they're like, okay, I thought that we were on a ball, so it's dropping down and away from us in all directions. So if I'm going up, why would the horizon ever even slightly rise up at all? Why it has to be going down. So as I go up, it's just getting further and further away from me because it's going down and away from me in all directions from my feet. And then they will say perspective, and then it's game over. Then the globe's done. It's that easy to debunk the globe. If you wanted to do it as concisely as possible.
Yeah. Hey, Model Builder was saying something about the equidistant stars from the. Is that what you're trying to say? The
Yeah,
stars are.
exactly. I'm sorry. New Perspective is my translator, official translator.
I'm trying. Yeah, I'm trying to hit.
So,
So is that what you were
exactly. Ask yourself an honest question about the night sky. When it's a clear night sky, the star appear to be at equidistance from you, if it's a perfect demisphere. It's clear.
Right.
New perspective.
Yeah. He said that stars appear to be equidistant from you. Depending, I mean, they of course try to invoke that the brightness of the stars indicates their distance. But what is it you're saying, Model Builder, that you know they're equidistant because?
No, it's not. I know it's like if you take the most bright stars in the sky, they appear to be at the same distance as if they were dropped in a demisphere. It's the grid of vision. It's a demonstration of the grid of vision.
Yeah, he's down with the azimuthal grid of vision. He definitely thinks that's the case. And I was going to mention that the only reason when the original reference was to the video of the time elapse from the airplane, right? Well, the only reason that the stars supposedly appear to rotate is because the Earth is rotating. So if you got a time elapse from the window of a plane, then you have to assume that the only reason that they appear to rotate still is because the plane is being rotated with the Earth perfectly still as it flies in the southwest direction. So, but which we don't see because it wouldn't make it doesn't make any sense visually when you look at it that you're rotating with the Earth only causing the appearance of a rotation, and then they try to conflate the rotation with the rising of the stars as we would expect the 1 degree every 69 miles.
As I pointed out in New Perspective, they then traveled the same route back in the opposite direction against the spin of the Earth, which would double the speed of the stars' appearance in the sky, and that doesn't happen. Yeah,
right. So it's game over again and again and again for the globe.
Yeah, my question was more like, which it gave a good something to take into account. But mine was more of it doesn't really account for let's say Eric Dubé's explanation of the stars that will on either model. Eventually, you'll be underneath of that star as you travel towards it at a certain rate due to perspective or whatever, right? But in his flight, he just doesn't seem to get under the stars, which it pointed out that he's looking out at the horizon, but I feel like you can see some of them in your peripheral and of the video. If you look up, he just doesn't seem to be getting closer to any of them for his duration of the flight. Yeah.
Well, it'd have to be.
I know.
They're coming out. He's going towards them.
I
have to relook at the video. Also, I posted. Michael Brenner covered this topic. I don't know if he's using the same flight. I think it is the exact same reference that he's talking about. He must be keeping up on the talk that's going on with the flat Earth. Is it Zurich to Sao Paulo? Was that the original flight? The Southwest flight they're talking about? Does anyone know?
It was Germany to Brazil or something, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You're saying the guy that Austin debated, Bryant?
No, Michael Brenner, the guy that I always make the comps of and stuff.
Oh, nice.
I'll do a screenshot of one of his part of his article that I posted. I'll repost it too. But yeah, he covers it and does a pretty good job of showing how it's impossible to. There's some more detail there. If you want to do a written explanation of it, it might help with what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, I'll check it out. I'll definitely check it out.
He's a
to
man.
Me, it doesn't, just doesn't make great sense to me. Maybe I just have to visualize it more, but maybe I need visuals. I don't know. But now when I say the flat Earth model, there's many models, right? But the Earth is the Earth. The sky is something else. So when I say the flat Earth, it doesn't make sense on a flat Earth model. I don't mean to say anything against the Earth measuring.
Well, you can get right under the North Star supposedly, right? So you should be able to. But yeah, the star shouldn't be rotating from an airplane window in the same way you would think, because it's supposed to just be an illusion because you're standing on the Earth and seeing the stars rotate, which is only supposed to be you rotating and the stars being pretty much, solid stationary points in the sky. So you have to think about the only reason that you would see a time elapse from the plane is because the plane is somehow rotating with the Earth but then flying southwest against the spin, which doesn't work either. But yeah, there's still a debate. It seems a lot of questions about whether it is that we have two rotation points or just one with the azimuthal grid, and whether the southern stars are actually there, but they seem to be going in the opposite direction because of your perspective. Azimuthal grid creating that illusion the same way anti-corpuscular rays. That's the theory at this point that seems to work the best, but that seems like it needs to be solidified even more. Shane did a pretty good job of explaining how that would work, though. If anyone hasn't seen Shane's Southern Star rotation video, I'll post that too.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. The anomaly that we see.
Yeah, the anti-corpuscular.
Yeah, how everything in the southern hemisphere seems to be spinning the opposite way, and you actually see at the equator, if you time lapse the star trails, it's like a zipper where the sky literally looks like it's unzipping because you have literally like they're rotating opposite ways, bro. But it's so, it's just, it really takes a lot of effort. You need to be an artist to be able to picture this in your head. It takes a lot of effort, right? You can't. It doesn't come easy. You have to meditate on it and try to really perceive the celestial sphere spinning, and then you as a point moving through that celestial sphere. And the best way I can describe that is a ceiling fan. Even if you have to attach like an art piece on a ceiling fan and then move, like use that as a scale model. You know, you can even shape it up and then move from one side of the fan to the other as it spins, and you'll see the effect.
Yeah, it's so convenient for the globe bottle. We were talking about this. Like, it's just so convenient that it could be conflated with, you know, the opposite rotation being like that you're, you know, on the now upside down on the bottom of the ball. It's like it's so crazy how they must have like realized these things and be like, oh well, look what happens here. Oh well, we could say it's a ball even better now because now we can show that the stars seem to be rotating the opposite direction. So then that would only happen if you're on the ball, and then the distances are all worked out, and then you got the 60, you know, the 3959, and then like that number fits in perfectly. I mean, it's a masterpiece of reverse engineering.
Yeah,
it really is.
No, they're showing off. They're absolute geniuses, these people. I mean, you know, the carbon 12 having 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons, everything, all this math, they're absolute geniuses. It's ridiculous. I mean,
math magicians, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody said it once. This is what makes most sense to me, and I don't even believe in this shit. Is that somebody from some of these outer ponders from beyond Antarctica's, you know, whatever, invented math just to fucking trap us. I don't even think I've never met anybody. Where are these people who
That
are
wasn't
this
me.
smart?
Even though you said outer ponders, that wasn't me.
But it's just like, who made this language of math that correlates to actual, you know, letters and numbers and language intermixed to the point where you just can't get out of it. It's just like unreal how deep it goes.
Oh yeah, and the infinite stars, the infinite distances is what really is the key to it.
Yeah,
You know,
I have just got linked about something called the planetarium, where I think there is another name in English, maybe. And it's a representation of the sky, like it's perfect representation of the sky. And it's a dome. So why it's a
Hallelujah.
perfect representation of the sky? Because we have this azimuthal grid of vision. The best place to look at that is when you are in perfect middle of the room.
oh cool. Is there an English translation for that page?
Perfect meter of the home.
Middle of the dome.
Yeah, middle.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Yes. Yeah, I said earlier this morning, you know, like the middle, right? Like you can only have a middle of one shape, and it's a circle. Like you can't have a middle to anything else.
I was
Can't
part
be a
of
center.
a construction project in the building of a planetarium in Worcester, Massachusetts, called the Ecotarium, and they have like this crazy. They have we updated it. They have all the modern projectors where they project a literal, like he said, a dome. It's it's in all the constellations, and you go in there,
Yeah,
and
maybe it's the same things. I have dropped a link in the VC text.
it's crazy the setup that they had though, with the routers and stuff and the networking.
You helped set that all up for them to make a perfect representation of the stars.
Unfortunately, they are promoting the heliocentric model. It is, you know, they do have like the scientific museum next door, all the planets and all that stuff. But no, but the actual planetarium is it's a dome, and that's it. You walk into a room and it's a dome. It's a hemisphere.
Yeah, they don't have the upside down dome. You mean that everything was represented there, even with it's just one center, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. How did they do the opposite rotating? Did they try to explain the opposite rotating southern stars in that? Do you remember?
Probably turn around, right? Because I'm a fan of the just turn around. You know. The lion might have the real answer.
What? Ask it again. I wasn't listening.
How did they represent the counterclockwise and clockwise rotation? South, north, and south.
I'm assuming that they were only able to project maybe either the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere at a time. I was actually I've never actually seen it in ran. Like, I just took part of the project and putting it together. I did concrete. There was these steps, like there was all these steps inside the dome, and so it was more like like you have the football stadiums. Well, you had these, instead of bleachers, you had these concrete steps that went up, and then in the concrete steps you had these chairs, kind of like a movie theater, all the way around. And then in the middle you had like the projector in the middle of the whole room that projected upwards, and but the ceiling was just a hemisphere, and it was just
You
to
should be
show. It was pretty. It was.
You should be proud of that, because in 70 years they're gonna be like, look what they built 3,000 years ago. You know.
We could use something like that.
Guys.
We could practice. We could figure out the constellations. We could do experiments. We had, yeah, man.
Yeah,
It's just in the wrong
apparently
hands.
there's a video of them building Stonehenge in like the 60s or 50s or something. 70s, 60s, 50s, something.
Well, I don't know if they were building it; they were repairing it.
Yeah, they were repairing it with
They said they were repairing it.
Yeah, I know. They were repairing it with everything though. They just, all of it was being repaired. Every single large stone was being replaced with better large stones. But yeah, that's what
I mean, I don't know why you would fuck with
the
something
story.
like
They're
that.
repairing it.
I don't know why you would fuck with something like that. Are we going around rebuilding old pyramids and just fixing this shit? No, that's not what we
They're
do.
just repairing it. Yeah. Right, with every stone on the pyramid, we just repaired it all. Well, where's the proof of the original stones? The proof of the original stones is the new stones that we replaced it with. Look just like it. But where's the old stones? Nah, they're gone. They're gone. It's ridiculous.
They do have some crazy stuff. Yeah, I think I got a delay, and I'm like, hold on, I'll be back. I don't know.
No, you're coming in clear.
Yeah, but he heard me
One, two,
talking
three,
just
four.
now.
When did you hear me start talking?
You're loud and clear, dude.
1, 2, 3, 4. When do you hear me start counting?
Right now. You're good, dude. Just go.
1, 2, 3, 4. When did you hear? What number did you hear first? All right, never mind, guys. You're incompetent.
Do it again. Do it again.
I'm good. I'm good, man. I have headphone issues.
Anyways, people talk about Polaris or the Pole Star, and they talk about how it does seem to be on a drift, debunking flat Earth or the geocentric model. And I brought this up before, and I don't know, maybe it's new to you, maybe it's not. But the idea that as you get closer to Polaris, like right now from our distance, it doesn't seem to be moving. Or in the further south that you go, the less it will seem to be moving. right? Because you're going outwards and looking inwards, and Polaris is going to seem fixed. But as you get closer to Polaris, so as you approach the navel of the Earth, the middle of the Earth, Polaris will get closer and closer over you, and then you'll start actually noticing that it might actually have a drift or a circular orbit, a very small orbit or a circuit, and that circuit might be one of the smallest circuits out of all the stars in the skies, and it does seem to have a small little circuit, but that doesn't mean that we don't live on a geocentric Earth, because it's still like if you look at the toroidal field, that toroidal field in the middle of it has this vortex, and that vortex is the limit, is the literal line of demarcation at the edge of that hole. Like if it's a hurricane, you're in the eye of the storm, right? Well, at the edge of the eye of the storm, what you have is the smallest circuit, which is at the border of the eye, and that seems to be the circuit that Polaris is on. So when Ptolemy said that he actually observed Polaris, that it's been or allegedly has been moving, I think it would depend on your geographical location, but there is precedence for that. But it still doesn't debunk flat Earth, so they can't use that as a proof or anything like that. Which they do. They try to use Ptolemy's witness of Polaris in his notes apparently or some shit. But and the constellations, the sky, the Mazarod, that stuff can be explained. It just takes a lot of dedication and meditation, because you have to like be trying to perceive this hemispherical dome over your head and then try to calculate these angles. Might not even be worth it. But honestly, I gotta give props to Shane, and I don't know Shane at all. I heard some guy yesterday talking bad about Shane, and as far as I know, Shane has never done me wrong. If anything, he's provided me with many sources. He's provided me with many infographics, and he's been a real help. Whether
Yeah, I was drunkenly defending him too.
people say he was eating blood or he's a cannibal. That's insane, man. I was like, what's going on over here? Anyways, I've been monologuing too long. Somebody else can take over.
What was being said? What was it? I never heard anybody say something. What was it you were talking about?
They're saying that he like never argues and that he's just like sketchy. He has way too much content. It was some schizo complaints, in my opinion. But yeah,
It was more than that. They were claiming he was a cannibal, dude. Do you remember that? Were you there for that?
no, I came in towards the end. It was just like, what is it, Dave, whatever, and then the other lady. I don't know. Can't remember the name.
What? What's a cannibal? What do you mean?
Like literally eating human meat. And
Who said
they
this?
said that he had Hollywood connects. Like he knew like.
Oh Jesus, who's this?
Dude, I don't know, man. It was yesterday. They were streaming for hours talking about it, dude. At like 5 a.m. Was it today?
Not here, right?
It was yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the other day. It wasn't yesterday.
Was it on this channel?
Yeah. Gio heard it. He was there for it.
They're dragging Shane through the mud. I don't even know the dude like that, but he's been in here. I haven't seen him in a while, but they were calling him a cannibal, dude. I was like, what's going on in here?
That's hilarious.
And he was dead serious too.
Y'all ever seen how the Vatican City's like emblem is like the exact same as like Ball's sigil? I don't know. I was just thinking that popped in my mind.
It was.
And
It was through.
I'll just, by the way, just say real quick. I never heard anyone say anything about Shane being a cannibal. I never heard that at all. People were talking about how he kind of came in kind of swiftly into the community. He was on Mark Sargent was his first thing, and then he was on Fight the Flat Earth, and he was like not like fighting with Fight the Flat Earth, but he was like buddies with him. Like they were like, you know what I mean? Like usually when Fight the Flat Earth has a flat earther on, it's like full blown, like the insults and all that stuff. But with Shane, like he was on there and they were like just like friends and hanging out. And then he has like thousands and thousands of subs on all these channels. But like, where are all those people? He's got like thousands of videos on his channel as well. Like I don't know who made all those videos, but anyways, we're just people talking about that. It was nothing to do with a cannibal that I heard.
Yeah, man. I was listening. I had just woken up. I was listening, and they were saying that he had connections with celebrities, and he knew I don't know, he was involved with some sketchy people, and that he was sketchy himself, and he was, I don't know. I don't want to get into it. That's just gossip, man. I'm not trying to get into that. I was actually defending him. I'm not trying to stir up the shit again. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I didn't hear that part either. Whatever. I didn't hear anything about Hollywood, but I didn't hear that either. But
yeah. Yeah, so no, because no, I don't. But hold on, I just want to say, because Shane put me on the fact that Gleason even had a book. I didn't realize Gleason had a book for the longest time. Like I knew about the Gleason map, but the dude has a book, and in that book he documents like all these data points regarding the sun and different angles and elevation angles, and he comes up with this. He's actually backs it up empirically that there is a hemispherical dome, and that the sun actually does rise in elevation, contrary to popular belief, even amongst flat earthers, that the sun keeps a steady elevation. No, it doesn't. That's why you have to consider a lot of these factors when you try to come up with a simulation, right? And there's a couple guys in here that want to develop a simulation of the flat Earth, but a working one with the sun and the moon and the shadows where it makes sense. And it's been very difficult to come up with a simulation that's actually accurate, because you have to factor in that the sun actually rises and sets in an elevation, right? And your geographical location, and then how far is the sun? How far are these stars? And the fact that it's a dome, and then you have also the. Anyways, you get what I'm saying, man. I would love to see a working model, man, that I could then put on virtual headset and then look at it, fast forward time, slow time, mess with it, like an accurate, like a stellarium, right? But for flat earthers, that'd be awesome.
you may need peyote for that.
Right?
High dose of peyote. Woo! Let's see the whole thing, man.
Seriously.
But yeah, no, it would be amazing to have it all modeled like that. Like exactly, to be able to have all the stars in the land all modeled and be able to zoom in and around, and that'd be awesome.
That'd be big money, man. You can come up with a couple of programmers, design some, a software that maybe $10, dude, on iTunes. You know what I mean? Or maybe make it free for the community if you really have a good heart and you want to make it completely free. Or you could charge, a man for his labors, $10, a download, and make it, but actually make it like really good, man. That'd be big money, man. I'm telling you. Because flat Earth is only growing.
What if like the next big event they pull off, whatever it may be, what if that actually like ends up waking a ton of people up that they were not expecting? You know what I mean? Like the whole pandemic thing, one could argue that backfired on him in certain ways. But what if like that's only like the first backfire of many more to come? And the more they up it, and the more they try to do something more dramatic, the more people become aware of what they're doing, instead of be more under their control, that they actually get less as they kind of tighten the noose. I mean, that is if they tighten the noose. I guess we don't know what's going to happen, but with what they seem to be able to do with the directed energy weapons, it's pretty concerning to think if they start unleashing those all over. I mean, they already are. There's like tons of fires all over the world right now. There have been for weeks, like more than normal. So it's already happening, but.
Hey, did you see the mayor of New York freaking out about immigration? I don't know if you've seen any of
No,
that.
what happened?
Well, just like they were all talk about like sanctuary cities and, New York being a sanctuary place. And like now they've been arriving there for however long. And like the dude's like up, he's like, we can't handle this immigration thing. And then in DC, they're arguing about how like, the influx of all these immigrant workers have taken away the black vote, because now there's this push to have illegal immigrants be able to vote. And yeah, dude, we're under attack. I think as a nation, man, the United States is under attack. And for far too long, everyone's got their head. It's like just like any good predator. You know what I mean? The prey doesn't know it's being attacked, right?
Well,
Just
there can be
interesting
there can be
times.
ignorance to the criminals. Yeah, that's an age-old kind of thing. Yeah, that's how they get away with it. Is kind of the wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yeah, and then it's so weird too. Just so this thing is like, so everyone calls like American like the ADL, right? Like comes out against people who call open borders, like they call open borders and all these things like dog whistles to like white supremacy. But then in their own website, they support Israel's right to have borders. What do you call it? And not let anyone in because that would dilute like the Jewish like whatever. And like they don't they fight for it to happen in America, but then they like everyone's
Here we go. Here we go.
It's just so interesting. It's unfortunate, And then you've got fire. Well, I'm saying, and then you've got fires all over the fucking earth, and then you've got like people arguing about, well, which directed energy weapon are they using? Well, fucking regardless, they're fucking using them. You know what I mean? Like, it's just interesting. It sucks. It's sad. I hope something happens.
Yeah, we need a mulligan. We need to give it another shot here. Because what happened to humanity? Like World War II, I don't know. They got us like collectively. Something happened here. But...
Well, dude, I mean, it's pretty obvious. It's like the U.S. Like, I mean, honestly, like they made Hitler the Time Man of the Year. It's fucking like I don't even, what was it, 1942 or something like that, or I think, and like, yeah, dude, like then everyone like think about it like this, like the World War II ends, and then every single U.S. citizen gets an SS number.
Oh man.
Well,
You know what I mean?
yeah,
It's like
literally
it's like,
World War II, we lost, and then all the Germans just came and ran America.
right. All of them got SS numbers too, man. It's like crazy that
Operation
like
Blue Clip.
it's just wild.
Like,
is that when SS numbers came in? The actual Social Security?
Yeah, well, that's one. Think about it, bro. No, 1930s. Remember, 1913 Federal Reserve Act, 1930s. They give up, they give out like the U.S. citizen thing.
Okay, yeah.
What do you call it? The possibility.
That's during the Great Depression. So
right,
that would
that
reset 1929 to 33. So if you're saying 1930, yeah.
You know what I mean? So all in that area of whatever that like, and then you have the culmination of it at 44. You know what I mean? When like, the war's over, but everyone's like, and actually it probably instigated the nationalism to become a United States citizen, which then further their line of credit as far as I see it on the real history side of shit. So like, because I talk about that whole why, like the first U.S. citizen was the freed U.S. slave, and that was the collateral on the national debt. And then they added, 70 years later, I always talk about the 70-year contract. After 70 years from the end of the Civil War, you have 1933. And so you've got, that was the time when they instituted the U.S. citizen, and then the wars probably got everyone all nationalistic. In fact, what's fucked up is they used Donald Duck to get everyone to want to pay their taxes. You know what I mean? Because you became a U.S. citizen, therefore you were collateral on the national debt. Now you got to pay something. You know what I mean? So it's like they lured people in with their emotions with Donald Duck and the rest of the shit show and Save Your Country and fucking there's nukes everywhere. And fucking really, it's like they put in like the thing where U.S. citizens have to pay an income tax. That
You
was the
guys
whole
want the
motive.
real gravy? So I mean, so the Nazis were obsessed with secret, ancient occultic knowledge, and they were seemingly receiving information from. It's going to sound crazy to some people, but other dimensions, and they were super obsessed with genetic manipulation, gene therapy, and when you do gene therapy, you have to do it in stages, right? You have to just keep going. It's like a schedule. So they were trying to manipulate genetics with gene therapy, and this is all documented. And of course, this is where you get this whole like obsession with a certain type of race or whatever. The truth behind it is that they were obsessed with gene therapy, and they were doing this with inoculations. And then they quote unquote lost World War II. They came over here. Guess what America started doing? Pumping out all of these inoculation schedules. And if you actually look into it, they are actually gene therapy. See, it's people think it's just recently that they announced that. No, they just recently told you that's what they're doing. They've been doing it since the beginning. And then in the 40s, what they did was they started pulling the copper out of the food and started saying that you needed iron in the food. And it's actually mixed synthetic iron when in fact copper is blue in the body. It's blue. And copper is actually one of the most important things in your entire body. It helps with stress and anxiety and all kinds of things. And so they pulled the copper out, they added the iron, the mixed synthetic iron, which actually works with this nano gene therapy that the Germans were working on. So the Nazis just came over here and then they just unrolled the whole masterpiece.
And now they put iron flakes in your frosted flakes. All that iron.
Earlier it was being talked about. Remember when you first came in, with they were talking about how long something stays in your body, and then it got into the topic of like genetic, of like changing the genes, like what can actually change your DNA. We were talking about certain juices or whatever. Like, but just with the immune system and stuff, doesn't your DNA get changed when you get more immune to different stuff? Aren't you changing right there?
Well, that's epigenetics, but like on the change of the genetics. But real fast, like check this out. So the scriptures were actually every time where it says like iron or steel, it's actually copper in the Hebrew.
So yeah, so how are you? Okay, because they do call it like the Iron Age and the whole industrial age and agriculture and all of this. And then I was saying too, like there's a whole thing where a lot of these like mainstream foods put out by these big pharma type food companies, that make all these like cereals and stuff. Like they actually put like iron shavings in there. Like it's not even like nutritional iron. And is there a conspiratorial side to that? So yeah, so in terms of really getting that level of synthetic iron in people's bodies in a strange way. So
Dude,
say more about the link between the copper and the iron. That's interesting.
This is gonna blow, dude. It's gonna blow your mind. So, so you know how women are typically more healthy? That's because they bleed, right? They bleed once a month, so they get a lot of this excess iron out. Like you're supposed to have some iron, but the amount of iron that we have is like a mind-blowing number. Like we have way more than we're supposed to have, and it's synthetic mixed iron. So women are getting a lot of it out. And that's actually why younger women are starting that cycle at a younger age now, because they're getting so much iron in their diet. Like you said, the cereals, if you crush up cereal and put it next to a magnet, it'll literally like pull it, right? Because it's magnetic. It's got so much iron. So they flipped it real fast. They flipped the whole copper iron thing when copper is like the most important thing. And they started telling you it's bad and pulling it out of the food and then just shoving synthetic iron everywhere. When you also look into like, this is not for everyone, but like there's a story in the scriptures of they were getting bitten by snakes, And Moses was told to make us like a snake statue out of copper, but it doesn't say copper. But the actual Hebrew does say copper. They mistranslated the word copper in the Hebrew so many times. It's really fascinating. And so when they got bit by the snake, they went there. Well, with this and then they be healed, right? Well, you have venom in the snake bites, and those have peptides. Well, if you know what's been going on recently, they found certain peptides in people, but they're synthetic peptides. So people thought that there was snake venom going on, right? Because there actually are peptides. So what a crazy little sequence of events where now people need copper to actually cure from these peptides. And I've seen where this doctor is actually having success pulling some of this nanotech out of people with copper. So, I mean, there's a lot of information here, but basically your body needs copper. It's blue in the body. It's blue, and your body needs that, and not just copper, but it needs a bioavailable copper. And this is why you have to have animal fat, and like specifically grass-fed animals. They're like twice as rich in copper as iron, and you have to have bioavailable iron for like a ton of functionality in the body. So since the 40s, they've just been slowly chipping away. And if you look in Daniel, like the word iron is used in the Bible. There's two versions in Hebrew. And there's one that is like different, meaning mixed iron. So like synthetic, and it's used like 28 times or something in the Bible. It's all in the book of Daniel, which is the prophecy of the end. And it talks about mixing the iron with clay, but that iron is mixed iron, meaning clay is us. And they're saying, it literally says that they mix the seed right after that. So basically it seems to be coming true, whatever you think about the scriptures or whatever. But like the man is being their seeds are being manipulated with schedules. We were all born into inoculation schedules, and now they're just way, way more. And they've been shipping away with gene therapy, and then they've been introducing synthetic iron mixing with your clay. And this is what gives the software system a way to operate. It's like the conductivity operating system for nanotech. So it's really kind of crazy. I mean, I know I'm like scattergunning, but it's like really crazy, bro. And that's why animal fats are so important. So what are they trying to get everyone to be right now? Vegan.
What is? I'm sorry.
They want everyone to be vegan because you need grass-fed animal fats to get your bioavailable copper, and they don't want you having that. And it's specifically grass-fed. Grain is like food of like slaves.
Right. And that goes back to something that I think we probably all heard, but yeah, the blue bloods have more copper in their blood, right? That's why they're called blue bloods.
Well, that's also something else. So the whole blood type thing, I've found information that maybe that's kind of just a deception, and actually your blood is somewhat malleable. And the reason that people are told they have certain blood types is due to the actual amount of copper, like you're saying. And
Wow.
yeah, bro. And so that's why they're obsessed with Rh negative, but it's actually just about like copper bioavailability. That's what makes your blood more blue. Yeah.
That would make more sense. It doesn't make sense if we'd all have different blood types. I mean, blood is blood, right?
Well, but you do have a blood type that you can test independently. You can even get a test kit yourself, and it will be consistent your whole life, as far as I know. Like nobody's changes that I'm aware
Well,
of.
that would be the interesting test, right? So what you do is start introducing copper bioavailability and see if anything changes. Like the vast majority of people just have a ton of iron. And in fact, this is what they always tell you. They're like, oh, you have an iron shortage, iron. And then they have people taking ascorbic acid, this synthetic thing that pulls copper out of your body. Because actual vitamin C is supposed to have copper inside it, 4 different molecules. So it pulls the copper out of your body when you take ascorbic acid because it's synthetic. That's why the elites aren't coming after your ascorbic acid, because it pulls copper. Everything's been engineered to pull the copper out of the body and to introduce synthetic iron in place of it. When you have too much synthetic iron, it has nowhere to go because it can't actually assimilate into the body. So it like starts to congregate into joints and organs and tissues. And that's when you get all kinds of issues like arthritis and blood clots and crazy stuff with the heart. Yeah.
So would an Rh negative person have a higher copper content possibly then? Is that the whole idea?
Yes, yeah, speculatively. Yeah.
Wow. So if you were like if you were an overdose of copper, you could become Rh negative?
That part's highly speculative. I just heard someone say that. But what I do find interesting is that like good organic liver is very important. Animal fats are very important for copper bioavailability. They don't want anyone eating this stuff. If you are eating meat, they want you to eat grain-fed meat, not the clean. See, the reason that they're called clean animals is they eat greens. They also mistranslate Genesis there as well because I mean, whatever you think about the scriptures, bro, it obviously is a pretty valuable blueprint because they really messed with it, bro. And it tells you eat the animals that eat greens, not grains. Okay, because grains are not good for you. Grain-fed animals are not good for you. Now you have to go pay twice as much to get grass-fed beef, right? So, anyway.
Yep, and they've eliminated the organ meats almost entirely, especially from like in the United States. In Europe, they still have some of the traditions where they eat, heart and liver and even kidney and other organ meats and things like that. So it's eaten more in Europe overall. The organ meats are still part, but even there, it's being kind of lessened. There's so much propaganda against it. And then in the United States, like this whole whatever this all is and whatever's all kind of transition, they've done a huge effort to eliminate organ meats from being a regular food. I mean, it's hard to even find liver, in the stores and things. And then, yeah, liver is, as far as I know, like one of the highest copper content foods you could eat. So
correct, yeah, and it's liver's just amazing for all kinds of things, right? It's just so freaking nutrient rich, and people are lacking vitamin A, and you need animal vitamin A, and you need animal fat to make it bioavailable. Same with the copper. Grass-fed animals are twice as rich in copper as iron, and there's a difference in bioavailable iron and the synthetic iron that they're putting in our food. But this ties back to the Nazi thing. When the Nazis were experimenting with this, a lot of them get put in power positions here, including the pharmaceutical companies like Bayer. All these pharmaceutical companies, they integrate into the United States power position, including NASA. And there was no World War II where the Nazis lost. None of that happened. Like the Nazis just moved over here. They now also run the United States. The same, like George Bush Sr., where did he get his funding?
You know about like IBM then and all that shit. Like the first use of computers for statistics was in the concentration camps.
Check this.
It was the fucking tattoos. But real quick, just back to food real quick. What I thought so interesting, and I just carry on because I only got a second, is the idea of like how animals, like, so the minerals are in the rocks, which come up and they, the grasses take the minerals from the rocks. Then along comes the animal, eats the grasses that has 4 stomachs to deal with it. And then we eat the animal. It's fucking beautiful.
It is.
How beautiful,
Because in the there's an oxidized form that isn't bioavailable. Like you can't just eat iron that you find like in a bridge. You know what I mean?
Right, and that's what I mean.
Oxidized.
Like the plants can, and then the animal can, and then you can eat the animal. Like,
exactly.
Ill.
It like makes it for you. But this will maybe help put a lot of pieces together. Okay, so they've been putting on people on these inoculation schedules. Okay, and now they've upped them to like 70 by the time you're 18, right? But we've all been born into that. Very few of us dodged that bullet because a few parents were aware and knowledgeable enough. Most people weren't, right? But it's not just like a one and done thing. They have to keep on doing it. It has to be a schedule because it is gene therapy. What people don't know, they think they just started doing that. No, they've been doing it. Now they've just upped the ante. They've upped the ante with the nanotech. Okay? So when people are like, why is Bill Gates in charge of health? Because it's a Microsoft computer program. Who else would be in charge of a computer program? The computer programmer, right? Of course, he is the man for the job. People think he's like stepping in like out of left field, and no, he's literally in his lane. That's really all I'll say about that. Obviously, I don't want to get too specific about that, but I mean, when that really clicks with you, it makes perfect sense that it's Bill Gates,
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. Like I've been noticing this dynamic of, like, let's say when we're talking to someone or debating on any of these subjects, especially like flat Earth and stuff. Like, if people haven't come down like the historical narrative, like kind of we just laid out right there. Like if you're totally unaware of that or totally like unconvinced of that after they like, shot JFK in a fucking town square, like if fucking you aren't convinced, like, you're never going to get certain or any of this shit. Like there's no way. It's too horrific. Like, and we almost deal with it too nonchalantly.
You actually believe in a deep state?
Right.
No, I'm playing.
Yeah, no, exactly. Though that's what you come up. It's like even the gentleman who was in here yesterday who sounded all pretty like, or the one who was telling not to drive drunk or whatever. He was funny. He was cool. He sounded fun, and he was fucking upset about COVID. Like, or forgive me, the vids, and fucking and was pissed off how shit was labeled, and understood that was like a fucking problem, but then couldn't ever connect the dots as to whether his rulers would lie to him about cosmology too. Like it's just weird, that disconnect. Like, but I think it interesting that people are. We don't need them to be flat earthers. What we need them to be is fucking anti-medical tyranny people.
Yo, you guys want some more? You want some more gravy, bro? So in the mitochondria, okay, you have the copper is blue, and then you have iron, it's red. Okay, guess what it's called? That area inside the mitochondria. It's called the matrix. And what do they tell you to do in the matrix? They tell you to take the red pill. You don't want to take the red pill. The matrix in your mitochondria, you don't want to take the red pill. You want the blue, but you don't just want the blue either. You actually want the purple pill. You need real bioavailable iron and copper, but they're giving you an excess of synthetic mixed iron that's oxidized and not bioavailable. Do you think it's a coincidence the mitochondria, the area in the mitochondria is literally called the matrix, and then that of course is the quote-unquote powerhouse, right? We all remember that from biology, that generates ATP energy. This is incredibly important for your body. It's not a coincidence that that's called that, because this is when you really deep dive, you find out, oh, this has been a plan since the 40s. In the 40s, they did everything, bro. They set up the financial system. The few years leading up to that, they set up the surveillance system with the social security number, and then they just rolled out the plan to slowly chip away at the genetics. So it's really pretty fascinating to me. So long story short, go get you some liver. Go get you some liver and animal fats, and you can't just start consuming a ton of copper, because what you'll do is you'll get really sick, because it'll give your body the ability to detox. And if you start detoxing too much at once, I mean, it's going to be rough. You got to like work your way up. But anyway.
Well, yeah, liver is basically like nature's natural multivitamin, because it is difficult to actually get. I mean, certain foods are richer than others in terms of like all the actual B vitamins, and like you were saying, the animal-based vitamin A and the fat-soluble nutrients and CoQ10. There's all these compounds and like the minerals as well. And especially in a lot of the plant foods, the minerals are just stripped because the soils are stripped. It's just a mess. And then in a lot of animal foods, like factory farmed animal foods, they're actually giving them supplementation. So they're giving them synthetic iron and all kinds of other chemicals, all extracted from GMO corn and GMO soybean. And it's insane. So they give these animals a bunch of supplements, which is a whole thing in and of itself. And I'm sure toxic iron, I know for a fact toxic iron is in virtually all of those as well. So that's going into the animal food. So now, now you're getting it in that. So now your meat that someone might be buying that is, somewhat factory farmed, even the organic stuff can still have a lot of the supplementation in it. Most of it does. So that's a whole thing in and of itself. But liver is like such an incredibly rich source of nutrients. It is like a multivitamin, and it's, especially in today's world, it's hard to get like really nutrient dense foods like that, because the plant foods are also stripped. A lot of the animal foods have everything I just described. So it's like, where can we get real nutrition? And then if you take the supplements, well, now you're just taking those supplements that are basically made by those big pharma type companies. So it's intense. It's quite a web.
Dude, Gio, you've been talking about this for a while too, and you were so right, man. Like I've been deep diving in the research. Like everyone needs to find a local place that they can like kind of get in good with people. That way you can have like a firsthand, this is how we're supposed to live anyway. Not this just like super corporate monopolized mass production nonsense. go get someone local and be like, okay, so like what we're doing now is like very strictly adhering to an animal based diet. It's not a carnivore, but like animal based, and this seems to be scientifically provably the most optimal diet for humans, and that being like predominantly grass fed beef, but like red meats, like again clean meat, so like grass fed that eats greens, and then raw milk, raw cheese, um, honey, and fruits. And what a coincidence! It's almost like the creator made the stuff that's best for you taste the best. Like all that food tastes amazing. So yeah, I mean, I just think people should look at it, and then of course, like he's saying, like liver is like the fix all. Like it's been proven, like vitamin A from liver is so good for children in the womb. It's just like incredible. It's like a cheat code for them. The creator knew what he was doing when he made this place, bro. So either we take their like knockoff versions that actually strip the natural bioavailable or elements from your body, or you go towards the natural stuff. And I think this could even detox people of that mistake they made. And the evidence for that, in my opinion, is that they keep on trying to rush in more and more and more. It's because it's a schedule. They need you on a schedule because it's like a periodic gene therapy with nanotech. I think that your body can get it out, but you need bioavailable copper. You need to stop consuming so much synthetic. And dude, this makes so much sense on so many levels. Like women are healthier because they get that out. But when women hit menopause, that's when all their health problems come. So they have all these people just like trapping in all this like incredible excess of iron and mixed iron. So anyway, I don't know if I'm kind of being redundant, but I think everyone should kind of look into it because it's been proven to help with your skin and your hair and your vitality and like everything that you can imagine. Copper helps suppress anxiety and stress and fear. And you know what makes copper go down in your body? Fear. Literally, when you're in a state of fear, it decreases the copper in your body.
Here's one for you. So copper you can give to goats, and when you cook the liver of the goat, you get a lot more copper out of that than you would a sheep or a lamb. And if you give the lamb or the sheep copper, they can die, but goats need it to survive. So in the different meats, there are different benefits, whether it be more copper in one versus the other, or more iron than than the other. So it's important to get knowledge of which animals have more of what mineral.
Nice. And like it seems like freaking bro, beef is such a blessing from the creator, bro, because like one cow is a lot of meat, especially if you consume the organs. Like there's so much meat from one cow, and it has a lot of copper as well. I did not, I think I maybe heard you say that, but I did not know that you got to be careful giving copper to sheep, you said, because they can actually die.
Yeah, if you give, like some people have made the mistake of getting sheep and goats, and there's different feed for goats than there is sheep because of the copper content, how much it has in it. And you basically want no copper in your supplemental feed when you're feeding sheep, but you want a lot of copper when you're supplementing goats. And the copper gets rid of parasites in the goats, and it does many different things. But it is amazing, you have these two animals that are, people have been raising for thousands of years, and one of them can, eat the copper and one can't. However, sheep do have copper in their blood and in their liver, but not near as much as a goat.
That's interesting. Like what really blew my mind is how the Hebrew word that actually says copper is mistranslated so many times in the scripture, including the statue that Moses was told to make to help people with their snake bite. So I don't know, man. I just find it all very, because if you think about it, man, like people seem to think that the way that we're fed is strictly profit driven. I think it's much more sinister than that. I think it's actually aimed to detach you from like the natural order or like even your spiritual connection. Right? It's not just profit driven.
Hey, people call it the snake bite, right? Or am I the only one? Because I know that. You know who Dr. Stephen Pigeon is? He's the first one I ever heard say snake bite. He was calling it the snake bite way before anybody else. But I think that you got that one reporter, who he did a film on the snake bite.
Yeah,
He
Dr.
linked it to the
Arvis.
peptides. Yeah, he linked it to the peptides. And but
Yeah.
anyways, yeah. So like the whole idea with the snake bite, and then the fact that the prophecy talks about the snake bites, and then the copper and the caduceus, right? The caduceus and the Asclepius, I think it's what it's called. So you have the serpent that's twisted around the pole, right? But
Yes.
you have two different ones. You have one that's two serpents, and then one that's one serpent.
Bro, that's
But
more
the
of the
one that,
gravy. Like
yeah,
when
go ahead.
they had the snake bites, and then he told to build a statue. I think that's what the symbol's about. They took the staff with Moses' staff, wrapped a snake around it, and that's one of the primary things they're building their entire pharmakia off of. That's why it's their symbol.
Hey, Lion,
That's insane.
when you were speaking just now before Witsit, I don't know who come in, but it seems like my video comes on at certain times. I don't know if it's one specific person or what it is, but my video will come on. And earlier I had some big issues with my video coming on, and then I'm not muted, but it says I'm muted. All these different things happen. So
Let me find out. I just came in. Let me go out and in and see if I can play your video.
Yo, this ain't a hacker, bro. I don't know what's going on.
Wait, North, are you saying that it's sharing on in the channel? Because you have the screen share role.
no.
Because I could
Yeah, it
remove
wouldn't share in the camera, but it shows my video goes on and off. You know, if you can look on your phone, you can see down at the bottom of the screen, you have your video, your mute, and all those buttons. So the video would come on or go off, you know, I guess with certain people coming in or out the room. And it happened earlier as I was speaking and I was muted or something happened and my video came on, but it wouldn't show up in the room, but it was obvious somebody was in my, video using it. So
What?
Yeah, have you let anyone in this arena mess with your microphone or access your computer at all?
No. I had the only person that sent me a friend request was the other day, and it was Redman, but I didn't think he was that type of person. I don't think he is. If anyone.
Don't even go there, Jeremy. Don't even go there. North, it could be the fact, does your video actually pop up and you can see that your video is on, or do you just see that you have the ability to share a video or not share a video?
Well, at the bottom of your screen where you see the little video camera, it'll be lit up. It'll be lit up, like it's not being used, and then it'll be dark. It'll be dark, or
so that's based on the amount of people. So when people come in, once it gets past a certain point, I think it's 25 people in the VC no longer has the ability for video chatting. So it'll eliminate that from everybody in the room if we're over 25 people in the VC. So that's probably what's taking place.
Yeah.
Okay.
You might have to go in and out and reset for it to actually show.
Yeah, because it kind of cut me out earlier, so I may have to just restart or reset. Okay, thanks, man.
That's a far throw from every time I come in the room. I'm messing with his computer.
No, he's just saying like whenever he notices someone comes in the room, the video will change. But that makes sense. Like if someone comes in and hits that threshold, then his video thing will change as soon as they come in.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, but I was saying too that you have the screen share role because originally we had it that everyone could just share their screen, but people's videos were popping on by mistake all the time. And the thing is, because the Discord screen is on the live stream, if someone shares a video, it will show up on the live stream. So anyway, so then we made a role for it so that people, so then only people that want to have the role, that way people are not mistakenly doing it all the time. Anyways, and you have the role, so I'm just saying if you ever want it removed, that would make sure that it would never come on by mistake. But it's probably just that issue of the 24, 25 people thing.
Yeah.
It's just thinking back and forth. So yeah, but I'm just saying, let me know if you do or don't want the role, because I'm just saying if you don't have it, then there's no way you could even mistakenly do it. But yeah, so just want to let you know.
Yeah, I appreciate that, guys, and I didn't mean to interrupt the conversation, but yeah, please continue on.
There's 27 people now.
Well, okay, I just want to repeat the last thing. It was so much gravy. So again, they had the snake bite problem, and so Yah told him to make a statue, and actually, it's of copper. statue of a snake. Whenever they get bit, they get healed when they go. And then they say, "Behold the snake." When you actually look into it, it's much deeper than that. But anyway, the Hebrew application. But the point is, that's like a story in the scriptures, right? Believe it, don't believe it, whatever. What a coincidence that they used a staff. Again, Moses was told to build a statue. They use a staff with a snake wrapped around it for their pharmakia symbol. What a coincidence.
It's a universal medical symbol.
Yeah, I don't think it's a coincidence.
How about the anti-venom from the sheep blood?
So they are reptiles. That's what you're telling us. They are
effectively.
They are shape-shifting reptiles. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. They blink vertically.
Shape-shifting outer ponder reptiles, right?
Inner ponders. Under ponders. I think they came from the underworld ultimately. These guys don't come from heaven. They come from the depths of the unders.
And dude, if you actually look into the real society and the Nazi connection, I mean, they admittedly were tapping into, people call it the ether in here, to get information, bro. And what were they told? They were told like how to do gene therapy with basically little like nano computers. I don't think that people just naturally came up with that. I think that's an extremely advanced, ancient technology that attacks the natural makeup of man. I think the Nazis started experimenting with it. It's kind of like if someone time traveled to here and you gave them an iPhone, but you're like, just figure it out. Like they wouldn't really know what they're doing, but they still have like a super advanced iPhone. I think that's kind of how it is with this tech that they have. I don't think that they came up with it, but it's just interesting. It's interesting what the Nazis claim that they were doing, what they were obsessed with, and then where they facilitated afterward. And we were told this whole narrative that America went in and saved the day. No, they didn't. No, that's not what happened. They just spread out.
You're saying the Polarian race is still alive and well?
Oh yeah, man. You can read a mainstream article about South America called Little Germany.
So I just thought of linking these words together. Demonic, psychopathic, gene manipulating transhumanists.
Boom. Reptiles.
Reptilian. We got to put reptilian in there.
13 families. You can't forget the 13 families, man.
Keep the bloodline pure.
Whoa. Yeah. I mean, Nazis is an interesting study, man. People see they kind of go down the rabbit hole the wrong way sometimes. Truthers do. They find out we were misled about part of that story, and then they go the extreme other way.
You ever watched Hollow Earth Chronicles?
Hollow
Earth
Earth
Chronicles.
What?
No.
It
talks about the Nazis and declassified information from even Russian sources, and the Nazi connection is pretty insane. Right now, like current times in the formation of the Third Reich, and when you read writings from Albert Pike and all the greatest Freemasons, they talk about the First Reich, the Second Reich, the Third Reich, and you start following the progression of it all, and it's like, wow, right? And then the formation of the Third Reich with this cashless society and the world war government, that is the goal. That is the goal that they've been trying to accomplish for hundreds of years, if not thousands.
The Nazis?
A unified world government. No, way before the Nazis. But the Nazis,
I heard like
implemented
Nazis,
the Second Reich.
I've heard like Hitler's
ahead.
like screaming in his speeches about, hey, they're going to try to get us into this cashless society. Watch out. So, but he was doing it. He's the one who's up to it.
No, there seems to be some spirit behind it all, right? The formation of the New World Order, right? The UN, the United Nations after World War II, and the Declaration, right, with the Geneva Convention and all these things, and then people were criminalized and sentenced for war crimes. But then you had like Operation Paperclip, where all these Nazis came over and they got like, You know, they got out lucky.
All right. So was Hitler a
It gets
Nazi or not?
complicated, bro.
Is Hitler a Nazi?
Well, the thing is, like, he was a Jew himself, but yeah, he persecuted Jews, and so it's like, was he a Jew? Was he a Nazi? It's like he was both, right? Was he for his people? Was he not for his people? Well, he had good intentions, I suppose, for his people, for Germany.
That's a whole topic in and of itself. But before we move on, I wanted to ask Witsit real quick on that topic, and I think Killian's going to do a presentation in a few minutes. So
yeah, no stress, man. Take your time. I'm not streaming or anything, so as the conversation allows, please, no stress.
Yeah, right. I just wanted to say to Witsit, so with the iron and the copper, what are your thoughts on the electric effect, the conductivity and the distribution in the body, and how copper and iron are different with that, and how that would then connect us electrically to the earth and to the ether, and how would the copper and iron play into that?
Yeah. I think that's the biggest part. I think it's like the conductive properties of copper, just like is like the key. It's a direct connection to everything etheric, and that's why if you know like electric culture, if you put you put copper in your gardens, right, it'll keep the bugs away, make the vegetables grow way more. So I think that is a major part of it. I think that natural iron and copper play a pivotal role together, but yeah, I would say that may be actually the reason copper is so important in the body is because of the actual conductivity.
Should I put the copper in a loop, like zigzag?
In the garden?
Yeah, the garden.
Make a pyramid, copper pyramid.
Some people are more deficient in the copper, and some people are more. They need the copper more than the iron, and others are, needing the iron more so than the copper. So it depends on your system and what's going on. And I kind of liken it back to the sheep and the goats. It's kind of funny, man. I mean, you think about, at what color does iron? How do you say? I'm looking for words now. When you see oxidize. So when you see the iron oxidize, what color does it become? Like a reddish brown. And when you see the copper oxidize, what color is it? And people speak of like blue blood and red blood and all these different things, but there's a little bit of truth in all of those things.
I don't know, but yeah, maybe somebody. If nobody has that answer, because I don't. Geo, I'm not skilled enough to make a copper wire pyramid. I can do circles, and I can do like the up and down. What do you think?
You can kind of just stick it in the ground next to the plants. It just needs to be in the area.
I can do sticks.
The plants. Yeah, you can literally just put like copper stakes into the ground.
Hey, Gio, I just put into storage my hat that's similar to the guy's hat that I just posted in a live stream with the copper wire that I plan to make a pyramid on top for.
Nice. Oh, dude, that's amazing. Yeah, dude, meditating under a pyramid or like in the pyramids, we get into like what the actual Egyptian pyramids were all actually about. Yeah, it essentially seems to like give your consciousness that much of a deeper, like you can reach deeper brainwave states. So if you have like a pyramidal structure, even if it's made out of PVC plastic, although if it's made out of metal, it's better. But even if it's made out of plastic, so it's the structure of it. But if it's made out of copper or something like this, and even more so, you can have like a pyramid made of like tubes or wire. And if you put it above you and then meditate, it seems to allow for like much like quicker, deeper access to deeper brainwave states, and ultimately seems to like accelerate the process. And it's like, is it doing something with the ether? Like if there's an ether flow coming from from above down, is there some way that the pyramid is like focusing that? It's a lot of interesting ideas as to what actually energetically is happening. But yeah, so dude, making a pyramid on your hat like that, that's very cool. That's awesome.
I'm wondering if it would like bring in like negative, like, I don't know, like who knows if it would be like bringing in signals that you wouldn't want, like a bombardment. That's why you might want to use like some what is that, organ or what do they call it? The stuff that they use to like organ, right? Or anyway, you might want to put some things on.
That is a thing.
Don't you want to use like diamonds and shit like that, though? Wouldn't that be the best?
I don't know. But I also just put you know about the pyramid house that I keep talking about? It's near Chicago. It got someone burned it, or it got burned. I don't know how it happened, but this guy built this pyramid house. He started with just using pyramids over plants, and he noticed that the plants were growing like 10 times as big and faster. And then he made the house. He made a gold pyramid house, right? And he planned on putting a swimming pool in the bottom floor, but the water just started rising up from the ground, and you can see all around it. And then he had to make a reservoir for it, so it would actually, fill the pool that he planned on having built in. But so that it would just fill it up, and he was selling the water, like making beer with it, and people were saying it was like a miracle water. And but yeah, the whole house is surrounded by water just from the pyramid being there. It wasn't there beforehand.
That's cool. Who knows? I mean, that's cool though. But is it solid? I mean, the house, yeah. But like these little, are you guys a solid or like a straw? Like
It's a
not
house.
straw, but
It's a
I know the
house, and it was
house.
gold plated. It's gold plated. You could take tours of it, and I was going to go on a tour, but then it got burned. But he's rebuilding it. But yeah, it was gold plated to begin with, and then the neighbors kept complaining because of the shine of it. You see, he's even got like the statue of the Egyptian, I think it's Horus statue out front and everything. But yeah, the neighbors kept complaining it was too like reflective, and so he had to make gold paint instead of the gold. He had to replace it with gold paint. Yeah. So that's a pretty good. I mean, it's interesting because like now you don't know whether the aquifers underneath the pyramids were there because the pyramids there, or if they were there beforehand. And whether the taking off the limestone and like the Great Pyramid and some of the stuff that like the capstone and some of the maybe it was even gold on the outside, who knows? But taking all that off maybe is the reason that it's sand there now instead of water.
Does that stone float? That type of stone?
No, well, I don't know. It seems like that he's built a reservoir so it doesn't have to float. Like it pumps out the water. And he built it on land, obviously, to begin with, but then all this water started coming up around it, just from the pyramid. I mean, that's huge. Talk about free energy. If you could just like, I mean, all wells should be like this, right? If you want to build a well, you should definitely put a pyramid on top of the well to get the water drawn up.
Are you saying the water comes I'm sorry, I'm painting the picture. It comes out around the side of the house, or it's under it. This pyramid.
I'll post a link and you can read the whole story. Like it started coming inside the house. Yeah, you had to make it so that like the house didn't float away. I guess. Yeah.
But I mean, is this just anecdotal, or did they do this?
What do you mean?
Is there more evidence of this, or just this guy?
Yeah, you would think it would be like a common practice if this is the case, right?
Yeah, I mean, it could just be his, the landscape of where he lived.
I guess, yeah. But he tells a story about it.
Like affecting the drainage or whatever.
Yeah, but if you could get water just from building a gold pyramid structure, if you could get water to come up from underneath the ground and actually make a lake like it is around his house, I mean, people would be doing that everywhere, right?
That's some bananas.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. They do little shit like that, though. You know what I mean? Like they probably do shit like that more efficiently. Like focus water.
I definitely think they're talking of the pyramid shape. I mean, there's a fucking giant pyramid that's been there for God knows how long in Egypt. You know what I mean? That they built out all those fucking stones. So they wouldn't have built that shape if there was nothing to it. I mean, what? Just some random shape? Probably not.
All right, guys. What up? What up? Everybody ready to learn some stuff?
Simplest stacking shape.
Stacking shape.
What was that?
Who's that? That's me. Who's
Sup,
you?
Killian?
Sup? What up, y'all? Hope everybody's doing well. I actually hope you guys will watch this entire thing and actually engage with some observations, maybe some explanations. This entire presentation is based around stuff that I've seen in real life, things that I would, or I have taken photos or videos of, if you will. Now, I am looking for some engagement. Maybe folks can tell me why as to how things work. That'd be super cool. But yeah, welcome to Killian's Observation, another presentation with yours truly. Preamble. The following observation. What's up, homie? The following observations were taken from real life. Within this presentation, I make no claim. I am simply providing things I have viewed that provide evidence worthy of questioning. Welcome to my brain, Book of Killian.
That's the claim right there. We'll be questioning. We'll be claim. Yes.
One of the things that's on the table for consideration, the main claim, in fact, is the drop over distance, the 3959 mile radius claim. So that is the geometry of the structure that we're examining, which is the round Earth, if you will. So again, 3959 mile radius, that is the distance from the center point of the circle, or the sphere, sorry, to the outer extremity of the sphere. Now, for every 100 miles, or sorry, that's a typo, 100 miles traveled, there would be a 1.26 mile drop based on that 3959 claim. The chart that was put together using AutoCAD, which is AutoCAD stands for Automated Computer Aided Drafting and Design, where you take a computer and you can model out things with set dimensions and figure things out. Based on this, again, looking at this chart, you've got 100 miles listed here and the expected drop in miles over that distance, which would be 1.2631 miles. And that's an exponential drop. Like you go to 200 and it becomes 5.05. You go to 500, it becomes 31.7. You go to 1,000, it becomes 128 miles. Like imagine traveling 1,000 miles and there being 128 miles of drop over that distance. That's pretty crazy. Oops, I went the wrong way. Sorry, guys, bear with me. Going up. Okay. So my first observation comes to us from where I live in Canada, the Great Lakes. The Great Lakes are the largest group of freshwater lakes on Earth, total area, and are second largest by total volume, containing 21% of the world's surface freshwater by volume. Total surface area of 94,000 square miles. Total volume measured of approximately 22,000 cubic kilometers. So one of the things I am asking, anybody has any explanation as to how you can have such a volume of water contained in a concentrated area if in fact this was in fact on a sphere? Anybody from the audience? Anybody? Okay, moving on. Heading down in South America, where we...
Sorry, I was not listening all the way. What was the question?
Looking at the Great Lakes, we've got Superior, Michigan, Huron, Erie, Ontario, located in North America. These 5 bodies of water. And these 5 bodies of water have contain approximately 22,000 cubic kilometers of water. So my question is, like, how would that work on a sphere?
Whoa, what's your cutoff?
What do you mean, what's my cutoff?
Okay.
Well, you gave an amount, like the amount matters. What amount, where's the cutoff? What amount matters? It's fair.
What's the problem with that, honestly?
Well, I think from a standpoint of you take 22,000 square kilometers of water, right, and you're depositing it in a concentrated area, and on top of that, you're presuming that that is on a ball. So my question being like, how would you take those those 5 masses of water and compress them and compact them into to achieve the sphericity required of the 3959 mile radius claim? That's the question that I have ultimately.
The dents on the ball, man.
Okay, so I don't really understand what the problem is. Why this is supposed to be a problem. So we do understand that water is liquid, right? And it being a liquid just means that the tiny parts that water consists of can move freely within the substance itself. And when it tries to leave the substance, then it holds it together, right? It's called surface tension. That's why that's the difference between it being a liquid and a gas, right? And the direct consequence of that is that the surface of the water will always be perpendicular to the sum of all the things that the entire body is subject to, the forces, right? So, assuming that the surface and the entire body is at rest in total, right? That it's not sloshing around and stuff like that, right? We're neglecting that kind of stuff. It's just considering the smooth surface. And that needs to be in a steady state. If that's in a steady state, that means that the surface is perpendicular to the sum of all the influences, all the forces that are acting on it. And that's all there is to it. I have not assumed anything. I have not assumed any gravity, any cause for things falling or whatever, right? I've not assumed any of that kind of stuff. I've put that to the side. I've just assumed like, okay, we kind of can orient ourselves with the laws of motion.
Okay, so
now,
you're
the consequence.
Oh, sorry. Apologize.
The consequence of that would be that if direction of up and down gradually, very, very, very minutely changes direction as you go to different places for whatever reason, and the surface, a body of water that stretches from one place to another place very, very far away would not be flat. And if those directions of local vertical, those directions of up and down over different places are all parallel to each other, and the body of water that stretches from one place to another would be flat.
Okay. All right. So we have a lot of
topography is going to come into case, but we'd love to see a water bubble merge with a solid object, like out in a vacuum, and envelop it. Because this the surface tension math would say that, the water and gravity math is going to say that the water would envelop the sphere.
Well, okay, so you mentioned a lot of things with respects to, and what's interesting about the Great Lakes is that they're at rest. They don't have any outside influences of current or anything like that, as opposed to the seas, like the oceans, if you will. So these lakes are presumed to be at rest, and they observe the laws of nature. Therefore, water seeks its level, and as you said, surface tension does exist. So when it comes to these masses, it's literally the medium itself of water, and the medium seeking the extremities of the container that it's within through, again, tension. The interesting thing is these areas don't curve, right? Water seeks its level.
Doesn't seek anything. It's not sentient.
Okay.
Wait,
already explained how it
bed curves. What are you talking about, though? The lake areas are curved pools of land.
How do you prove that? If water seeks its level, how do you prove that these bodies of water are in fact curved?
Well, as I said, you could try and measure the orientation of vertical, and then go a few miles away and measure the orientation of vertical relative to the first time, or both cases, or measure or establish a vertical in both places with a tried and true method, with a trusted method. Then try and measure the orientation between those two.
But
For
all those
example.
tried and true methods are being challenged by flat earthers constantly. Like reciprocal zenith angles, man. They literally come with challenges to this stuff. So tried and true is hard to say, dude.
Yeah, well, but none of them are challenged in any sensible way. There's always it's what I've
All
seen
right,
so
hold
far.
up, guys. We're gonna move on to more observations and not get into the
Sorry,
whole
Killian.
personal
Well, stop
attacks things.
asking questions. Just
It's
keep
cool.
presenting the stuff.
Well,
You
that
can't
dude,
do it.
we're talking about it, but I also don't want to, to get into a whole this, them, they type of stuff, right? Like we're just gonna keep about what we're talking about. Like ultimately, one of the principles is laws of nature is water seeks its level, right? These are literally like we're gonna venture to South America now, go to a river called the Amazon River, which traverses 4,000 miles, depth of 15 meters, ranging from 45 meters to 20 meters, the maximum depth of 150 meters. So it becomes a question of like, you've got this length of a river that traverses from east to west with a 4,000 mile distance. It cuts through the region completely. So again, another question, like how do you have this length of river that goes exactly with the mile, the radius claim? It's just something else to look at. Again, I have more. It's going to keep running with the theme of water seeking its level. Now we're going to go to Africa. The Nile
Still
River.
don't understand the problem.
I'm just pointing things out because again, water seeks its level, right? So the Nile River, 4,000 miles in length. We'll just give me dude. I'm gonna run through these observations because yours is just be a sticking point at this point.
We got it. We have two noted executives. Cool.
Let's just run through it.
Hey guys, hold on a second. Point of moderation. Doing a presentation.
Breaking up for everyone else.
Yeah, look, we got it. We're gonna respect him.
Yeah, let Killian run through this. Ask questions at the end. Kiwi, man.
Appreciate it. Thanks, boys. So we got the Nile River again, 4,000 miles in length. Now we're going to go to Australia. We'll check out the Trans-Australian Railway with a length of 300 miles. Again, for that distance, 1.25 mile drop, an exponential drop, but based on 100 miles, a 1.25 mile drop would be like a 3.75 mile drop approximately. But I think it's closer into the neighborhood of 5 miles. But again, over 300 miles traversed, there should be a 5 mile drop.
Can
we
I ask
don't
a
see
question?
that. What's your question?
Okay. Are you aware that you are conflating elevation and drop? Drop to the horizon, drop from horizontal is not the same as an elevation change, right?
That's
two different things.
Your claim.
No, it's not a claim. That's logic. That's just how it works.
So, in order for there to be noticeable elevation change, in order for us to observe elevation change, right, there would have to be a reference off of sea level to note that there would be substantial change in drop over distance, right? It's not that you get to go to Australia and observe the kitchen counter being level, and then you go to North America in Ontario, Canada, and all of a sudden observe the kitchen counter being level. You go to all these different cities and places where you observe level, they lay railway tracks level, right? And we fall back to the observation or to the question for me on a personal level of where does the curve actually show up? Because it has to be on a subterranean point at that point, or a subterranean level at that point.
Right. So you just again you mentioned that you're building things level, but that's always locally established, right? You're never like measuring your level inside your room and then you're going to the other side of the city, and then you're not you're making a reference to a straight line to inside your room, right? You're taking out the level again and establishing locally
and
again,
you have
right?
to understand. Sorry to cut you off, but you have to understand that at that point in time is your claim, right? There's nobody here on this call that can not say that they're not seeing level right now. And that's the thing where everybody
don't have
gets
a
to
measurement.
appeal to the exact same perspective of observing level locally.
Yeah.
So then it becomes, how does the ball/curve show up over that? That's the question.
There's nothing inherently connecting the orientation of what you're seeing right now and what I'm seeing right now, right? There's no physical terror between you and me, no straight line that we can point towards that says like, okay, this shows us that we're connected in this orientation to each other, right? That's what you're pointing towards with this.
We're in the certain
thing
thing
again.
They're searching for.
We're gonna head to Egypt.
Can I just ask you a question real quick?
Yeah, please.
Killian, do you know who Box Ops is?
Is that some kind of an authority?
Box Ops. He's a guy on Discord.
Oh, it's some kind of an authority.
No, that's all I'm saying. Do you know who he is?
No.
Alright, that's fair enough. That's my entire question.
We're gonna head to Africa, Egypt, and we're gonna check out the Suez Canal. Interestingly, the Suez Canal has a length of 193 kilometers, depth of 24 meters. Now, the Suez Canal is man-made, so these are, when this thing was made, they would have created it using drawings, and it would have been constructed observing level. Now, the purpose of the Suez Canal was so that the ships didn't have to go around Africa, which would have added an additional 15,000 miles to their journey. Oops. Don't know if you guys remember or not, but the Evergreen getting stuck in the Suez Canal. Now we're going to go check out China with the Great Canal, a length of 1,100 miles with a depth of 5 meters, aka 17 feet. Going back to something that's under construction, or going back to Egypt to observe something that's under construction in Saudi Arabia specifically, the Line, a length of 110 miles, 2 linear skyscrapers, if you will, equivalency of the Empire State Building, 2 walls being constructed, kissing the Mediterranean, the Mediterranean Sea, going inland, and this entire thing appears to be a rectilinear structure. Pause. Currently under construction now. They're
what do you mean by
excavating.
rectilinear? Rectilinear doesn't mean is nothing to do with curvature.
It doesn't? Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
Oh, dang it. I was imploring the idea of rectal and linear in the same fashion. Oops, my bad. So going to the bonus round, we're looking at the railgun. This thing shoots to a distance of 126 miles. So the idea, does it implore some kind of curve? I don't know.
Of course it does, because the projectile it shoots is going to want to drop. It constantly falls. So you don't get a gun that shoots exactly straight. It just doesn't exist. Because there's some time between since it's left the barrel and it's hit the target. It's going to fall between that time. It's going to decelerate in the y-axis.
Okay, so do you think that they would be accounting for a 1.3 mile drop over that 126 miles for that rail drop to traverse?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, if you can show me the papers on how the railgun operates, show me otherwise. Feel free. But that you would even need to account for. You'd have to point the railgun up, regardless of what you do. Anyway.
Right.
Even
I
on
can
a flat
understand.
surface.
I can understand that. But with
Yeah,
respects
exactly.
to the amount of drop that would be
What's the
required
speed
over
of the
that distance,
projectile? What's the drag coefficient?
good
That's a
question.
good
I have
question.
not looked that up to see what the speed of the projectile would be. That would be worth investigating.
Hey, you know, rail guns are actually pretty easy to make. You can make
Okay.
them at home legally.
Okay,
Well, I
I
have
Yeah,
have a
but
few more
super
things to go
railgun.
on. I just have a few more things to go on to, and we can conclude with conversation.
Yeah, sure.
So the next thing that I want to check out now, shout out to Lion if you're here. Thanks for that. Talked about race cars, going out to the salt flats and driving at high speeds across these flat areas. I checked out the Bolivian salt flats. Now, the interesting thing with the Bolivian salt flats is they occur at an altitude of 3,650 meters above sea level. And it's an expanse of approximately 3,800 square miles. So it's approximately 60 miles. So 60 miles by 60 miles. I put the chart for reference in the top right-hand corner. That would only be a 0.45 mile drop over that expanse. So I just threw up some pictures for kind of reference of this area. Again, the Bolivian salt flats. Yeah, the picture bottom right hand corner wanted to point out the hexagonal patterns which developed in the sand, which I thought were pretty cool. But yeah, I don't know if you guys observe any kind of slight bend, but it would be, again, based on the globe geometry, a 0.45 mile drop over that distance. And what's interesting is earlier, I think it was AK brought in the idea of like elevation and altitude and things of that nature. But it just seems to be that we have this like flat topographical area that's occurring over a flat topographical area. Getting into the concluding parts of this presentation, these are my personal observations or personal things that I took. These pictures were taken approximately 60 feet above grade. Now, I don't know what my altitude above sea level is in Milton, Ontario, where I'm located. But with respects to this observation, so this picture was taken at approximately 10 after 7 on Eastern on September 1st. So you got the moon on the eastern sky on the left-hand side, and then you've got the moon over on the right-hand side in the western sky. So both celestial bodies present in the same sky at the same time. I was able to take this picture using a panorama setting on my phone. So I basically just started on the left-hand side and kept my hand steady as I panned across the horizon from left to right, and was able to capture both celestial bodies. Both celestial bodies in the sky. The next picture was taken on September 2nd, the following day, approximately the same time. Again, you've got the sun present on the left, and you've got the moon present on the right-hand side. Now, this next picture was a few days after, September 5th. And what I wanted to mention was I had to orient the aperture, the camera, in order to capture both the sun and the moon in the same shot. And this is where I kind of started to really get the idea of this, the celestial dome, the sky dome, if you will, of what's happening above us. You know, there being a peak to the sky, and then there being an extremity that we see to, a limit, if you will. Now, again, this next picture was taken a couple days later on the 7th. Again, noting the orientation of the picture or the aperture, you've got the moon again at the high peak, almost if you will, at this dome, the sky dome, and then you've got the sun at the base on the at the very base of the picture, close to the horizon. The dude on the left here is just showing how we see. There's the horizon that meets at the eye level, and we see out if you will, the radius of that circle. And then as you look to your left and right, you see the extremities again of the limits, the radius of that circle. And then if you look to the top again, you see the radius, the limits of that sphere around you. And this is where the introduction and perversion of the globe came in, I believe. Thanks to the work that's been done by Shane and Whitsitt and all these guys, obviously, with this idea of the Sky Dome. I call it the Sky Dome because I'm from Ontario, Canada, and we used to have this thing called the Sky Dome, now called the Rogers Center. Anyways, these are measurements. How we see, just something I picked off the internet, really. What's interesting is that these, we know that there's 360 degrees to a circle. And what's interesting is these measurements that are given are all in degrees, which would, when you start to look at them and fill in the gaps around the perimeter, you start to quickly realize that they add up to, in fact, 360 degrees. Limits of perspective, limits of a circle, if you will, that we can see to. So my claim, based on my observation or observations, what does this all ultimately lead to? If you guys have seen this image before, this is something that I put together. You guys know that I'm a big fan of the moon map. And what you're looking at is one of the pictures that I took, the September 1st picture, where you've got the sun on the left-hand side, you've got the moon on the right-hand side. And then in the middle here, you have portion of the moon, which the light has been changed to blue and the dark spots have been changed to green. Now you've got the center crosshairs that are drawn being the North Pole, Hyperborea. The next circle out is the Tropic of Cancer. The next circle out being the being the equator. And then the next circle out being the Tropic of Capricorn. I apologize if I got those reversed, Cancer and Capricorn. Now, you'll see at the base of these arrows here, this one celestial body and the other celestial body. The moon is full, so it would be across from the sun. And this would be my location here. Now, this is North America, this is South America, and this would be my location. So here I would be standing, obviously, I'm looking south, so this is reversed. However, from a standpoint of noting that there's two celestial bodies in the sky on either side is my main takeaway from showing this. For further, actually, I'll tell you guys, because there's other people that may not have heard my crazy theory about the moon map. And it's not my theory, of course, it's Vibes of Cosmos. You've got Australia here at the 9 o'clock position. Here, you've got Eurasia, and then Africa up here. Thanks for being here, guys. Thanks for listening. I'll open up the floor to a conversation, and anybody who wants to talk about anything, please go ahead. So, AK, if you're still here, with respects to horizontal level, what is it that you don't understand from a standpoint of it being common to everybody? Wouldn't want to embarrass me in my presentation, dude. Trust me, when there's no egos on the table, there's no embarrassment, right? I have my understanding, you have yours. It's up to you to show what you show, and it's up to me to show what I show, which is why I brought these observations to the table. I'm being dishonest about the angle between the sun and the moon in my observation. Please provide a measurement next time. How can I be dishonest from a photo? Interesting. Anyways, folks, thanks for being here. Appreciate you.
Nobody talking?
Nah, dude, I absolutely murdered the room. Killed it. Not a soul. Oops.
You slaughtered it. What were you talking about? How'd this go down?
Just a whole bunch of different little observations, like how do they work or how would they work on, well, no, sorry. Just really, I breezed through a bunch of observations that spoke to me on a level that we observe level like the Amazon River, the Nile River, 4,000 miles in length, which match the 3959 claimed radius. It's like, how do you have these lengths of rivers that traverse these long sections of land and it being stuck to a ball? Like, it's like you have to almost implore the idea of gravity, right, to get this massive length of water to stick to a ball. But yeah, talk about a couple different things. That's about it, dude.
All right.
Like, is my observed local level different to your observed local level?
Do we have different gravities? Different downs?
I don't even think it's gravity. It's just an idea of like, I can understand that we may be at different elevations, like above sea level, right? Elevation's fine. I can understand that. But from a standpoint of like, if your kitchen counter is different to my kitchen counter in terms of level, right? I'm not talking about undulation change up or down. I'm talking about like relative level. That's where I start to really ask a question. Because then where does the curve show up?
I was just watching some fellas allegedly on the moon dropping a feather and a hammer at the same time and all falling at the same time. What do you think?
Oh, the feather goes down quicker.
What's the rebuttal to this? I don't know if I've ever heard one.
On a boat?
It's what?
They were on a boat?
They're on a boat. They don't look like they're on a boat. Maybe it's a loaded feather.
Loaded with what? Dynamite!
In a vacuum, what would fall faster?
I can't complain.
None, right? According to their model, they would fall at the same rate. If there's no air resistance.
That's what I'm saying. They're allegedly on moon, aren't they? So they definitely fall at the same time, whatever they are.
Seemed like.
How do you know that though?
58 seconds.
Distance over time, bro.
9.8 meters per second squared.
It seems to there does seem to I think Richard brought this up before too, that there's anomalies. They've done laser experiments and measured drop rates in vacuums, but very very small vacuums. Yeah, Killing, you didn't kill the chat. We weren't talking about much before that.
Oh, bro,
We were just rambling.
I'm being silly. You know me.
I like the last observation where you like compared the positions to the moon map. That was a cool one.
Which one, sorry? I didn't hear all that, dude. I apologize. You're a little muffled.
Sorry, I'm in my car. That's why I was trying not to talk the whole time. But I liked your last observation the most with the moon and the sun and comparing it to the moon map and where they would be. I thought that was cool.
Bro, so like honestly, the this month Lion was telling me how crazy it is to be able to catch these celestial bodies in the sky at the same time, and it's something that I've like 7 a.m. I love the morning, so I always like to get a look at them. And I realized right quick I had that map from one of Vibes of Cosmos's pieces where they actually put the crosshairs on and they show the circuits of both the sun and the moon, and based on the tropics with the equator and everything. I was like, wait a second. So I appreciate that, man. Thank you. It's something I've been able to show at work. This is my last point. Something I've been able to show at work is a piece that I put together, and people are like, "Whoa, that's cool." Sorry, Lion, go ahead, man.
No, yeah, New Perspective had this French guy on, Model Builder, and Model Builder has a model going where he connected all the flights right to this model of. Vibes of Cosmos has a model just like it. I'm not trying to take away from Model Builder at all, because what he's doing is if anything, it's just going to verify what Vibes of Cosmos already created, because he has a similar model, right? And he overlaps both shipping routes and plane flights into a flat Earth model.
You mean like this?
Yeah. I think I posted it yesterday, man. Actually last night.
Yo,
so what Model Builder is building right now, Vibes of Cosmos already built 2 years ago.
Have you seen this one? The reason this one speaks to me so much is
he's in here. Yeah, respectfully, bro. I'm not trying to take away from your project and what you're bringing to the table here. This is local. This is organic, and please don't take it the wrong way. But I wanna show you Vibes of Cosmos so that you can go look at it. Maybe get some data from him. Network.
Yeah, I want to, because maybe it's not totally the same work. There is maybe I'm interested.
So I just threw up 2 images in chat that have a grid allocated to them, or are laid on top, however you want to slice it, with 1,000 kilometers representation. So with that, I haven't done it, but you can actually, the green one is the flight paths, the pink one underneath is the marine paths, but you can maybe start to figure out like the flight times and stuff based on different cities and everything, and what the flight paths would be. But I haven't seen a lot of maps from people with the scale on top. That's something that I pulled off of, again, Vibes of Cosmos.
The time zone one was mind blowing. That was a game changer for me. But I'm still like, man, I'm still questioning a lot of that Vibes of Cosmos stuff, because it's just it's so out there, bro. Like, unlike anything I've ever heard of before or seen.
One of the things that got really quote real for me is when they lined up the tropics, or how the tropic lines, especially the southern equatorial tropic, if it's Cancer or Capricorn, I forget. Sorry, guys. And how it matches up with Australia, South America, and Africa, and how, if you look at the globe, how those 3 continents, how those 3 continents would, how they get elongated to fit the globe model. Like the bottom gets pulled down and elongated, extruded, if you will, and wrapped at the bottom. Obviously, they have the formation of the 7th continent being Antarctica, which is complete bullshit, but whatever. But yeah, it's pretty cool.
Hey, Antarctica could be a continent.
Listen, Antarctica ain't no different than Uncle Bob. Different.
I don't know who Uncle Bob is.
Female versus male. That's all. Get it, Antarctica.
I get it now that you say it.
It's so bad. That's not even a dad joke. It's an uncle. No, it's a cousin joke. So bad.
That was bad. But it could be a continent, and just not, and not surround. I mean, south would still be a circle. North, east, and west would still be a circle. I mean, and you could have a continent somewhere at whatever longitude, latitude you want. But then it does contradict Cook's and Ross's description of circumnavigating around the South and keeping the land in sight.
Wow. Yeah, man. That I haven't seen that image yet, but
I mean, if you can imagine, right? Like, so our continents that we live on. I don't know. I can't. I'm just imagining this, right? But they're little tiny. They're very tiny, right? So now Antarctica goes almost all the way around, right? Has a little gap, right? But then swoop it out just like and shape it just like the United States. Only it's 10,000 times larger than the United States. Could be a continent. Doesn't have to just be a ring of. I mean, I guess it would have to be a continent, right? It just has to be.
what?
Just not as you picture it.
What does?
Antarctica.
How can it be a continent?
Well, I mean, a continent would be the land that is protruding from the water, right? I mean, is there like a size? Like, if something is too big, it's not a continent anymore. Is it like a supercontinent? I can like draw a picture of what I'm
So,
saying.
like, question being,
I'll draw.
let's talk about what would be likely. Let's almost play the game of why in a way. But is it more likely that a government would try to control multiple pieces of one pie? Or would they try to control a boundary around something?
If boundary around something, yeah, I mean, a circle is a boundary around something, right? What does that mean?
Awesome. So, next question being then is, if according to the Antarctica quote unquote treaty, these countries all own different pieces of this individual pie, one landform that happens to be divided up into a whole bunch of different countries, they all get a little piece of the pie. Versus these countries all controlling a boundary around it. Now, the North Pole we know is a point. We have a celestial body being Polaris, right? We compasses all point there and things of that nature. And then we know for a fact that south is automatically the opposite position to north. So then for me, I asked the question, well, how do you get a south pole, like a point, from the idea of north? Just because north is a point, south gets a point too? That seems like it's not a knee-jerk type thing, right? The counter, or not the counter reaction, the counter observation of the north point would be the south boundary around the north point, would it not?
No, why? You can only have one. You can only have one center. There can only be one point.
Right.
One center.
Which is north.
Right.
So then the opposite of that north point would be what?
A larger and larger radius circle of a circle.
Ultimately,
if you wanted to be equal, if you wanted to be equidistant from that point.
Exactly, which would be south.
Right. Yeah.
Which would be
the
Antarctica Treaty.
I mean, has anybody confirmed that every single longitude traveled south will land you onto land? No, so I don't have that confirmation myself.
No, absolutely not. Yeah.
Yeah. So for all I know, wherever that little peninsula is at whatever longitude that's at south, it could very well be a continent, right? But just at that, at a few longitude lines, and however wide and however big, it could be smaller than the United States, and just be sitting right there. I have no idea. Or they could say, no, I can prove it to you, and we actually have 100 other continents going around the south, and they say, no, look, go south and you're going to hit Antarctica, and they're all different continents that are all frozen, but they know the coordinates, and they're just going to tell you that all those different places are Antarctica because you're hitting land. So I don't know if Antarctica is one continent or not. I don't know. It could be a continent. Could all be connected, or it could not be connected.
Do
you get what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying, or no?
Yeah, no, dude, I totally hear what you're saying. I'm just at a point where like I see it like a dartboard. I see north as the bullseye, and then south is literally the out of bounds all around it, a big ring.
Well, hold on. You gotta you gotta properly define what north and south is, because you have like geomagnetic north, true north, celestial north. You have all these different north, right? And then what's south? And what's north? Like if you're at the North Pole, what's north then? Wouldn't north actually be up towards like Polaris, and then south be down from there, right? And then if you're looking at flat Earth, when you're going south on a flat Earth, you're not actually going south. If anything, you're going to the right side of a toroidal field, right?
But let's say we're at a
or
distance
left or not right. That's what I'm saying. It depends on perspective, right? Like where are you actually going when you go to the outer rim or the outer edge of our Earth? Is that actually south? Not necessarily, right? Or if you get like, let's say you get closer and closer to the North Pole, right? And you have a compass on you, and your compass starts pointing towards the Earth, to the inside of the Earth. Is that where south is? Or was that where north is?
What if
you said? Well, I mean, you got to hold a compass flat. So I don't. You don't hold it up to this, like pointing to the Polaris. You hold it flat.
No, yes. So you hold it flat near the Arctic Circle, and your compass starts pointing towards the Earth. So it's pointing below you, the closer you get to the middle, or it could be pointing above you, right? Depending on what's picking the or not gravitational waves, but electromagnetic waves that it's picking up.
Mm-hmm.
What if the magnetic rock was floating in the sky, being held up by its own toroidal field? What then?
Well, you have this idea of celestial north, which I believe was probably, the closest thing that we have to true north would be up.
You think north is up?
Polaris.
Celestial north, yeah, is up. But then like true north seems to be towards the middle. That's why I'm saying like it depends on what is north. Is north in here? Let him explain it.
I typically just think of it as magnetic because that's like what is God given to us. It's like a sign, just like Polaris is, but it would be like right above magnetic north, presumably, right?
Yeah, it's amazing that I sometimes it is amazing to think about that we're all pretending to know so much, right? But we're all debating this, the Earth or whatever, and we still don't know the effects of what happens when you go to the North Pole, or what's going on there. We're just in this little tiny spot for just some people say, oh, millions of years, and some people say no, we've only been we have history recorded for about 2,000 years. So the United States has been here for 500 years. It is amazing how little how little information we're going on. We think we're going on a lot of information, but it's just very little.
Well, it's amazing how much you're like just ignoring and discounting.
I didn't hear that. Did somebody say something?
Yeah, I said it's amazing
Anyway,
how
like
much you're just ignoring and discounting.
I didn't hear anything, but it is amazing like how we pretend to know so much.
It is, isn't it?
Somebody hear that? I'm just kidding with you. I'm just kidding. No, it's also awesome how much we've accomplished in such little amount of time. That is admirable, but still so much is unknown.
Don't be a scene after what you just said.
Well, I mean, there's like, I was watching this weather data the other day, and it was showing, the winds over the Earth, satellite imagery of the winds over top of the Earth, and there was a 30-mile wide disturbance
at the North Pole, where it seemed like the winds and the currents and were going around what appeared to be like a large. It was a 30-mile obstruction, but I've seen the North Pole photographs, and there's no like 30 square mile wide mountain. So why were the winds acting like there was an invisible mountain there at the North Pole? Is that enough data
Do
to go
they,
on? Like,
right? If there was this mountain that you're implying, or whatever you're trying to imply,
the winds
is
are
it
implying it, not
there
me.
constantly? Right? You'd think it would be there constantly. It doesn't like just appear and disappear. So the winds would always act like this. It wouldn't just be like, oh, I just happened to see this one time. Right? You'd think that would be a phenomenon that's ever occurring all the time.
Right. So are you saying that we like you? Like, can I find somebody in this room right now who's observed wind patterns from satellites? I don't know, for all the time over the North Pole. You think that yeah? I mean, we have that information handy.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you could
Yeah.
find satellite data from the North Pole at
Well,
some observation time. And I'm
that's kind
sure you'll find that it's not there. There isn't this 30-mile anomaly.
Yeah, so I mean that's kind of back to my point. We think we know so much. Like we think we have so much data accumulated that if it was there, must have so much information from satellites viewing the North Pole that this would have been noticed before. But this, for all you know, could be the very first time we've ever seen the North Pole via satellite, the winds from the North Pole via satellite telemetry data. Could be the very first time. But you're assuming we've done it hundreds of times. So so it is amazing how much we think we know.
Are you telling me you think this is the first time that people have used a satellite to look at the wind and the North Pole data?
I'm asking. I mean, you made the assumption that we must have tons of data. Do you know that?
I didn't
You
make that
assume it.
assumption. I said I'm sure there's other data from other observation times you can find, and I'm sure that in that data, at least some of it, there won't be this 30-mile wind anomaly, because that would have been something we would have heard about.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but it really just goes to my original statement of, which was literally what you're saying, right? I said it's amazing that we think we have so much data, and we have surprisingly such little data. And then you said, no, we must have so much data because we would have noticed this before because we have so much data. But we're noticing it now.
There's
30
tons
square
of
mile 30 square mile disturbance that can only be called. Well, I mean, I guess you can't say only, right? Because I don't know all possibilities, but it shows that there's a physical obstruction at the very center of the magnetic north.
Yeah, but there's two things to that, right? One is if there was a physical obstruction, you referenced a mountain before or anything similar, right? That should be there constantly, right? You'd see that constantly. The mountain is not going to like appear and disappear at certain times, so you would always see that, right? And then secondly, right, there, just because there's things we don't know, and there's a lot of things that we don't know, but that doesn't discount the things that we do know, right? Just because we don't know some things doesn't discredit the things that we do know. That's not how that works.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's not going anywhere. So, exactly, like perfectly. I hear you. Yeah, I agree somewhat with what you're saying. I agree with you. I guess what you're saying. Yeah, it doesn't what we do know doesn't discount what we don't know. But
I agree. He
yeah,
hit you with a complete non sequitur to what you said.
yeah.
You didn't say anything about how much we know or don't know. Well, I mean, you said sometimes we find that we don't know as much as we thought we did. That has
Yeah.
nothing to do with what we do know. When you know something, you know something.
Yeah. So I don't know what caused that, but
I don't believe it aligns with nothing being there. So it is surprising how little data we have on the two things. I mean, this is like most people here accept, that the Earth doesn't have a specific shape to it, and then other people believe no, it's got this other shape, whatever, right? So whatever. On either model, it's still surprising how little we know about the North and South, and we just know where we are according to what we're told. But we know our area, our location, where we live, what the temperature's like, what kind, will it snow this Christmas? We know where we are, but it's surprising how little we know about the other places. So to determine if Antarctica is an ice ring or a continent, it's just we could just talk forever, but we don't know. No, nobody here knows. Nobody's done it. Nobody's gone around it. Nobody's
I
gone
mean,
up
in
and
my
down.
opinion,
Nobody's circumnavigated.
it's the outer rim of a bowl. Literally, like clay under a seal.
Could be.
It's a circle, right? And that outer boundary, that circle, seems to be encrusted with ice. I mean, there might be openings in it because there. These ancient maps do show openings at certain points around this rim that might lead to other lands, but I don't know about that yet. This idea that there's land beyond the outer rim, maybe. But I've seen the same satellite imagery that you're referencing. I've seen satellite imagery that shows the elevation changes, right? And it shows not only contour and topography, but it shows the contouring, right? And it shows elevation points that equate to the summit of Mount Everest in Antarctica, and they're color coded, and Mount Everest being pink in color, and you'll see a whole vast parts of Antarctica covered in pink. So what does that tell you?
Yeah.
That tells you that Antarctica is equal in elevation to Mount Everest, and that's the highest point on Earth, allegedly. So what about why don't they tell us that Antarctica is the highest point on Earth? Why do they tell us it's Mount Everest? It doesn't make any sense.
Do you have the data to show that they measured that there's a point in Antarctica that's higher in elevation than Mount Everest? Because then, yes, you'd have a point. Anyone who says that Mount Everest is the highest elevation on the Earth would be incorrect, right? They'd have to say instead that there's this location in Antarctica that's actually the highest elevation on the Earth.
Well, it's only because of I think Neil deGrasse Tyson said it and he explained it. If we're talking about the same thing, because I don't remember what mountain he said, but if Everest is the highest mountain, it'd be because the oblateness of the sphere. So, for technicality's sake, if you're considering the difference between the diameter equatorially versus, I guess, from north to south, then technically Mount Everest would be higher, but not really, but kind of technically, if we live on an oblate spheroid.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of see what he was likely referencing. There's a mountain in Antarctica called Mount Erebus. It's a rather tall mountain, but Mount Everest is not on a pole, so the oblateness, if you use certain parameters for where you set the 0 point, may make Mount Everest have a higher elevation than Mount Erebus does.
So that was to answer Lion's question on why don't they tell us that Mount Everest is not the tallest? Because it depends on which reality you enjoy.
Yeah, I can see that. But yeah, so basically, there are areas in Antarctica
what?
that are equivalent to Mount Everest in elevation,
straw
if not
man
higher.
is that? What kind of
Well,
crazy straw man is that?
yeah, well, the main claim is that the average height of Antarctica is greater than any other landmass. That's what I've heard anyway. So it has peaks that are higher than Mount Everest, but it also has the average height that's higher than any other landmass average. But we're not taught either one. Had to learn it here.
Yeah.
Whether
we're
it's
not
true or
taught.
Can
not.
anyone bring that data of the measuring peaks taller, higher in elevation than Mount Everest?
What about the average? You want us to
Yeah,
bring that too, or do you already know that's true and just didn't mention it?
to be fair,
Well,
the
we weren't
source is
talking about
NASA.
averages before, right? So everything I
Well, we're
said
talking
prior
about the
to this,
highest.
you're
Yeah, we're talking
nothing.
about the height of Antarctica.
Everything I said prior to this was not in reference to averages. We were talking about the
Yeah.
actual highest elevation on Earth, right? And currently, Mount Everest seems to be the highest elevation. But you're claiming that there's points in Antarctica that have been measured to be higher in elevation, but everyone just keeps saying that Mount Everest is the highest in
Yeah,
elevation.
yeah.
I'm just asking for that data. I'd like to see that measurement. Now, someone brought up a Neil deGrasse Tyson thing. I just gave my spin on what he was probably referencing. And if you want to talk about averages, I do think it's well known that the elevation in Antarctica on average is one of the highest in
I'll take
the
that
world.
bet for any amount of money. You can call 100 random people. I'll take any amount of money that none of them are less than 10. I'll bet any amount of money that less than 10 would know that if you do it randomly. How about that?
Yeah, I wouldn't do none. I'd do less than 10.
Are you kidding me? Now, in the server, maybe, but I'm talking about random people on the street would
I'm not
never know
taking
that.
that. I'm not taking that chance with any amount of money. With zero, I'll do the less than 10. I'm not,
You just
give me
blurted
a
that
fixed
out
amount of
like,
money.
I don't know why. Like, why would you say that?
Say what? I don't even know what you're talking about.
That
Less
most
than
people,
10
I
what?
can't quote it for word. You asked me a question. Why would you say that? So, why would you say what? That most people, I'm not going to quote you word for word because I don't remember it, would know that the average of Antarctica is the highest average of all land masses. And I said very
Yeah,
quickly.
I knew that.
Yeah, but that's not most people, sir.
Well, I'm talking when I say most people, I'm referencing like the people like geologists and
I
atmospheric
got you.
chemists and physicists, the people who do these kind of studies, right? The ones publishing the primary literature, right? They're not going to be saying that like, oh no, Antarctica is not, has one of the highest average elevations.
So you agree that the average person on the street would have no clue, right?
Sure, but what does that have to
Yeah,
do with like reality?
that was my point. That was only my point. That's what
I'm
it has to
confused.
do.
Are you saying that on paper for geologists or whoever, they don't say that Antarctica is the highest elevation of land?
Jeez, do I have to clarify this again?
Or are you saying,
Right. I
listen, all you
think
have to do is say yes or no. I said the opposite.
until the
That's how
data is
easy.
provided,
That's how easy. Listen, bro. Listen,
you're
please,
just interrupting.
please don't make this weird. I just said
You're the
I
one
don't
making it weird.
understand. I just said I don't understand. Are you saying that the people that you just named, whatever professions that you just named, are they saying that Antarctica has the highest elevation of land, or did I mishear you and you mean that no, Antarctica doesn't have the highest elevation of land?
Right. So again, that's the third time. Until the data is actually provided of a actual scientific study showing that Antarctica has an elevation point that's higher than Mount Everest, I do, from what I understand, what I've seen is that Everest has the highest elevation, like just the single elevation number is the highest in the world. But if you're talking about the average elevation, you will find that in the primary literature from geologists and geophysicists and whatnot, that Antarctica has the highest average elevation for all the continents in the world.
I don't think Mount Everest is actually the tallest one either. I think it's some mountain in Japan.
Still, though, I was just looking up some of this. It's double the size of the highest peak in Antarctica. If I'm not mistaken, it's fucking huge. Like, I don't think
What
anyone
is?
was saying that Mount Everest is higher, but I think you're right to correct. Like, I feel what you were talking about, Jace, right? But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't think anyone's like, I don't. Well, yeah, it's weird. And you're, you parsed it out well too, because I find it interesting that like Antarctica is, let's say, one of the higher elevated continents, or like the highest elevated continent. Regardless of Mount Everest or whatever. But what do you think about that idea? Is like in support of our idea that, like, let's say, because like when people always make light of the idea, well, where's the ice wall? Well, there's like thousands of pictures of like these ice cliffs in fucking Antarctica, and it's like, because it's also agreed to be one of the highest elevated continents. It makes our case, let's say, if Antarctica were something that surrounded us, that it would kind of like create the bowl effect to hold water. Like, what do you think about those ideas, brother?
I get what you're
Look,
saying, but I
like,
think
like Jace, if the Earth was flat, why doesn't all the water just fall off? Can I ask you? If we're to flatten it, why doesn't all the water just fall off?
I don't know, make up some ad hoc
Could
reason
you
for
maybe just
why.
say, well, if Antarctica was the highest elevated land on Earth and it surrounded us in all directions south, that would make perfect sense to what I view in my life, i.e., a cup of water, a pool, and a lake. Like, could you respond that way or no?
Sure, I guess.
Like, so, like, if the Earth is flat, why doesn't all the water just roll right off the edge?
I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
I
not
don't think
a
you're gonna get.
question.
I don't think
Oh,
you're gonna
man.
get Jace defending that idea anytime soon.
Yeah, it's not a
How
question
about
I
you
would ask.
reword it? How about you reword it? If the Earth is actually stationary and level, like it seems to everybody, then maybe the fact that Antarctica is higher and it has these pictures that we've seen of these ice wall type things, it would make sense that it would hold the water in, right?
Yeah, sure. It would make sense that
Okay,
it
that's
holds
all
the
I want to
water
know.
in, but what it
Yeah.
what it doesn't what it doesn't make sense with is that, right, you would think these walls would have to be much like taller, because there's images of people like on top of them, because really they're just ice shelves and people have climbed on top of them and stuff. And then on top of that, you're also trying to claim or imply that people can't go beyond that. So you would think there would be someone there stopping them from climbing these ice shelves and all that.
But
I
wait a
don't
Hey, yo,
minute
see
now.
Jace,
that
Jace,
either. So,
can I
But
like,
run
wait
an
a
on
minute.
idea by you?
face
No
value,
one's saying
on
you
face
can't go. You
value,
just can't go
Right.
unescorted.
on
You
face
just can't go
value, there's
You
like
just
a
can't
little
go
bit of
unescorted.
credence, but when you go, further than skin deep, the whole thing just crumbles.
Hey, Jace, let me
That's
throw an
what I'm
idea.
talking about.
Hold on. Yeah, like here, like I like this crazy idea. Check this shit out. It's just because food for you're thoughtful, dude. So like, imagine if we had that ice ring, and the thing is that if we went outside of that ice ring, like we were to trigger like the spider race, the spider people that are gonna come and eat us. You know what I mean? So like, we wouldn't go out past the certain points because we didn't want to invite this like creature that's just going to come in and eat us in the great pond of the earth. Like 'cause I think I don't hold true to that idea, but I find it fascinating. I don't think it's necessarily true, but I think like
Well,
we can't, we don't go outside of those parameters, and it's weird that they kind of have like like the sphere kind of corrals.
It's a circle. But I want to
Well,
ask, geez, why do they have to be higher? You made that first statement. Why is it not high enough?
Because you're trying to imply that these ice shelves are what holds everybody in and holds the water in and stuff, and so you would think that there wouldn't be people that can just climb them, right? Like it
Right.
just doesn't jive with that
Why would they not be
idea.
able to climb them? Wait, why
Why?
would they not be able to climb them? Why is
Because
that like
then it's
correlated?
not holding you in. It's not holding
But
us in as the
but
Oh
prisoners
level
you're
is
trying
wait,
level.
to
you're
imply.
conflating holding the water in and holding the people in.
Oh
Right,
yeah,
so
is that
you
what's happening?
can go past the ice ring now on the flat
well,
earth
maybe
then?
how about this? Not
Well,
with a
no, wait,
boat.
hold on, wait, just a minute, Issa. That he thinks that we're saying nobody can go there. No, you just can't go unescorted, which is admitted to on your side. You have to have special like escorts in certain areas. You can't just go freely wander about. It's all
Hey,
known.
real quick.
Antarctic
Do
Treaty.
you know about Operation High Jump, where they tried to get all the equipment up top over onto the ice shelf so they could carry on with the expedition? Like they just can't take boats and stuff. You know what I mean? They just can't take like our normal that it freezes out. So like the idea that
That's crazy.
it would work as
I,
like
I
a container, and then it would also be totally explorable, but just not by machinery that we have.
yeah, I want to add that just because the coast is a 20-foot ice shelf, right? And you're saying that that's small, that doesn't make any sense. Well, sea level is level, right? All the way through the plane of Earth, it's level. So all you really need is a 20-foot ice shelf to hold all of it
No,
in,
you don't.
all the way around.
We're
Technically,
not
I don't get it.
talking
right?
about just water though. You're
But hold
making the
on,
claim
I'm
that
not even done yet. I'm
nobody
not even done
can
yet.
go
Let's just.
past this
Oh
ice
my
shelf
goodness.
on the flat earth.
Hey,
Hold
It
on,
No
JH,
just
one.
I
No,
doesn't
that's
just
not
hey, hold
jive.
on,
true.
wait a minute.
That's not true.
JH,
Hold on.
That's
didn't I
not
just
true
clear that
though.
up, JH? Didn't I just
No,
clear that up?
just say no. That's not true. Give us a citation for someone who said you can't go beyond the ice wall. Just
But
literally
hold on.
anyone.
Now you
Just
I'm
let
don't
me
not
even
gonna
finish.
have
get.
the
If you go,
courage to
That's
oh
a
stand
my
straw
behind
man.
your
goodness.
It's like you
claim.
don't
Not
have
gonna let
to
me
say.
finish.
You don't have
Wait,
to say a lot. No one said that.
Yo, hold on.
Did anybody in here say that you can't go beyond the ice shelf? Who said that?
I did. I said it.
I've been in these forums for almost 7-8 years now. I've heard that claim hundreds of times, dude.
well, okay,
Just
but
because
you
you
You may have
don't
understand.
have the
misunderstood it.
courage,
Wait a minute.
That's
well,
Hold on,
what
wait
you're
a minute.
honest.
when
Just
I
a sec.
point out
Yeah.
the silliness of it, and then you don't have the courage to stand behind it,
Wait a
that
minute. No,
doesn't
wait.
mean people haven't claimed it. I've heard that
Jace, you've
repeatedly.
been in this. Wait, hold on, Jace. You've been in this conversation to know there's nuances to these arguments, and sometimes they get strawmanned by your side, and sometimes they just get blatantly said by flat earthers, like, "Oh, you can't go up there," you know. But we all know once you get to the down to the details of it, you can go there. You have to be escorted in certain places. You have to have certain passes. There is an Antarctic Treaty. There's no question about that. It's not like you could just go freely roam. You wouldn't claim that, right?
We should take this opportunity to understand Jace. Not we all understand what we think. Can we understand what Jace thinks?
No. Why the fuck are you
No,
telling people that
there's
you
no,
can't go beyond the ice shelf? Who the fuck are
yeah.
you?
I just tried to say that so that I could take the mic, but it didn't work.
Yeah, you're not. But see, making the claim that you just can't go there makes him go, "Oh, all flat earthers think that you just can't go there," which isn't true. We know you can go there, but you can't go freely on your own wherever you want. And that's agreed to. You wouldn't
I've
argue you
never,
can.
I've
We
never
don't
heard the
even.
Would you
opposite.
argue you
We
can?
don't
Hey,
really
you can
even
just go wherever you
specify.
want.
We don't even specify what is. Like I don't know that there's an ice ring at all points 60 degrees beyond the equator. There could be more
Yeah,
water. Like
right.
who the
Exactly.
fuck told you that?
Hey, yo,
Yeah,
real
dude.
quick, yo.
I'm well aware you guys make your claims very vague so that when they're called out,
No, it's not a vague
have
claim.
to
It's not our
defend them.
claim. It's not
Hey,
No,
what
our
we're just not
the fuck,
making
claim.
a
Dark
claim.
Matter?
I
It's
understand
not.
how that
It's
goes.
not
Wait a minute. You
In
want
our
to put?
here,
You want to
this
claim.
say
isn't
you
What I
guys?
this
just
isn't
said,
my first
what I just
rodeo.
said is that is not our claim. That's not
Exactly.
our
Okay.
claim.
All right. Well, I will hold you to that then in the
We
future.
started
Okay, so you're going to hold us to it not making a claim. So you're going to hold us to not making any kind of definitive claims about an ice wall around us 360. Okay, great. We're not making a definitive claim. We're not all in one group. You can't just say you all do this because we don't all do the
Relax.
same thing.
Yo, hey, Jace.
You've been here 6
That's
or
fine, man. That's fine.
8 years. You've been here 6 or 8 years, and you don't know. Am I being heard?
You're breaking up,
man.
actually. You're breaking up.
Smart guy.
Jay, so
Yeah.
what? So why you said it's not high enough? Why? What does that mean?
Because every time I've heard these claims of the ice wall, they're meant to be the thing that's holding us in from exploring either the land behind or the actual shape or whatever lies beyond.
Hey, yo,
Right?
I think that.
So with that, let me
if I
finish,
could
man. You
continue it,
guys
T.
all interrupt.
Yeah,
Right?
I hear you.
Because you
So
need to
with
point us to
that
someone who made
idea,
that specific claim. You
pointing
can't go. You can't go. Well, you guys don't
pointing
make.
to
You
the
guys. You
20-foot
can't go.
ice
You
shelves
guys
in
don't make definitive
Antarctica
statements and
is
make a
not in
definitive statement like that.
support.
That you can't point
Elijah,
one
let
of
him
us to.
finish,
Is
man.
not in
He's
support of the
lying.
claims of the ice wall that I've heard multiple times over and over again.
Maybe it's just his understanding, and I mean that's his
No.
thought. It's not going to take
All right.
reality.
No. Listen. No. Stop feeding his ignorance.
I want to hear it. I don't even know what it is.
Nobody said what you said. You, on one hand, said that we don't make definitive claims, so we make these ambiguous claims. On another hand, you made a very definitive, unambiguous statement that you think we've made. It can't be both.
Yeah, you make very vague claims about maybe it's all the way around the earth, who knows how tall it is. I'm just applying logic to that. If it's meant to be the reason why we can't explore beyond,
Hey, Jace.
why would it only be 20
Hey,
feet
what's up,
tall
guys?
with pictures
Can I
of
say
people
something?
climbing it?
No
That
one ever
doesn't make
said
any
no
sense.
Can I
one
say
ever
something, guys?
said no one ever said the ice wall is the reason that we can't explore.
Well, hold on. Let me answer that real quick because he seems to think that just because.
Why?
Well, hold on.
Why?
Well, hold on.
Why?
Hold on.
Listen. Did you ever say that you guys can't see that he's conflating two things? Somebody said it
Yeah, he
only
is.
15 minutes ago.
We can all
Okay.
see it. We can all see it.
Okay. So we should all get on one accord in saying, I don't know why you think any of us in here, we're the people you're talking to right now. Maybe you can get a citation from a flat earther somewhere, I don't know, who specifically said we can't explore because the ice wall is stopping us. Never heard anybody
Hold
say
on.
that.
Well,
I've heard it
Jace,
millions of
nobody's saying.
times, man. Just
Jace,
because you don't have the courage to stand behind such a ridiculous claim
See,
doesn't
now
mean
he's
it
lying
hasn't been
because he's
said
gonna
So
yet.
just
you're
say
saying
that.
you're
He's gonna
saying we
just
should
he's
have a
gonna just
courage
say
to
that.
stand behind you're saying
No,
we
you
should have
bro.
courage to stand
No,
behind a
bro.
ridiculous
No.
claim? Come on.
No,
That's ridiculous.
no. How you gonna just let him say that he's heard it a million times without offering up any? Like, did you hear Eric Dubay say it? Did you hear Mark Sargent say it? Was there a YouTube that you saw? Did you speak to friends and family? Like, who said it?
It
I've
sounds like he
heard
just wants to
Geo
hear. It's
reference
not
it. I've
what
heard
Geo.
Witsit
Geo
reference
never
it.
said. Witsit never said anything like that. I guarantee it. So neither did Geo. You just totally. You do this in the direct conversation with Witsit and Geo, by the way, where you totally straw man them, completely hear something different than what they say, and then just keep sticking to it and repeating it as if that's what they said. It's ridiculous. Dude, you're just man.
You're just
I
using
don't
tactics to try to divert away from the
tactics.
fact
Get back
of
to the
No, I'm
topic
calling
at
you out.
hand.
It's not
claims that
tactics.
these
It's calling
Just
you
get
people
out.
back to the
have
topic at
made.
hand. Just because there's 20 foot of ice does not mean that that's where it ends, dude. Just because at sea level there's a 20-foot ice shelf doesn't mean if you go inland, you're not going to come to 30,000 foot elevation, bro. Antarctica's huge. Huge. Right?
I agree with you.
So
It's a
who cares?
ridiculous
So
thing to claim. But now you're
Besides,
saying, okay, so that's not the actual ice wall? Is that what you're telling me?
wait a minute. No, wait. Nobody's making a definitive claim about things they can't know. That's what you guys do.
So is there an ice wall or not, man? Like, come on, have some courage.
Chase, you get called out on your tactics, and then you try to tell them they're using tactics.
You're not calling
I mean,
me out
address
on
the
tactics.
person.
Exactly what he's doing.
I didn't
You're
even listen.
acting like you guys don't claim there's an ice
I
wall.
guess you can
Like,
just
that's
go
the
over and
level.
talk so slow and
That's
just
the
keep talking.
level
I don't
that
know
you're
what's going
sticking
on.
to, or you're stooping to right now.
No, we're not
Shut
going
up,
to do
February,
anything that we
bro.
can't back up. That's the whole point of this, Chase. We're not just going to go, oh, we're all in the group on saying there's an ice wall. Even though we can't prove that that's the case definitively, we're just going to say it and be all a group, just like the ballers do, where they make claims that they can't back up, but they all agree on it. No, we're not going to do that. That's the whole point of this.
Don't
So
give them
it's
all
a
the
direct
energy, bro.
question.
Don't give them
It's
all
a
this
direct
energy, man.
question. Is
Well,
there an
you've
ice
been
wall or
answered
not?
directly multiple times. You've been answered directly multiple times. Please, no one
Is
give
there
him
an
any
ice
more
wall or
energy
not?
on this, bro.
It's a
Please.
simple
If
question.
you do, you're just falling for
Why
it,
don't
man.
you
I'm
have the
telling you.
courage to give up your straw man?
Okay, so your claims of an ice wall are straw men now. Good to know.
What the? Yo.
Yeah, because you're just
Yo,
grouping
please
everybody
don't give
in.
them
Like
no
they
energy,
all claimed
man.
a thing about the ice wall holding the water in, and somehow that
You
means
gotta
people
listen.
can't climb it.
Listen.
I don't get what you're saying, dude.
How
It doesn't
long we
even
gotta
matter what
listen to
you're
this? Just how long we gotta listen to this repeat, man? Please.
Oh
He's
no,
been addressed many
it's been
times.
a
He's been
great
addressed
learning
many times.
experience.
Chase, you've been addressed many times, and people have answered you and told you they didn't never say these things. Multiple people told you that. That's it. I'm not giving you no more energy. Please, no one else give him more energy to speak. Just let the man go, please.
Yeah, it really shows that he has to rely on this, as a way of like convincing himself we must be wrong because we all think the same stupid thing that he thinks is stupid that has nothing to do with what anyone here said. Even if you heard it a million times from whatever straw man, flat earth person you're trying to cite that you can't even cite, but a million times they said it. It doesn't matter who said it. The whole point again is not to make a claim about something you can't know, which is what most ballers do.
Silly, man. But it's been a good
That's
learning
silly.
experience. The next time
Oh yeah,
the ice
learning
wall is
experience,
claimed,
right? Yeah, maybe for us
next
about
time the
you.
ice wall is claimed, I'm gonna save this conversation and
What?
play
Why
it
would
for
that be
that
so?
person.
Why would that be such a
No
great
one
claim
gives a
anyway?
shit what you do, man, after this conversation. I promise you.
Exactly. You're
No
like
one cares
irrelevant at
what
this
you
point.
do. Go walk your dog, man.
Yeah, it really shows, you guys have no courage
No,
to
you
stand
showed
behind
your
your
ass.
claims.
If you say we don't have courage one more time, it just makes you
Yeah.
look like a dick, man.
Yeah, exactly. He's just desperate with the courage thing, and he keeps going back to the courage. Have courage to stand
You're
behind something that
literally
nobody is here agreeing on. So have
You're
courage,
literally
guys. Have
denying that
courage
you
to go
guys
ahead and
claim
own
there's
up
an
to the
ice
straw
wall.
man that I'm trying to. It doesn't matter about the ice wall, bro. I asked you
That's what you're
before. Would it make
denying.
sense?
You're
Would it make
denying that
what?
you guys go around claiming there's an ice wall. You're denying
No,
that.
it's one of
It's
the theories.
ridiculous.
Hey, look, it's in the game. It's in the realm of possibilities, is all anyone's saying.
Yeah, that's what I mean, man. That's what you guys
Okay,
say.
realm of
I've heard it
possibilities
here
is
a
different than a
million
claim.
times.
Realm of possibilities is totally different. Do you know the difference between a realm of possibilities and making a definitive claim? Do you know the difference?
You're
He's
just
a
trying to
chemist. Of
draw
course he knows.
Have
silly.
the courage to say you know the difference. Please have the courage.
Yeah, but you're just trying to draw silly lines. If you're saying it's in the realm of possibilities, then you're making a potential claim about it, dude.
Okay, do you know the difference between a
Just because you
potential
don't
claim and a
have the
definitive claim?
courage to
Have the
stand
courage. Have the
behind the
courage to know
claim
that
when
definitive
you're
and
called
realm
on
of
it,
possibilities.
that's
You
not my
called on what?
problem, man.
Called on saying there's a realm of possibilities.
Hey,
You
hold
can't
on.
call
Yo,
on that.
perspective. Hold on a second. Hold on, man. What is going on in here, guys? Let's go one at a
You're,
time, please.
what's going on is you're letting him say that we don't have courage. So he's basically putting us down. You're letting that happen, Jeremy. So
I
everybody's fired
just
up.
got in, yeah. Let's not be condescending and talk shit about people, and let's just be adults, please. One at a time,
Okay.
guys.
I haven't
Let's
been
let him do that
insulted
over and
by
over again for the
haven't
next
been
30 minutes and
insulted
see how
by
many people
Tom.
the next
Let
30 minutes and see how
him
many
do
people
that,
get fired
Rakia.
up.
Stop, man. Rakia, we're not going to let him do that, bro. I heard you. I just got in the room, dude. Relax.
Basically, what happened is everyone lost what little respect they might have had for JAs, and that's about it.
Exactly. After the fifth courage.
Do you think that means anything to me, dude?
No, we don't care.
We would
Do you
hope not,
think
because we don't care what you
that
think.
we
Yeah.
care what
Jeremy, you're
you're
gonna
thinking
let this
about, what we care
happen?
about?
You gonna let this happen, Jeremy? They're gonna tell me that they don't respect me. Oh my god, my feelings are so hurt. You
Who
gonna let this
cares about your
happen,
feelings,
Jeremy?
man?
Guys,
Jeremy,
can
why
we
are
act
we
like
talking about
adults?
this?
We're all
Why is
grown
he
men,
bringing up
right?
his feelings, Jeremy?
Guys,
Tell
we're
me
all
to
grown men,
relax.
right? Is there a topic right now? Rakia, hold on, man. Is there a topic we have to talk about, or what? It's all seems like little kid bullshit I walked into.
Yeah,
Jeremy,
Jay
What's
is
the
has
bringing up
topic?
his feelings.
What's the
just
topic?
Jeremy, can I ask you a question?
What's the topic, dude? If does anyone have a topic to talk about?
Have people in this room brought up the ice wall before? Is that something that's been talked about, claimed,
Oh, okay. So now you're
etc.?
saying talked about instead of claimed. Okay. So why don't you get to the point? You're saying we all definitively
Did you
claim there
not
must
hear
be an
me?
ice wall.
Did you
Okay.
not
Guys,
Now
hear
you're
the
rewording.
next
You're
word
softening
was
it
we're
now.
talking
claim?
immediately. Yo,
Did I not say talked about, claimed, etc.? Was that not like the next word that I said?
Yeah, but you make it softened like you're saying talked about, which is different than claimed. Okay.
we've talked about the giant wall of ice that surrounds Antarctica. Yes, the edge of Antarctica, the giant wall of ice that's clearly on the edge of Antarctica. We've talked about that. Yes.
Yikes.
Yeah. So is
What do
that
you
a
mean?
claim,
Yes.
Jeremy? Are you claiming that you definitively know there's an ice wall that surrounds us 360 degrees? Is that your definitive claim, Jeremy?
No, but there is giant walls of ice that are on
There we go.
Antarctica. Oh, I
That's
don't know
all
who said
anyone's
why.
saying.
Somebody said yikes. I mean, we have tons of pictures from National
Yeah.
Geographic and independent
Right.
sailors of this giant wall of ice that's on the
I agree.
coastline of Antarctica. What's the
Exactly. And so
problem?
Jay Ace is trying to make that a definitive claim that we all stand by, and we don't have the courage to stand by that claim because he wants it to be a claim that we're all on board with now because we talked about it.
Who's doubting there's a giant walls of ice along the coastline of
This
Antarctica?
is
Is that even a
great.
doubt?
No,
Is
it
that a
goes with
doubt in
all his.
anyone's mind?
No, he's going. He's
Is that a doubt in anyone's mind that
a
there's
bunch of.
giant walls of ice? Hold on,
No,
hold on.
he's attaching straw man to it.
Is
Like we're
anyone
all
doubting
saying
that
it
there's a
holds the
giant?
water in.
Hold on, man. New perspective. Hold on. Is anyone doubting there's giant walls of ice on the coastline of Antarctica?
This is great, Jeremy. This is good stuff, man.
I'm glad
Yeah, I
Jeremy's
don't know
here.
how long the ice wall would extend. Like, I know there are ice walls. I don't know if it's like the ice wall, you know?
Exactly. He's trying to make
I
us
don't
all
understand what's
on
going on.
board with.
He's saying this is great.
No, Jay Ace is saying that Jay Ace is trying to make it sound like now you are claiming that the giant ice wall holds all the water in and people can't go past there because the ice walls hold them in. He was just straw manning all over the place before you got it.
That's
Oh,
true.
I missed it. But yeah, there is giant. I mean, there's tons of pictures of it and shit. Independent sailors and people have visited there. There's tons of evidence that Antarctica, the coastline, has giant sheets of ice on it, hundreds of meters, maybe. I don't know how tall they are, but it seems they look pretty tall in the pictures.
Yeah, but but what he's saying is we claim that we can't go past that.
Oh, who said that?
No,
That's what he said.
He said.
He
We
said
said.
Claim
He
all
said.
you
he
guys.
said
They
that
said.
Richard and Geo said that,
All
and
you
he heard it
guys.
millions of times.
He said
he
all
said
you
it's not
guys
tall
say that.
enough.
He said all you guys say that, right? And so when multiple people told him they've never claimed such a thing, and you come in and now he's getting you to say something similar, he's just backing his own claim. So that's not what everyone believes. And I think Rakia tried to jump in and say, man, you've been here for 6 years. You don't know people have differences of opinion. But yeah, it's just a straw man. There was a couple of
I've
straw
never heard.
argument.
I've never
How
heard
is it a
Winston or
straw
Geo
man?
say
Is
that.
what
Because I've never
Jeremy
heard Winston or Geo say that we couldn't go get past that wall of ice there. I don't know.
Yeah,
We can
because
talk about
now
unicorns without
listen,
claiming that we've
this
seen
is
one.
what happened,
Wait,
right?
let Jay Ace and Jeremy go back and forth now, because now listen to how he operates, Jeremy. Let him just operate with you for a bit.
they were trying to use these ice shelves in Antarctica in the pictures that you're referencing as the evidence for the ice wall that surrounds the flat Earth. And
As a
so I said
possibility.
that
As a
it doesn't
possibility
make any
for it.
sense to me that the thing that's supposed to be stopping people from exploring beyond, and the reason why we don't know if there's extra land and all these other things that have been claimed about it, is only, a few 50, 100 meters, 200 meters, however tall it is, with pictures of people climbing to the top of it. That logically, that doesn't add up.
So
And they just
we
went
didn't.
berserk after
Yeah,
that.
yeah, because we didn't say that.
Because no one ever
Okay,
said that. You made
let me
it
tell
up.
you what I would say. I would say that there's a treaty that's preventing me and possibly anyone who does want to explore, preventing me from privately exploring beyond 60 degrees south. That's the actual
Jeremy
claim.
just told you there's pictures, there's tons of things of
It doesn't
these
matter.
ice
The
shelves with
pictures
people
aren't
That isn't.
the
exploring.
claim of it being what you're saying, J.A.'s.
But
You're trying to
isn't
make it
that?
into
That's
a bigger
why, but
claim just by
that's
saying that Jeremy's
He
talking
was
about the
my
responding.
pictures.
point. That
He
your
responded. To,
original
he hold. Yo,
reference,
we can't.
your
Come on.
original reference to
Come on.
this
Now
as
he's
the
look. No,
evidence
no.
for
Did
the
you hear what I
ice
just?
wall surrounding the
Guys, I
flat
gotta
Earth.
time mute both you guys real quick. We gotta go one at a time, guys. We gotta.
Hey, he was
Let
responding to
Jace
me,
finish it
right?
up. Eli, you can go next.
That was my original point, was that the pointing to that as the evidence for the ice wall surrounding the flat Earth doesn't make any sense. And it
As a
seems like you
possibility.
actually agree with me on that
Jeremy, he's
point.
stepping in again. What do you mean to do?
Eli,
As
all
a
right, Eli, go
possibility,
ahead.
dude. We're talking about possibilities.
He's
That's all.
still
Hold
doing
on.
it.
I hear him. Thanks, Eli. Hold on, Dave. Let Eli go, and you go next if you want.
Isn't that like a big ass red herring though? Like, I didn't say anything about there being proof of an ice wall. I said there's a treaty that prevents me as a private, me in private. Like, if I wanted to privately travel, there's a treaty that says that I can't go beyond 60 degrees south of the equator. That's my claim.
Yeah, but it wasn't you who I was originally talking to. It was
Okay, fair
one of
enough.
the
Then
other guys
you
that
could tie
was
it to somebody else. Then go ahead.
actually nice, and he was actually willing to stand behind what he was claiming. It was you guys who all jumped in and went
Who was?
berserk.
Oh, yeah. Okay, wait. So it was Don or somebody like that was trying to say, "Oh, who was it?"
He
Doesn't
he
matter.
never claimed that just because there's an ice wall, maybe
Yeah.
that people can climb it but can't go inland. He never claimed that.
He
Yeah, I never
asked
claimed
me
that
a
there's a consecutive ice
hypothetical.
wall
You
all the
made
way
that up
around the
yourself.
Earth.
It wasn't you either, Torah or Lion.
You made
It
that
was
up
the other
yourself.
guy. He brought up a hypothetical, and I was giving the reason why I think that doesn't really make any sense. And then you guys went crazy.
Yeah, because you were
Yeah, because you
strawmanning
misrepresented us.
uncontrollably. Yeah, saying that, oh, well, it doesn't make sense. People could climb it if it's supposed to be holding them in. What does that mean? What do you mean? People can't climb it if it's holding the
That's
water
what
in?
he
What is
was
that?
referencing. The ice
Well,
wall that
why would he
stops
say that?
people from. He was bringing up a hypothetical referencing
No,
that the
you
ice wall that
misinterpreted it
stops
completely.
people from exploring more and knowing if there's
Okay,
land
well, that's
beyond them.
ridiculous.
That's not
And
what
then
he said.
he was pointing to the things Jeremy was talking about, these ice shelves in Antarctica with people
That is
climbing
not what
them.
he said. You're still misrepresenting him. I don't even know
It
if he's
is
serious.
what he said.
It is not what
Oh,
he
Jesus.
said. It is
Okay,
not
who
what
was
he
going
said
on, Jeremy?
at all.
Just
I
You're
think
either
he should.
doing
I
this
think.
on
relax.
Hold on.
purpose.
I think
Do you
J.H.
really?
and Jeremy should go back and forth because Jeremy's trying to get control of the room, and he did the same thing to Jeremy he was doing to us when Jeremy came in and started talking about it. And he's like, "That's beautiful. Oh, great. More support for my thing about you all thinking the same thing." All Jeremy said was, "Yeah, we see that there's ice shelves there." That's not any kind of claim about what the ice shelves are doing or any of that like you're trying to say.
All right,
So there's
well,
these
we've
giant
been
ice
at
shelves.
this
We
for
all
like
agree on that, right? That there's these giant ice shelves. Jace, do you agree on
we've
that?
been at it for like 15, 20 minutes, if not longer. Can we just move on?
Now he wants to move on. Maybe tell
Yeah,
us
now
how
he
to
wants
run
to
your
move
boat
on
so we don't
after
have
he's
any
been
Yeah,
trouble.
called out and it's been definitive
I've
of what he's been
heard
trying
the
to do.
damage
Keep
control.
going
I
Guys,
with
don't
we
need
can't
any
hear
more.
anything, guys. We can't hear any. Jace, can you hear when other people are talking? I know everyone can hear when other people are talking, guys. Let's try to go
Yeah,
one at a time, please. Otherwise, no one can hear anything.
yeah. I'm over the damage control. Just move to a different topic.
There's
I
no
don't want to
damage.
talk
There's
to
no damage,
Jeremy
dude.
about
No,
it.
you're not going to get out of this by saying, now I don't want to talk about it because damage has been done on your side. You damaged yourself only. That's the only thing that happened here is you made yourself look ridiculous. Everyone saw it. And I think you and Jeremy should talk about the ice wall and let Jeremy see what you're trying to do.
But you're the one going nuts, man, trying to control the damage. I'm just ready. It's been 30 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever.
Yeah,
Let's
see,
just move
That's a
on.
lie.
damage, and he keeps talking about us not having courage, and now we're damage control. None of that happened. It's not. You're not going to get away with trying to make it even seem like that in your own head, bro, because it didn't happen. You're the
I've
one that's
learned
been damaging yourself this whole time. That's the end of it. That's it. Everyone here saw it.
I've learned much for the future. It's going to be good times. Let's move on.
So he's being
So,
a jerk again. How dumb are we, Jace?
so I mean, you
he's
know, we've all
beyond
seen
funny.
it.
I mean, how dumb in your mind do you think I am?
Well, let's not go there. I mean, that doesn't seem like productive topic.
This
Like,
Yeah,
do we
is
have a
he
good
just
topic, or do we
he
want to
That's
stay
what
on
likes
he's
to.
the ice?
doing.
We can stay on the ice wall. Jace,
this
why?
is a
Yo, can you guys hear me? Am I breaking up?
Yeah, let
this
Jeremy and J Ace and Jeremy talk about the ice wall. I want to hear this, honestly.
God, bro. For real.
Well, I'm over it, man. I don't want to go through the same
Yeah,
thing
because
with
you know now
Jeremy
you
for
can't
another
use your
30
tactics because you've been
minutes.
called out. Now you don't want to keep using the same tactics because you've been called out. If you do it now, it's going to be even more obvious than it was before, right?
If that helps you sleep, dude, sure. You
Yeah,
called me
right.
out
Yeah.
on
See,
my tactics. Oh
the
my God. Oh
condescension
no.
on your part is so not at all legitimate, bro. You know that. You can't have condescension at this point because you're just ridiculous, bro. Come on.
But you're just doing damage control. That's why you keep talking about my emotions and
You
my
can keep saying
Please,
damage
man.
control.
condescension
Please, guys.
and all of
Please.
this
Just
stuff.
All right,
stop,
let
man.
me jump in for a second. I probably missed part of what has been going on here, but I've heard part of it here. So, Jace, what do you think happens on a globe Earth that you believe in when you travel south towards Antarctica? What happens? You're in a boat. Let's say you're in South America, you're in South Africa, or you're in Australia. You're going to get on a boat with your buddies. You're going to go south. What happens in your what do you think is the case on your globe model that you believe in?
All right. Well, so if I was in South America and I wanted to go to Antarctica, I would need to know, and I have a boat, right? I would need to know how to navigate there. So I would look up how to do that, and I would get in the boat and do what I, charted out, plotted out, and hopefully get to Antarctica.
Okay, so as far as you know, the let's just say there's no government restrictions for the moment. Let's just say you could freely go there. With that, and
Yeah,
that,
I
I
was
know that's the
leaving
whole
that
point.
out.
Hold on, don't interrupt. That's the whole point of contention of that's the whole thing. But let's just say for the moment, just in this little thought experiment, that there's no restrictions from any government, anything, and you and your friends are going on the boat. So you get the navigation, you get the boat, and you go. What happens when you get to the shoreline of Antarctica? What does it look like? What is it?
Yeah, I was leaving out, all the permits and all that red tape you have to go through first, obviously. So what happens when you get to the shoreline? It depends on where you're going to land, right? I would look up a port where I can actually bring the ship in, right? And that's where I would go to. And I don't know. I don't know how that process works. I would think you'd arrive in the port and, there'd be a dock or some way for you to get off somewhere.
Okay, so I think we all would agree that there is ports. There are places that boats dock. There's military type crafts and different things that there's stop off points and all kinds of stuff. So we would all agree that there are probably some docks and some areas that you can pull in, if you had the legal capacity to do so. Now, in the parts that are not a port with a dock and all that, would it be a massive, might I say, wall of ice, Jace, on a globe? A massive shoreline. We have seen pictures of it. There are Admiral Byrd. There are many other, I mean, can we validate those? Are absolutely true. We could get in all that discussion. But you would agree there seems to be a massive wall, shoreline, ice shelf, etc., that seems to be in that region. Whether it goes, you believe that goes all the way around on the globe, correct? Because at every point going south, there is a massive wall of ice or an ice shore on the globe Earth. That is your belief, correct?
I don't think so. From what I understand, there's like different ice shelves. So there's like a region where there's an ice shelf, then it kind of breaks and then can travel some more, and then there's another region with another ice shelf, and it kind of goes like that because you have to have somewhere to put the docks and stuff. Right? If it's just a big, huge walls of ice, it would be difficult to get actually onto the continent.
Okay,
I
so
posted a
yeah, I don't think anyone would disagree. There might be different heights. There might be areas that are 5 feet tall, 50 feet tall, 500 feet tall. There could be some variation. That's the point, though, dude. Like, you don't know, and neither do we. So whatever you're talking about in terms of a planar stationary Earth, if you want to take like an AE, an azimuthal equidistant type of a layout, even with that type of concept, when you go south, there seems to be at least parts where there's an ice shelf. Does it go all the way around? Does it go partially around? Are there just like ice areas? But the thing is, dude, it's really not any different. Like, as far as we know, right, like civilians, as it were, it seems like when you go south, there are icy regions. There are parts that it seems like a wall. I mean, I've got an image I can post. It's like a graphic that shows one of those icebreaker boats, and it's like going up to the wall, and it's like lifting a huge it's lifting up a huge like ladder that goes up to get up to the ice shelf. So what is the disagreement here? I don't think anyone's claiming they know that it's a wall that goes all the way around. You just admitted right there, you don't even know if it goes all the way around. However, you believe it's a continent. So on the globe, it has to be ice all the way around. That's your belief. Now, you wouldn't call it surrounded by an ice wall. You would say it's at the southern tip of a ball, but anywhere you go south, you reach a wall of ice. Now, whether there's openings in it that let you get in a little, whether there's rivers, whether there's parts that are 30 feet high, parts that are 1,000 feet high, it sounds like there's really no difference. And in terms of on a planar stationary Earth type of system, it could be this. It could be. It wouldn't be a continent on the bottom of a ball, but it could be like 2 sections of icy region. It could go all the way around. It's possible. It could just be 2 regions, and then there's no ice in those other regions. It could be spotty. It could be ice for a while and then no ice for a while. So how is what you know any different than any other speculation other than the model you believe it's on a globe versus over a planar surface going outward south versus south on a ball? How is it different? How is there even anything to strawman? You're at the civilian level just like we are and have the exact same information and could only do the same level of speculation. There's just a slightly different model, whether it's planar, whether it's a planar geometry with the ice being south going out from the center, or whether it's on the southern part of a ball.
Well, that sounds a lot more definitive than what Jay Ace was strawmanning with your name in his mouth, actually, Gio, when he was trying to say, we're all claiming this thing about the ice wall holding the water in all the way around.
Yeah,
and that's not at all what Gio just did.
Can I try to clear something up? I was trying to bring it up earlier. It's like, what Jace is referring to, what I think he's referring to anyway, is the idea that you would have a dome. I think that's what the big misnomer here is, and I think
Not
with Jace
necessarily.
well,
Talking
you
about
don't think? Well, Jay, I'm trying to strengthen your argument, Jason. The idea that, like, you're saying that, most flat earthers say that you go down to the ice wall and you can't go any further. And I'm just jumping to the most logical flat earth conclusion is that what you're referring to is potentially what people have thought of as like a dome covering everything.
And no flat earthers claim that either.
Hold on. But earlier he asked me for evidence, and I posted it. And I'm gonna post it again. It disappeared in the chat.
Yeah,
These
he's
are 2
just taking
elevation
into the
maps, bro.
weeds. Just
Hold on.
taking
Look at the elevation maps, bro.
Yeah,
Look
we
at
can
the
talk
elevation
about
maps.
the elevation thing, please.
Live stream
Please, let's
text.
do
Look.
that.
Well, the
right?
thing
You
is, a
got-
bunch of other people jumped in, and Jace never got to respond to what I had said. So, Jace, just can you at least respond to what I had said? Because I was fairly long-winded because I was laying it out. Because if you're trying to like ridicule quote-unquote flat earthers or whatever you think you're doing, that there's icy regions, like Jeremy was saying, there definitely does seem to be, as far as we can tell, unless it's all CGI imagery. I mean, there's definitely Antarctica. There are people, civilians, that have been to, like you said, a port area. There's definitely ice. I mean, there's no doubt. And there seem to be at least some regions of what could be called a wall, a very high shelf of ice. Whether that goes all the way around, that's, I have never heard anyone claim that they know that. They may have a belief on that or speculate on it. So what is the purpose of some like broad straw man But yeah, go ahead, because I said a lot there. Go ahead.
Yeah, you did, and I agree with everything, almost everything you said. It strengthens the point that I was making, that like pointing to these images like Jeremy brought up and these scenarios like you brought up of these ice shelves doesn't make sense as trying to say that's evidence for an ice wall that people can't explore beyond. And that's the reason why we don't know if there's any land further beyond, because we have images of people climbing the ice walls and we have stations that are inland from those ice shelves. So it doesn't make sense to point to that as evidence for this ice wall. That was what I was saying. All this other stuff is just people went berserk for some reason.
Well, but
Yeah.
who said you? Yeah, but
Hold
who
on,
said
wait,
you?
wait.
Well, there are people that think there are some people that think it's an infinite plane. Some people think there's more land out there, like another sun or more suns. Some people think there could be a barrier, or like the meeting place of like, yeah, even like the idea of a dome or firmament that meets there, or just a membrane or a blockage. Some people might think it just goes cold and cold and cold and cold, and you would just die before you would know. So it's like a natural barrier that you just can't take enough food or enough fuel
Yeah.
to even get. So there's many different ideas.
Real
So
quick.
how could you make some kind of blanket
Yeah.
statement that everybody's making some argument that, of whatever you just said? Because that's
Right.
that's not the case.
And Geo, real quick. I have to mute again, but just real quick, we were all just talking about the speculation of the possibilities, and then he started saying, "You don't have the courage to stand behind the claim that it's an ice wall," and all of the straw man things about that. What the 2015, flat earth person might just new to the topic might say is as if we're all don't have the courage to stand behind that straw man now. And then he mentioned your name. You're talking about it in the same way now. He agrees with everything you're saying, obviously. So he was just totally. You have to go back in the conversation. You'll hear it. It was really bad.
Jace, are you 2015 trolling us? Is that what's going on?
No, I learned a lot for the future when the ice wall is brought up. About 7:30 on September or whatever today is. I will.
I can't believe you're just now
combo
saying that again.
For that
You
person.
just got schooled. You got schooled by Geo. I'm sure you did learn. When the ice wall is brought up, you can tell everyone what Geo just said instead of lying and saying that Geo himself about 15 minutes ago at 6:42 on Friday evening said something he never said.
Yeah, I said Geo. I said people like Geo and people like Witsit have brought up the ice wall before, and it has been brought up that that's how we don't know if there's any land beyond. We're not allowed to go past it. All of this stuff.
Well, let's ask Geo.
Hold on, let me get. Hold on.
Have you ever said that, Geo?
Let me get in real quick. Hold on, real quick.
I don't get it. Like, why are we talking about hypotheticals as well instead of stupid claims that their side come up with, like moon rock or something? Like, why are we still talking about this shit? This is just what he wants you guys to do.
Nah, hold on. Let me just get this out.
Moved to move on multiple times.
No,
They're the ones who keep bringing it back.
Because you wanted me to provide evidence, and I'm providing it right now.
Yeah, let's do the elevation thing. I'd love to.
Here, I'll post one map at a time so you can see the whole thing.
Hold on real quick. Jace said that Geo claimed that there's an ice wall and nobody can pass that ice wall. Right?
Yeah, I absolutely have not said that. I don't even think that's the case. I have my own thoughts. It could be my own thoughts of what it is, but no, I have not said that. Absolutely not.
Hold on. Let me get this real quick. So I posted 2 images here, 2 different elevation maps. You can find these. They're open to anybody. But there's also better resolution images that I have found that I don't have available at this moment. But this shows the topographical plane of the world. Now, this is a Mercator projection. It's a cylindrical projection of the Earth, right? Now, if you look at the bottom, well, what do you see there? That's Antarctica. What color is it? It's red. I've seen other images, better resolution images provided by NASA that shows this area that you see in this image, red, is pink, right? But if you look at the Peruvian mountains, or if you look at the Rockies, or if you look at the Himalayas, what color is that? Look at the Himalayas. Look at Mount Everest. Zoom into Mount Everest and tell me what color Mount Everest is. And then look at Antarctica. It's the same color. And there's areas with better, more dynamic range that show you peaks in Antarctica that surpass Mount Everest, right? Well, now this is a Mercator projection map. Now just use the same data and put it to a Gleason map, right? An equidistant map, projection map. And you will find that at the outer rim of the Earth, you have the highest elevation. Now, I'm not saying that that's a consecutive wall of ice all around the Earth. And even if it was, at the most beginning initial stages of Antarctica, you see green. So even if there is like 100-foot ice shelf, that doesn't represent the whole landmass that surrounds the bowl. You know what I'm saying? And this is empirical evidence, bro. But anyways, yeah, we can change topics, but I had to get that out.
With what you had said earlier, that on average, Antarctica is.
Well, I'm just glad
Whoever,
we got that
whoever's
cleared up because
talking,
that did sound wacky.
yeah, whoever's talking is really quiet.
I'm just glad we got that. I'm just glad we got that all cleared up because that did sound like a wacky thing that I didn't think Gio would have said. So, all right.
Yeah, I mean, what is he trying to claim? He's trying to claim that everybody says there's a wall that you can't get past or something. Is that what he was trying to say?
No, that's not.
Your mic is going out, Jay. It's all quiet. It's sounds like it's in your pocket or in your behind a pillow. I mean, none of us in this room.
What he's saying, Gio.
What's that?
That's exactly what he's saying. He's saying even you have provided pictures of that ice wall, claiming that this is what's holding you. Just the ice wall itself. Nobody can get past it, allegedly, even you and Whitney.
Here's the other issue with that. He's saying that the pictures of them getting on the actual shelf is a debunking of the claim that it stops you from going any further when the weather itself is what would keep you going from any, and the distance,
Yeah, but no one's ever claimed you couldn't get past that ice wall. Not at least that I've heard. Definitely Gio didn't claim that.
Yeah, definitely not.
Yeah, I've never said it. I've never heard witnesses say. I've never heard anyone say that you can't get past those ice walls there.
Well, New Perspective said that ages ago. He'd already said that he'd added on straw mans. Like, this has been going on for about half an hour now. I've only been listening for about half an hour, 45 minutes. That's what's been happening the whole time.
Well, there is an idea that maybe this why there's so much energy to this. There is an idea that like the powers that be, knowing that we would figure out the Earth's not a globe, maybe have like an ice wall as like a backup containment plan. Like, oh yeah, guys, it's not the globe, but there's an ice wall and it's impenetrable and you can't get past it. So sorry, you're still stuck here. There is an idea that there could be some like that could be a thing. So maybe J.A.'s bringing it up and trying to pin it on everyone as a bit of a tactic or whatever he's doing, the kind of unconscious trolling or conscious trolling, whatever he's doing. But it is kind of maybe potentially tapping into that maybe even the kind of controllers, as it were, like their backup plan is to somehow kind of push this idea of an ice wall. And then the ice wall thing is kind of a point of ridicule. People will say, oh, flat earthers and the ice wall that surrounds it. They'll use the flat earther term. They'll mix it with the ice wall, make it sound funny and ridiculous. Oh, it's like Game of Thrones, ha 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 kind of thing. And people have probably said various different things throughout the years. Their thoughts, there's probably narratives about ice walls that have been thrown around. So there are different ideas. But I mean, Jay, it's for you to just, you've been in this for years, to just blanket straw man and try saying Witsit, myself, and all of us made this one singular claim. You've got to either be trolling, deceiving, something's going on there, because I know you don't know that. I know you know that that's not the case. There's been many different ideas discussed around this, and ultimately speculation, because none of us have been able to travel around the perimeter to validate any of this. So how could anyone make a definitive claim? It's all in the realm of speculation unless we have any further ability. I mean, yeah, there's like pictures, and I mean, even that thing that Lion just posted, yeah, that's interesting, but I mean, he can't validate that actually is the height in Antarctica, although there are claims that there's very high altitudes in Antarctica.
But again, that's not what was in contention. He didn't say there was any contention in that, did he?
Well, now
again, we're getting caught up on height. We're getting caught up of the height on the height of the shoreline of Antarctica when it doesn't matter. That's not got anything to do with it.
Well, he just texted me and tagged me, so my guess is that he's going to bail from the VC and he just did more of it in text, trying to say he's going to hold people to things and straw man. Yeah, this is a weird, twisted.
Can you hear my? Can you hear
Twisted
my
turn
mic?
for J Ace's contributions here. Very twisted turn from what I can see and hear so far here. I might have to
Can
go
you
back
hear
to
my
when
mic?
he started. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
I
So
want to know
now you're
if
just like slandering me. This is like ridiculous, man. The original person gave a hypothetical of the claims that have been made here many times about maybe you specifically didn't make the claim, but it's definitely been talked about here. This denial of this is so strange. Of there being an ice wall, and that's why people can't go any further, and you can't know if there's any land beyond, right? That's what the guy was referring to originally. But then he brought up these pictures of these ice shelves in Antarctica. And my point was like pointing to those pictures that literally have people climbing the ice shelves as evidence for an ice wall that cannot be, that you can't go beyond, so you can't know if there's any land any further, is a really silly thing to do. It's not a good train of thought. That was what I was saying. Everything, all these other recaps are just the berserkness that the people here went when I said that.
So, can I ask you a question then? Do you believe we gathered rock from the moon? Do
Well,
you have the courage to stand behind that claim?
Before we shift topics, that is an abrupt topic change. We could do it if we want, but just to bring it in right there, let me just say, so Jay, so you now are rescinding and agreeing that you said I said it, but now you're admitting that I didn't say it. Is that what you just did? Because before you're trying to.
I said you have brought up the ice wall before.
I have
I don't know, for
that's not
some
even the
strange
case.
reason you're saying you've never brought that up now.
Yeah.
So sure, I don't care. If it wasn't you exactly who brought it up, whatever. Are you going to claim it's never been brought up here? Like,
dude, we discuss all kinds of things here, bro. There's all kinds of different ideas, all kinds of different perspectives. I'm sure people have said the word ice wall in different ways. I personally have never believed or thought there is a wall of ice that surrounds the continents we're at. So I wouldn't have brought it up and said ice wall. I wouldn't have used it in that way. There's definitely an ice shelf. There's ice shore regions. I think I have not been there. I have my thoughts on it, like I said. But even the idea you're saying, though, like the idea that there's a wall that we can't penetrate or something, even using that term flat earth over the years, even within the kind of flat earth discussions, that's not even like one that is often discussed. Like, okay, there are some people that say that there's like a dome limit somewhere there. But I mean, mostly people would say that if there is a icy shore regions, that perhaps it could be climbed and then traveled further. Like there might be more land or more outer ponds, other ideas like this. So I don't know where. I mean, it just seems weird because before you were trying to say that I said this, and now you're rescinding and say, well, maybe you didn't say it. Oh, maybe just other people on the server said the word ice wall. Yeah, I'm sure people have said all kinds of things, but it sounded like the tension over the last 20 minutes here it sounded like, I might have to go back and listen because I didn't hear it all, but is that you were trying to make a blanket statement that quote unquote all you guys have said this absurd claim that isn't the case, and then you stuck to it, tried to say that we're being cowards for not backing it. That was really that's what I was saying is twisted. Like, I'm trying to understand why you would make such a blanket claim like that, trying to say that I said it and with it, and then now you're even rescinding that I didn't say it. Now you're just kind of going back to like, well, just people on the server have said it. It's just a bizarre turn of events, man. I don't really get what your tact is with this.
yeah, because my main point was not to argue with you about if you had said it or not. If you want to, for some strange reason, deny that you said that before, go ahead, man. It doesn't matter. People here have said that before. If you're going to deny that, then that is just craziness. It's brought up like multiple times a week, right? And so that was not my point, was to argue with you over that. And just because the people present here right now don't have the courage to stand behind that idea doesn't mean it hasn't been brought up before.
Wait a minute. This is what you've been doing the whole time, dude. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Let me say this.
Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Just for Jim, I muted you just for a sec because I don't know if you're going to try to change the topic again, but Go
Real
ahead.
quick, I just have to say something. I can't really talk, but JH, you just did it again, talking about the courage to stand behind some kind of claim that nobody made. Now you're trying to conflate it with just bringing up, talking about the ice wall is the same as what you were trying to say before, which isn't what you were trying to say. You were trying to like make all these straw man claims about it, and then have everybody have the courage to stand behind it. What now? Now Geo's denying whatever you're trying to claim just because he's talked about an ice wall at one point. Like you're just trying to make this like this loose statement now about it, which before you were trying to say have the courage to stand behind it. You're just doing the same tactic again right now. I can't
To
believe
be
you
honest
have the
though,
bravery to do it.
to be honest though, I think where JS is coming from, the only angle I could see him coming from is the treaty itself, because that does kind of prevent people from going past the 60th
That's
parallel.
also what we were talking about, and he was trying to say that that we were just saying you can't go there, like it's impossible to go there, rather than talking about the treaty, which was another straw man that he was trying to get. JA, defend your ridiculousness now.
Yes. So I brought this up because the other guy at first had pointed to these pictures of people climbing the ice wall and stuff as evidence for the ice wall that you can't go beyond. You can't know if there's any land beyond it. And I was pointing out how it's kind of ridiculous to bring up these pictures of the ice shelves in Antarctica as evidence for that. Now, if you want to deny the claims that there's an ice wall and you can't know if there's land beyond the ice walls and all that, like, sure, go ahead, man. But denying that other flat earthers have ever talked about that, and even in this room, is just craziness. And that's what I was referring to. And you went berserk over it.
Well, no, I don't think
because
I don't
you
think
have to go
anyone
back
was.
and listen, bro.
Dude, people
If
have
Go back
talked
and
you
about.
listen,
make
Gio.
that
You'll hear it.
claim,
We've
if you
covered a
make
lot of
that
ideas.
claim,
Dude.
that's fine.
Well, there's a lot of ideas that are discussed, speculations, concepts, a lot of different ideas about cosmography, cosmology, the layout of this realm, etc. And obviously, I'm sure that term ice wall has been mentioned, but it sounded like earlier. I mean, first of all, I have never had a conviction or even a speculation level type conviction that it's a wall that surrounds us. I don't think that's what it is. I never have. I mean, there's really only two icy regions that humans go to. There's an area south of South America, and there's an area south of like the New Zealand, Australia. As far as I know, nobody goes south from South Africa and goes to Antarctica. And if you look at where the actual like bases are, like there's two main areas that are where there's like little kind of basic cities and things. Now there might be some other smaller ones, but there's two main ones that people go to, and there's nothing south of South Africa. Now, again, that's somewhat, I don't know all of that to be fact, but it's as far as it seems to be like with records and everything, people don't go south from South America. And when you look, like I said, at Antarctica, and you look at the spots where like there's like Little America, which is like a base thing that, you know, and those are two regions. So I've often speculated, if anything, that it's actually that there's two icy regions, and there may only be those two. And now what else is out there? It might just be more water. There's many other ideas of that. So, I mean, myself, you would not be hearing me say there's an ice wall all the way around, especially not making a claim, but not even on the speculation level, because it's not even what I think personally. And then I also would never think anything that you can't climb in and that's keeping you in or something. Now, there might be some ideas that if it's like a firmament and everything, it goes down right there, you can't penetrate it. I guess somebody could have said that at some point. But it sounded like the problem was not really like the speculations or ideas about it. I mean, you believe, J.H., that it is a ice wall that is in the south, even on a globe. So, I mean, even though I know you said there's different areas, there might be docks to certain areas and whatever, but I mean, you know, and there are pictures of icy shorelines. So there's not really a difference in that. I think it sounded like the problem is that you were doing like a blanket straw man that everybody thinks that there's some impenetrable ice wall, who thinks the earth is a stationary plane, and that we're all don't have courage to back that claim. And that's why I think people are getting upset, because you're doing this like blanket straw man, making this say, can you imagine if we did that to the globe? We could come up with a globe claim if we did that to you right now and just came up with some globe claim that you totally think is false, and we just push it on you and say, and then you say, no, I didn't say that, not, you know, whatever. And then everyone just, you know, asserts that now you're a coward for not admitting to a claim that you didn't make. Because you earlier you said I said that, and then now you said I didn't. And I'm telling you I didn't. So you
Because
see
you're
how
denying that you've ever said it. And my point is not to argue with you over if you said it or not. So sure, if you want to say that you've never said that, I'm not going to tell you that you have. I thought you were one of the people who had said it. There's been many people who have said that before. And that was what I was referring to earlier. And I clarified like 30 minutes ago that if you don't want to claim that, you don't want to claim it anymore, I'm fine with that. I don't have an issue with that, right? I'll take note of it for the future and let's move on. I've said that like 3 or 4 times now.
But the whole issue was that it's obviously speculation, and then you went off on, oh, you got to have courage to back up your claim, but it's not
Exactly.
it's not a claim, you know, it's
Right.
speculation.
And now the way he words it is, oh, if you don't want to claim it anymore, if you never said it, well, I guess you don't want to say it anymore. Just the way you're wording it, bro, is so contrived.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that I've noticed a few times. I'll point out something, and then all of a sudden, oh no, we don't claim that. We've never claimed that. Because what I pointed out makes the
So you're
claim look
doubling down on
ridiculous at
being,
that
you're
point.
doubling down on that. You're just
And
going to
I'm
keep
not
doing it.
here to
You
argue with
claim
you
an
over
ID.
if you claim it or not. That wasn't my main point. So if you want to deny those claims, then sure, I'll take note of it that, okay, New Perspective doesn't make those kind of claims. I noted that for the future. Let's move. Geo doesn't make those kind of claims. Noted. Let's move on. That wasn't my main point.
Yeah, here's the thing though, dude. When you blanket strawman a whole group of people and say that they all made a claim and then like try to do some tactic and say that now they're not backing it and then trying to say ha 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 and do this whole thing, that's like that's a huge tactic, dude. Because okay, how about
bullshit.
this? Does anyone in this room make that claim? Right, crickets. So nobody makes that claim. So
Not your business.
not only you tried to say everybody does, and now we're all hiding from it or not having courage to stand up for it. But in reality, no one makes that claim.
You
Like
are.
we
You're
don't have
just doing what they did now. Like you're just going back to the beginning, where now you're trying to say that nobody makes that claim. And unfortunately, there's no other Globers here. But when there are, I'm going to ask